This young man was trapped in hell for 10,000 years. His power had long since rivaled that of a god. Although he possessed everything in that world, he had only one wish. That was to return to Earth. Even if the price was losing all of his power, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. It turns out his real name is Kong Wu. One day, he accidentally fell into hell. All he had was a fierce desire to survive. And so, the young man grinded his way up from the first circle of hell to the 9,000th circle. Over the years, Kong Wu devoured hundreds of thousands of demons, and even the 7 archdukes surrendered to him. But now, even though he had everything, including immortality, Kong Wu still decided to return to Earth, even if it meant giving it all up. Why? Because the food in this hell tastes like shit, and the women look like ghouls. Ignoring the pleas of his followers, he resolutely stepped forward to claim his reward. Kong Wu's eyes flashed as he gave the order. Balak, prepare it. Prepare that thing? Balak asked hesitantly. Prepare that thing. The king of demons, Kong Wu, closed his eyes and spoke coldly. Balak. He glared at the demon. Behind his back, the shadow of a monster emerged. Do you want me to repeat myself? Balak, terrified, bowed his head repeatedly. I apologize. I will prepare it immediately. He barked orders at the other demons. All of you, summon Amon immediately. Prepare the apparatus for the 7 great wonders. They shouted in unison. Understood. Somewhere else, a monster with a terrifying appearance was chanting a spell. Surrounded by statues, holding something in his hand, a light appeared within a statue that looked like octopus tentacles. Balak bowed respectfully. Demon King, the preparations are complete. Kong Wu hummed in response. Lilith looked on with teary eyes, reluctant to part. Not just her, even Balak was tearing up. Demon King Kong Wu took off his cool armor, revealing a super hot, muscular body. He quickly stepped up the stairs, ascending to the very top. Amon was waiting there and spoke softly. Demon King, if we transfer a massive amount of demonic energy into the apparatus of the 7 great wonders, and then warp the boundaries of time and space, we will be able to forcibly open a dimensional rift. This old monster was the Dark Wizard, Amon. Kong Wu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Start it. He thought with joy. I'm finally going home. His body was surrounded by a stream of water. A deep, mysterious purple. This phenomenon was called the 10,000 Demon Core. The water sphere cracked, meaning it was being released. Powerful waves of energy flew into the air. Kong Wu's entire body was enveloped by that purple light. Amon, standing from afar, couldn't withstand the heaven-defying pressure. He had to brace himself, exclaiming, as expected of the 10,000 Demon Core, the demonic energy is truly overwhelming. Just looking at it is mesmerizing. The 4 surrounding statues stood firm, unmoving amidst the massive torrent of energy crashing down. Suddenly the eyes of the giant statues flashed. The surroundings were blinded by the light. Amon shouted in amazement. My Demon King, all 7 fragments of the apparatus have reacted. The door will open soon. In his mind, Kong Wu was worrying about something vague. If I go back, my family, my friends, if my lover isn't there either, Kong Wu reassured himself. But at least it won't be like this damn place. That alone is good enough. A crack appeared in space. Kong Wu threw a cloth over his body and waved his hand. I'm off, Lilith called out in grief. My Demon King. Balak, fearing she would do something rash, ran to stop her. Lilith. Suddenly, Kong Wu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Behind him was Lilith's tear-stained face. My lord, are you really abandoning me like this? He looked down, calmly turning his face to comfort her. Don't cry. But in his mind, he wasn't calm at all. Too scary. She continued to ramble. Your words to me are so gentle. Little Lilith feels like her heart is about to explode with the king's love. White bubbles suddenly appeared on the hem of her dress. And right after that, it suddenly exploded, splashing fluids everywhere. Her whining voice still echoed. Kong Wu's face showed pure disgust. Little Lilith wants to go with the king. Terrified, he jumped straight into the rift immediately. Damn it, Lilith tried to call from behind. My Demon King. Lilith, no matter what happens, I will follow you. The rift closed. Kong Wu's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled brightly, feeling incredibly refreshed. He raised his middle finger and cursed internally. I'm never seeing you again. I've been in hell for over 10,000 years. I don't want to change the past or go to any specific future. I just need to see the Earth I used to know. Kangwoo landed somewhere. Now, I'm really returning to Earth. Finally, his happy expression suddenly froze when he saw strange sparks appearing. What is this? A system panel appeared. Detected nucleus of the rift. Gaia's system defense mechanism activated. Red lightning bolts appeared all around him. Kangwoo was bewildered. What is happening? What kind of situation is this? A series of notifications appeared in midair. Warning, nucleus energy exceeds limit. Activating dimensional defense mechanism. He muttered in confusion. What the hell is this? Gaia's system overloading. Waves of electricity appeared. They struck Kangwoo, making him scream in pain. The system continued to issue strange notifications. Failure. Failure. Unable to completely eliminate the nucleus of the rift. Veins popped out on his face from the pain. Sealing limit initiated. Kangwoo tried to reach out, but after a moment, he couldn't take it anymore and passed out. Don't try so hard. You damn bastard. He frowned and opened his eyes. He saw that the scenery around him had changed. Sunlight. A forest full of green. Is this Earth? Kangwoo was skeptical. First, I have to check my body's condition. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Initializing status window. He sat up confused, rubbing his aching head. Oh, Kangwoo. Level 1. First Stage Awakener. Attribute of First Stage Awakener. Authority of Predation. Most attribute powers have been sealed. Attribute of Second Stage Awakener. Revealed upon reaching. Level 10. Innate Stats. Strength, 8. Physique, 7. Intelligence, 8. Agility, 9. Demonic Energy, Innate Stat, 12. Dexterity, 7. He was confused. What is this? What? My powers are sealed? Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. Kangwoo was startled and turned his head. He saw incredibly ugly goblins. These damn things. They charged at him. In his mind, he thought in confusion. The Earth I knew didn't have creatures like this. Kangwoo didn't hesitate, intending to use his power to strike. Let's just kill them all first. But before he could strike, his demonic energy was gone. He was annoyed. The energy in the 10,000 demon core. It's so weak. A goblin jumped up to pounce on Kangwoo, laughing with delight. He had to use another way. Then, Kangwoo clenched his fist, thinking, I have to use this. He unleashed a godly skill, moving at breakneck speed, slicing the goblins in half wherever he passed. Then Kangwoo followed up with another move. Authority of the Demon. Bone-crushing swordsmanship. His eyes were filled with determination, mixed with a bit of anger. A purple goblin rushed up. But immediately after, the system notified. You have successfully defeated an E-rank monster. Goblin. Kangwoo's movements were lightning fast. A notification popped up. Experience increased. At this moment, Kangwoo was incredibly mighty. In an instant, he wiped out the goblin swarm. Another notification arrived. Leveled up to 4. After fighting, he was now curious and confused. What the hell are these things? He looked back with disgust. And this experience stuff too. Sounds so meaningless. But I really did get stronger. Goblins lay scattered on the ground. Kangwoo just looked and didn't comment further. He raised his hand, still thinking. I need to find out more about this place. Kangwoo sucked all the demonic energy from inside the goblins. This is called predation, the authority of the Demon King. Kangwoo was still wondering. I tried to verify the physiological characteristics of these things, but I couldn't find any information about this world. There was a notification from a system. Demonic energy increased by 1 point. Reading this notification, Kangwoo was panicked. What? Demonic energy? He cursed angrily. Damn it. That power only exists in hell. So why does it exist here? Does that mean this place is an Earth? Kangwoo clutched his head in horror. No, impossible. The reason I held on for all those years in that hell was to find a chance to return to Earth. Just then, a piercing scream rang out. Kangwoo calmed down, suspicious. A scream. He turned towards the sound. That's not a monster's scream. The scream rang out again. Kangwoo quickly turned around. It's a person, a human. He immediately used his skill to run towards the sound. Authority of Veil for super speed. Kong Wu was both happy and praying in his heart. 10,000 years. For 10,000 years. Day and night, I only saw monsters. With dozens of tentacles or thousands of hideous hands. So no matter what that person looks like, it's fine. Even if they're scary, it doesn't matter. As long as they have 2 eyes, a nose and mouth. As long as it's a human, that's enough. Please, don't have any tentacles. Remembering the image of Lilith made him even more terrified. Don't be tentacles. Please don't. Arriving at the scene, there was a girl surrounded by goblins. Kong Wu was overjoyed, but secretly worried. Found one. Please. He prayed internally. Be a human, please. Looking over, the girl was trembling with fear. He silently counted each body part. 2 eyes, down to the lower face. 1 nose, and finally a complete body. Kong Wu almost cried. No, no tentáculos. He burst with joy. He rushed to the girl's side. A goblin was about to attack her. She leaned against a tree in fear. Tears streamed down like rain, awaiting her end. But nothing happened to her. The girl, not understanding what happened, slowly opened her eyes to look. The goblin had been wiped out by Kong Wu. He ran closer to the girl. Kong Wu reached out his hand to her. The beautiful girl with round eyes looked at him and slowly raised her hand. Thank you. She gently placed her hand on Kong Wu's. He was like a lost soul, dazed but screaming with joy inside. Kong Wu trembled, making the girl blush. Also blushing, he was speechless. She happily introduced herself. Thank you for saving me. My name is Han Seola. Kong Wu kept trembling, making her a bit worried. Are you okay? Suddenly, he grabbed Seola's hand, startling her. Then he eagerly proposed. Marry me. His eyes. Kong Wu looked at her expectantly. Let's get married. She was surprised, not understanding what was happening. Excuse me? She stammered. What did you say? Kong Wu realized then. I got too excited. He immediately let go of her hand and introduced himself. I am sorry. My name is Kong Wu. You said you were Han Seola, right? Kong Wu asked worriedly. Is your wound okay? Seola replied gently. Yes. The wound isn't big, but her leg was actually bleeding a lot. Kong Wu shouted in panic. Miss Seola. She lost her balance and fell onto Kong Wu, surprising him. Are you okay? A phone fell out of Seola's pocket. Kong Wu saw it and thought curiously. That square shape. He rejoiced. Is that a phone? I really am on Earth. Then Kong Wu helped her sit down and instructed. Don't overexert yourself. Sit and rest a bit. I'll give you first aid. Seola replied gratefully. Thank you so much. Kong Wu happily said. It's nothing, he thought. Now that I notice, she and I can communicate. Kong Wu bandaged Seola while recalling. I banned the demon tongue in hell and made them use Korean so that when I returned, I wouldn't forget the language. The demons had a lisp, which sounded very funny. How was the weather in hell today? Kong Wu heard it and scolded them angrily. Pronounce it properly. Now, meeting Seola, he was even happier. Finally, I can speak Korean with a human, not just demons. After treating the wound, Kong Wu told Seola, if you keep it like this, it will get much better. She was extremely grateful to Kong Wu. Thank you for taking care of me. He replied happily and picked up the phone to give to her. Don't mention it. And here's your phone. When handing over the phone, Kong Wu took the chance to check the time. 2023. Seola took it. Thank you. Kong Wu pondered. 5 years have passed since I fell into hell. His mind was full of questions. I'm sure I adjusted the time correctly. Did monsters like these start appearing on Earth in that year? Kong Wu added to Seola. It's hard to move right now, so please rest a bit before walking. She obeyed. Ah, yes. Meanwhile, Kong Wu was still thinking. There are too many things I don't know. I don't have enough information. Kong Wu asked curiously. Also, why are you in this place? She shyly recounted. I ran into some difficult situations. I was hunting alone in a gate. I just awakened as a player yesterday, and I went hunting alone in an E-rank gate. I was really stupid. Kong Wu had many questions in his head. Player? He asked curiously. So, what is your level? Seola immediately replied. I'm level 6, since I just woke up. But what is a player like you doing here, Mr. Kong Wu? Hearing that, Kong Wu thought to himself. My level is probably even lower. He just laughed it off. I also encountered some situations. Kong Wu looked at her with a gentle gaze, thinking, well, it's normal for her to think that. Suddenly Seola seemed to remember something. She said, I understand. Suddenly Seola's face turned red. She immediately stood up and asked Kongwu, "Shall we go then?" But he was still worried. "Your wound looks serious. Will you be okay?" Seola lit. "Yes, I'm fine thanks to." Suddenly she screamed as if startled. It was Kongwu grabbing Seola's hand, making her shy. "I'll support you." Seola blushed, hurriedly refusing. "No, I shouldn't cause you any more trouble." Kongwu insisted on helping her. "Refusing at a time like this isn't good. I'll take you. Which way do we need to go?" Seola had to listen. "Then that way. Please just tell me to the exit." Kongwu replied happily. "Yes, I know." He thought, "This is my first conversation with a human in 10,000 years. The two supported each other out of that place." Kongwu was really happy. "Except for overreacting at the beginning, I didn't make any mistakes. And it seems she doesn't suspect my identity. All right, just like this, I will integrate into Earth society." Arriving at the spot Seola pointed out to Kongwu. "We're at the exit, Mr. Kongwu." At a large ancient tree, a magic circle appeared. Kongwu was surprised. "This is a gate," he analyzed. "Moving through these spatial rifts probably means this isn't entirely Earth." Kongwu looked around to assess the situation. "I don't see any rift-generating device. So how does such a large gate sustain itself?" Seola arrived and pushed his hand away, saying, "Mr. Kongwu, I think I'm much better now." Kongwu was awkward. "Ah, yes." Then she urged, "Let's get out of here." The two stepped into the gate. A force made Kongwu cover his face. Maybe he still wasn't used to this place. Exiting the gate, Kongwu slowly opened his eyes. He seemed amazed by what he saw. There was a man calling out, "We are recruiting members for a goblin hunting team in the E-rank gate." But what Kongwu noticed was, he has two eyes. Elsewhere, two people were talking. I didn't see any tanker trucks today either. Kongwu counted like when he met Seola. One nose. Kongwu continued observing. One mouth. Over here, someone wanted to register for the goblin hunting team. Do you accept convicts? And Kongwu only cared about one thing. No tentáculos. The soldier over here hurriedly rejected the other person. "I'm sorry, but convicts are a bit." Kongwu gazed at everything. Only humans. His whole body trembled with emotion, making Seola curious. "I really..." Kongwu wept with joy. He thought in his head, "I'm back." Seola saw Kongwu's cloak was torn in many places. Looking down at the bandage he tore to give her first aid. Seola spoke softly. "Mr. Kongwu." He turned back and replied, "Yes." Seola shyly said, "If you're okay with it." She shyly stroked her hair and invited, "Would you like to eat with me? At my house?" Hearing that, Kongwu blushed completely. Seola shyly continued, "I'm very grateful and sorry. So I want to at least repay you with a meal." The fool Kongwu heard this, and his head was in the clouds. "Spring. It's springtime." He smiled, pretending to be cool. "Look, I said refusing isn't good. So I guess I can't say no." Suddenly someone called them. "You two over there. Stop." Two soldiers walked up and requested, "Hello. We have to verify your player cards." Kongwu was bewildered, thinking, "Huh?" Seola happily took her card out. "Please wait a moment." A soldier saw Kongwu hesitating and urged him, "You there. Take out your player card." Kongwu cursed silently. Damn it. He pretended to take out a card. "Yes, I understand." But Kongwu was secretly calculating. "No good. I have no choice but to use it." His eyes turned blue. Kongwu held out his empty hand and said, "Here it is." He used his ability. Authority of Dantalion. Confusion. The ability to manipulate the target's eyes as he pleased. Vision. Kongwu held up his middle finger, but the soldier's eyes were deceived. He replied, "Yes, I have finished verifying." Kongwu secretly sighed in relief. Success. He turned and smiled at Seola. "Miss Seola, shall we go?" Behind them, the two soldiers still didn't know they had been tricked and were scolding each other. "Hey, wake up. The shift is almost over." Seola replied to Kongwu. "Yes." Arriving at a building, Seola introduced, "This is my home." She was a bit embarrassed. "Our apartment doesn't have an elevator, so we have to climb the stairs a bit." Kongwu didn't care about that. His face flushed red as he said, "It's fine." Kongwu felt comfortable inside. The smell of the old apartment. He felt everything. The narrow stairs. These things didn't exist in hell. The cool railing. The dusty windows. Every little thing made Kongwu feel relaxed. Everything feels real. And what he liked most was, especially because, among countless places on Earth, This is Miss Seola's home. I'm sure a happy future will open up from now on. He deluded himself, smiling internally. I'm sure from now on, I'll have a beautiful future. But as soon as Seola got home, she called out. A voice echoed from inside. Are you back, Seola? Kongwu stopped smiling, bewildered. Seola's mother asked her concernedly. Oh, my dear daughter. Are you hurt anywhere? Did you go there with a large group like I told you? Seola smiled but had to lie. Of course I did. Kongwu woke up from his dream at this moment. Her mother is here. Did she really just want to have a simple meal? After the mother and daughter reunion, Seola introduced. I forgot. This gentleman is Oh Kongwu. Because he saved me from danger today, I invited him over for a meal. Kongwu politely bowed. Hello. Seola's mother was surprised. Oh my. Oh my. She grabbed Kongwu's hand. Thank you. Her mother teared up. Thank you for saving my Seola. I really don't know how to repay you. Kongwu replied somewhat awkwardly. It was nothing, ma'am. Then she invited him in. Please come in. It's not the best, but I will try to make something as delicious as possible. Kongwu replied happily. Thank you. But he was a bit disappointed. Well, it's a pity not to eat with her alone. He felt lucky again. But thinking about his life back in hell, this is precious enough. Seola's mother happily told her. Seola, my dear, help me cook. Seola hurriedly took off her shoes and replied. Seola prepared to change clothes and check her phone. Let me change clothes first, then I'll help you. Did you text me, Mom? Her mother replied. Yes. Seola, next time you go somewhere dangerous, at least contact me after you go out. Seola coaxed her. I am sorry, Mom. Hearing that, Kongwu suddenly remembered. Phone. I have to find a way to gather information about Earth. He spoke up. Excuse me. Miss Seola. Sorry, but can I borrow your phone? I lost my phone. Seola happily agreed. Of course. She handed him her phone. Use it freely and wait a bit. There will be food soon. He took it. Thank you. Kongwu was extremely interested in the phone. The feeling of putting his finger on the screen, returning after 10,000 years. Everything is amazing. He sat at the table, hung his cloak on a chair, and got down to business. But this isn't the time to focus on that. I have to gather information first. Kongwu typed while thinking. Since I was dragged to hell 5 years ago, I should try searching for news from 2018. Let's see. The news started appearing. Date of catastrophe. February 22nd, 2018. It changed the whole world. Monsters suddenly appeared from hundreds of gates. Firepower ineffective. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers killed. World Emergency Disaster Resolution Alliance established. Korea is the 9th country to join. First player appeared in the US. Who is she? Number of players continues to rise sharply worldwide. Are they humanity's hope? Kongwu read through it all. Suddenly he scrolled past an article. Mysterious gate appeared in Central Seoul on the day of the catastrophe. Reporter Kim. He was curious. February 22nd, 2018. He recalled. That day was the day I was dragged down to hell. It was the day I was dragged down to hell. Kongwu tried to sort things out. Was I really dragged into one of those gates that suddenly appeared that day? He clicked his tongue, thinking to himself. This news is all just speculation. I'll have to find more information later. Then, he heard Soa's mother's voice. The food is ready. Kongwu put down his phone and said, Thank you very much. The food Soa's family made surprised him. A delicious pot of kimchi stew was laid out before his eyes. Soa's mother told Kongwu, Please, enjoy your meal. I hope the food is to your liking, Kongwu. He was still stunned. Kimchi stew. Kongwu picked up a spoon, stunned. It's kimchi stew. He scooped up a spoonful of the stew. Soa's mother said, Honey, let's eat. Soa replied, Yes, Mom. Kongwu held a spoonful, ready to eat, but kept muttering to himself. His words caught Soa's attention. Kimchi stew. Kongyu's hand trembled as he brought the spoon to his mouth. He ate under the watchful eyes of the mother and daughter. Kongyu swallowed the first bite, then immediately scooped up a second spoonful. He kept chewing without any expression. Kongyu scooped again. Another spoonful with rice. He ate like a starving tiger, surprising the two people across from him. Kongyu remembered. 5 years ago, 10,000 years ago, after suddenly falling into hell, to survive, I had to consume demonic energy and transform into a life form similar to a demon. However, because I still had my humanity, my appetite, and my sense of taste, Nothing in hell could satisfy me. The demons I was forced to eat to survive tasted horrible, like garbage. I thought I was going to lose my mind, even though I had to go through that feeling countless times during my time in hell. The reason I managed to keep my sanity was a single wish. I wanted to come back to Earth. 2 streams of tears flowed down Kong Yu's cheeks in happiness. It's real. I've really returned. Kong Yu exclaimed in his thoughts. To Earth. Seowa asked worriedly. Kong Yu? He sobbed and said. Seowa. Kong Yu stammered. Ms. Seowa. Truly. I'm so. He couldn't finish his sentence. Grateful. The food is delicious. Thank you so much. Seowa said gently. I should be the one saying. Thank you. She blushed. I'm so sorry that this is the only way I can repay you, and yet you seem to like it so much. Seowa asked cheerfully. Is it that good? Kong Yu replied with tears in his eyes. Excuse me. May I have another bowl? Seowa immediately stood up to get him more. Of course. Absolutely. I'll bring it right out. Kong Yu was grateful. Thank you. Seowa's mother was happy too. She was glad to see he liked it so much. As Kong Yu slurped the soup, he thought, really? I'm so happy to be back. Seowa brought out the rice pot with a friendly smile. Crash. Suddenly, wall exploded inward. Seowa and her mother were shocked, but Kong Yu continued to happily enjoy his meal. Some idiot had broken through the wall. He even had the nerve to shout and curse. What the hell? First of all, Seowa and her mother ran out to see. The guy was still making excuses. This door is tough as hell. He stepped on a piece of brick, shattering it. It was an arrogant, blonde-haired man. Ejid, Han Seola. Get out here right now. The heavy footsteps of Han Taeho echoed. As soon as he entered, he was aggressive. Who gave you permission to interrogate on your own? Huh? Seola Honed, Anwaye. Her body trembled. Leave? This is unbelievable. Han Taeho asked again. What? Seola challenged him. I said leave. Who do you think you are, to dare step into our house? He smirked hearing her challenge. Don't come near me. I'm warning you. I'm capable enough now. Han Taehyun laughed, so hard he leaned back, unable to hold back his mockery. Really? You're capable enough now. Oh my, you're cute to death. But immediately after, he punched the wall threateningly. Bastard. A low-level player like you dares to talk big? Who do you think you are? Seola shielded her mother. Alert. Don't come near me. Han Taehyun gloated. Her mother trembled in fear. He said cruelly, the father died early, leaving the mother poor and miserable. Poked in a sore spot, Seola scolded frantically. You bastard. The reason we became like this is because of you. Not bothering to argue. Han Taehyun grabetai. Enough. Forget it. You have to come with me to the Andres Guild right now. Seola résisted angrily. Let go. I will never join. That trash guild. He sneered. Trash. What a loser. I'll show you what good people are. She gritted her teeth. While Han Taehyun wasn't paying attention, she bit his hand, making him scream in pain. Han Taehyun hissed. Crazy bitch. Her mother screamed in panic. Seola. Han Taehyun got angry. You damn brat. Hey, Han Seola. He gritted his teeth and asked, do you think doing those useless good deeds is enough to live? The world treats you too gently. And didn't forget to threaten. If you know what's good for you, obediently become a tribute of mine. What? All grown up now. Han Taehyun glared at the mother and daughter, exuding an oppressive aura. Cruel tone. As a player, let's face each other honestly. Seeing the tense situation, her mother hurriedly begged. Theon, please, I will try harder. Please don't do that to Seola. He said coldly. Old hag, get out of the way. She grabbed his arm, pleading. Theon, please. Without any sympathy, he kicked her mother far away, grumpily cursing. Bastard. What trash. She screamed in panic. Seola crawled to her side, shaking her and calling out frantically. Mom, Han Taehyun said indifferently. That's why I told you to move, but you wouldn't listen. Hearing the crying, he became even more aggressive. Mom, what a bunch of annoying people. She glared at him, gritting her teeth. Han Taehyun sneered. What? What are you going to do to me? What are you staring at? Bitch. He kept criticizing. You really are a nuisance. I'm already a second stage awakener. And mocked Seola. Do you think you stand a chance? He scorned. The only thing you have is this face. Idiot. Continuing to force her. You have to join the Andres Guild. Then Hyungnim. Suddenly a noise made Han Tae-hyun shut up. Looking around, he saw Kong Woo slurping soup innocently. He immediately cursed. Fuck. Standing for a while, seeing him eating without paying attention to the surroundings, he let go of her and mocked. Surprising. This isn't some famous restaurant. Han Tae-hyun shifted his target to him. Disdainfully said, "Hey you, can't you read the room?" Seola called out worriedly. "Mr. Kong Woo." He kept calling. Hey, hey, seeing Kong Woo ignoring him, only focusing on eating. He laughed menacingly. Oh my. Finished speaking, Han Tae-hyun turned around, then suddenly unleashed a kick, flipping the table over, while cursing. You son of a bitch. He stared blankly at the food scattered everywhere. She looked at the scene with terrified eyes. He gritted his teeth, while Kong Woo, still in shock, looked at the food scattered on the ground. Seola Wohidli. Mr. Kong Woo. Kong Woo burst into tears and screamed loudly, collapsing before the broken bowl of soup in pain. Han Tae-hyun was confused. What's wrong with this bastard? And asked her, where did you find this beggar? Seeing him still wailing, he sneered. Beggar. Kicking him, he said, stop whining and stand up. Kong Woo mumbled, my kimchi stew. He glared at Han Tae-hyun, emitting murderous intent. Kong Woo kept uttering, you. He was confused inside. What? His tone was dark. You dared to spill my kimchi stew. Han Tae-hyun paniqued internally. Kong Woo collapsed, kneeling on the floor. His whole body trembled, mumbling, my kimchi stew. Opposite him, Tae-hyun looked at the scene in annoyance. He bit his lip. Then Tae-hyun's fist was thrown without hesitation. But then he suddenly froze, despite the two fists full of momentum burning with fire. His body stiffened looking at the figure kneeling there. Tae-hyun felt a bit uneasy inside. Impossible. I must be seeing things. He looked annoyed, then raised his fist again, sneering. You must have gone crazy, huh? But suddenly a ray of light shot from somewhere, blocking the punch in time. This made Tae-hyun angry. He threw a fiery glare at the source of the attack, growling, what the hell is this? Seola appeared with a magic staff in her hand. She screamed loudly in worry. Kong Woo, run. But it was too late. A blade grew from his hand, attached firmly to the back of his hand. Seola could only widen her teary eyes. Watching the next scene, Kong Woo used light speed. He rushed forward, appearing right in front of Taehyun. Both siblings stood frozen at this speed. Amid Seola's scream of surprise, Kong Woo had slammed straight into him with that speed, causing Tae-hyun pain all over his face. His eyes also shot up with red blood vessels. He couldn't help but utter a curse. This bastard. Inside, he tried to reassure himself. Not that fast. Kong Woo still rushed up like a madman. He also raised his fist with the sharp blade, while he tried to watch and analyze Kong Woo's movements in his head. On the left. But life never goes as planned. Instead of hooking left, he gave him a knee strike right to the chest. Tae-hyun asked himself. A feint. He was in excruciating pain, eyes rolling back, spitting water out. Tae-hyun clenched his teeth, gritting out each word in anger. You dead bastard. While cursing, he used all his strength to throw punches covered in fire. Kong Woo leaned back to dodge skillfully. His hands weren't idle either, responding immediately with a straight punch to the face. Not only that, Kong Woo added a hook kick from behind, helping Tae-hyun stretch his spine, making him only able to scream in pain. Trying to resist, but to no avail. Tae-hyun, with a grimacing face mixed with blood from his nose and mouth. He let out a painful groan, but tried to grit his teeth and endure. His hand gripping the hooking leg tight. Confused inside. He can't be that strong. Tae-hyun used his strength to throw him down, but again failed. When Kong Woo borrowed the force from something to jump up with the other leg, giving him a powerful kick, as if wanting to dislocate his jaw. Then he landed, spectacularly with a cool pose. Tae-hyun's head tilted to one side, swollen up, blood splattered everywhere. But he was still stubborn. Seeing Kong Woo rushing closer, he immediately cursed. Bastard, then attacked back relentlessly. Blue heat erupted fiercely from his fist, but he still gently laid back to dodge. His legs were also flexible, getting into a ready stance. Tae-hyun's face was distorted with pain, gasping for breath. Because of the uppercut from below by Kong Woo, he could only moan internally. Again, this time Tae-hyun truly collapsed. He knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. The two flames also extinguished completely. His mood hit rock bottom, wondering endlessly. Was it a feint again? Tae-hyun clutched his chest, asking himself. This guy, who is he? Before he got an answer, his face met Mother Earth right after. Tae-hyun lay sprawled on the floor. On his head was his sturdy foot. He tried to use his trembling strength to escape that foot, but couldn't. His mouth could only let out a few weak groans. Kong-woo stomped harder in annoyance. His hand grew claws, stabbing hard into Tae-hyun's arm. He growled, "Who the hell are you?" But didn't let him answer. Kong-woo bent down to warn him. "I'm not done yet. Stop showing off." His eyes were bloodshot. Blood veins popped out, showing how angry Kong-woo was. "There's still many punishments waiting for you, because you dared to spill my kimchi stew." The arm being pinned tight was trembling. Tae-hyun's voice was a bit confused. Asking back, "Kimchi, just because of a pot of kimchi stew, you're acting crazy like this?" He went mad, grabbing the hair on top of his head and gritting out each word. "Just..." Kong-woo put his face close to Tae-hyun's, his face darkening. "Did you just say, just because of a pot of kimchi?" He lifted him up slightly and shouted. Trembling, he hurriedly stammered an explanation. "No, I meant..." But it was too late. Kong-woo slammed Tae-hyun's face onto the floor. And just like that, he repeated the violent action. "Kong-woo, you crazy." Raising his head to shout loudly. "Kimchi, just because. Hey, a pot of kimchi stew." A while later, he calmed down a bit. Teeth still clenched. Twitching his mouth, Kong-woo let go of his head and called. Then he whispered into Tae-hyun's ear. "When I count, you say, kimchi is..." "I count. 2. You say, a gift from God. Shout it loud for me." Hearing the command, the small hand wanted to resist, but it was insignificant. So he had to obey. So Kong-woo started the beat, lifting his head up to shout, "Kimchi is..." He wasn't satisfied, pressing the blade a bit deeper and ordering. "Louder." This time it was really loud, but it was Tae-hyun's scream of pain. Kong-woo didn't let go, but kept the beat. Tears, snot, and blood mixed on his face, gasping for air, but he still had to shout loudly. "Kimchi is..." He continued. 2. Under strict supervision from that position, Tae-hyun gritted out each word loudly to respond. "A gift. From God." Yet it still didn't satisfy the demon. Kong-woo frowned and commented, "Too weak," then continued to beat him mercilessly. Beating and cursing. "Louder for me. Loud like someone is stabbing you. Loud like when you howl at a girl passing by." Seola stood frozen watching this scene, not daring to jump in to stop it. She silently watched the bloody drama over there. Kong-woo ordered until his face was deformed. "Say it louder. Loud enough to burst your lungs." Tae-hyun cried pitifully, but still had to obediently follow. "Kimchi is a gift from God," but it still didn't satisfy the owner. He cursed again. "The fuck?" Then went crazy and shouted the demand. "Not good enough for me yet. Say it again. Open your mouth wide to the 7th octave for me." In that despair, taking a deep breath, compressing air into his lungs, then using all his strength to open his throat for the sound to fly out, shaking the eardrums. "Kimchi is a gift from God." Now Kong-woo seemed satisfied amidst Tae-hyun's weak breathing. He retracted his claws, whispering praise, withdrawing the terrifying aura. Kong-woo stood up straight, but didn't forget to darken his face. Warning, remember this. Never look down on Kimchi. His spirit was completely shattered. His whole body lay exhausted face down on the floor, crying pitifully, only daring to curse silently in his heart. What the hell is this? This guy? Did you just escape from a mental hospital? Truly tragic, too tragic. After the fight, the furniture was quite damaged. They had been tidied up into a corner. On the sofa side, Seola was silently bandaging her mother's wounds, looking at her sadly. She could only glare at the sinner who caused everything. Han Seola. Meanwhile, he was washing dishes, silently cursing. "Damn it, why am I?" Han Tae-hyun hissed in pain. His face was bruised and beaten, cursing internally. "I had to meet a guy like him instead of being beaten by Yahello. Even my stuff was robbed." Even more annoyed, seeing Kong-woo leisurely drinking tea, his face swollen, thinking in his belly, that kimchi stew bastard. No matter how angry, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Damn it, why? All just because of kimchi stew. Han Tae-hyun glared at him, mumbling, "Why? Why am I being treated like this? Kong Wu slammed the teacup on the table, making him jump in fear. He spoke up. Are you? And poked at Han Tae-hyun's pain by asking. Angry and sad, because you were beaten to a pulp just for kimchi stew? He stammered. No, no. Kung volut coldly auton toyon. Listing a series of things. Wearing clothes, sleeping, eating, and living comfortably. You will never know how many blessings your life has been granted. So always be grateful and sincerely advised. Cherish your life. Understand? He shouted loudly. Yes, understood. But inside he was plotting. This bastard is causing trouble again. Damn it. Just wait and see. Hanton secretly calculated. After I report you to Andres, you're definitely done for. Suddenly, he called again. He panicked and replied. Yes, yes. Kong Wu said. After washing the dishes, come over here. He hinted. I've been thinking about it. Han Seola said obediently listening. But it seems you have no value to be alive. You know that yourself, right? Just behave well to live well. He was terrified when Kong Wu said that. The world isn't that gentle. He grabbed Han Tae-hyun's shirt to reassure him. Don't worry. Accompanied by a creepy smile. I won't kill you, but maybe death would be better. His eyes suddenly changed to a strange color. He was scared. What is this? Han Tae-hyun was horrified by Kong Wu's hidden skill. Authority of fear, or Oba. He felt squeezed in a giant hand. No, don't come near me. Don't. Screaming in terror. Demon claws scratched and imprisoned him. Demon Oroba. Han Tae-hyun trembled and backed away, constantly crying. No. Inside, a fear that could not be erased was carved. Kong Wu warned. Don't say anything about what happened, deep in the target's soul, and turn them into a puppet, seeing the goal achieved. He ordered. Now get lost. Han Tae-hyun trembled and stumbled away, mouth mumbling. No. Kong Wu sneered. Pitiful bastard. Seola silently watched him obeying like a machine. She thought. This time too. Thank goodness. Mr. Kong Wu saved me again. He silently glanced at the phone. Remembering Han Tae-hyun's aggressive look, he told himself. That really bothers me. Kong Wu scrolled through the phone quickly. While heartbroken, I really am just a poor kid. I need money. His eyes lit up. Found it. He found useful information. Magic stone. With various shapes of magic stones, the monster's magic is hidden in a stone-like central cell inside the body. Color of magic stone. The closer to black, the higher the rank. The shapes of magic stones are illustrated below by rank. Kong Wu called. Miss Seal. She startled and hurriedly replied. Yes. He probed. Maybe you have a magic stone? Can I see it? Seola quickly went to find it. Ido. Please wait a moment. She handed him a stone. Here. This is an E-rank magic stone. I got from hunting goblins. Kong Wu clenched the stone to check, thinking. The article says the closer the color is to black, the higher the rank. Under Seola's curious gaze, he closed his eyes to focus. However, I don't feel any demonic energy at all. Kong Wu suspiciously guessed. It definitely contains power. But it's not demonic energy, because before I felt a bit of demonic energy. Demonic energy increased by 1 level. So, I thought demonic energy was inside the magic stone. He doubted, but the power hidden in this is probably another energy called mana. He suspected. Then where did the demonic energy come from? And Kong Wu dismissed it. Whatever. He returned the stone. It looks beautiful. Thank you, Miss Seola. She confusedly took it. Yes. Kong Wu thought. Currently, I have to sell this to make money. He calculated silently. If I want to do that, Kong Wu asked, Miss Seola, is there an Awakened Management office nearby? She thought and replied, not nearby, but the nearest office is next to Seoul Station. And Seola suggested, I plan to go there too. Do you want to go together? He was curious. You're going there too? Looking at her mother lying there. She sighed. Yes, honestly, my family situation isn't good, with the magic stone in hand. Seola said, so I risked entering the gate. I only realized the danger and my recklessness when she smiled brightly and said, You appeared, Mr. Kong Wu. So, once again, thank you. Kong Wu smiled awkwardly. It's nothing. He was shy. I just wanted to help someone like you. Inside, he was in pain. After having to look at demons for 10,000 years. Seola determined. That's why I will seriously study. All the basic exercises. My goal is to become a second stage awakener. Kong Wu was happy inside. Finally, I found an angel. He encouraged. You will definitely do well. She smiled. Thank you. Looking at that smile, Kong Wu told himself. But I still have no intention of helping her. He opened. Shall we go now? Seola agreed immediately. Yes, I'll be right out. I'm almost ready. Kong Wu thought to himself. If I go with someone weak like her, my hunting efficiency will decrease. He knew. The words were a bit heartless. But it's the truth. He calculated rationally. I have to try to limit losses. My priority is to regain my power. Because this is Earth, where I returned after 10,000 years. I need to become stronger if I want to survive. Just like before when I was in hell. While thinking, she suddenly called, startling him. Mr. Kong Wu, do you have an ID card yet? Kong Wu was silent, glossing over it. Can we go to the headquarters first? Finally, he got his ID. While moving on the train, Kong Wu was still engrossed in looking at the card in his hand without looking away. Looking at it, he thought to himself, this is a reissued ID card. Kong Wu stood in front of the reception desk, stammering to the receptionist. Is it done? The receptionist girl quickly replied, not forgetting customer service. Yes, it's done. Do you need anything else? Kong Wu awkwardly replied. No, thank you. Saying that, he thought to himself, I thought they put me on the missing persons list. Through situations like that, he sadly realized. So no one really knew I was missing. Recalling past memories and a hard time in that hellish place, Kong Wu felt a moment of self-pity because no one remembered him. Even though it's been 5 years, Kong Wu glimpsed through his past memories, still the same, doing everything alone. No one, even struggling to survive. Still no one. From that utter darkness, a sweet voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Mr. Kong Wu, Seola said, pointing outside the window, telling him, look out the window. Her excitement surprised Kong Wu, forcing him to glance over. Seola also said, we're almost there. Just as she finished speaking, the view of a building with unique architecture called the Player Management Office appeared before them. Seola exclaimed, great, isn't it? I really like the view here. Realizing he was no longer alone like before, Kong Wu quietly put his ID card in his pocket, as if putting aside his past, silently telling himself that, from now on, it will be different. He turned to answer Seola. It's great. After traveling for a while, both finally arrived at the Player Management Office station. The door on the left will open. At the left wing, Seola called excitedly. Mr. Kong Wu, this way. Ah, yes. At the main courtyard of the Seoul Player Management Office, Seola happily introduced him. We're here. This is the headquarters of the Seoul Player Management Office. Seeing such a magnificent structure for the first time, Kong Wu couldn't help but exclaim, it's huge. He looked at the size of the welcome gate and thought, isn't it bigger than Incheon Airport? Seola, beside him, suddenly pulled something out of her bag and gave it to Kong Wu, saying, ah, yes, Mr. Kong Wu, I have something to tell you. Saying that, she suddenly took out a phone and gave it to him. This is my old phone, not forgetting to advise him. There is Wi-Fi in the management office, so use this to talk later, okay? Although not crying outwardly, Kong Wu was already crying inside, thinking, she truly is an angel. His eyes lit up. Thank you so much. Although arriving together, their reasons were different, so Seola took the initiative to tell him. Mr. Kong Wu, now I'll go in and try to register for the beginner lecture. Seeing it was time to do his business, he quickly replied, all right, I'm going too. I'll call you later. As usual, Seola offered. I think I'll finish late. But let's eat dinner together, okay? Kong Wu only thought about eating, his face immediately brightening as he quickly replied. Yeah, of course. Go safely. She thought to herself. Great. After the two separated, only Kong Wu was left walking into the building. Inside the player management office. Seeing everything so vast, he couldn't help but think. The size of this place is no joke. Just glancing at the equipment, the tools they carried, he guessed. I guess it's because players have become important figures. From afar, a machine suddenly displayed. Please scan your ID card to verify identity. Kong Wu curiously thought, is that where I get a waiting ticket? As soon as Kong Wu inserted the card, the machine proceeded with the process. Please scan your ID card to verify. Verifying. After a while of waiting, his image appeared on the screen, automatically issuing a number for him. Name, Kong Wu. Verification complete. Your waiting number is 18. Please take your waiting ticket. Just as it finished speaking, Kong Wu, still stunned by the current advanced technology, heard the machine instruct. Please follow the path to the examination room with your waiting ticket. When the machine finished speaking, his number card vibrated. A second later, an electronic line suddenly appeared under Kong Wu's feet, guiding him. Please follow the path to the examination room with your waiting ticket. After arriving at waiting room number 9, as instructed by the card, Kong Wu found a seat and started surfing the web on Seola's old phone. Behind him, 2 hunters were talking to each other. Excuse me, what is your first stage rank? Mine is D. Not bad. Do you think you can get A, B, or higher in the second stage? The D-rank old man laughed loudly and replied, I can't compare with players like Baek Hwa-yun or Chai Yunju. The other person was humble. No, those people are on a different level. Ignoring the world, Kong Wu diligently searched and typed on the phone. Listening closer, Kong Wu suddenly heard, we can't compare ourselves with the 5 guild masters who reached S rank in the first awakening. I heard you can be recruited into one of the 5 major guilds if you reach S rank. Honestly, I don't want to stand out too much in the first and second stages. Being recognized later is good enough. Kong Wu was suspicious. 5 major guilds. Summarizing, Kim Jae-hyun of Mir, Cha Yunju of Red Rose, Kong Taeran of Hano, Huang Du of San Rei, Cheon Min Guk of Anyuri. These were the names he noted. He put his hand on his face, calculating silently. Each guild was founded by a top 5 Korean player. I will eventually meet them after recovering my power. He was calm. The stronger I am, the more I stand out. There's a high chance I've met them before. To be comfortable and convenient for the future, he had already set a goal for himself. I have to recover my power faster than ever. But his power source was restricted. If I get the player title, maybe I'll be much stronger than before. While calculating, suddenly a voice called his number, attracting his attention. Number 18. Can you come in here? The door suddenly opened. Kong Wu didn't hesitate to enter. After entering, a guide kindly pointed him to the chair at the main examination desk. Your seat is over there. After moving to the designated spot, Kong Wu sat down and answered the specialist's questions. Are you Kong Wu? Yes. She took a sphere and held it out, instructing. You just need to place your hand on this sphere. When you add power to it, it will change color depending on your attribute rank. The higher your rank, the darker the color. With his 10,000 years of experience, Kong Wu just sighed and thought, small matter. Standing out. Too much isn't good. What if I'm too strong? Kong Wu placed his hand on the sphere and continued transferring demonic energy. And then it started to glow intensely. Without needing to look at the result or process, Kong Wu grimaced and lamented. Oh no, seems like I showed off too much. The specialist at the desk stared intently at the sphere from beginning to end without saying a word. After the light faded, she announced, Mr. Kong Wu, you are an awakener of rank. He stood frozen in shock, speechless. You can take your hand off now. The consultant carefully instructed. I will guide you through the things you need to note. F rank ability and lower ranks. His face was so bored he didn't want to speak. I understand my power is sealed. But down to F rank, the girl with glasses got to the introduction. First, you will receive an E rank player card, and you will be able to enter the lowest gates of the corresponding rank. For higher rank gates, you can only enter if accompanied by a guardian. Kong was a bit stubborn inside. Since this ability is different from normal, cannot be evaluated, he sighed and sneered. If Balak heard this, he would go crazy. That smelly demon would surely go mad and scream. How dare she say that? The Demon King needs no protection. Kong Wu was tired and dazed. The trauma I endured for 10,000 years suddenly returned. He asked her in depression, what I need to do to increase my rank. Through the specialist, he learned Seola was also actively participating in that process. If you go through the basic course, you will rise to D rank immediately. Besides, another method is using the magic stones you just traded. You can level up thanks to that. He acknowledged. That is a good method. After grasping his general position, Kong Wu slowly stood up. I understand. The specialist hurriedly called. Please wait a moment while I prepare the player card for you. Then she added, do you need me to help you register for the basic course? Kong Wu already had his own plan, so he gently refused her. It's okay. Having witnessed too many similar cases, she guessed Kong Wu's mood and thought in depression. He must be shocked that his rank is so low. However, in this state, he will easily lose his life inside the gate. For many people, it's a death sentence, so she understood. If someone is at F rank, it's better to give up being a player. While distracted, the crystal sphere next to her began to change from transparent white to deep black. The girl immediately discovered the abnormality of the sphere and asked in amazement, "Why is the color?" When she reached out to check curiously, "What is happening? Is it broken?" A second later, the sphere seemed overloaded and directly split in half, releasing powerful energy, startling her. Just now, that person's rank was definitely F. Moments later, smoke and powerful dark energy still lingered around the sphere, making the specialist freeze, her heart full of mixed feelings. She was astonished, not expecting this case. Impossible. Even Baek Hwa-yeon's color, Kang Hyun, an S-rank person, was only dark gray. There is no reason for black to exist. Then she called a receptionist. "Receptionist, please help me change the crystal sphere." Putting that aside, the scene shifts to the front of a dungeon gate, a place bustling with the solicitations of countless people. Looking for a team. Someone instructed. "Any mages?" "Over here." "Rogue looking for a team." "No rogues accepted." "Looking for a healer." "Only accepting D rank and above." "Fighter." "Any fighters?" The competition for choosing a team was very high. Kangwoo witnessed this scene more clearly than ever as soon as he arrived. "I am a rogue. We don't accept rogues. We will accept anyone who doesn't have a team yet. Do you guys accept thieves?" Hearing constant rejections for this class, Kangwoo could only sigh and think, why does everyone refuse thieves? A second later, he approached the gate and presented his documents to the guard. "Here is my player card." He thought coldly. "However, it has nothing to do with me." It didn't take long for the soldier to verify the information. "I have verified that you are an E-rank player. You may pass." Ignoring the hustle and bustle outside, Kangwoo entered the dungeon gate for the first time with his hunting goal. When he completely passed through the gate to a new land, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like I made it in." Kangwoo couldn't hide his anxiety, thinking, "I was a bit afraid it would be Hell rank F." Due to the after effects of teleportation negatively affecting his body, Kangwoo held his head and exclaimed, "I don't like anything that requires teleportation. Feels weird too." Saying that, Kangwoo stretched his shoulders to regain his spirit, preparing for his hunt, telling himself, "I should probably start looking for monsters first." Suddenly, a large dark shadow appeared behind Kangwoo, calling out to him. Just as he was stretching, he tilted his head back to stare. Seeing the huge shape made him ask himself, "A bear?" Turns out what he saw was a huge man looking straight down at him, calling, "Hey friend." A second later he probed, "Are you here alone? Have you gone through the second awakening yet?" Having no information about the opponent, Kangwoo only replied with a few polite sentences. "That's right. That's right." Seeing the big guy in front approaching him for unknown reasons made him wary. "What does this guy want?" From behind, the big guy's teammates spoke up. "Thaiso, we are ready." Kangwoo replied to him, "No, I haven't gone through the second awakening." Hearing this, suddenly he shouted aloud, "Oh my!" echoing, startling both teammates. A second later, he cheerfully told Kangwoo, "Seems like you haven't participated in the basic course. An E-rank person hunting in a team is much better than going alone." He even eagerly made an offer to the Demon King. "What do you think about that? If you haven't joined any team yet," finished speaking, he pointed towards his team, nominating, "You could try playing with our team." Seeing the teammate acting presumptuously, the female mage of the team shouted at him loudly, "Hey, Thaiso, why are you deciding on your own?" The swordsman behind also agreed. "That's right. It's not like he can help anyway." Hearing those cruel words of abandonment, Taesu flew into a rage and scolded back. "Come on, you guys. You know what situation he is in right now, don't you? We will save his life. If you guys are really that worried, I won't accept magic stones from you guys anymore. Add him to our team." Seeing his enthusiasm made Kangwoo consider. Seems like he's a good person. On the other hand, Taesu was still trying hard to persuade everyone, as long as he doesn't get in our way. But after all, Kangwoo decided to decline his offer. "Thank you for your invitation, but I will hunt alone. No team needed." Not letting him finish, the giant Taesu ran over to shake his hand excitedly. Now they agreed. "We should introduce ourselves, right? My name is Kong Taesu. Your name is..." Kangwoo, having a plan early on, politely refused him. "I am Kangwoo. Thank you for doing that." but I have no intention of joining any team. Still not letting him finish, Tae-soo laughed loudly, drowning out his voice. Just speak naturally. I may look like this, but I'm only 24 years old. Hearing the age made Kong Woo freeze, face blank, doubting life. Excuse me? He's lying. 24 years old with that face. Tae-soo had calculated it all. Just finished speaking, he pulled out his info card for Kong Woo to see, speaking clearly and expectantly amidst the boredom of his teammates behind. See? Born in 1999. It's me, Kong Tae-soo. This ridiculous story made Kong Woo ask himself, what the hell happened in the last 5 years? But putting that aside, he returned to his topic, nodding. Then, I will speak comfortably. A second later, he called his name directly. Tae-soo, I'm very grateful for your offer, but I entered here with a plan, specific in mind. The surrounding teammates understood his intention early on, so they didn't want to say anything more, leaving only Tae-soo's confused humming. After a long while, he could only scratch his head in regret. If you are that determined, then there's no other way. Tae-soo, being kind-hearted, didn't forget to advise Kong Woo. However, be careful. This area is inhabited by goblins. However, among them, there is a strong goblin. It is called Hobgoblin. Basically, it's a bigger goblin, stronger and more dangerous than the others. It is a boss monster of a completely different level compared to ordinary goblins. So you must run away from it at all costs. Seeing him so dedicated made Kong Woo smile slightly, thinking, he really is kind. Then he opened his mouth to thank him. All right, thank you for your advice. After conveying the necessary notes, it was time for Tae-soo's group to leave. He didn't forget to tell Kong Woo. Take care then. Seeing that enthusiastic appearance, Kong Woo sighed. If I were really a new F-rank recruit, I might have joined them, but he didn't belong to that group. He rolled up his sleeves to get to work. However, I'm better off alone. Kong Woo stepped into the forest, burning with spirit. Then, let's go. Just finished speaking. Kong Woo flew like the wind, disappearing in an instant from sight. While moving, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. Traces of goblins. There are quite a lot of them. It must be somewhere around here. Zooming past the trees, he excitedly discovered. Found it. Kong Woo didn't hesitate to rush straight into the middle of the goblin pack. Here it is. Kong Woo, without a word, took the first head as soon as he found the goblin lair. +1. Several died unexpectedly at Kong Woo's hands. Upon discovering an enemy infiltrating the base, the goblins immediately signaled the others about his presence. But under Kong Woo's speed, just as he killed one, he rushed to another. With terrifying speed, not giving the goblins time to react. Discovering a whole village of soldiers for him to level up without needing to search, Kong Woo was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Jackpot!" They were terrified and alert. Standing in front of weak goblins, Kong Woo unleashed his power freely. Let's roll! Although goblins didn't have high intelligence or strength, they didn't fear anyone. Seeing the enemy was Kong Woo, they immediately became chaotic, simultaneously pointing their swords at him. Kong Woo took the momentum to attack. One slash took two. Turning to the other side, another strike sent two more away. Taking advantage of his inattention, a goblin jumped up intending to launch a blind spot attack. But he is the main character, he calculated it all. Just finishing those two, he used the momentum of his hand to launch a strike, turning his body with inertia to finish off the cowardly one. For him, that wasn't enough. When he regained distance with the others, he turned his hips to draw the blade to parry with the others. Without a word, he swung hard towards the enemy, enough to send a few into his experience bar. Kong Woo finished this cluster and flashed to another cluster before the goblins' astonishment. They just raised their swords. A second later, it was neat and productive. One after another, one by one, sometimes two or three at once. All of them resisted in vain. The blades just freely bathed in blood. They were just tools in Kong Woo's crazy dance. The weak links, seeing their teammates fall one by one, were trembling like leaves hearing Kong Woo's voice. Still, so many? At this moment, the joy of slaughter had just begun. He smiled excitedly looking at the goblins. Then, I'll send you guys off. Just finished speaking, his sword continued, dancing in the wilderness. After a while, his sword stopped swinging and slowly retracted. The chaotic space initially was gradually replaced by Kong Woo's tired sighs. Killed quite a lot. Looking back at his battlefield, he exclaimed to himself, "So many monsters, it's tiring." Suddenly, a notification board appeared. Looking closely, he saw a few important notifications. You have defeated E-rank monsters. Goblins. Experience increased. Leveled up 4 times. Demonic energy stat increased by 1. He asked himself in surprise. Seems like if I level up, then demonic energy will also increase. Putting that aside, he reached out to the corpse of a cold goblin on the ground. For now, I know there is no energy in magic stones. When he activated Authority of Predation, the entire surrounding scene darkened. A series of mouths from a void began to appear, devouring Kong Wu's spoils lying on the ground. While focusing on operating everything, he felt something. I can feel it. Magic. After observing, when the pieces of their bodies, he concluded, but the source of demonic energy is not in the magic stone. I can feel it in their entire bodies. The strength varies depending on the time of death, which means if I absorb the corpses of newly dead monsters, I can gather demonic energy. Bit by bit, Kong Wu was excited. I can sell magic stones this way and earn demonic energy too. When the corpses had completely turned into bones, Kong Wu happily arranged them. I just have to pick up the magic stones before leaving. While happily picking up each magic stone, remaining after devouring the corpses, he was curious. If I sell all these stones, how many chickens can I buy? Looking at the clean white bones scattered on the ground, he imagined, come to think of it, I only ate the meat and left the bones. Just like eating chicken. Mentioning chicken, he immediately associated it with golden, crispy, hot chicken thighs and wings drooling. But chicken makes people crave it much more. After getting out of here, maybe I'll dash to the chicken shop. Inviting Seola too. Thinking of the scene where Seola gently feeds him a piece of chicken made Kong Wu drool with pleasure. Even a king only gets this much. Having great motivation, he was vigorous as if his power increased by 200%, continuously scooping up magic stones on the ground, shouting loudly. Seola, wait for me. I will treat you to sauced chicken. Crispy fried chicken and pickled radishes too. While enthusiastic, suddenly a loud noise came from somewhere, making Kong Wu freeze and listen. He turned his head alertly, admiringly discovering the interesting thing in front. Seeing the large figure, he was curious. Is that the thing Taesu mentioned? A hobgoblin? The large goblin, without a word, shot its red eyes at Kong Wu, growling. In its eyes now, it had locked onto his image. A second later, it roared loudly, its whole body emitting powerful energy. Kong Wu was startled, bewildered, and stunned. Is it magic? Looking at the giant green monster rushing towards him, Kong Wu was a bit surprised. It knows how to control magic? He stood ready in a defensive stance. Eyes. Determined. Magic. Eyes. Kong Wu narrowed them, calculating deeply. If talking about destructive power, then my demonic energy is much higher level than this guy's magic. But, in a flash, it raised its blade high and stood right in front of Kong Wu, amidst the terrifying growl. The green monster didn't hesitate to smash down hard on where he was standing. Luckily, Kong Wu escaped by a hair's breadth. But even though he dodged to the side, the force of its stomp was still able to blow Kong Wu away a long distance. Immediately, he raised the 2 knives attached to his hands to block. Then its smash arrived. This time it knocked Kong Wu really far. Before he could land, the massive body raised its blade and rushed over without him noticing. Another powerful smash was unleashed. Rocks and soil flew up, dust covering the area. When the dust settled a bit, a sturdy foot appeared. Kong Wu lowered his center of gravity, raising both hands over his head, successfully blocking the monster's attack. But this was a bit too much for him. Kong Wu clenched his teeth, his eyes staring at the point of impact, feeling a bit worried. The problem is the difference in physical strength stemming from weight class. A while later, seems he couldn't take it anymore. Gritting his teeth tightly, using the little strength remaining, Kong Wu deflected its attack to the side, successfully dodging this time. But that made the monster even more furious. It bared its fierce teeth, looking at him. Kong Wu saw it wasn't good, hurriedly attacking first. It quickly leaned over using armor, shoulder to block the blow, then used the momentum to knock him away a distance. Looking at the armor, that only had a crack. Kong Wu cursed silently. Damn it, I was knocked back by its armor because my stats are still low. I need to find a bigger weakness. While complaining, he leaned to dodge the blade slicing towards him. Yet its next attack speed was faster. forcing Kong Wu to use full speed to dodge, saving himself. Each attack was faster. He dodged lower and lower, almost pressing his body to the ground. Seeing it couldn't hit Kong Wu, the monster became angry, raising the blade high, using its large foot to stomp down, then kicked in the direction of his dodge. It used the blade to slash, then knelt down to block the retreat, then used its hand to swipe, hooking, doing all kinds of poses. Yet Kong Wu's body seemed made of water, dodging skillfully before the deadly blade tip. This time he stepped back a bit further, body hunched close to the ground. Eyes still focused on the monster's moves, head quickly calculating. That sturdy arm helps it fight well. As the leader, it will definitely be different. Kong Wu's face hardened. He narrowed his eyes, calculating the next step. With the goblins, I killed. This time it still used the blade to slice across. Kong Wu still dodged normally, but the tree behind him didn't. It was cut in half with just one slash. Looking at the gravelly ground in front, Kong Wu thought to himself. However, in the name of the destroyer of its territory, he conveniently grabbed a stone in front of him, then while flexibly dodging its attack, thinking about the story just now, and killing its pile of minions. It is simply my entertainment prey. Kong Wu curled his lips slightly. The stone he just picked up was also quickly thrown forward at terrifying speed, aiming straight at the green monster. When it touched the monster and fell down, it revealed that the stone was the skull of its own kind. It got angry, frowning deeply, roaring loudly. He kept the pose from just now, confidently declaring, "This must be enough." Kong Wu clenched his fist, exploding with anger, gathering all the massive power. Authority of rage, colossal. His body began to transform, eyes glowing with blue light. Veins also popped out fiercely. He loosened his hand, thinking, "Not mine, but yours." Finished speaking, behind the green monster appeared a demon, even more terrifying. The green monster seemed unaware. It was still directing all gazes at Kong Wu, its mouth emitting angry growls, wanting to rush up and devour him alive. A second later came the same growl, but this time it moaned in pain, because its body was being gripped tight by a sharp claw, making the green monster unable to do anything. Kong Wu sighed in relief. Done. Yet a second later, the hand holding the blade tightened a bit more. Then the green monster recklessly rushed forward, throwing a shocking slash. Luckily, he squatted down to dodge in time. But the forest behind wasn't so lucky. This time not one, but many trees were cut in half at the same time. It wasn't satisfied yet, flipping the blade to slash again. Kong was fine. The trees were split into 5 or 7 pieces miserably. He paused for a moment. This authority actually is a type of enhancement support, helping amplify the user's strength many times over. The green monster's eyes glowed. It roared loudly, then rushed to attack like crazy, punching and hooking board, switching to using the blade to whip continuously. In that noisy and dim space, Kong Wu continuously dodged, but still had time to think. But actually, the price of that authority is a curse, making the target's brain a decoration. He used supersonic speed to dodge its attacks, mouth still smiling brightly, eyes shining with confidence. Simple and messy attacks of an irrational monster. Kong Wu's eyes turned red, mouth still keeping that smile. Raising his fist high, he also began to attack. His calculations were gradually proven. Is the easiest thing, creating many holes to attack. Kong Wu rushed up confidently amidst the monster's blade slash. While dodging, he attacked its left knee first. This move made it roar in pain, successfully making it collapse. Kneeling on one leg, Kong Wu clenched his fist, looking up to judge the next attack direction. The green monster raised the blade high. His attack, just now, activated its attack passive, eyes glowing. The green monster used all its strength to slash down. He was a bit dazed by this attack, and didn't know who the blood spurting out belonged to, Kong Wu or the green monster. The green monster lay motionless. Kong Wu's blade pierced through its head, scattering blood everywhere. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, looking at his blood-stained hand. Kong Wu lamented softly, "So helpless. If I had power, it would be easy. Does that mean I have to start over again?" He shook his hand to get the blood off, then looked at the virtual mailbox in front. A bit surprised, Kong Wu clicked on it and lines of notifications appeared. You have cleared the monster territory alone. You will receive 150% experience points. You have successfully defeated a C-rank boss monster. Hobgoblin. He mumbled. That was a boss. The notification board continued. You have leveled up 3 times. This line surprised Kongwu a bit. Next was, you have unlocked the second awakening after reaching level 10. Your second awakening special ability has been unlocked. He clenched his fist in joy. This information made Kongwu extremely excited. Alright, second awakening. Notes about this power also followed. Second awakening special ability. Insatiable hunger. Effect. You will absorb more demonic energy from defeated targets when using predation. He thought, not bad, even though it's not a strong skill. From now on, I can absorb more demonic energy. Kongwu operated continuously on the virtual screen, excitedly whispering, if I use the benefits of being a player, I can become stronger, right? Then, let's see how strong my special ability is. Looking at the large corpse in front, he gently placed his hand on its head, quietly activating. Predation. A strong dark current appeared. It quickly devoured the large corpse. Kongwu looked at the light hovering on his hand and exclaimed, the aura is darker. Is this the effect of the special ability? Thinking, he touched the corpse, which was now just a shadow. The system quickly followed with a notification. Insatiable hunger. Activated. You will absorb more demonic energy. Your demonic energy stat will increase by 3. Total demonic energy. 19. These stats surprised Kongwu. The absorption amount definitely increased. Holding a small energy ball in his hand, he seemed satisfied. Defeating strong monsters will definitely make me stronger. The large corpse was now just white bones. Kongwu narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. Perfect. Let's see how this increase in demonic energy affects. He closed his eyes to feel. The demonic energy just now surrounded him again. But Kongwu was slightly surprised. My power. I thought I would be at least twice as strong as before. He clenched his fist. Doubt arose. 3 times more than I thought. Why did it increase so fast? Kongwu silently exclaimed. Power suddenly skyrocketing could be dangerous. Demonic aura rose, embracing him in an illusion. Maybe. Kongwu sat down completely, feeling the plane beneath his feet. This place is Demon Gate of Marba. He seemed to discover something. Thinking, I knew it. Kongwu's brows furrowed tight, feeling a bit uneasy. The seal on the Demon Gate of Marba is weaker. He lowered his eyes, with confusion. But why? Besides awakening, there shouldn't be any other special changes. Glancing at the virtual notification board beside him, then as if realizing something, he shouted in his heart. Kongwu made a guess in his head. Don't tell me every time I unlock an awakening. You have unlocked the second awakening. After reaching level 10, unlock second awakening. The seal on the Demon Gate of Marba weakens? He curled his lips confidently. Eyes also became more determined. If that's true, then if I keep leveling up, I will be able to regain my original power. If so, there's more reason to go to higher rank gates. Kongwu stood up straight, cheering himself on. All right, he picked up the gem under the skeleton. Up. Then Kongwu smiled strangely, playing with the gem in his hand and whispering. Next target is the third awakening at level 20. A long while later, an eatery bustling with voices. Among them were him and Seola sitting and eating, as if he hadn't eaten for 8 lifetimes. Kongwu stuffed a piece of fried chicken into his mouth. The other hand didn't wait, grabbing the next piece. He devoured piece by piece deliciously. Swallowing, his hand grabbed the beer mug, then gulped down half the mug in one go. Then Kongwu slammed the mug on the table, shouting refreshingly. So good. Seola, sitting opposite, saw him eating happily and smiled, asking, Is it that good? Kongwu wiped his mouth and replied, That's right. Very delicious. So Seola wanted to tease him, asking a fatal question. Better than the kimchi stew I cooked, successfully making Kongwu speechless, hesitating to choose. That. A while later he replied seriously. Even so, I like your kimchi stew better. Waiting for that, Seola smiled and said, I am kidding. You're really funny. Kongwu. He held up the beer mug to hide his embarrassment, smiling awkwardly. Really? Knowing she was a bit too hasty, she put more food on Kongwu's plate, inviting. Eat mine too. Kongwu. He made an O sound, happily asking, Are you sure? But not letting Seola answer, he quickly said, Thank you so much. Suddenly, she fell silent for a moment. A while later, Seola hesitantly spoke up. Kong Wu, if you don't mind. Kong Wu was still chewing happily, looking up at her. Seola paused a bit before continuing. Do you have friends? Or family? The question made Kong Wu freeze. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet, even though the laughter of people around was still lively as usual. He picked up the beer mug to finish it, then slammed it down, but this time a bit aggressively. No friends. The fork Kong Wu slammed fell to the floor, bouncing rhythmically. He replied sadly, Family? No family either. She looked at him worriedly, probing. Then where do you sleep? Kong Wu lowered his head to hide his current emotions, answering Seola in the calmest tone. I actually have nowhere to go. But the hands holding the fork trembled slightly, revealing his true emotions. Seeing that, she made an offer. I don't know if you're okay with it, but if you don't mind, would you like to stay in my house? Hearing this sentence, Kong Wu widened his eyes, asking back in surprise. Are you sure? Seola reached out to take another fork from the box and said, In this short time, you don't know how much you've helped me. No need to worry. She smiled, explaining. Kong Wu scratched his head in confusion, making a sound, shyly replying, Then I will accept your offer. Taking the fork from Seola's hand, he said happily, Good luck to both of us. Seola. She also said okay loudly, then smiled teasingly. I will also have to ask you to take care of me. Kong Wu. Seola looked at him affectionately, thinking, Seems like Kong Wu has a lot of things he wants to say. Sitting for a while, he suddenly remembered and exclaimed, Also, I have something I want to give you. Kong Wu pushed out a thick envelope and said, This is probably about 3 million won. Seola widened her eyes in surprise, hurriedly asking, Huh? But why did you? Kong Wu calmly replied, Consider my rent. She waved her hand, stammering, If so, I can't accept it. Seola lowered her voice sadly. You helped me so much. If I accept this money too. Not letting her finish, he interrupted with reassurance. You spent a lot recently too. I know you were struggling quite a bit. Seola stammered, not letting her refuse further. He pushed it forward, then lifted his hand off the pile of money and said, No need to feel pressured, because I eat your food too. If you don't like calling it rent, then call it grocery money. Looking at the pile of money lying alone on the table, Seola had to accept it, helplessly exclaiming, Really? She hugged the pile of money in her hand, eyes teary, looking at Kong Wu. Thank you so much. Kong Wu. He smiled awkwardly, saying, No need. So Seola made an offer. Then tomorrow I will use better meat to cook kimchi stew. It will be even more delicious than before. Hearing that, he drooled excitedly, playing along. Are you telling the truth? Happy inside. I get to eat kimchi stew every day. I knew it. Seola really is an angel. I will sell magic stones to make money and make her happy. Just thinking about it made Kong Wu cry tears of joy. Then remembering something, he paused the action and asked, Seola, is there any D-rank gate nearby? She thought for a moment, then replied, If you're looking for a D-rank gate, there's one nearby. Although I haven't been there, I heard it's full of lizard men. Kong Wu put another piece of chicken in his mouth. His eyes absent-mindedly fell into thought. Lizard men. I have to go there tomorrow. I have to defeat stronger monsters and unlock the next awakening faster, along with making more money. Thinking, but he didn't forget to eat. His hand kept stabbing pieces of meat on the plate. His mind was still drifting. But really, are lizard men delicious? Thinking about this issue, Kong Wu opened his mouth to call. Seola, is it possible? Seola led Kong Wu to a bedroom that had been unoccupied for a long time. She introduced, This room used to be my brother's, but now you can use it as you like. Kong Wu stepped into the room with his personal belongings. He politely replied, Thank you very much. Seola. Kong Wu sat down on the single bed in the room. He expressed his sincere gratitude to her. Thanks to you, I can have a comfortable sleep. Seola blushed slightly and replied, You're welcome. Perhaps seeing it was late, Seola didn't stay to disturb Kong Wu's rest. She walked out of the room, conveniently turning off the light for him. Then, good night. Kong Wu, he replied gently. Good night, Seola. The room door closed, but not completely. There was still a small gap, letting light from outside into the dark room. He looked towards that light for a moment, then quietly lay on the single bed thinking, This is the comfort I couldn't feel for the past 10,000 years. So quiet. Comfortable too. Indeed, it was the right decision. To return here. Somewhere else. Many people were gathering as if preparing for an important mission. Here, the activity of finding teammates. Recruiting people for their team was extremely lively. The first person called out, "I'm looking for a spearman who has awakened to the second stage." The second person shouted, "I'm looking for people with special abilities higher than C rank." The third group recruited, "We are running a team ready to accept you quickly and safely during the awakening time." To stage 3, Kong-woo thought to himself, "Since I reached D rank, there will be teammates here." While looking for teammates alone, accidentally crossing his eyes, was the image of Tae-hyun kneeling down begging to join. "A team. Please, let me join. I will be quiet and help everyone bandage or something." The other person bluntly refused. "We don't accept people who only know how to bandage." Kong-woo was slightly surprised. It's him again. At this rate, they have to accept him. I feel bad. He walked to the rank confirmation gate of the player. The soldier on duty examined his card and confirmed. "All right, we have confirmed you are a D rank player." Kong-woo still had some questions about Tae-hyun's story just now. But then Kong-woo put it aside. "Ja, not my business anyway." Kong-woo entered the D rank gate. He walked in, looked around for a while, then finally lay down on the grass. "Finally, this is a D rank gate, huh? Should I move secretly?" Meaning doing it, Kong-woo immediately used the authority of silence. Kong-woo asked himself, "Lizard men." He remembered what Seola had said. They're sensitive to sound, but their eyesight isn't good. If you don't approach silently, they will immediately pounce on you. Lizard men are large lizards that walk on 2 legs like humans and are the size of an adult. Except for these 2 characteristics, they look no different from normal lizards in appearance. Kong-woo's eyes became bright. Found them. Seola had educated Kong-woo about lizard men. They're also afraid of fire. So if there's a fire mage in your team, it will be more effective in hunting lizard men. Remembering this, immediately he used the authority of a demon, Andres, Hellfire, to burn all the lizard men present at the scene. Because their eyes couldn't see the future clearly, they caught fire. They tried to struggle, jumping into the water, doing everything to extinguish the fire instinctively. Kong-woo just stood aside watching, silently reminding himself, you cannot extinguish hellfire by normal fire extinguishing methods. If you don't use demonic energy or magic to suppress the fire, you will never be able to extinguish it. And because it burns life force, not your physical body, you can only leave a corpse for the enemy. Come to think of it, Han Tae-hyun's guild name is Andres, right? I think he just picked a random name somewhere. I mean, if things don't work out, I can just destroy everything myself. After seeing the lizard men completely lose all their power, behind him, there was still another group of lizard men. Kong-woo looked back at them and calculated whether he should hunt more or not. Should I hunt another pack? While hesitating whether to do it or not, someone's voice cut off his train of thought. A boy spoke up asking, looking at your equipment, you must be new, right? Do you want to join our hunting guild? Kong-woo wasn't very interested in this topic. He just asked politely, what guild? We are the Andres Guild. Kong-woo looked at the group for a moment, then replied, I'm not interested. Saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving the person behind. Ho-jun looked at his attitude and got angry, mixed with confusion. What the hell? One arrogant brat. Looks like a newbie, but isn't humble at all. The woman beside him softly asked, Honey, what should we do? If we return like this, the guild master will. He replied, Yeah, if things are already like this, then just bring back half his life and dump the body somewhere. It's been a long time since we relieved some stress. Let's teach that guy a life lesson. His face became darker, showing an impure ambition. Leaving that group, Kong-woo continued hunting lizard men, using the old move to defeat all of them. After destroying quite a number of lizard men, he thought to himself, seems like I ate the whole neighborhood. Safety is good, but to level up fast, a little danger is fine. Kong-woo needed something glowing with purple rays. Maybe it was all the power of the lizard men just now combined. He looked at it, stroking his chin and thought, what should I do? Immersed in his own world. Suddenly someone's call startled him, hand clenching, the glowing object, reflexively turning towards the sound. Hey, he analyzed. This voice is... The other person seemed to read his mind. He spoke up. Don't remember? It's your senior. I was wondering if the newbie was hunting well, so I came here to check. He observed the group once and silently commented. It's the people from before. Just looking at him, I can tell. Definitely the scum type who specializes in bullying the weak. Kong Wu acted calm. You worry in vain. As you can see, I'm doing very well here. Ho Jun looked at him with some disdain. Really? But your clothes are still clean. There isn't even a single corpse next to you. Kong Wu replied with an indifferent voice. Because I wanted to rest a bit. Ho Jun raised his senior voice questioning. But why is your attitude toward this senior so flippant? Because being nice brings trouble, Kong Wu decided not to yield. He replied, because I find the senior a bit annoying. This indifferent tone directly made him mad. God, this bastard. The angrier he got, the more indifferent Kong Wu acted. What? You want to fight? Taehyun, standing behind, seemed unable to hold back his anger. He rushed up. This guy is really... Words not yet finished. A hand reached out to stop him. Stop. Hu Yun Li Shult. But, Ho Jun said, don't worry. I've thought of a way to teach this cheeky bastard a lesson. Kong Wu thought to himself. If this guy acts so ignorant of the world like this, maybe he belongs to B rank at the lowest. Hu Yun left scornfully. You really are an annoying guy. But I will make you regret it right now. Kong Wu showed no fear. On the contrary, he looked excited. Worth looking forward to. Ho Jun held his sword firmly in his hand. Let me see how long you can joke around. Saying that, he tapped the sword hard against the iron guard on his forearm, creating a very loud noise. His teammate spoke up to remind him. Do you know that lizard men are very sensitive to noise? Kong Wu looked at him like looking at a fool showing off, not knowing what he wanted to do. So annoying, not just tapping once. He was crazy enough to tap again really hard. This noise successfully attracted the lizard men. Ripples appeared from under the water. He was cheerful. Coming. Prepare a defensive spell for yourself. After stepping into the shield, he looked at him with eyes full of disdain. What are you going to do to stop me? Just by sound, I can distinguish hundreds of types. This might be a bit too much to teach an arrogant guy like you, right? So if you kneel down and beg me, maybe I'll reconsider before beating you to a cripple. Now you're so scared you can't speak? At this moment, Kong Wu calmly replied, I kept wondering how strong you guys were, but I didn't expect it to be just this much. Ho Jun heard a bit of contempt in his words. He couldn't understand and asked, what the hell are you saying? Kong was teaching that group how to scare someone. If you want to scare someone, at least it has to be like this. His two hands tried to spread wide to both sides, gathering power and then using the authority of supersonic. Just a clap of his hands was dozens of times louder than Ho Jun tapping his sword on his forearm guard. Of course, he wouldn't stop there. It was just the beginning. He was terrified. What? Hey, crazy bastard. Stop. He probably intended to fly up and stomp hard on the ground. But because those people begged, he gently landed on the ground and replied. Hu Yun panicked. What? What the hell is happening? This bastard. The scene became darker. Lizard men appeared from everywhere. They discovered Ho Jun's group's location. From inside, he exclaimed, he's really crazy. The woman panicked. I've never seen so many lizard men appear like this. Another guy didn't even give her time to panic. Hurry up and focus on fixing the shield. Ho Jun's group started infighting. You crazy lunatic. Planning to drag us all to die together, or what? From the ground, Kong Wu flew up to a tree branch and asked Ho Jun, didn't you say lizard men are very sensitive to noise? I know that. Know it well, in fact. The lizard men started attacking fiercely outside the shield. In this moment, Ho Jun screamed, 7 parts anger, 2 parts despair, 1 part confusion. Bastard, are you really crazy? Planning to kill everyone to satisfy your anger? Kong Wu just calmly replied, what are you saying? I have no intention of dying. From a tree branch. His eyes became more dangerous. His words also became sharper. The only ones who have to die here are you guys. He stood on the tree branch watching the group inside the cramped shield fighting the lizard men gradually surrounding them outside. This is the authority of silence. Seeing the lizard men not touching Kong Wu at all, Ho Jun panicked and guessed. Sound manipulation skill? Ho Jun screamed at his teammates. Pull that pole up again quickly. His teammate was attacked by a lizard man, pierced through the stomach. Another person looked at him with resentful eyes. Ho Jun sat down on the ground in fear because before his eyes, his teammates fell one by one, unable to resist. He tried to cover his mouth with both hands to suppress the sobbing. Helplessness to the extreme. He couldn't resist. Couldn't do anything else either. The only way he could do was sit there, trying not to make a sound. The weapon in the hand of the unfortunate teammate fell next to Ho-jun. He trembled, begging for Kong-woo's help. "Save me, please. I was wrong, so please." Responding to his panic. His despair was Kong-woo's indifference. He gently dropped a few words. "Goodbye. Good luck." Saying that, he clenched his fist and created a huge noise towards him. Ho-jun was completely desperate now. He screamed in helplessness. Bastard, and couldn't escape fate. He was attacked by the lizard men and died in pain. Helpless, fighting the devil, with a crueler devil, and murderous intent, with a murderous intent, even greater. Kong-woo stood on the tree branch, observing everything. Everything. Kong-woo used hellfire to burn everything. And when everything was stable, he decided to collect the spoils. Should start now, right? Kong-woo used the skill. Predation. The system notified demonic energy increased by 1. Cannot continue using predation on objects protected by Gaia's system. Seeing this notification, he thought in confusion. Gaia's system. Sounds familiar. And then he suddenly remembered. Since that time, standing amidst this chaotic scene, he thought to himself. So, now the things I'm looking at. The things here seem to be players protected by this thing called Gaia's system. I want to know if I can digest it. Player's special ability, using predation. He looked at Ho-jun's corpse. Next to that corpse was a magic stone. Kong-woo sighed softly. Well, doesn't matter. The amount of demonic energy I can use is still the most important thing. System notification. Demonic energy stat reached 30. He looked at it and exclaimed. Demonic energy has increased significantly compared to last time. Not talking about the amount of demonic energy. After collecting everything, Kong-woo tried opening Hellfire to check. And then he realized, the quality of the current demonic energy is what I'm talking about. I just need to level up. Really looking forward to the third awakening. I hunted too much today, so the third awakening isn't far away. He walked over to pick up the stone next to Ho-jun's corpse and returned. I'll continue a bit more. 3 days later, at Seola's house, Kong-woo lifted the whole pot and refreshingly slurped up all the food Seola cooked. He spared no praise. Still delicious as always today, Seola repeated. Thank you. Kong-woo, are you going to the gate to hunt again today? Kong-woo thought for a while, then replied. That's right. I'll probably be back by dinner. Seola lifted the kettle and exclaimed softly. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? You haven't rested for a few days. Kong-woo smiled and replied. I'm Fina. Remembering something. He asked her. Seola, when does your class end? She replied. I think I'll be done in a few days. Clearly, starting today, we will hunt goblins to level up. I don't know if we'll do well, but I also want to awaken the second time soon. She made tea while chatting with Kong-woo. He encouraged sincerely. I'm sure you will soon. She replied. Thank you. She gave him a cup of tea. Another cup before you go. You must be tired from lack of sleep. Kong-woo sincerely. Thank you. He thought to himself. Here is an angel. During the quiet time, remembering something, Seola spoke up. I forgot. I just remembered asking me to find out about the gate. She asked. Have you heard the news at the gate yet? He wondered. What news? She shared the knowledge she knew with him. There are rumors that high-level players are around it. Could be false rumors, but still be careful. Mr. Kong-woo. Hearing that, he thought to himself. High-level players disguising their rank and attacking other players? He asked himself, did the rumors start from those Andres bastards? No. And then he denied it himself. No. I looked around before hunting. There were no witnesses. Looking at the corpses, it looks like they were killed by lizard men. If the person in the rumor is me, then I don't have much to worry about. But I can't be sure. Kong-woo muttered to himself. I should prepare for many scenarios and level up as fast as possible. Maybe. System notified Kong-woo. You have reached level 20. When you reach level 20, you will awaken for the third time. Third awakening activated. He felt it himself. My magic increased a lot since last time. He thought to himself. But this time is a level completely different to verify the new power. So let's see. He tried using Hellfire and then commented to himself. Just as I thought. But there are a few things. He was still wondering inside. Every awakening, the seal on countless demon gates weakens, and demonic energy flows out through the weakened seal. Under the ground, appeared a piece of magic stone contained inside something like a monster's mouth, covered entirely by purple color, making the blue stone stand out even more. Kong Wu thought to himself, a magic stone. Should I take a look at it? System notified Kong Wu. Third stage, Awakener attribute. Craving for demonic mana. Rank A. You can convert mana and magic stones into demonic energy to absorb. Picking up the magic stone from the ground. He silently evaluated the stone quality. Not bad at all. It has demonic energy value equal to a monster. Like this, I can double the speed of absorbing demonic energy. Kong Wu thought with some regret. Although, seems I will also lose the money gained from selling magic stones. And then he decided, well, I've earned quite a bit these past few days, so temporarily, I have no reason to go to the magic stone trading center anymore. While doing something on the phone, Kong Wu suddenly came up with a pretty great idea. Since I have extra time anyway, I want to examine this new ability a bit more. I should also wander in the forest a bit more, right? Meaning doing it. Immediately, he took off his outer coat and wrapped it around his waist, starting the journey to explore this place. Kong Wu squatted down on the ground, using the authority of the sky to gain momentum to fly up high, to observe everything more conveniently. Hovering in midair for a moment, he suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, I haven't met that lizardman boss yet, right? I want to try absorbing a magic stone of slightly higher quality, but this forest limits visibility so much. Kong Wu sighed regretfully. I don't have enough demonic energy to use the authority of clairvoyance. While engrossed in observing the surroundings, somewhere came the sound of talking. Hey, what are you doing? Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, he wondered silently. This voice is Thao. True to his judgment, Tae-Soo was standing opposite Junho and shouting. Teeth clenched tight. Kong Wu flew closer to that area and observed everything. Junho's voice was full of disdain. This muscle-brained bastard. You really are disgustingly stubborn. Junho Kaimdin. This fits his stupid mind perfectly. However, he is tougher than I thought. Hiding behind a tree, Kong Wu wondered. What is happening? This is clearly unusual. His eyes darted towards Tae-Soo lying prone on the ground. Tae-Soo's voice roared. Why exactly? Looking for a long time, finally he remembered. That person, isn't that the guy who kept walking around looking for a team alone? Tae-Soo roared angrily at the other two. Why did you guys attack my team member? Junho's tone was full of disgust. Damn, your screaming is too loud. Junho reminded. What if you accidentally attract the attention of that violent lizard man? What then? He seemed not to care about this at all. He continued to question. Answer straight. After observing for a while, Kong Wu also drew a rough conclusion. Looking at it, I know he was betrayed. Seems those bastards are the troublemaking players in the rumors. And then he silently sighed in relief. Just as I thought. It wasn't me. Junho raised his weapon to attack Tae-Soo. Shut up and do as we say. He rushed to attack Tae-Soo. He used a shield to block, but because that power was too great, he was also affected. Body pushed back. Tae-Soo did nothing. He gritted his teeth, panting. Junho also an evaluation. This guy is really tough. Junho asks, is he really a second stage awakener? Why is he so strong? Tae-Soo's hand gripped the shield tight, slamming it hard on the ground, creating a yellow color surrounding that area. Voice full of determination. I won't lose easily as you guys want. Junho then answered Junho's question just now. He probably awakened with quite high attributes. Junho walked step by step towards Tae-Soo without looking back. But even so, a person who hasn't even passed the third awakening stands no chance against us. Tae-Soo's eyebrows furrowed tight, just like knitting needles. Junho stuck out his tongue to lick his beloved axe weapon. Eyes becoming sinister. Now, let's end this here. Junho was kind enough to remind. You remember we aren't allowed to kill him, right? He replied. Of course. Kong Wu wondered. They can't kill him? What does saying that mean? His eyes became deep, quietly observing the whole development. Kong Wu looked towards Tae-Soo, quietly hesitating. I ran here just because I was curious. But should I help him? Junho used the tone of the strong to remind Tae-Soo. Remember to keep your shield up. This will hurt a bit. Kong Wu was startled seeing his weapon. Wait, that is... Kong Wu immediately rushed out from the bushes, standing between Junho and turning his back to Tae-Soo to observe this weapon closer. And then he firmly confirmed. It's demonic energy. How can these guys have that? Junho looked at him in bewilderment. Who are you? Just passing by. Yunho exclaimed. This bastard is pretty unlucky. Seeing the person in front was a bit familiar. Taesu was surprised for a moment. One of the two guys over there spoke up. Since you know our faces, don't dream of leaving here safely. Taesu then suspiciously called. Mr. Kongwoo, Yunho stared at Kongwoo and asked Yunho. There's no reason to capture this guy alive, right? Junho replied as if it was obvious. Yeah, obviously. Taesu regained a bit of composure. We met the quota with those two. Yunho smiled sinisterly. Isn't it? All right. He held the axe, slowly advancing towards Kongwoo. Then, for the first time in a long while, seeing that, Taesu hurriedly warned. Mr. Kongwoo, run. Junho continued his unfinished sentence. I should also get to kill as I wish, right? He swung the axe hard towards Kongwoo. Contrary to his forceful appearance attacking, Kongwoo just needed to flick his hand slightly. He was blown far away before the astonished eyes of his teammate. Junho asked Junho, sitting on the ground in disbelief. What are you doing? Suddenly acting up? He held one side of his face. Back. Not me. Something is very strange. Before Junho could attack again, he was rushed by Kongwoo and punched repeatedly without missing a beat. Taesu was surprised. Mr. Kongwoo, seeing Junho beaten so miserably, Junho's team spirit rose. He held the stick rushing towards Kongwoo and roared. This dog, Kongwoo emotionlessly used the authority of the void to attack both of them. One guy in front, one guy on the side, handled quickly and neatly without a superfluous move with speed that people could only see after images. Junho got hit and screamed pitifully. Junho was even more miserable. His face was beaten, swollen like a pig's head. Probably even his biological mother wouldn't recognize her beloved son. Kongwoo walked towards him, one hand grabbing his hair, forcing him to look up, asking in a voice devoid of any emotion. Let me ask you this question. Where did you get that demonic energy? Junho, although beaten miserably, didn't answer immediately but roared. You dog, how do you know about? Words not finished, he had his face slammed hard on the ground by Kongwoo. Kongwoo grabbed Junho's hair and gritted out, asking again. I'm the one asking you. Answer obediently. I will ask one more time. Where did you get that demonic energy? Although his face was bruised and swollen like a pig's head, he was still stubborn. I can't say. Kongwoo denied. No, you don't want to tell me. That's correct. He had to use the skill, power of terror, to force him to speak. Indeed, under terrifying torture, Junho in fear uttered two words. Guildmaster. Guildmaster has. His words weren't finished yet. His teammate screamed. Shut up. Shut up, so. Are you sane? Because he was too annoying ruining the big plan. So Kongwoo gave him a blow. Stay still. Junho got hit and flew backwards, directly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Kongwoo continued interrogating. You just said Guildmaster. What is the guild name? Junho replied almost immediately. Andres. It's the Andres Guild. He knelt down trembling. Our guild master organized a ritual and gave me this power. Kongwoo asked curiously. Ritual? What ritual? Yunho stammered. That. Seeing that, Kongwoo approached and squeezed both his cheeks. Seems you haven't learned your lesson. Tell me. He continued to be tortured. This time trembling, he stammered. Ritual, 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 and then died, writhing in pain. Seeing no valuable information spoken, Kongwoo clicked his tongue looking at his corpse and guessed. They probably installed a device. That kills the subject if they talk about the ritual. Taesu at this moment carefully asked. Excuse me, are you Kongwoo? You're Kongwoo, right? Taeho at this moment also woke up. That's right, what happened? Taeso excitedly. Happy to meet an acquaintance again. I knew it. The Kongwoo I met before. Then he turned around. Awake? Taeo. He sat up looking at him and asked. Oh, this is... Taesu introduced. The player named Kongwoo saved us. And then remembering something, he immediately asked Kongwoo, but I thought you were at the Irang gate. Kongwoo calmly replied, I went there to do some stuff. That's all. Remembering the scene that day the two met, he asked as if confirming, so you're a new player? He replied, so that's why you needed to think. Taesu solved his wonder from back then. He happily shook Kongwoo's hand. Anyway, thank you. If not for you, we would have died because of those stupid crazy guys. His large hand held his hand tight and shook it hard, looking a bit funny. Taeho, standing beside, blushed, shyly scratching his ear. I also want to thank you. But perhaps because of shyness, his voice was too small to attract attention. Taiso long it loudly. But wow, I didn't expect to meet again like this. And you're a high-level player too. I will definitely repay this favor. Kongwu also smiled, politely replying. All right, thank you. Remembering the Andres group, his tone was a bit disdainful. But those Andres bastards, their reputation isn't glorious either. But I didn't expect them to have players using demonic energy. I have to report this immediately and warn the Warang Corps about this. Hearing a strange name, Kongwu asked back, Wahonko. Taesu educated him. It's a group of players under government management. If we report the Andres Guild is using players utilizing demonic energy, they will investigate immediately. Kongwu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Really? Taesu, don't report what happened here right now. Taesu was a bit surprised. Huh? You plan to? Kongwu stated his decision. The Andres Guild. I will handle them myself. Taesu accepted. If you request so, then I understand. Although he couldn't understand Taesu's logic, finally Kongwu resigned. All right, first, forget what happened here. Taesu suddenly knelt on one knee, surprising him. Taiso solemnly. To Kong Shirhu, I will obey your orders. I will help your journey to make the Andres Guild pay for what they did. Kongwu was surprised. What? Taesu continued. Punishing their evil deeds with your own hands. What you're doing? Kongwu's inner voice was tumultuous. What is he saying? Taesu was filled with spirit, the heroism only found in movies. Kongwu immediately denied in his heart. Absolutely not. Taiso, I like it very much. I also like movies. Kongwu's inner voice was full of question marks. Taesu was determined. Kong Taesu, have fallen for your heroism. I must repay you. I want to join this journey with you and repay you along the way. He was confused for a moment. What? Looking at the excited face, filled with spirit of Taesu, he silently compared. He's exactly like Balak. Taeho suddenly bowed down, shouting loudly, surprising Kongwu a bit. I also want to thank you, sir. I know right now I'm just a dakbong, but I will definitely find a way to repay. Kongwu, looking at him doing such an action, he could only smile awkwardly. Being a dakbong, Kongwu associated with the conversation before. It means bandits should shut up and bandage. Those bandits are famous for not being good at dealing damage and tanking. This term was created because they wouldn't let us join other teams, he thought. So it means that a large hand quickly supported Taeho. Taesu spoke up. This is our destiny. He laughed, loudly patting the person beside him. If you want to repay him, why don't we form a team? Kongwu stood helplessly looking at the two of them, silently exclaiming, for whose benefit is this? Taeho was so moved that tears were about to fall. He clenched his hands. I really appreciate it, but now I can't do anything. I was defeated and became the biggest burden for Mr. Taesu. Taesu pursed his lips, slightly looking to the side, hearing him speak. Taeho shouted loudly, heart full of determination. I want to become stronger to help you too. See you again. Taesu laughed, loudly patting his shoulder, praising. Your attitude is truly chivalrous. Your courage to train more, to repay others, is truly admirable. Kongwu stood opposite, looking at the two of them with a strange look, helplessly thinking, are these guys crazy? Taeho bowed again. I'm going now. The two beside him hurriedly waved politely. Is that so? He stood there thinking. Having someone know me is good too. Then looked at Taesu chatting with Taeho. Take care, he thought. But the problem now, what should I do with this bastard? Kongwu suddenly spoke up. Unkle Taiso. Hearing his voice. Taifa vure deeply. Yes, Mr. Kongwu. He continued asking. What level are you? Taiso deeply. I'm level 12. I just awakened for the second time not long ago. He continued probing. What rank is your initial skill? Taiso ixidalu reconteth. My special ability in the first awakening was C rank. So, I leveled up by hunting. Kongwu, with a curious face, asked again. So what is the rank of the special ability in the second awakening? Taesu put his hands on his hips somewhat proudly. My special ability in the second awakening is A rank. He stood there silently admiring the person in front, thinking, This bastard has more potential than I thought. Kong Wu probed again. Then why not join a guild? You can join any guild you like. Tae-soo closed his eyes, explaining. I was quite hesitant about which guild to join. But now I don't need to join a guild anymore. Kong Wu was quite surprised hearing his answer. Tae-soo clenched his fist, voice full of determination. The real man, Kong Tae-soo. I've decided to follow you, Kong Wu, then laughed loudly. Kong Wu stood there looking at him thinking. Really good. He imagined Tae-soo's development. Players receiving high rank for the second awakening will likely possess stronger abilities in the third and fourth. He smiled, gently thinking of Seola. Come to think of it, Seola will awaken for the second time soon too. Then spoke up. That's good. From now on I will recruit you. Making Tae-soo scream excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Kong Wu. He took out his phone. Then give me your contact number. If you need my help, I'll come right away. He exchanged contact information while speaking up. All right. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Tae-soo's eyes suddenly flashed. Just say it, Kong Wu. Kong Wu was a bit annoyed, scolding. Move away. You're making me tired. After exchanging contact information, he gave the phone back to Tae-soo and instructed. In the next few days, my acquaintance will complete basic training. I want you to form a team with that person and level up together. The two continued chatting. Can I know that person's class? Kong Wu. She's a healer. Tae-soo was happy. Then I'm very happy to join her. Damage dealers are quite easy to find, so I will try to create a really strong team. Kong Wu was satisfied. Then I will contact you later. Tae-soo asked again. Are you going to Yonder's guild now? He looked into the distance silently. At this moment, Junho was struggling being beaten. He was slammed against the tree trunk, uttering painful sounds. Awake! A familiar voice rang out. Kong Wu dislocated Junho's neck under the tree. Voice full of threat. I have something to ask. Better not lie. If you understand, nod. He patted his shoulder after seeing him nod. Then Kong Wu probed again. What's your name? He quickly answered. I am Im Kong Yun-hook. He was satisfied. Very good, Junho. Not long ago, you said you needed to capture players alive and bring them back, right? Timidly, voice getting smaller. I don't remember. Kong Wu immediately kicked straight into Junho's head, making him scream in pain. He grabbed Junho's head, pulling it up. How about now? Remember? He replied. The reason for capturing them alive is to offer them as sacrifices. Kong Wu gritted. Sacrifices? Making Junho suddenly feel a chill down his spine. His eyes turned red looking at him. Kong Wu threw him aside, thinking to himself, there are more crazy guys than I thought. Remembering back, that bastard Tae-hyun said the same thing. Then he gave a slight smile. Kong Wu kapt Yunho istyoegen. His eyes turned red, face showing a villainous look. Yunho, I have a favor to ask you. A miserable figure dragged a suitcase, walking in a small alley. Stop! A voice rang out. Are you Kong Junho? He gripped the suitcase in his hand and replied. It's me. The person opposite shined a light straight at Junho, asking. You and Tae-ho went hunting for sacrifices together, right? Seeing his bruised face, the other person asked in surprise repeatedly. Why so long? You guys. Whoa, what happened to your face? Didn't you just go to a D-rank gate to hunt sacrifices? Where is Tae-ho? Yunho stamel. Hey, Tae-ho is dead. The person opposite was confused. What? He hurriedly, guiltily handed the suitcase straight to that person. Just take this sacrifice and go, please. The other side wondered and asked again. Tae-ho died in a D-rank dungeon. Do you think I believe that? Junho tremblingly held out the suitcase. It's true. That's just how it is. The person opposite still didn't let him off. What the hell is that's just how it is? What do you mean by saying that? Then reached out to receive the suitcase. Among them, there was a high-level player. Junho didn't dare look straight. Voice stammering. So that's it. Thanks to Tae-ho, I barely managed to take down that bastard. I brought that bastard here as a sacrifice. The white-haired guy squatted down to examine the corpse inside carefully for a while. Still breathing, hand-tapping Kong Wu's face. Condition isn't bad. Then shine the light on Junho's face. But you are a bit strange. He covered his face. Voice a bit guilty. Tae-ho died. My emotions are a bit complicated. Junho hurriedly stepped back a few steps to let the person opposite check. Complicated my ass. The fewer people the better. White hair held a suitcase and stood up. Since you submitted the sacrifice, we will also receive divine grace. And since Taeho died, all the demonic energy goes to you. But God, does that mean this time you didn't use even a bit of that power? Humming sarcastically chatting with Junho, the opposite guy exclaimed, "You bastard Kong Junho, did you kill Taeho yourself? Maybe because you wanted to hog all the good stuff." Junho turned his head angrily. "Shut up. You took the sacrifice. Do whatever you want. I'm leaving." White Hair didn't understand anything, calling back, "Hey, where are you going?" He looked at Junho's struggling appearance, quite confused. "What's wrong with that bastard? Don't tell me he's really upset because Taeho died?" He didn't see that right now the face of Junho was pale, face covered in sweat. Seems he's more emotional than I thought. At this moment, inside the door, one of the people inside pulled the suitcase from outside in. "Guild Master." The subordinate spoke up, but was interrupted by the Guild Master. "Latecomer," that person respectfully replied. Then continue reporting. "Those guys said they were blocked by a high-level player. So Taeho died on the spot." The Guild Master spoke again. "The sacrifice?" The subordinate below pushed the suitcase forward. "Right here," the Guild Master, standing above, ordered. "Bring it here, quickly. I don't have much time left." The subordinate below opened the suitcase while respectfully replying, "Yes, sir." All voices echoed in unison, rang out when seeing the Guild Master carry Kong Wu onto the altar. The immortality of the great Andress. The blessing of the great Andress. The power of the great Andress. The Guild Master thought, everything is going according to plan. Surrounding voices rang out, "O Supreme One, please grant us your wonderful power." The Guild Master leaned on his staff, opening his shirt while thinking, "I've been transforming for almost a year. My number of believers has consistently increased. As long as it's a player, of course, they will crave great power, and I can satisfy their craving with demonic energy." This Guild Master laughed, delightfully taking off his mask. "Now let's start the ritual." Dukyun ordered the subordinates below, "Prepare the magic stones." The subordinates below simultaneously rang out, "Yes, sir." The simultaneous voices rang out even louder. "Great Andress." Dukyun opened a box full of sparkling stones, head full of desire, this craving for power. This guy looked at Kong Wu lying there, face full of satisfaction. The more they crave, then my body, my heart, and this power will become more demonized. Just like this. Then I will become a true demon. Dukyun Lao Git Diligu Fuli. Whose turn is it to be blessed today? The subordinate kneeling beside suddenly spoke up. Originally, it was Kong Junho, but he refused to participate in today's ritual. Dukyun couldn't understand. Really? Seems no one will be blessed today. This guy spoke up, confusing the people below. What? Then how? The angry voice of the Guild Master cut off everyone's discussion. Silence. Dukyun lowered his voice. "If you want to be blessed, bring sacrifices and magic stones up here. Those who don't work hard don't deserve to be blessed." The subordinates shrank back, bowing respectfully in unison. "Yes, sir," the Guild Master continued. "Besides, without my instruction, you won't even have the chance to be blessed. If so, these ownerless sacrifices will belong to me. Dukyun shote isitedli." Start the ritual, making the atmosphere heat up significantly. "Yes, sir." This guy slammed the staff hard on the ground, breaking the stone, creating a flow of power surrounding it. A red circle appeared under the altar. Dukyun looked at this flow of power, happy inside. With this many magic stones, I will be able to bless a few more times. Good. So I will become stronger and stronger. By absorbing the demonic energy overflowing through this rift, a magnificent scene. Flows of power tore through space, creating a long rift. Although he was practically vibrating with excitement. The absolute power of demonic energy. I want to absorb it right here and now, but absorbing it directly like this is too dangerous. If I absorb it without an intermediary, there's only one path, death. This guy touching Kong Wu caused a few veins to pop on his skin. If I let these things absorb demonic energy until they die, and then I absorb the blood from their corpses, I can absorb purified demonic energy. Just like this. Choi Ji-hoon controlled the power within him to sacrifice the person lying there. May this demonic energy devour you and take your life. He looked at Kong Wu and thought with admiration. He's holding up pretty well. Is his awakening ability a rank? Or something? Choyonis Greenvident. The longer they last, the more demonic energy they can absorb. This feeling, 5 times. No, 10 times. 15 times. This bastard. What an unbelievably powerful sacrifice. The amount of demonic energy he's absorbing. The amount of demonic energy I'll get to absorb just keeps increasing. Choi Ji-hoon laughed loudly at the sight. Open your eyes and scream pathetically. He started counting in his head again. 17 times. 20 times. 30 times. 40. 50. Choi Ji-hoon felt something was wrong. Why? Why does it keep increasing without stopping? Choi Ji-hoon began to back away in panic. Customer, wait a minute. Stop. Stop. I said stop. Please. Please just stop. His actions made the people standing below start to panic. Choi Ji-hoon screamed. His face was terrified. Stop. The power began to dissipate. He fell to his knees. His face was pale. Choi Ji-hoon trembled. His hands clawed at the ground. No. Impossible. It can't be. Kangwoo finally sat up. His face was full of satisfaction. My stats just shot up by 20 points in one go. Choi Ji-hoon couldn't believe his eyes. What the? He blurted out. How is this possible? Kangwoo gave a slight smile. This ritual thing of yours. Could you do it for me one more time? He smiled wider and pointed to his mouth. Just one more time. Choi Ji-hoon sat there, trembling. No. Impossible. No. His increasingly shrill screams made everyone even more confused. He quickly gathered his power and lunged at Kangwoo. You bastard. Kangwoo saw him coming and casually sidestepped. The two of them began. One attacked, the other dodged. It created a chaotic scene. He looked at Choi Ji-hoon with a provocative expression. Not bad, huh? The guild master, furious, used all his strength and charged at Kangwoo. A loud crash echoed. Choi Ji-hoon focused his power into one spot. He repeated the action once more. Then a large orb of energy attacked the same spot. He was completely shocked to see Kangwoo in a different form. Demonic energy. Kangwoo shifted his form. Authority of the Iron Wall. He smirked. Having demonic energy is really convenient. The guild master angrily shouted an order to his subordinates. What are you all standing around for? Attack him already. Then, everyone below began to charge forward. Kangwoo began to envelop himself in power. He used his power to form a blade in his hand. Then he struck the person in front of him hard. Everyone who charged forward began to fall after being struck by Kangwoo. He darted between them. He delivered blows that sent them crashing to the ground in pain. A voice rang out. Get out of the way, you trash. Everyone standing around saw an opportunity when they saw Choi Ji-hoon, the guild master. If it's guild master Choi Ji-hoon. He began to activate his power. His smile grew wider. Behold, the flames that can incinerate life itself. Authority of hellfire. He gathered a large fireball. Kangwoo stood there, stunned for a moment. Then he covered his mouth, turned away, and snickered. This made Choi Ji-hoon even angrier. I don't know how you're able to use demonic energy, but you're a long way from defeating my authority. Before he could finish, Kangwoo had already formed an even larger fireball. Choi Ji-hoon's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Kangwoo's fireball. How is this possible? Choi Ji-hoon trembled. His eyes went wide, his voice stuttering. What is that thing? No, this is impossible. He took a few steps back. Choi Ji-hoon's eyes revealed a look of terror. He looked at Kangwoo's chilling smile and thought, for something like that to exist, it truly is impossible. It seems I can't defeat him. Trembling, Choi Ji-hoon slowly extinguished the fireball in his hand. He knelt before Kangwoo's overwhelming presence. Kangwoo spoke up. What's with the sudden act? Choi Ji-hoon suddenly shouted. It's the human form of the great Andress. Kangwoo was a little surprised. He could only utter a single word. Choi Ji-hoon clasped his hands and bowed low. I have waited so long for your descent. You are our king. You are our God and the embodiment of our salvation. You are the renowned king who will rule this entire realm. Then he looked up eagerly. What are you all doing? Hurry up and pay your respects. Kangwoo pretended as if he had been the one sacrificed. Authority of the sky. He thought to himself, should I play along? Choi Ji-hoon looked up excitedly. Kangwoo laughed heartily. So you finally realized who I am. I am the great Andress you spoke of, the king of flames, the lord of hell, and the king of all demons. Choi Ji-hoon slammed his head to the ground even harder. The king of all demons. I pay my respects to the great king of flames. Kongwu grinned with satisfaction. That's right. Now, tell your underlings to get lost. I wish to speak with you alone. The two began their conversation. Kongwu asked, what's your name? Choi Ji-hoon replied. I am Choi Ji-hoon. Kongwu continued. All right, Choi Ji-hoon. Let me ask you a few things. The man stammered. Why yes, please ask anything. Then, as if growing bolder, great demon Andres. Kongwu looked a bit weary. Cut it out. You already know I'm not Andres. Choi Ji-hoon looked up and asked. Then who are you? Kongwu angrily grabbed him by the collar. Shut up. Kongwu stared intently at the man. I don't want to hear any questions from you, got it? You're only allowed to answer what I ask. Understand? This made the man tremble. Igriagajis. Kangwu's voice was low and threatening. These things. How did you do it? How did you learn to create a fissure with magic? From a magic stone? Choi Ji-hoon, trembling, explained. I learned how to create a fissure after hearing a sermon. Kongwu was curious. A sermon? Sweat poured down the man's face like a waterfall. Yes. One day, a man wearing a demon mask approached me. He said I could achieve eternal life if I followed the demon cult. Kongwu slapped Choi Ji-hoon across the face. You bastard. How could you agree to a stranger's words without knowing what it was about? The man lay on the ground. He explained because he was too strong. He recounted, in the blink of an eye, he overpowered my guild. And he told us to choose between following his words and death. We had no other choice. We had to accept the sermon and follow his orders. Kongwu continued to probe. Where is that masked bastard now? Choi Ji-hoon quickly shook his head. I really don't know anything. I haven't seen him since that day. We receive our orders by cat. Kongwu poked the man with his weapon. But why would you risk your life to follow orders like that? Choi Ji-hoon timidly bowed his head. It's because he was too strong. Kongwu sighed and thought to himself. It's obvious. He was forced into it from the start. But under the sweet temptation of demonic power, he started performing these rituals on his own early on. Who could that person be? The demon cult. It seems it's not yet a recognized sect. But those bastards know how to make people go crazy. They can't be underestimated. Kangwu's voice was commanding. The letters containing the orders. Give them to me. Cho Ji-hoon quickly responded to him. Igriagajis. Then he handed over the letter. Here. Kongwu was a little curious. What? There's only one? The man trembled. His face showed a fawning expression. That's right. He nodded. All right. Is that so? Kongwu began to open the letter. Let's see. Accept demonic power and become a demon. And recruit as many players as possible. At that moment, a vein bulged on his neck. Are you the only one who received this directive? The man opposite him glanced away and replied, I'm not sure. I haven't met anyone else yet. He pushed himself up with one hand. Is that so? Then he thought, this bastard can't be the only one. Unless they're complete idiots. There's no way they'd execute this plan and place all their trust in just Cho Ji-hoon, especially since this is a plan to increase their forces. He gripped Cho Ji-hoon's collar tightly. He spoke in a tone filled with anger. These bastards, they dare try to turn this place into hell. I'm going to tell you 3 things. Listen up. First, investigate the demon cult. Second, never perform these rituals again. Cho Ji-hoon, his collar held tight, cried out, Why yes, sir. He continued. Third, keep what happened between us a secret. Remember this well. Kongwu growled each word, terrifying Cho Ji-hoon. His voice grew louder. Yes, 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 yes. I understand. Then he dismissed the man. Now get lost. He began to ponder. Even if I stop this from happening again, the trouble caused by the Andres Guild is already exhausting enough. This isn't the first or second time they've used guys like this as sacrifices. The government forces are paying more attention now. They'll catch on as soon as they start investigating the demon cult's activities. But it's still worth investigating these guys. I use the authority of fear, so I can't let any information leak out. As soon as they achieve their goal, I'll withdraw. He sighed. Today was tougher than I thought. Then he sighed again. Time to rest. By now, Kongwu had returned home. He called out cheerfully, Seola, I'm home. A surprised voice rang out. Kongwu? He was a bit taken aback. What's wrong? Seola approached him worriedly. That's what I should be asking you. You were in the gate for so long and didn't contact me at all. You didn't even answer your phone. Oh my God. Kongwu took out his phone and looked at it. Oh man. He scratched his head. I'm sorry. Something unexpected came up. I'm Yufine. Seola let out a sigh of relief. I was so worried something bad had happened to you. Kangyu looked at her with a gentle expression. Thank you for worrying about me. I'll definitely contact you next time. Seola was a little shy. I'll be waiting. Then she turned back to the kitchen. Now that you're back, I should get dinner ready. Kangyu, would you like? He replied with a craving look on his face. Kimchi stew, of course. She was delighted and chuckled softly. I knew you'd want kimchi stew. I'm already simmering some kimchi and pork. This made Kangyu even more excited. He clasped his hands and laughed heartily. You cook such a delicious meal for me every night. Thank you so much. Seola wasn't modest. It's nothing. While hunting today, I had my second awakening. It's time for me to repay you. This statement left Kangyu a bit stunned. Huh? You had your second awakening? Seola smiled, her body trembling with excitement. Listen, Kangyu, she said proudly. It's B rank. I received a special ability called Blessing of Light with this second awakening. He clapped along with her. She was secretly pleased. At this rate, if we team up with Tae-Soo, we'll be amazing. A healer with a high-level special ability and a tank. If those two combine their strengths, we'll definitely be much stronger than other teams. Kangyu sat down and asked, Seola, has any guild tried to recruit you yet? Sola turned away and smiled to herself. A lot of them. He continued to ask, so which guild are you planning to join? She bowed her head in embarrassment. Actually, I don't plan on joining any guild. Instead, I want to help you. Kangwoo, sitting on the chair, thought to himself. She really is an angel. But he began. But it's true that you've awakened with a high-rank special ability. Sola, I don't think you should join me. His words made Sola's hands freeze. Kangwoo continued to explain. To be more precise, you wouldn't be of any help to me right now. Sola, she looked down a little hurt. I understand. Kangwoo looked at her with guilt in his eyes. He shook his head and thought. Maybe later, but not now. I'm much stronger than others at the same level. If I form a party now, I won't be able to gain as much experience or participate in major battles. To train myself properly, I need to recruit people who can provide support. Kangwoo suddenly spoke up. I know a tank with an A-rank special ability. I think you should form a party with him for now, and level up while gaining combat experience. That's what's important for you right now, Sola replied while cooking. Her face was slightly flushed. He continued, when you've gained enough experience, we can form a party and try to enter higher level gates. This statement surprised Sola quite a bit. She smiled happily. I'll team up with the tank you mentioned. Kangwoo, he continued the conversation. You both have high rank abilities, so you'll be able to level up quickly. Sola's smile grew even brighter. Yes, I want to level up quickly so I can join you. Kangwoo, he comforted her. It won't be long. Until then, I'll support you whenever you need it. That warmed Sola's heart. She replied, thank you. Kangwoo, he sat there, watching her and thinking, that's right, this is an investment. He pondered again. So when should I level up Scylla and Tae-Soo? Just then, Sola brought out a pot of stew. Here, the kimchi stew is ready. Kangwoo's eyes lit up. Kimchi stew. He looked excitedly at the eye-catching red stew in front of him. Well then, thank you for the meal. Sola was carrying another pot. She used tongs to get food from the pot. Wait, Kangwoo, we're having this too today. Kangwoo's eyes shone even brighter than before. This is Inttruders. In his eyes, the pot of stew was like a divine light shining in the middle of the room. Kangwoo's hands started to tremble as he reached for the chopsticks. The demon cult. Those bastards. I don't know who you are, but I will protect this world with my noodles and save this world with my kimchi stew. No matter what happens. The next morning, at the player support center, your C-rank player card will be sent tomorrow. Kangwoo asked, can I get it today? He only received a reply. That's correct. The girl explained. From C-rank onwards, a magic identification stone has to be added to the card, so it can't be issued immediately when you're issued a C-rank card. She continued to explain until Kangwoo understood. After leaving the center, he mused. Sola said it would take about a day, but it's still inconvenient. Kangwoo let out a sigh. Now that I think about it, I haven't had a single day of rest since returning to Earth. It's so tiring, and I haven't been able to do anything about the demon cult yet. I should take this opportunity to rest, but what should I do during my break? Before I was dragged to hell, I didn't have much money, so I killed time by going to the nearby comic book cafe to read manga. He looked at his phone, then turned it off. Let's not do that anymore. He looked up with determination. I'll do things differently than I did 10,000 years ago. I worked so hard to return to Earth, I have to enjoy it. Let's see. He looked to the side. Huh? Kongwu went into a PC bang and sat down. This looks strange. Is this a cyber cafe? The chair is so comfortable. He looked at the screen. What's this? I can order food too? Is this heaven? He clicked on the image of a bowl of noodles on the screen. Great. They say noodles at a PC bang are the best. As for the game, Kongwu was excited. I have to play the most popular one. Looks like there's an event going on too. He thought deeply. Support. Tank. You have to form a 5-person team with different roles. It's almost exactly like real life. So my role will be the one who kills enemies in a flash, and the one who causes chaos on the battlefield, or maybe just throws the game. All right. He made his decision. I choose you. A sound came from the computer. The game is starting. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift. Kangwa's eyes lit up. So this is how you play. I get gold every time I kill a monster. Huh? A newbie? Inside the game, he was being flamed hard. Kongwu thought, I should teach them a lesson. Suddenly, the voice of an employee came from beside him. Your instant noodles with egg are ready. While looking at the chat flaming him, he replied to the employee. Ah yes, just leave it here. The employee placed the bowl of noodles down cheerfully. Yes, sir. Enjoy. Kongwu slurped his noodles while looking at the screen. Smells so good. He ate the noodles happily. So delicious. He picked up a piece of pickled radish. And there's pickled radish too. Kangwa's eyes lit up. His face was full of excitement. This is so good. Pickled radish with instant noodles is the perfect combo. I'm definitely having this again next time. And this refreshing soda to quench my thirst. This is truly heaven. A scream from a player on the screen caught his attention. Oh, what's going on? I'm dead? Kongwu was surprised. Behind him, a piercing scream rang out. This damn dog, just had to show up when I was about to get promoted to Bronze 4. Kongwu wiped his mouth and turned his head. Who's screaming like that? A red-haired girl stood behind him, furious. Who the hell are you? What are you looking at? I'm in a bad mood right now. Look somewhere else. The girl looked at his screen. Huh? What's this? What a coincidence. I don't know if this is good luck or bad luck. The girl approached Kongwu. Her voice was full of sarcasm. You're even eating instant noodles with egg in the middle of a match. Seriously? She threatened. Get lost while I'm still being nice. You damn dog. Kongwu asked, a little confused. What are you talking about? Who are you? The girl got even angrier. What? What do you mean? You damn game thrower. She moved to grab him. She was a little surprised when her hand missed. Kongwu blocked her hand. He asked, a bit puzzled. Why are you attacking me all of a sudden? Stop bullying an innocent person. Suddenly, the girl's hand shot out again, forcing him to dodge to the side. Her arm swung again. She looked at Kongwu and thought, what's with this bastard? She gathered her strength and lunged forward again. He seriously dodged the other person's attack. The two of them continued, one attacking, the other dodging. The girl's anger seemed to have reached its peak. She attacked relentlessly. Kongwu observed while dodging. The girl's eyes were wide. She clenched her fists. A surge of power flowed to her hands. She spoke. Her tone was questioning. Who are you? Were you sent by the Mere Guild? The red-haired girl across from him asked suspiciously. Her hands were in a fighting stance. Kongwu saw this and thought, the Mere Guild is one of the top 5 guilds. He spoke up. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't belong to any guild. She clenched her fists. How dare you lie to me? A person like you doesn't belong to any guild? Kongwu was a bit bewildered. Am I supposed to be in a guild or something? So which guild do you belong to? The girl was confident. A corner of her mouth lifted into a smirk. Which guild am I in? My guild is one of the top 5. The most notorious guild. She paused and thought, damn it, I was supposed to keep that a secret. I got too excited. Calm down. Kongwu didn't care and went to the counter to pay. Can I get the bill, please? The server also smiled awkwardly. Yes. The girl stood there, angry at being ignored by him. She shouted, where are you going? I'm talking to you. Kongwu sighed and turned back. His expression was mocking. You figured out, huh? The girl was boiling with rage. Your disappointed expression is making my blood boil. She moved closer. Stop joking around. Answer me properly. I've never heard of a player of your level. Not belonging to a guild. He quickly showed her a card. Here. The girl was surprised. Donc? She stepped back, as if in disbelief. Are you really a rookie? Kongwu nodded slightly. He put the card back in his pocket. That's right. So behave yourself. I almost died back there. She thought to herself, what? If he's really a D rank, I would have beaten him already. Was that really a D rank skill? Kangwoo walked away. His voice was a bit lazy. Are you done talking? I'm leaving. The employee bowed his head, slightly in respect. Have a good day. Leaving only the girl standing there. Hey, she tried to call after him, but the words wouldn't come out. She thought, that bastard, could he be? By now, he had already left the cafe. His face was pensive, thinking about something. I've lost all my abilities. So I'm weak now, but I still have the combat reflexes from my years of experience. However, I didn't think I'd meet someone on my level so soon. Especially that last move. For a moment, she disappeared from my sight. Kangwoo's eyes seemed to see a power that surpassed his expectations. Who is she? He let out a sigh of relief for having gotten through that situation. Suddenly, he felt something below. In a room, a hand gently pulled open a door. A foot pressed against the wall. A figure slipped through the narrow alley. Her eyes lit up. She opened her phone. All right. There's no one around. And this much white noise should be enough. Her finger tapped the phone. A voice came from the other side. Yes, Miss Cha Yunju. This is the Red Rose strategic team. She said, connect me to HR. The other side replied respectfully. Yes, ma'am. A voice came on the line. Yes, this is the head of the Red Rose HR team. She said, Park Hyun-gu. The HR person on this end asked. What is it? Guild Master Cha Yunju. His voice was deep and warm. The girl on this end, her eyes flashing, gave an order. Hey, Hyun-gu. I need you to investigate something important. Hyun-gu was curious. Do you mean a cult worshipper? Yunju clenched her fist. Maybe not. It seems he's hiding his identity. He looks very suspicious. I've checked the player card he has. His name is Oh Kangwoo, and it says he's a D-rank player. Hyun-gu replied. A D-rank player. That means he won't have a mana-imprinted device, and that makes it much easier to forge a D-rank card. But if he's a D-rank worshipper, he'd be going around killing players of the same rank. Yunju quickly refuted. No, his skill level isn't at that level. He's so skilled that he could predict my moves. The other side said, that. Even if you weren't going all out, no cult worshipper has enough skill to react to your movements in time. Until now, she thought about his words. That's right. I've investigated the cult extensively, but there's no one who could catch up with my level. Definitely not one of those bastards. Those reflexes, could he be? She thought back to the fight with Kangwoo. The other side continued to explain. Based on his skill level, he could be a manager, or even a leader. That means, do you think the cult is starting to get serious? Yunju slammed her fist into the wall in anger. We can't ignore that possibility. Find more information about him, quickly. Hyun-gu replied respectfully. Yes, understood. Then she hung up the phone. Yunju was deep in thought. Whether he's part of the cult or not is still unclear. But one thing is certain. She held a button from his shirt in her hand. Kangwoo looked at his shirt, which was missing a button. My button got torn off. I guess I didn't completely dodge it after all. The two of them, in different places, were lost in thought. That bastard is stronger than me. Both were thinking about the other. A power surged within them. Over here, Yunju clenched her fist. If he really is D-rank, and he can fight like that simply due to talent, then I won't be able to... Over with Kangwoo. He looked at the sign of the cafe from earlier. He muttered, I thought I could finally get some rest. I guess I'll have to go to the C-rank gate as soon as I get my player card tomorrow. Kangwoo thought as long as he exists, there's no guarantee I can keep my position as a high-level player. To prepare for the future, I have to become even stronger. Back in the PC bang, Yunju looked at the seat where Kangwoo had been sitting. Her hand clenched. A thought flashed through her mind as she looked at the screen. Yunju grew even angrier. Oh Kangwoo, you damn dog, I will definitely find you and kill you. She crushed the button in her hand, turning it to dust. Over with Kangwoo. He suddenly got goosebumps. What the hell was that? I suddenly got the chills. Kangwoo stood before the gate. Let's see. Mokyoung Kudangit. He thought, there are trolls in here. Whatever it is, I need to hunt quickly. A voice suddenly called out. Wait. The gatekeeper spoke up. You can only enter if you're C-rank and in a party of 5. Kangwoo was a bit surprised. Why? The staff member quickly explained. The troll chieftain has appeared inside the dungeon. Solo players are prohibited whenever a boss appears. He replied, I see. He thought to himself, the boss appeared right after I got my card. What luck. At that moment, the people standing near the gate were talking. Today's the day the boss appears. What do you want to do? Are you crazy? How are we supposed to take down the boss? Then maybe we should just party up today. Kong Wu looked at them and thought, C-rank gates are really different. The weapons are much better, and the control is much stricter. This is the biggest problem. If I want to clear the dungeon by myself, I have to go in alone. What should I do? One of them spoke up excitedly. All right, let's go get the chieftain's head. We're going to drain that 1 million gold. Kong Wu, standing outside, seemed to be paying attention to them. Woohoo! The people standing next to that person responded enthusiastically. Yeah, he looked at the group, talking behind him. What should we do? Honestly, I'm not very confident. Kong Wu looked at them and thought. Hesitation at his words. Just looking at it is scary. We should probably give up. Recklessness at the other person's words. Should we just skip today's hunt? Fear at the words. Or should we just go for it? And then, anticipation. A wicked expression appeared on Kang Wu's face. He thought in that case, a little bit of madness would be fun. He channeled power into his hand. I don't need to do it like I did with the hobgoblins last time. Normally, people... The group in front was still talking. 1 million gold is a lot. And it's been a while since I ranked up. To be honest, the boss is too strong for us. Kong Wu raised his hand and pushed a stream of power into the man's shoulder. Just need a little push. Just a little. Just a tiny bit. He controlled the power. The authority of frenzy. He was full of confidence. And that's enough to influence them. The blonde man now seemed to be under his control. He suddenly blurted out, Hey, why are we like this? Everyone started to get confused. What's wrong with you? He started telling a story. Even in middle school and high school, we were beaten up by bullies. And we could only imagine tearing them apart in our minds. It was hell. But then the gates opened, and I thought my dream had come true. I finally have power. I no longer have to grovel like an insect. That's what I thought. But what is this? Why are we cowering because of those monsters? He shouted louder, as if he couldn't accept it. The person next to him looked at him in alarm. What's wrong? What's the matter? You're acting a little strange today. Then he also seemed to lose control. You're right. Why are we always so scared? We just need to kill them all. The person behind them also shouted along. Yeah, I won't forgive the bastards who killed my brother. I'll kill them all. I'll destroy them all and take the reward for what I've endured. That's right. We can't just hang around in these low-level dungeons anymore. Those words seemed to have angered the team leader. He also started shouting along. That's right. I'm so tired of living like this. Monster or not, I'll make anyone who looks down on me kneel before me. Everyone standing there also began to shout with determination. I'll kill all these monsters. I can't take it anymore. T-trolls? So what? Destroy them. Let's take the boss's head. The staff member guarding the gate was also quite confused. Huh? What's wrong with them? Why are they suddenly shouting? The blonde man showed his card and shouted, Hey, open the gate quickly. Everyone started rushing towards the gate. Kill the boss. Open the gate. Let's go. The staff member watched in confusion as they rushed into the gate. What's wrong with them? I've never seen anything like this. He reported into his radio. This is Gate G. A large number of players are gathering here, requesting the Internal Affairs Department to assess the situation. The staff member was so focused on his report that he didn't notice a figure darting past behind him. Kong Wu jumped inside cheerfully. Excellent. What a beautiful sight. When people unite. Outside, the shouts and roars continued. Destroy them. Take the boss's head. He smirked. Of course. I'll be taking all the rewards. Kong Wu was excited. He started to enter the gate. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he began to observe his surroundings. A desert. Kong Wu muttered as he walked. Completely different from the swamp terrain before. It's so vast. He observed. Ahead, finding the boss will be quite difficult. In this vast space. Do I need to use the authority of the sky? He looked at the notification window. He blurted out, now that I see it, I think I can use this now. Let's see. My demonic energy stat is over 50, so it should be possible. Kong Wu looked at his stats. Strength, 23. Agility, 21. Stamina, 20. Magic power, 0. Demonic energy, 53. Intelligence, 11. All right. In that case, should I use it? He started to jump up the nearby cliff. After jumping over a few mountains, Kong Wu landed in a spot. He began to use a skill. Authority of observation. Chilling eyes began to scan the entire desert. Information overload. There's so much. Let's see. Over there. He focused his observation and noticed the boss. A huge creature moving across the desert. Excellent. There it is. Kong Wu quickly wiped the sweat from his face. But next to the chieftain, there are a lot of minions. He looked excitedly at the group from before. Woohoo! They're pouring in. Excellent. Below, the group that caused the commotion outside was cheerful. Let's go for our fourth awakening. Let's go take the chieftain's head. The blonde man shouted loudly. Kamu, standing above, thought, I can use those guys. He jumped from the cliff. Then moved to another spot. I'll use those players to deal with the minions. And I'll handle the chieftain. Kanwoo observed his surroundings. But first, I have to lure them. So now, let the attack begin. He began to activate a skill on the back of his hand. A stream of black power flowed from his hand. A long sword appeared. Kanwoo spun the sword once with both hands. Then he swung it down. A blood-red glint flashed in his eyes. That power shot straight toward the boss. A notification window appeared. B-rank Dungeon Chieftain Troll has been defeated. Bonus experience will be awarded. You had the greatest contribution in defeating the boss. Your bonus experience will be tripled. You have leveled up 4 times. Kang was jaw dropped in surprise. It died in one hit. He looked at the boss, dead below. His face was filled with astonishment. That was the boss. Kangwoo looked at the notification window in confusion. That's what the status window says. Why is the boss of a C-rank gate so weak? He thought, no, it's not weak. The information said it was a boss appropriate for a C-rank gate. It's just that I'm much stronger than I thought. I was planning to hunt as carefully as possible. Kangwoo rolled up his sleeve, but with this much power, he created a scythe in his hand and approached the monsters. A smirk appeared on his face. Time for a change of plans. The monsters roared and charged towards him. Kangwoo stood there silently for a moment. Then a slight smile appeared on his face. A demonic look appeared in his eyes. If that's the case, I'll cut you all in half at once. Kangwoo swiftly passed through the monsters, leaving a gash across their bodies. He quickly retracted the blade in his hand. A black mark now appeared on the bodies of the monsters. The wounds on their bodies quickly healed, but it was as if a fire had erupted inside them. From within the monsters' bodies, long blades began to emerge, causing their bodies to swell with large bubbles. A scene of death appeared, leaving Kangwoo quite satisfied as he watched the blood splatter from the monsters. He smiled brightly, feeling happy inside. An attack that shatters the authority of the blade within them. With the amount of demonic energy I have now, it's no problem at all. The notification board appeared again. You have successfully eliminated a herd of trolls. You have leveled up 2 times. You have acquired the skill Earth Sword. Rank, a technique that is considered a skill, will be more effective. Kangwoo was astonished. When he saw that skill on the notification board, he thought, a skill? I heard players can get them by using enough of a specific attribute's power. Kangwoo suddenly spoke, drawing the monster's attention. All right. He let a drop of blood fall from his fingertip. Let's test it out, shall we? The drop of blood fell to the ground. It then created a barrier on the ground. The monsters were a bit scared. They quickly took a few steps back, not daring to advance. From the circles at their feet, a blade suddenly appeared, piercing straight through their legs. This caused them to flee in all directions. But as they were running, blades appeared out of nowhere. They pursued them. Then, one by one, they slashed straight into the monsters' bodies, cutting them into pieces. After that display of slaughter, Kangwoo moved to where their bodies lay. It really is more effective. Well then, time to enjoy the fruits of my labor, right? He began to use his authority of predation on them. Kangwoo slowly glided past them, watching the scene of the monsters being devoured by purple creatures. Suddenly, the notification board chimed. Demonic energy has increased by 2. He was a bit puzzled. Disappointed. Just 2. Kangwoo thought to himself. Is it because my demonic energy stat has already reached 50? My demonic energy only increased by 2 even after converting all the mana stones. So this is what they mean when they say stats get harder to raise. My leveling speed is still pretty good. Only 4 more levels until my 4th awakening. Well then, let's hunt a little more before heading back. Over here, the group from before was complaining, exhausted. Where's the boss? I thought we were going big this time. Can't even see it. Are you sure the government didn't miscalculate? Forget the boss. I don't even see any minions. That's right. All I've seen are a few trolls running away. Strangely, I haven't even seen the boss's corpse. There are tracks, but no body. They started to get discouraged. Let's go back. That's the best option. Let's go a little further. Damn it. This isn't working. How could they miscalculate? I should file a complaint or something. Kangwoo, hiding behind a rock, sighed. What a relief. It seems the authority of wrath is still in effect. I should quietly join the group and use them to get out of here. The people in front were still complaining. Today is so frustrating. Is today some special day? Those bastards who announced the boss. Better get ready. Everyone started to leave the gate in anger. They blamed the guard. How could you guys miscalculate the time? If I had known this, I wouldn't have taken the day off work. How are you going to compensate us, huh? He stood behind them, observing and thinking. Good. Just like this. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Silence. Kongwu suddenly paid attention to that voice. He looked straight ahead. Everyone started murmuring after seeing the people blocking their way. What is it? The Warring Squad? Why is the Warring Squad here? Do they have an emergency? No matter how angry you are, don't risk your life like that. Why are there so many of them? What's going on? I just want to go home quickly. What a waste of time. Look, a white-haired woman appeared, walking towards the gate. Everyone was a bit confused. Isn't that the captain of Warring Squad 3? Baek Hwa-yeon. Huh? That's right. At that moment, she arrived. Captain of Warring Squad 3. Baek Hwa-yeon. She stepped forward and slammed the hilt of her sword on the ground. Silence. We have something to say to you players. Hwa-yeon's face was grim as she glanced sideways. Recently, we received information about chaotic players at the C-rank gate. Chaotic players? It means players with power beyond their normal rank. So we will be randomly inspecting players who are at or above the 3rd awakening stage. We ask for everyone's cooperation. Everyone started talking again. Chaotic players? I've heard rumors about them too. Kongwu was hiding in the crowd, looking out. He pouted and looked up. Looking for chaotic players, huh? At that moment, the staff began to inspect everyone. Wait a moment. Please present your player card. Kongwu looked at her and thought. He was a bit anxious. There's no way they can find me. Hwa-yeon spoke to reassure everyone. Don't worry. The inspection process won't be complicated. There are a few players on our list, but today, we will only conduct a preliminary investigation and then leave. Kongwu stood there confused and thought. I did cause some trouble today. They're not talking about me, are they? He carefully observed his surroundings. If it really is me, it would be very dangerous to resist them right now. There are too many people watching right now, so I can't escape. Especially that woman named Baek Hwa-yeon. You could tell she's very difficult to deal with. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If possible, I want to withdraw quietly. How do I get out of here? A voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Please present your player card. Hwa-yeon held out her hand. Did you lose your card? Kongwu was a bit flustered. He quickly said, wait a moment. Then he took out his card. Here. He thought anxiously. Am I being too paranoid? Kongwu saw her frowning expression and sighed in relief. It seems I wasn't discovered. He grimaced. But I should still be more careful from now on. The chaotic players have started to make their move. Should I try to get more information from her? Kongwu spoke up. Thank you for conducting the inspection yourself. Hwa-yeon held up the card and examined it closely. I don't feel at ease sitting back and letting others do the work. He thought, what a great girl. He said out loud, that's very admirable. She scrutinized the card. A serious glint appeared in her eyes. It seems there have been a lot of chaotic players recently. That's right. That's why we're conducting these random checks. After finishing the inspection, Hwa-yeon handed the card back to Kongwu. I've finished my confirmation. He smiled brightly and reached out to take it. Ah, yes. Thank you for clearing me. Kangwu's face was grim. We heard her voice. Hunting monsters is enough to make a living. It's scary that people can kill each other for money. He pulled the card back. He played along. I guess so. Money is a scary thing. A look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Exactly. I think so too. In Kangwu's mind, it was the opposite. Lies. They already know the chaotic players aren't targeting money. The government is also targeting the cult. Hwa-yeon turned her head to the side. Well then, goodbye. He suddenly spoke up. Could you tell me which chaotic players you're targeting? If I see them, I'll report it to the organization. Hwa-yeon smiled gently and nodded. Thank you for your offer, but please leave that to us. Protecting players is our duty. Kongwu gave a polite smile. All right. Hwa-yeon gave him some advice. It seems you just reached C rank not long ago. I understand the feeling of wanting to enter higher rank gates, but it will be safer for you to level up gradually in D rank gates. Kongwu also nodded along. I understand. Thank you. Hwa-yeon smiled cheerfully. It's hard to find good people like you these days. I hope to see more players like you in the future. Kongwu smirked and thought, if there were more people like me, it would be a lot of trouble. He then smiled awkwardly. Thank you. He watched her back as she walked away and thought, A secret investigation? Huh? So I've learned that the government is also investigating the demon worshippers. Time to go home. Kangwoo took out his phone and called someone. Tae-soo, want to meet up? A few days later, he went to a cafe to meet Tae-soo. The other person also approached cheerfully. Nice to meet you. He held out his hand in front of Seola. You're the healer he always talks about, right? Seola stood there, a bit flustered, and took a few steps back. Ah, yes. She then gave a forced smile and shook Tae-soo's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Han Seola. He grinned broadly. She's beautiful, Kangwoo. Kangwoo quickly cut him off. Stop staring. He sat down and smiled slightly. His face was full of embarrassment. Anivil, Daiso. As I said, I'd like you to take Seola hunting in a D-rank gate. Tae-soo readily agreed. Of course. I would have asked for the same thing. A healer with a B-rank attribute. Is my sister-in-law's attribute just the letter B? Seola's face turned red. She stammered as sister-in-law. Kangwoo, sitting next to her, also glanced at her. His face was a little shy. Tae-soo laughed even louder, looking at the two embarrassed people. No need to be shy. Tell me more about your attribute. Seola seemed a bit startled. Her body stiffened as she replied. Ah, yes. She explained. My attribute is called Blessing of Light. Besides healing, I can use buffs, increasing strength, health, and agility. Tae-soo was quite surprised by her abilities. So you can heal and buff at the same time? No. Seola smiled shyly and replied. Although it's not strong, I can also use combat skills. Tae-soo looked at her in amazement. That's amazing, Kangwoo. He was drinking water when he was suddenly asked. It made him look at the man blankly. Tae-soo turned to him excitedly. A healer who can buff and handle enemies is very rare. Even big guilds like Hanol would recruit my sister-in-law immediately. Seola's face was still red. Her voice was a little shy. Thank you, Tae-soo. Kangwoo, sitting there listening, also thought to himself. To that extent, Seola smiled brightly. But I don't want to join any guild right now. Her smile was so gentle that it made Kangwoo stare at her, mesmerized. He thought, sister-in-law, huh? I'm not going to deny it. Tae-soo also smiled along with her. Me too. He raised his glass and took a big gulp. His voice was a bit loud. Because from now on, I won't leave my mark in player history alongside my brother, Kangwoo. Kangwoo looked over at him, a bit helpless. That's not beer. After finishing his drink, Tae-soo's face was full of satisfaction. A hot Americano is the best. Right, brother? Kangwoo looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Does he think he's drinking soup or something? He began to ask. Have you thought of anyone else to complete the party? Tae-soo replied without hesitation. His voice was full of confidence. Of course. I found two very skilled people. I heard they just had their second awakening. They're so talented that I always wondered why they haven't joined a guild. I'm sure you'll like them. I'm a good judge of character. Kangwoo pouted slightly. His eyes were full of scrutiny. A good judge of character? Tae-soo felt a bit guilty after hearing that from him. He hesitated and replied, I make mistakes sometimes, but overall, I'm good. He started to ramble on. I met them when I first started hunting goblins. They're trustworthy people. If it's okay, I'll introduce them to you tomorrow before the hunt. Kangwoo nodded along. Sounds good. He then turned to the person next to him and asked, What do you think, Ms. Seola? She was a bit startled and spoke up. If your friend Kangwoo introduced them, then of course it's fine. Seola gave a gentle smile. I need to level up quickly, so I can go with you, Kangwoo. Kangwoo also blushed a little. His voice was a bit shy. Please take your time. Your safety is the most important thing. Tae-soo looked at them with a mischievous expression. So sweet. So cute. My brother. Kangwoo immediately changed his tone. Stop staring. Tae-soo continued. Let's meet tomorrow at West and Sean. I'll send you the address later. Kangwoo was surprised by his words. Huh. There's a D-rank gate nearby. Why do we have to go there? Tae-soo quickly explained to him. Haven't there been a lot of accidents at that gate? So this time I want to change our target to orcs at the West and Sean gate instead of lizardmen. At this point, Kangwoo was also quite surprised. A rookie fighting orcs? Tae-soo also replied. Yeah, they're stronger, so we'll get more experience. And it's easier to hunt them too, since we don't have to be quiet like in the swamp. Kangwoo was a bit impressed by his words. That a good idea. He thought to himself. He's quite smart. A subordinate like this is more than good enough. Then Kangwoo got up from his chair. See you tomorrow then. Tae-soo looked at his action and asked with some curiosity. Are you leaving now? Kangwoo quickly replied. I have something to do today. Daiso poteth. What is it? He looked at the muscles on his arm and smiled slightly. Leveling up. At that moment, inside the gate, Kangwoo was fighting the monsters inside. He looked at the monsters and thought to himself, my current level is 29. Just one step away from my fourth. Awakening. He activated his power. His eyes blazed as he looked ahead. His voice was full of excitement. Well then, shall we begin? Authority of observation. Red tendrils began to spread everywhere, forming a giant web that swept over the monsters. First, those 8. He moved quickly, using his blade to slice through the monsters there. A long trail of blood spread across their necks, forming a perfect cut that left them no time to react. After clearing out the monsters there, he flicked off the blood, still clinging to his blade with some disgust. How many more do I have to hunt? Suddenly, a certain smell hit his nose, putting him on high alert. This smell, blood. It's the smell of human blood. Normally, the smell of human blood is common in a hunting ground. But a smell this strong must be from a massacre of 5 or 6 people. A party of D-rank players massacred in an instant. Even though there's no boss, Kangwoo didn't hesitate and ran towards the source of the fresh blood smell. Something like this is most likely the work of a chaotic player. Found it. He stopped when he saw the bodies lying scattered on the ground. Kangwoo quickly jumped down to check the situation. They're all dead. The demon cult wouldn't kill players, since they need living sacrifices. Then who was it? Since the smell of blood hasn't spread far. He mused, the culprit is still nearby. Who caused? At that moment, a look of fear appeared in his eyes as he looked to his right. Huh? Fangs were gnawing on a human. A hell beast. A hellhound. Its sudden appearance surprised Kangwoo a little. Why is a hellhound here? Across from him now was a monster several times larger, roaring fiercely. Why is there a hellhound here? The monster began to charge forward quickly. It opened its mouth wide and lunged at where he was standing. Kangwoo quickly got into a stance. He channeled his power and looked at it. He used his blade to slash hard at its body, sending it flying to the side. Kangwoo struggled. He had to dodge and fight a monster at the same time. So big, so strong. It's definitely a hellhound. At that moment, the monster suddenly opened its mouth wide. A ball of energy began to gather in its mouth, catching Kangwoo's attention. The fireball grew larger and larger, then shot towards him. A loud explosion rang out, destroying everything in its path. The monster growled and looked up. From the rubble that had just been destroyed, Kangwoo suddenly jumped up. He began to formulate a plan in his head. If I can't use a sword, how about this? Kangwoo began to gather some kind of power in the palm of his hand. Authority of the Black Spear. A long spear appeared in his hand. He quickly spun it a few times and took a stance. A blue light flashed in the sky. The spear was thrown from his hand straight down at the monster below, causing it to let out a piercing cry. He then landed safely on the ground from above. Kangwoo let out a sigh of relief. But before he could finish, he suddenly realized, damn it, I just made it angrier. The monster started to get up and charged madly towards him. He planted his feet firmly on the ground. Then he jumped high into the air. I have to create an opening. Kangwoo brought his leg towards the monster. Then he kicked its mouth and jumped to the ground. Right now, he gathered a stream of black power in his hand. Authority of Earthquake. Kangwoo slammed his hand on the ground, creating a powerful earthquake. Under the monster's feet, the ground began to crack open, creating a sinkhole beneath it. He jumped up. He gathered black power in his hand again and charged straight at the confused monster below. A sword appeared in Kangwoo's hand. He then stabbed it straight into the monster's head, causing it to let out a piercing scream. It thrashed so violently that he had trouble keeping his balance. The monster clamped down hard. Its tail began to violently knock everything around it. Kangwoo took the opportunity to jump off its head. A large crater appeared in the desert. The monster was still trying to resist. It threw him off. Kangwoo's face was now starting to look worried. He looked at it with eyes that refused to be defeated. He looked at the monster before him and thought to himself, it's pretty tough. That's right. An attack of this level isn't enough. It's still as strong as before. Here it comes. The monster began to take a stance again. Red streams of power suddenly appeared all over its body. They enveloped its skin. The monster roared in anger. Then it quickly charged towards where he was standing. Kangwoo saw its action and suddenly smirked. It's still just an ignorant beast. He then summoned power in both his fists. Authority of Baphomets. Sacred power. He was now using the power of a familiar demon. The monster in front of him seemed to have realized something. It suddenly froze. Kangwoo unleashed his power and approached, causing the monster to stay rooted to the spot, not daring to move. He closed his eyes and gathered all his strength. Then he punched it straight in the face. The monster, that punch sent it flying. It flew into the sky. Then it crashed hard onto the ground. Only then did Kangwoo let out a sigh of relief. So tough. The monster stood up again, making him want to curse in his heart. Damn it, it would be great if I could use two authorities at the same time. Luckily, I've defeated these things many times in hell. My current level is more than enough to take it down. Now then, the monster suddenly swayed and then fell hard to the ground. This sight surprised even Kangwoo. What a pain. He panted. He thought. Then the notification board appeared again. You have successfully eliminated the Fisher fragment. Rank 8. What was on the notification board surprised him again. Your EXP has increased. You have leveled up 5 times. Because you have reached level 30. The fourth awakening will now occur. Fourth awakening attribute. Ruler of demonic energy. Rank A effect. You can control demonic energy much more fluently and quickly. You can completely erase traces of demonic energy on living beings. A new notification appeared on the system. You have defeated a Fisher fragment. What rank? Kangwoo activated the system. Looking at the desolate scene before him with a sharp arrow embedded deep in a dry skeleton. He thought to himself, a Fisher fragment. Kangwoo's mood suddenly became a little confused. Now that I think about it, I've never heard of a Fisher core before. Does that mean hell is a fissure? He pondered, his eyes shifting to the light emanating from the tip of the arrow. No, wait. How did they get here? Kangwoo felt extremely confused. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hellhounds can't use the weapons of the 7 princes of hell. No, first of all, what is this fissure? Is it really just hell? In the end, Kangwoo scratched his head in frustration. He raised his hand and pressed a few buttons on the system. Forget it. Thinking about something with no clues is just a waste of time. I'll check the rest of the notifications first. His eyes suddenly lit up with astonishment. So many. What is this? A message appeared on the system screen. Because you have reached level 30, the fourth awakening will now occur. Fourth awakening attribute. Ruler of demonic energy. Rank A effect. You can control demonic energy much more fluently and quickly. You can completely erase traces of demonic energy on living beings. Kangwoo thought to himself, the fourth awakening, and it's rank at 2. He raised his hand and began to cast a spell. Now that it's the 4th time, I don't have to worry about annoying things like this anymore. Well then, let's feast, shall we? A dark shadow appeared, a demon with sharp teeth. It opened its mouth wide, ready to devour the prey before it. It was none other than the authority of gluttony. Kangwoo grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. He skillfully controlled the demon to act according to his crazy ideas. If I can regain my stats before the Mariah's temple, I might be even stronger than I was in hell. Leveling up is the best solution. Back in the city, after finishing his task, Kangwoo happily stretched and left the gate. Time to go home, I guess. He was quite satisfied with today's results. He smiled happily to himself. Today was great. Going home to eat kimchi stew will make it perfect. As he was walking, a loud call suddenly caught his attention. He turned his head. He saw a red-haired woman, wearing a baseball cap, leaning against a wall. Cha Yunju pushed her cap up slightly, revealing her cold, blue eyes. Long time no see. Kangwoo showed his displeasure openly. He stood with his hands on his hips, indifferent. He had no intention of paying her any mind. I don't think we're close enough to greet each other. We don't even know each other's names. Cha Yunju moved closer. She spoke calmly. Didn't we already settle things at the PC Bang? Jia Zhongju. She deliberately mentioned it again. My name is Cha Yunju. Kangwoo suddenly remembered a moment from the past. He had accidentally overheard a conversation between 2 people. It's nothing compared to people like Park Hyun-gu and Cha Yunju. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, but now it felt very familiar. I've definitely heard that name before. Kangwoo guessed silently. He tried to recall a name from his memory. Isn't that the name of the guild master of one of the 5 major guilds? Mia, Hanul, Sana. Thinking of this, he blurted out a question. Red Rose? Cha Yunju adjusted her cap. She confidently smirked. That's right. I'm the guild master of Red Rose. The guild master of Red Rose. Jia Zhongju. Kangwoo suddenly felt a bit wary. So that's why she's so strong. He asked politely. What business does the guild master have with me? Cha Yunju didn't hide anything. She answered honestly and clearly. I did a little research on you. Okangwu, born in 1995, currently 28 years old, raised in an orphanage in Incheon and was never adopted. Lived alone after leaving the orphanage. She glanced at him, her imposing presence bearing down on him. There's no trace of you for the past 5 years. But this year, you suddenly registered as a player. Am I correct? Kangwoo looked at Cha Yunju with extreme caution. I don't know why you're investigating me. But yes, you are completely correct. She bowed her head and fluently read the information on her phone screen. You registered as a player on March 16th. About 3 weeks ago. Kangwoo's expression grew uglier by the second. But the rational angel in his mind was suppressing his rage, preventing it from erupting as Cha Yunju's voice continued to drone on in his ear. The Player Support Center's test evaluated your first awakening as rank F. But I'm guessing that was wrong. If you were really a rank F, you wouldn't be able to hunt in a C rank 8 after just 3 weeks. After 5 years, you suddenly appeared. And now you're hunting in a C rank 8. At first, I thought you had bought this identity from somewhere because you were a criminal. But from your face to your fingerprints, everything matches your previous records. Hearing this, Kangwoo was confused. Fingerprints? How'd you get those? Cha Yunju remained calm, showing no emotion. You have to record your fingerprints when you register, right? Kangwoo thought cautiously. They have records of the gates I've entered and my fingerprints. Major guilds have more power than I thought. I've confirmed that you're not using a fake identity. At this, she closed her phone. If that's the case, she stared at Kangwoo with a strange look. You are a player with outstanding talent. You might even be better than me. Or even Beck. Why Yun? Kangwoo suddenly fell silent. His mood was a bit complicated. After a long pause, he spoke politely. Thank you for the compliment. But what exactly do you want? Cha Yunju unconsciously tightened her grip on the phone in her hand. She politely parted her lips and made an offer. I want to sponsor you. As the guild master of Red Rose, I want to sponsor the talented player, Kangwoo. Kangwoo suddenly burst out laughing. I didn't expect that. Cha Yunju was surprised. What did you think I was going to say? He teased her comfortably. I thought you wanted me to join Red Rose. How could I let someone hiding under the guise of a rank F join my guild right away? She smirked contemptuously. Besides, if you wanted to join a guild, you wouldn't have hidden your strength in the first place. In his innocent heart, Kangwoo asked himself, I'm not hiding anything. He asked bluntly, what kind of sponsorship are you offering? Simply put, financial support. I will help you level up faster. Kangwoo laughed heartily and joked. So what's in it for you? Want me to help you in that game from before? Cha Yunju's blood boiled with anger. She gritted her teeth in fury and growled. You bastard. Finally, she trembled and clutched her head. She took a deep breath to calm herself. It's okay. I'm the guild master. I'm the guild master. She gritted her teeth. I just want to make a deal with you. Seeing Cha Yunju's restrained fury, Kangwoo couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm kidding, just kidding. It was my first time playing that game, so I didn't know what to do. She frowned in annoyance. Every time I think about not being able to reach silver rank because of you, Kangwoo rubbed his chin. He pretended to think. Huh, so you're in bronze now? That seems pretty low. Cha Yunju was hit right where it hurt. She jumped up in agitation and embarrassment, retorting. No, that's not it at all. I'm perfectly capable of reaching silver. But every time I form a team, I end up with people like you. Kangwoo, half joking, half serious, probed her. Back to the main topic. Why do you want to sponsor me so badly? Cha Yunju sighed and adjusted her baseball cap. Because you will become stronger. She explained clearly. You're a rookie who just registered 2 weeks ago. But you're leveling up at such a terrifying speed. You hunt alone in B rank gates. D rank and even C rank. You will become even stronger. Much stronger than you are now. Kangwoo continued to ask. What exactly will you give me? Cha Yunju also answered him honestly. First, we will give you a temporary gate pass that allows you to enter gates from rank A and below without any restrictions. Kangwoo let out a satisfied oh. Sounds good. Cha Yunju crossed her arms. She made her offer decisively. If you want to form a party, we will match you with guild members of the rank you request. If you want to sell magic stones, through us, We will reduce the tax as much as possible for you. When Kangwoo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Reduce taxes and help with forming a party? Amazing. We can also lend you equipment. Weapons of special grade and above require a deposit. But lower tiers can be borrowed for free. If necessary, we will also provide you with a house and a car. Kangwoo's face went blank. He thought to himself, this is suspiciously generous. Cha Yunju's voice suddenly cut in. What are you thinking? She shrugged, inviting him. This is an investment for the future. He was troubled. Even so, it's a bit much. Cha Yunju was extremely serious. We won't give you everything for free. The guild will also assign you many missions. When that time comes, please comply. Kangwoo rested his chin on his hand. He fell into a stream of thought. It means this guild has a lot of missions. They're probably sponsoring me to help with some of them. In the end, he asked directly, can you tell me more about the missions? Cha Yunju looked down and replied coldly, no, not right now. Kangwoo didn't know what to do. He scratched the back of his neck in confusion and thought. It must be a long story. He said gently, all right, I won't pry. A thought crossed Kangwoo's mind. If the mission is too unreasonable, I can probably still refuse. He held out his hand. All right. Kangwoo bared his sharp canine teeth. He smiled with satisfaction. I accept your offer. Cha Yunju also smiled back. Kangwoo held his hand in midair. He thought smugly. This isn't just an opportunity to connect with a major guild. Cha Yunju reached out her hand to him. He became even more hopeful. It's also a chance for me to get their support. Kangwoo and Cha Yunju successfully shook hands. They looked at each other with sincere eyes. Kangwoo was full of confidence. He smiled slyly and thought to himself, I can't miss an opportunity like this. Kangwoo excitedly shook Cha Yunju's hand firmly. All right, I accept your offer. She smiled with satisfaction. A wise choice. After the deal was made, they let go of each other's hands. Kangwoo probed. Were you going to tell me about the mission? When the time comes. She looked at Kangwoo. What can you do at your current level? He thought for a moment and then retorted. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Cha Yunju was startled. What? Kangwoo pointed at himself. He puffed out his chest confidently. I'm much stronger than you think. Cha Yunju was momentarily speechless. She cursed silently in her head. Arrogant bastard. With no other choice, she reluctantly agreed. All right. Cha Yunju turned her face away. It's not because you're weak that I'm not telling you. Kangwoo was curious. Then what is it? She glanced at her phone screen. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. We don't have enough evidence yet. I can't say anything until I'm absolutely sure. Kangwoo rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. He thought deeply. Well then, I won't push her anymore. Cha Yunju suddenly held her phone out in front of him. Kangwoo, put your number in. He nodded. Kangwoo quickly typed his number on the phone. Anyway, when can I get the equipment? Cha Yunju calmly crossed her arms. Anytime. She took the phone back from Kangwoo. Do you want to get it right now? He replied casually. That would be great. He thought to himself. To get more demonic energy, I need equipment. Cha Yunju turned and walked away. Follow me. We're going to the guild headquarters. Kangwoo was curious. Where is it? She glanced over calmly. Gangseo. In another place. People were buzzing about a new arrival. Look at that car. A little boy pointed excitedly. Dad, it looks so cool. Buy it, Dad. A supercar was parked in a lot. Its dazzling aura attracted all eyes. The man replied to his child. Is that a Porsche 918 Spider? Dad will work really hard. The whispers continued. They have that model in Korea too? Whose is it? A hand opened the supercar's door. Hey, into the driver's seat without hesitation. Get in. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stood frozen, admiring the car. He carefully got into the car. He asked, how much is this? Cha Yunju started the car. I just bought it, so I don't really remember. Kangwoo's face was filled with an intense craving, to the point of drooling. Probably around 10 million won? Around that much. He looked at her. He thought to himself, is this the same person who wears sloppy clothes and a baseball cap to play games at a PC bang? Is this why people love foreign cars? The car started to move. Kangwoo blurted out a compliment. It's expensive, so it runs smoothly. Cha Yunju smirked and teased him. What? Want me to buy you one? Kangwoo asked, half believing, half doubting. Really? I did say we could provide you with a car. A sweet voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Kong Wu placed a hand on his chest. He looked at Cha Yunju with eyes sparkling like distant stars, as dramatically as possible. From now on, I'll call you Sister Yunju. Her face soured. She pouted in disgust. What did you just say? So gross. Watch out, or I'll smash the airbag on your side. Kong Wu playfully turned to the other side. You should watch the road. That was probably a bit much. Feel free to give me a car like this anytime. Cha Yunju completely exploded. She gritted her teeth in fury. If you refuse a mission or fail, I'll take it back immediately. Kong Wu pouted and criticized. What a petty rancor. Shut up. Do you have any idea how many people I have to support? Kong Wu fastened his seatbelt. He smiled with satisfaction, baring his teeth. All right, I'll shut up. Please watch the road. The car stopped in front of a tall, red building. Cha Yunju introduced it. We're here. This is the guild headquarters. Kong Wu got out of the car. He was completely overwhelmed. This is insane. She casually instructed the valet. The key is in the car. Kong Wu was captivated by the magnificent beauty of the building. He thought to himself, it's as big as the player support center. Are major guilds this powerful? Cha Yunju urged him. What are you doing? Let's go in. Kong Wu was secretly pleased. This was definitely a wise decision. To get involved with a major guild. The door opened. The two of them walked in confidently. Park Hyun-gu and Moon Yun-ho were already there to greet them. You're here. Park Hyun-gu extended his hand. He greeted him warmly. You must be the person the guild master mentioned. He bowed politely. He introduced himself first. Nice to meet you. I'm the head of the Human Resources Management Department. Park Hyun-gu. Kong Wu shook his hand. He said bluntly, I'm Kong Wu. Park Hyun-gu noticed him glancing at the person next to him and enthusiastically helped with the introduction. This is our commander-in-chief. Moon Yeonho. Facing Moon Yun-ho's intimidating gaze, Kong Wu couldn't help but wonder silently. Commander-in-chief? Why is he looking at me like that? Park Hyun-gu suddenly spoke up. Since you're here. He smiled brightly. I assume the agreement went well. Thank you for accepting our offer. Kong Wu also accepted cheerfully. Whatever the scheme is, I couldn't refuse such a good offer. Park Hyun-gu laughed loudly. Our guild isn't that sinister. He quickly got to the point. Well then, shall I take you to the equipment warehouse? Cha Yunju disagreed with that. She interjected decisively. I'll take him. You have a lot of work to do. Hyun-gu. Park Hyun-gu bowed politely like a gentleman. Thank you. The unapproachable Moon Yun-ho spoke in a gruff voice. Then I'll go with you. Cha Yunju raised an eyebrow and looked up at him. Why? Even Kong Wu found it extremely strange. Moon Yeonho replied coldly. Let me. He frowned in annoyance. I want to see for myself what kind of person he is. Cha Yunju couldn't refuse and reluctantly agreed. All right, it's good to get acquainted. You two will be seeing each other often. You can come along too. Yeonho. The elevator took the three of them up to the 14th floor, finally stopping at the 15th. The system announcement chimed. Doors opening. The three of them stepped out. The elevator chimed again. Doors closing. Cha Yunju led the way. When they arrived, she pointed her finger at the room. This is our guild's warehouse. She placed her palm on the door lock. Confirmed. Then she carefully gave a thorough warning. But I have to tell you first. I can't lend you all the equipment. As soon as the door opened, Kang Wu's eyes lit up. Cha Yunju was calm. But you can take items from the epic rank and below. She put her hands in her pockets. She looked at him leisurely. As for the special rank items over there, you can borrow them if you pay a deposit. Take your time and look around. Kong Wu excitedly admired the models displayed in the glass cases. Are there no legendary or mythic rank items in the warehouse? If we had them, we'd be using them. We wouldn't leave them here. He was still curious. That makes sense. So, do you have any equipment above mythic? Not that. Of course I have legendary rank equipment. Kong Wu asked curiously. How much do I need to deposit to borrow something like that? She bluntly gave a number. 50 million USD. Feeling that wasn't enough, she added another sentence. And that's with a discount. Kang Wu's face fell. I understand. He thought with a heavy heart. I absolutely can't afford that. He glanced at the models behind him. Then I'll look at the epic rank equipment. A loud noise suddenly rang out. Both Cha Yunju and Kong Wu were drawn to it at the same time. Moon Yun-ho seemed to have transformed into a different person. His face darkened. He confronted Kong Wu fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth. He threatened in a low voice. Use honorifics. Kangwoo, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. He asked leisurely, "What?" Munyeono roared ferociously. I said, "Use honorifics when speaking to the guildmaster." His face was covered in bulging veins. His eyes were terrifyingly bloodshot. Kangwoo smirked playfully. He replied defiantly, "I don't feel like it." Kangwoo stood tall, showing his arrogant attitude. "What if I don't want to?" Moon Yunho tightened his grip on his sword. Kangwoo completely ignored him. He didn't care that the sharp blade was close to his face. Until Chai Yunju shouted to stop him. "Yeono." She pulled her baseball cap down low. She spoke coldly. "Moon Yeono." She lowered her voice and asked Moon Yunho as he held the blade just inches from Kangwoo, "What do you think you're doing?" Chai Yunju's eyes suddenly widened. She roared fiercely. "Look here." Flames erupted all over Chai Yunju's body. She snapped angrily. "Are you deaf?" Moon Yeono trembled. He stammered. The thing is, this punk dared to." Chai Yunju was furious. "Even if he insults me, that's my business. Don't stick your nose in other people's business." Moon Yeono. Moon Yunho lowered his sword. He replied obediently. "I understand, Guildmaster." Kangwoo let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chai Yunju pointed a finger straight at Kangwoo's face and scolded him harshly. "And Kangwoo, you shouldn't have responded like that either. Acting like that, you're lucky you didn't get beaten up." He turned and stretched his muscles. He replied calmly, "Yeah, okay, whatever." He thought to himself, "At least he's loyal. This guild probably isn't weak." Chai Yunju continued to nag. "Are you listening?" Moon Yunho carefully sheathed his sword behind his back. Kangwoo once again used his sweet, flattering tone. "Well then, Sister Yunju." Chai Yunju rambled on. "Good grief. What now?" Kangwoo put on a cunning, calculating expression. He smiled savagely. "I don't need that foreign car from before. Let me borrow a piece of special equipment, okay? Trust me, I'll pay you back with interest and quickly." Jiaziongju ziplit gan li. "Not right now, but after the internal meeting, I can lend it to you." Suddenly, a fist landed right on Kangwoo's head, cutting off their conversation. Moon Yunho gritted his teeth furiously and questioned, "Sister? Did you just call her sister?" Once again, he lost his temper, raising his fist and drawing his sword at the same time. He roared fiercely, "How dare you? How dare you?" Moon Yunho brought his attack straight down on where Kangwoo was standing without hesitation. Suddenly, he froze. His face went pale. Chai Yunju blocked the sword with one hand. She was glaring with fear. "Moon Yeono, did you forget what I said?" Kangwoo smirked with satisfaction and teased. Meanwhile, Chai Yunju angrily scolded. "Should I consider this an act of insubordination?" Moon Yeono replied cautiously. It was clear he was filled with resentment. "But Guildmaster, this bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, Chai Yunju immediately attacked, slamming him to the floor as punishment. She was emotionless. "It seems I have to teach you a lesson." Kangwoo stood by indifferently, watching this fascinating situation. Chai Yunju couldn't take it anymore and ordered, "Hey, Moon Yeono, get out." She glanced down at Moon Yunho, who was sitting stunned on the floor. "If you cause trouble one more time, I will call a disciplinary meeting. Think about your position as commander-in-chief." He quickly replied, I'm sorry." Chai Yunju held her head in frustration. "I'm sorry you had to see such an unpleasant scene. I will punish him severely." Kangwoo casually put his hands on his hips. "It's fine." Moon Yunho silently sheathed his weapon. He prepared to leave. Chai Yunju asked with concern, "So, which special equipment do you need? I'll bring it up during the meeting." Kangwoo answered honestly, "I want a set of armor that's comfortable to wear. Good basic functions would be even better." She stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Armor?" A gruff voice rang out. "Did you say you need armor?" Moon Yunho turned back and stood tall, facing Kangwoo. He made a serious offer. "Then how about this? If you can beat me in a fight, I'll give you this set. It's special grade and has many good features." Chai Yunju clenched her hands into fists. She shouted in frustration. "Moon Yeono." She got into a stance, ready to fight him to the death. She roared angrily, threatening him. "I told you to get out." Moon Yunho timidly stepped back as if about to be punished. But suddenly, Kangwoo spoke up, stopping Chai Yunju. "Wait." She was stunned. He was interested. "That sounds good. That fight." She still couldn't believe it. "What?" Her eyebrows furrowed. She thought to herself, "This guy will definitely Cha Yunju imagined Kangwa's fight. She mused, become as strong as me. No, maybe even stronger. But Moon Yunho is currently level 67. He has surpassed the limit that requires only effort, the 6th awakening. And he's about to reach the 7th awakening, which only top hunters can achieve. No matter how talented this guy is, he's not ready yet. Kangwu grinned. Moon Yeo no? I quite like your idea. Cha Yunju quickly tried to stop him. Kangwu, don't provoke him. He replied confidently. Trust me, it's fine. Kangwu looked at Moon Yunho with excited, blood-red eyes. He smirked arrogantly. He wants to give it to me. So, why shouldn't I take it? Moon Yunho was extremely wary as he faced Kangwu. I like the way you think. He thought to himself. He won't be able to disrespect the guild master again. Guild master. Cha Yunju seemed to want to strangle Kangwu. She wondered, what are you thinking? Moon Yunho gradually recalled an old memory with Cha Yunju. She had saved him in a battle where he was severely injured. She is my savior, and the teacher to whom I swore my loyalty, and also the woman to whom I gave my heart. Moon Yunho strongly touched the scar from that battle. He was filled with fighting spirit. But how dare he? This insignificant person. Cha Yunju continued to plead. Stop it. You'll die. Kangwu was completely at ease. Special equipment, huh? All right. Moon Yunho thought to himself. I'll make you realize this fight was the mistake of your life. The three of them moved to another room. Cha Yunju introduced it. This is the combat room. Kangwu blurted out in admiration. You're something else. Moon Yunho was defiant. Let's see how long you can stay calm. He stretched. Yeah. Watch closely. Cha Xiongju spo wadi den. Oh, Kangwu, do you know how crazy this is? Kangwu continued to stretch. He laughed loudly. I told you it's fine. Cha Yunju crossed her arms anxiously. You're going to regret this. Moon Yunho challenged him arrogantly. You can start whenever you want. He held up 3 fingers. Extremely arrogant. I'll give you the first 3 seconds. You can attack however you want. Kangwu rotated his wrist. He replied with extreme arrogance. Oh my, did you learn that from some martial arts movie? He also rotated his ankle. He watched calmly. Stop trying to act cool. Raise your sword, old man. Kangwu asked leisurely. Didn't you hear me? Moon Yunho was conceited. He looked down on Kangwu. I have no intention of using my full strength to fight a rookie. He calmly bent down to warm up his knee joints. Is that so? Suddenly, Kangwu's shoes lit up. He dangerously took a step back. Well then, he immediately used his authority of speed, dashing past Cha Yunju like the wind. Kangwu delivered a fatal kick straight to Moon Yunho's stomach. The speed was so fast that before he could even feel the pain, Kangwu had already dashed away. I have no other choice. Kangwu spun and kicked Moon Yunho to the ground, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. He cried out in pain, his mouth wide open. Saliva flew everywhere. His chest ached madly. Kangwu landed safely on the ground. Moon Yunho lay sprawled on the floor amidst the rubble. He roared in a frenzy. He vomited violently. Cha Yunju still didn't understand what had just happened. She was stunned. Moon Yunho clutched his stomach, panting. He thought in fear. What the hell was that? So dangerous. He couldn't stop coughing violently. If it weren't for this armor, I'd be dead. Moon Yunho, unable to bear it, drew the sword from his back. Impossible. He slammed the tip of his sword into the ground. He was really just a hunter for 3 weeks? Kangwu smiled slyly. He tilted his head playfully. Didn't you give me the first 3 seconds? Yunho slammed his blade into the ground and panted heavily. What trick did you use? Hearing that, Kangwu put on a slightly mocking expression. Trick? I'm simply stronger than you. Yunho was furious. Nonsense. How can someone who just became a player 3 months ago be this strong? Kangwu continued to provoke him, making him grip his sword tighter. Now that I think about it, that 3-second handicap of yours was pretty ridiculous, wasn't it? Seeing this, he smirked. You were just showing off because you thought I was a newbie. Then Kangwu burst into loud laughter, only to complain that I cheated when things didn't go your way. That's really hilarious. The smile on his lips vanished. His attitude shifted to one of extreme coldness. That's enough, you failure. Yunho was so angry his whole body trembled. You bastard. Then he glanced over at a girl and cursed silently. Damn it. The camera zoomed in on the face of that girl. Cha Yunju was still watching. Below, he gripped his sword tightly. In his mind, he was thinking, I can't be defeated like this. Then, Yunho swung it up and shouted, Heaven-shattering sword. His sword created a massive energy wave that seemed to eclipse all of time and space. Suddenly, a chuckle made Yunho very curious. Kangwoo covered his newly formed smile and criticized. That name is nauseating. He continued, his eyes filled with killing intent. Heaven-shattering sword? What the hell is that? Do you really think that's cool? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth. His entire face was covered in bulging veins. Then Yunho, while preparing to swing his sword, growled out each word. Shut up. He spun it around himself, creating sharp, dangerous sparks. Then Yunho charged towards Kangwoo and slammed it down. With incredible force. In such a situation, he still thought calmly. He really is the commander-in-chief of one of the 5 major guilds. The image switched to him with a comment. He's not weak, but I don't need to face him directly. Then Kangwoo shouted, "Shall we begin?" And he began to unleash his authority of shadow. Meanwhile, Yunho was still fiercely kicking up the stone floor. At that moment, he stepped into Kangwoo's spell. Yunju saw this and shouted his name in alarm. Moon. She continued to try and stop him. Stop. Kangwoo, on the other hand, silently mocked. What an idiot. He smirked. He's lost his mind. Then he uttered 2 words. Shadow prison. Then Kangwoo slowly sank into the authority of shadow. At the same time, Yunju also rushed towards him. Yunho realized something was wrong and was extremely confused. Where is he? Suddenly, someone's hand landed on his shoulder. Kangwoo, filled with killing intent, stood behind him and mocked. You lose, you idiot. Then he spoke softly. Authority of waves. And he used that very hand to cast a spell. Authority of waves. Its power slammed Yunho hard into the wall. The wall fragments gradually crumbled along with his waves of pain. Yunju, seeing this, could only stand there silently, not uttering a word. Then she turned back and glanced at Kangwoo. His voice echoed evenly while Yunju still had an indescribable look in her eyes. Didn't I tell you? Kangwoo waved his hand and continued. I'm much stronger than you think. The scene shifted to another part of the room. Someone's voice rang out, full of flavor. I'm sorry about what happened today. Then that person continued, in parallel with the image of Yunho being treated by paramedics. Yunho will be expelled from the guild immediately. I will make sure to discipline the guild members so that what happened today doesn't happen again. It was Yunju's voice. She walked behind him, still full of regret. I have no excuse. I'm sorry, but he was completely opposite to her attitude. It's fine. It's okay. Kangwoo showed proof of his happiness, and at the same time, its information was introduced. I got this too. Equipment information. Gargoyle's armor. Rank, special, basic information. Physical defense, plus 200. Magical defense, plus 80. Special skill. Allows you to use the petrification skill, doubling your physical defense stat for 10 seconds. You can only use this skill once every 24 hours. Then he chuckled to himself. It really is special equipment. The special skill is also pretty good. Suddenly, his thoughts turned serious. But that guy went a bit too far, betting equipment of this caliber. An image of Yunho appeared with his assessment. He even disobeyed the guild master's orders. I got the equipment thanks to him. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. Kangwoo's thoughts seemed to fit the situation perfectly. Love really does make people blind. Then he spoke. I'll let it slide this time. Then he turned back to Yunju and announced. But if it happens again, I'll have to reconsider our partnership. She carefully adjusted her cap and replied. I promise you. From today on, all members of Red Rose will respect you. Kangwoo adjusted his armor. He said, then I'll trust you, Guildmaster. Besides, I don't think this equipment fits me. Do you have a way to solve this? Yunju was a bit flustered. Put on the pedestal. I'll have it delivered to you after it's been adjusted. Kangwoo did as she said. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm busy now, Yunju said gently. Then he immediately ran towards the door and turned back. See you later. She stood with her hands on her hips and replied briskly. Yeah, remember to send me your measurements. Kangwoo's voice echoed back. Okay. Yunju watched the door slowly close. She sat down on the table with a sigh of relief. Is he even human? Yunju tilted her head to the right and said to herself. Yunho isn't some weak rank either. How could a player who just awakened 3 weeks ago defeat him? Yunju imagined strange images in her head, like bizarre figures standing around the earth, and thought, if this continues, a world ranker will soon appear in Korea. World ranker, the 8 strongest players. not just in one country, but among all players. Currently, there are no world rankers in Korea, but they say that Korea's current #1 player, Kang Hyun, has potential. The next image was of a white-haired man with the assertion, but he can't become a world ranker either. She was still lost in thought. But if it's Kangwoo? Suddenly, a young man walked in from the door and spoke. Guildmaster, has Mr. Kangwoo left? Yenju was a bit surprised. Yeah, he just left. And the gargoyle's armor will belong to him. Is the equipment repairer busy? The young man replied respectfully. They're free now. I heard about the situation with Mr. Yunho. She announced gently. We will hold a disciplinary meeting and expel him. Tell everyone to gather tomorrow. The blond man's face showed a hint of sadness. Yenju saw this and stood up, calling out. Don't make that face. Yunho was in the wrong. We have to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Yes. The young man had no choice but to obey. I understand. Then the blond man hesitated slightly. I have a few things to report to you. She looked up, showing curiosity. What is it? The young man's report surprised Yenju. The government has announced that they have successfully planted a spy in the demon cult. The blond man continued. If everything goes well, we'll soon have them in our grasp. Hearing this, Yenju took her hands out of her pockets and said, Continue. She was a bit annoyed and curious, emphasizing, Tell me, in more detail. The scene shifted to Kangwoo. He looked at his information and thought, Let's see. Oh, Kangwoo. LV. 34. Awakening Stage 4. First Awakening Attribute. Authority of Predation. Rank S. Second Awakening Attribute. Limitless Thirst. Rank C. Third Awakening Attribute. Demonic Mana Absorption. Rank C. Fourth Awakening Attribute. Ruler of Demonic Energy. Rank A. Fifth Awakening Attribute. Unlocks at LV. 49. Innate Talent. Demonic. Strength. 33. Agility. 21. Stamina. 20. Magic Power. 0 Demonic Energy. Innate Talent. 53. Intelligence. 11. Wisdom. 13. Then he rubbed his chin and made a judgment. So the other stats also increase along with demonic energy. The demonic energy stat is the most important. But that doesn't mean strength. Agility and stamina aren't helpful. An image of half of Kangwoo's back appeared with brilliant, sharp red details. Next to it was the same image with a dangerous purple hue in his thoughts. I can reduce my demonic energy consumption by strengthening my body with stats. Kangwoo was still lost in his thoughts. The intelligence and wisdom stats are useless to me since I don't have magic power, and they don't actually make me smarter. Then he stretched and continued. It's a shame I can't put points into the stats I want. I heard that stats usually increase after leveling up based on the skills I use most after the second awakening. Kangwoo's head tilted back slightly to look at the chart showing a snake being reduced. But my demonic energy increases slowly. The other stats increase randomly. Then he observed again. His slightly trembling arm. The tone in his thoughts became a bit somber. I don't know why. Is it because my demonic energy is too high? Kangwoo recalled the image of himself defeating a monster. My demonic energy is much higher than my other stats. Next was the image of him attacking Yunho just now. I can even do things other players can't. Then he thought about his declining chart again. Also, the higher the stat, the harder it is to increase. Basically, after level 30, I won't be able to increase my demonic energy stat anymore, because it's already too high. Kangwoo suddenly looked up at the sky with a smug expression and continued to think. But it's fine. I've already surpassed the quota after taking down that hellhound. Although it's a bit of shame. If I keep going like this, the fifth awakening won't be a problem. He suddenly fell silent. Tamago meets Sola and Tae-soo. Scene changed to the east in Chan Gate. From a distance, Tae-soo waved his hand and called out loudly. Kangwoo, over here. He covered his face and approached with an embarrassed expression. This is so embarrassing. He asked, Are you done with your business? Kangwoo said gently, I'm done. He removed his hand from his face. He opened his eyes wide when he heard what Tae-soo said. Good. These are the players I wanted to introduce to you. Kangwoo thought with a bit of disappointment. Oh my god. Then he pointed and introduced each person. This handsome guy is Kim Si-hoon. And this little girl's name is Choi Eun-bai. The young man's face was magnified in his eyes as he spoke. Hello. And he thought to himself, so handsome. Eun-bai, hearing Tae-soo's introduction, sounded angry. Who are you calling a little girl? He still smiled brightly. If not a little girl, then what? At this point, he finally spoke. Hello. The little girl still shouted angrily at Tae-soo. You look more like a 40-year-old man. Hearing this, he froze and could only feel pain. What? Me, 40? At this point, Eun-bai ignored him and turned to introduce herself to Kangwoo. Are you the person Mr. Tae-soo is always talking about? I've heard a lot about you. The little girl continued. Feel free to talk to me casually, Kangwoo. Hearing that, he spoke. Well, first, before Kangwoo could finish, the little girl shouted when she saw Seola. You're that healer, aren't you? You're so pretty. She said awkwardly. Thank you. Eun-bai was still very enthusiastic. Let's take a picture together. I'll show it to my friends later. Seola was a bit reluctant. Okay. Kangwoo, watching this scene, could only think to himself. Is she another version of Tae-soo? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Nice to meet you. It was Si-hoon. He walked over and extended his hand towards Kangwoo. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Si-hoon. His other hand was on his sword. I'm level 12. Not long ago, I awakened an A-rank attribute. I'm a warrior class. An image of two girls taking a picture together appeared with Si-hoon's words. Eun-bai is a mage class with a B-rank attribute. I'm sorry. She's a bit hyperactive. Kangwoo replied to him on one side, while thinking to himself on the other. His tone is very polite. It's fine. He quickly tells me what I want to hear most. Then he shook hands with Si-hoon. And on top of that, he has an A-rank awakening attribute. Isn't this just like a manga protagonist? Over here, Tae-soo finally recovered and asked, What do you think? Are they trustworthy? His eyes had a sly glint as he replied dismissively and said to himself, Maybe. Kangwoo looked at the other three. They don't have the same greed as those Andres bastards. Then he replied to the question. I guess so. Hearing that, Tae-soo was full of pride. I told you I'm a good judge of character. Kangwoo let out a sigh and asked, Who was it that almost died from betrayal? He was a bit flustered. That. Then Tae-soo suddenly became cheerful. It was fate that I met you. It's destiny. Kangwoo was calm and quiet on one side, while he was full of excitement. Then Tae-soo turned to the other three and asked, What do you think of the team? Do we look okay? He thought for a moment and then replied, Not bad. Kangwoo put together an image of the four of them and commented, A tank, a long-range damage dealer, and a close-range one. And she can also use buffs. And heal. This is an optimal four-person team. Then he paired Si-hoon and Tae-soo together. Not only that, we have two people with A-rank awakening attributes. Next, he paired the two remaining girls, Seola and Eun-bai. The others are also B-rank. If you told me this team was for carrying people and not hunting, I'd believe you. Kangwoo smiled and continued to think. Good. This is good enough. Then he announced, I'll be joining you all today. At this, Tae-soo turned to him with some suspicion. You're coming too? He said gently, Yeah, I've got to point out your weaknesses and how to fix them. Hearing the answer, he became excited and loud. Then we're counting on you. Thank you. Eun-bai, seeing this, spoke up. Be quiet. Kangwoo also scowled and muttered to himself. So noisy. Then his face became serious. Let's enter the gate right away. If the situation isn't dangerous, I'll just observe from the back. Don't let your guard down. I understand. Kangwoo looked at the image of the four of them and thought to himself, I don't want to carry them right now. That would only slow them down. I need to observe more, but they're worth investing in. Scene changed to a forest, where orcs were running rampant and roaring. They were charging towards them. The orcs got closer and closer. Each one was holding a large club. They raised their weapons, preparing to attack. Tae-soo used his shield and immense strength to push back the charging orcs. They were knocked back and fell to the ground. Seeing his victory, he laughed heartily and taunted them. What's wrong, you beasts? They could only lie there trembling and groaning, unable to fight back. Eun-bai shouted from the side, Lightning bolt. With her words, a massive, terrifying bolt of electricity struck from above. The girl seemed to have noticed something behind her and shouted, Daeso. The orcs were charging in, and Eun-bai ran while announcing, There are 5 behind you. He, on the other hand, moved towards them. I see them. His energetic steps kicked up dust from the ground. Tae-soo shouted at the orcs. Over here. They followed his voice and headed towards the shield that was emitting a dazzling blue light. Tae-soo, seeing his plan succeed, smiled brightly and called out, All right, let's go. Seola immediately pushed her hands forward, unleashing her skill. Light energy. Then she placed her hand on his bicep. His arm was instantly empowered and grew larger. Seeing this, Taesu shouted with great satisfaction. Thanks, sister-in-law. Over here, Sola was also busy preparing her fighting stance. Then she shot an arrow made of a dazzling yellow energy thread at the orcs. They were hit in the eye and cried out in pain. Taesu smiled brightly when he saw this. He continued to control his shield, knocking the orcs in various directions. Sehun appeared out of nowhere among the monsters, and he calmly cut down each one. After that wave of attacks, the insectoid monsters spewed red liquid one by one and collapsed. He glanced to the side and let out a sigh of relief. Taesu approached with a shield and offered compliment. You're really strong, Sehun. Have you studied swordsmanship before? He was a bit embarrassed. Yes, just as a hobby. He continued to praise him, leaving Sehun to just smile awkwardly. But your skill level is way beyond just a hobby. Afterward, all four of them looked toward Kangyu, who was sitting in a tree. Taesu called out, What do you think, Kangyu? Everyone's really strong, right? He placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought, and didn't answer. Seeing this, Taesu got a little worried. What's wrong? Just then, Kangyu began. First, then he jumped down to the ground. I'll point out a few things you all need to fix. Suddenly, Kangyu's gaze turned sharp as he thought to himself. No, this made everyone feel quite puzzled. He continued, a ton of things, not just a few. Kangyu spoke up. First, Taesu. Kang Daiso Nervos nodded. My friend, Kangyu carefully assessed him. You have sharp senses, and you know how to counter the monster's direction. Kang Taesu was embarrassed. Thank you. Kangyu added a few more reminders. But the problem is, you use brute force to solve everything. You're wasting too much stamina. A tank shouldn't have weaknesses like that. You charged headfirst into those minotaurs. He raised his voice seriously. What if the boss had charged out then? You're the tank. You just need to take the hits and hold their aggro. Kang Daiso ditli seriously. I understand. Kangyu then turned his attention to Seola. As for Seola, she flinched. Kangyu, he praised her with satisfaction. You did a great job buffing Daiso, and you made the right call by increasing the tank's power. Then Kangyu pointed out Seola's flaw that needed improvement. But your decision to use an arrow of light to protect yourself afterward wasn't good. The enemy always focuses on the healer. If the healer attacks, the tank won't be able to draw the monster's aggro effectively. Seola looked down, feeling guilty. I'm sorry. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Kangyu quickly smiled and reassured her. We just need to fix it slowly. He turned sharply towards Choi Eunbai, and Eunbai, the young girl, obediently raised her hand. Kangyu assessed her. It seems you wanted to finish off the monsters that were already down, and you used a powerful spell with immense firepower. He asked with concern. You were startled when 5 of them appeared earlier, while you were attacking the 3 that were already down, right? Why, yes, that's right. Kangyu gently offered some advice. You could have easily taken them down with a simple lightning magic spell. You should conserve your energy. The main damage dealer will always be Sehun. You will be the sub-dealer. The girl shouted confidently. Got it. Kangyu turned to Kim Sehun. As for Sehun, the young man hesitated to speak. Well, he found himself thinking for a long moment. But in the end, Kangyu patted Kim Sehun's shoulder. He encouraged him casually. You have no flaws. You fulfilled your role perfectly. The young man replied happily. Thank you. Kangyu thought to himself. He's really good. Even without 10,000 years of experience like me. Is he a genius? Kang Taesu praised him enthusiastically. Sehun is amazing. Choi Eunbai was filled with admiration. You're even cooler than I thought. Kangyu secretly glanced at Kim Sehun. Truly a diamond in the rough. I wonder how much stronger he'll become. He suggested, shall we head deeper inside? Kang Taesu raised his hand, full of energy. We'll do even better this time. Kangyu turned his head and reminded them gently. Yeah, try to work on the points I just mentioned. This time, Kang Taesu powerfully blocked every attack. Choi Eunbai and Seola coordinated perfectly. The two of them unleashed their skills. Countering the enemy, the monsters were hit by the sudden, fierce power, sending them reeling and contorting wildly. At the same time, receiving support from the rear, Kim Sehun raised his sword proudly and swept through them one by one. They were sent flying thousands of meters away. Kangyu silently watched everyone's movements from the tree. He assessed, everyone is doing great. Taesu tiredly placed his iron shield on the ground. He let out a sigh of relief. Kong Wu thought to himself, if this continues, they might be able to reach the next gate within a month. Tae-Soo leaned on his shield. He asked excitedly, what do you think? Brother, have we improved? Kong Wu smiled slightly. Not bad. Tae-Soo decent. It wouldn't kill you to give a compliment. He lowered his voice sincerely. But thanks to you, I've improved a lot. A voice suddenly rang out. Wait, what is that? It doesn't look like a troll. Kang Wu's eyes suddenly turned blood red. His eyes widened. That's a ferocious, bloodthirsty demon suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It charged madly towards them. It bared sharp teeth, eager to devour each one of them alive. Kong Wu became alert. A werewolf. Tae-Soo quickly realized the critical situation. He hurriedly pulled out his shield to block. But the beast was extremely vicious. It flew like the wind. It roared threateningly. Kong Wu, in the tree, activated his weapon. He got into a fighting stance. Damn it, another demon beast. He was suddenly startled by the scene before him. Kim Si-hoon unexpectedly somersaulted in midair. He swung his sword straight at the beast position. He quickly ordered Tae-Soo, "Be brother, get back." Kim Si-hoon dodged the beast's attack without hesitation. He took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Next, he gripped his glowing sword tightly. He gathered his powerful energy. He charged forward and slashed its stomach, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth and performed the move again. Unfortunately for him, this time before he could strike, the beast had already detected him. It bluntly knocked him to the ground. It shrieked and flew to attack Kim Si-hoon. He cursed in alarm. Damn it. Luckily, Kong Wu appeared at that moment and successfully saved him. The power of 1,000 pounds. He unleashed a single blow and easily defeated the huge, dangerous beast. Kim Si-hoon looked at him, stunned. A new notification appeared on the system. You have defeated a Fisher Fragment, rank C. You have leveled up 1 time. Although Kang Wu's hand was injured and bleeding, he still gently helped Kim Si-hoon up. He even asked with concern, "Can you stand up?" He forced a smile. "I can. Thanks, Kong Wu." The other 3 ran over. Tae-Soo asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Sola was anxious. "Are you alright?" Choi Eun-bai ran after them. "Are you okay?" Tae-Soo expressed his admiration. "You're so strong. Kong Wu, you blew it away in just 1 hit." He helped Kim Si-hoon up. He praised him excitedly. "You're strong too. Si-hoon, are you sure you've only had your second awakening?" Your sword was even glowing. He smiled with difficulty and replied, "It's true. I've only had my second awakening." Kong Wu silently pondered. He can even fight a demon beast, even if he awakened to rank A in his second awakening. This is still abnormally strong. This is more than just talent. Kim Si-hoon awkwardly asked Tae-Soo, "Can you put me down?" Kong Wu suddenly missed a beat. "I understand how that bastard Moon Yunho felt." He directly helped. "Kim Si-hoon, let me help you." He was shy. "Thanks." Tae-Soo scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm not that quiet." Kong Wu used his power. He placed his hand on Kim Si-hoon's shoulder and began to use his ability. All-knowing authority. You can conceal your demonic energy by utilizing the power of the ruler of demonic energy. Very quickly, Kong Wu had received all of Kim Si-hoon's information. He thought to himself, "I just want to check if he had any hidden powers. But I can even see his skills and status window." He grinned slyly. "All right, let's see." His face suddenly became foolishly blank. What the hell is this? Kim Si-hoon, second awakening. First awakening ability. Descendant of the Martial Saint. Rank, SS. As the power of the Martial Saint has not been fully absorbed, the ability has not been activated. Second awakening ability. Summon Seifertki. Rank, A. Third awakening ability. Unlocks at LV20. Inherited profession. The chosen one, the soul of the Martial Saint, John Tae-gang, accompanies you. You are the hero born to protect the world. Strength, 15. Agility, 16. Stamina, 13. Magic power, 10. Inner force. Inherited stat, 25. Intelligence, 8. Wisdom, 9. Martial Saint, the hero born to protect the world. Tae-Soo was paying close attention to Kim Si-hoon. He instructed him kindly. "If you feel uncomfortable, just say so. Let me help you." He replied timidly, "I'm Fine." Kong Wu looked at him with astonished eyes. What's with this guy? He pondered unconsciously. Is he really the protagonist? The system appeared before. Kangwoo with the content. Innate profession. The chosen one, the soul of the war god, John Taegang, resides within you. You are the hero born with a mission to become the protector of the world. A thought flashed. War god, protector of the world? Is this why his swordsmanship is so exceptional? A tall, large man appeared in Si-hoon's eyes. Flames were burning around him. He exclaimed with interest. This guy really is the protagonist. Hearing this, Kangwoo glanced at Si-hoon with a puzzled look. Then, he thought to himself, in the future, he could become a threat to me. But I can't miss out on a gem like this. At this moment, Si-hoon spoke softly to Kangwoo. I'm really fine now. Thanks, he replied awkwardly. Kangwoo silently continued his unfinished thoughts. I can build a really good relationship with him by supporting him wholeheartedly, just like Chai Yunju did for me. In his mind, he was calculating something. But just as I'm willing to discard things I don't like, one day, he could also point his sword at me. I can't put all my trust in this relationship. Kangwoo stroked his chin, recalling every action Si-hoon had taken. For now, it seems Kim Si-hoon isn't the type to do such things. He even sacrificed himself to save Tae-soo from the werewolf. Then he looked at them laughing happily together and came to a conclusion. If I think about it positively, like Mr. Tae-soo said, he has a very commendable, chivalrous spirit. But you could also say, he looks too gullible. Si-hoon stared at Eunbai's magic staff and asked, Mr. Si-hoon, would you like a massage with electric waves? He replied awkwardly, I think I can handle it. Tae-soo, next to him, excitedly chimed in. I want to try too. Suddenly, Kangwoo let out a strange smile. His eyes widened. God only knows how things will turn out. He raised his hand to his mouth to hide his sinister smile. If that's the case. Suddenly, a voice cut through Kangwoo's thoughts. Mr. Kangwoo, that voice belonged to Seola. She asked him kindly, Is something wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Kangwoo pointed at himself blankly and asked back, Me? I'm Yufine. I'm not hurt anywhere. Looking at the injured monster lying on the ground, he continued to speak. The reason why this type of monster appeared in a D-rank gate. She immediately chimed in. I was thinking the same thing. I've never seen or heard of this type of monster before. If Mr. Kangwoo wasn't here, it would have been a disaster. Kangwoo chuckled and said, Mr. Si-hoon did a great job too. How is he now? Si-hoon quickly replied. He's getting much better. She looked at him, who was holding his wound and talking happily with the others, and continued. If he avoids strenuous movements, he'll recover quickly. Kangwoo approached and gently asked Si-hoon, Are you okay? Si-hoon, he replied friendly. Yes. Thanks to Ms. Seola, I feel much better. He smiled with satisfaction. That's a relief. Si-hoon continued to speak. If it weren't for you, I would have been more seriously injured. His eyes suddenly sparkled. Si-hoon seemed to be surrounded by a halo of light. His voice was full of gratitude. Once again, thank you. I heard what Mr. Tae-soo said, but you're really strong. Tae-soo's eyes sparkled, and his face was cheerful as he said, Of course, in my entire life, I've never seen a player as strong as Boss Kangwoo here. Not only that, he also has a very chivalrous spirit. Si-hoon said emotionally, You've really found a good boss. Mr. Tae-soo, he replied shyly. You're exaggerating. You're also very great, Si-hoon, he said excitedly and loudly. Exactly. I've never seen a player like you, Si-hoon, among those who have had their second awakening. He smiled and continued. I'm getting a big head now. Tae-soo smiled and continued to ask, But why haven't you joined any of the major guilds? Si-hoon, I think you could easily join any guild. Suddenly, Si-hoon's whole body began to tremble. A voice spoke up. I think the Mir Guild is recruiting new members. Aren't you interested? Tae-soo approached Si-hoon and spoke softly. I heard the Vice Guild Master of Mir is putting a lot of effort into recruiting talent. He quickly replied, I don't plan on joining any guild. Not just Mir. Hearing Si-hoon's answer, he looked very confused and hesitated to reply. I see. Tae-soo asked him curiously. Do you have a problem with the Mir Guild? Si-hoon grabbed his scabbard. It's not worth mentioning. Tae-soo bowed his head. It seems there's a not-so-easy story behind that. I'm sorry for bringing up unnecessary things like that. He paused. It's okay. Si-hoon's face was strained. It's just a bit complicated. I'm the one who should be sorry for being so sensitive about it. Kangwoo raised his hand and spoke. Then let's continue. Today's hunt ends here. Let's come back tomorrow. Mr. Si-hoon needs to rest too. He looked confused. It's okay. I can easily handle the monsters at the orc level. He walked over, placed his hand on Si-hoon's shoulder, and advised, "No need to overdo it. We could just meet again tomorrow and hunt." Si-hoon replied, "Yes. I understand." Tae-soo joyfully raised his fist. "Boss, are you planning to come with us tomorrow, too?" Kang-woo was cold. "No, tomorrow. You all should go hunting by yourselves." His eyes were teary. He pouted. "I can't take care of you all forever. If you still remember what I taught you today, you should improve in short time." In a flash, Tae-soo's expression changed to excitement. "I understand, boss." He raised his arm firmly. "This man, Kang Tae-soo, will do his best to level up and be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, boss." Kang-woo's back receded into the distance. He raised his hand and replied, "I'm counting on you." Evening, on a busy street, Kang-woo called out, "Ms. Sola." Sola was confused. "Yes, Mr. Kang-woo." He looked at his phone with a pensive expression. "I think you'll have to go home alone." Something suddenly came up. She was skeptical. "Something urgent?" The phone screen showed an incoming call. He quickly answered, "Yes, I have emergency call. I think I have to go." Sola's eyes were round. "I see. What about dinner?" Kang-woo put his phone in his pocket. "You should probably eat first. I might be late." She turned her head, her face slightly sad. Sola smiled faintly and agreed. "Okay, be careful. See you later. No matter how late it is, I'll reheat the food for you." Kang-woo blushed. "I'll definitely come back safely. She really is an angel." He waved and smiled, thinking, "I really want to have dinner with Sola like always. But I guess I can't." Kang-woo watched Sola's back as she walked away. "So now," his eyes were sharp, and his smile was mysterious. "Shall we begin?" Scene changed. Si-hoon looked at his phone. He was standing at a bus stop. He sighed. On his phone was information about the bus routes. He muttered the guild, the mere guild. At the same time, a voice called out, "Mr. Si-hoon." He looked up. Kang-woo. He stood in front of him. "I have something to talk to you about." Si-hoon replied, "What is it?" He was serious. "This is quite important." He continued, "So let's go somewhere more private." The bus stop announcement speaker blared, "Bus number 700 is arriving." He hesitated. Si-hoon followed Kang-woo into a small alley. He looked around. He spoke, "Mr. Kang-woo, what did you want to talk about?" Before he could finish, Kang-woo suddenly punched him in the stomach. Si-hoon was shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief. His body instinctively doubled over. He coughed up saliva. He grabbed him by the collar. He immediately threw him hard to the ground. "Ugh!" Si-hoon painfully struggled to sit up. He didn't understand what was happening. "Why did you?" Once again, his words were cut short. He was brutally stomped on the stomach. "I just want to make sure of something." Si-hoon screamed. Si-hoon was pinned down by his knee on his stomach, unable to do anything. He could only scream his name over and over. He leaned in close. "In the future, Mr. Si-hoon will become very strong. Exceptionally strong compared to other players. That's why I want to build a very good relationship with someone like you." Kang-woo gave a strange smile. In other words, his voice was chilling. "I want to become your true comrade." Si-hoon grimaced and looked at him. Saliva dribbled down the sides of his mouth. "Why are you saying these things while doing these crazy things?" But he was unaware of Kang-woo's hand, which was emitting purple light, next to him. He forcefully pushed that stream of magic into Si-hoon's chest. He screamed piercingly. His whole body trembled and convulsed. His eyes rolled back, his mouth wide open. Kang-woo was still sitting on top of him. Red, blood-like veins appeared on his hand. "This is a guarantee for that." Kang-woo clutched his chest. Streams of purple magic surrounded his hand. Authority of subordination. Si-hoon's heart pounded wildly. Bright red marks appeared on his neck. Si-hoon screamed, "Arg!" "Stop!" Kang-woo reassured him. "Don't worry." Si-hoon's heart began to change from red to purple, along with brilliant red rays of light surrounding it. Kang-woo's voice continued to echo evenly. "You'll forget everything that happened here." At this point, his heart had completely transformed into a grotesque heart. Bright red eyes and a mouth with sharp, demonic teeth appeared. He continued, "Once you wake up, you'll continue to live normally, hunting monsters like today, and become stronger." Kang-woo smirked. He moved closer to his face. He was convulsing. "You can also form a team with Tae-soo and Sola, and become a team stronger than any other." He pulled his hand back. "You'll also be able to use a part of my power since you've now become my familiar spirit. This will be very beneficial for your growth." Si-hoon gasped for air. He trembled, his eyes blurring. A purple mark appeared on his chest. He withdrew his hand. You don't need to worry about anything. Kong Wu smiled mysteriously. His eyes were cunning. We will become very close comrades. Sihun suddenly woke up. His eyes flew open. He sat up, panting. Sihun touched his chest. Everything was the same, as if nothing had happened. He rubbed his forehead and sat up. Why am I here? I was definitely waiting for the bus. Sihun looked at his phone. 8 o'clock at night? He frowned, tried to remember. I was waiting for the bus. About an hour ago. What happened after that? Suddenly, his head throbbed as if hit by a hammer. Sion shouted. He rubbed his head. I don't remember anything. I must have passed out. The battle just now was really fierce. Sihun thought to himself, no matter how big the impact was, I can't believe I fainted like that. He gritted his teeth and pouted. I'm so weak. Sihun leaned against the wall. He struggled to stand up. Right now, I'm too weak. I still have a long way to go. I have to become. His hand curled into a fist. The images of the people he hated appeared again. Stronger than I am now. The Mere Guild. The Mere Guild. The Vice Guild Master of the Mere Guild. Kim Yong-hoon. He clenched his fist and punched the wall. The wall cracked. Rubble fell down. He gritted his teeth in anger. So that my sword can reach the necks of those bastards. Sihun walked unsteadily on the sidewalk. He had to lean against the wall to keep from falling. Kongwu whispered it worked. A notification appeared on the system. Soul enslavement has been completed. Kim Sihun has been recognized as your subordinate. From above, Kongwu observed. The system displayed another line of text. Do you wish to issue an order? He smirked and waved his hand slightly. Later. I have my insurance now. The system confirmed. Soul has been bound. The young man smiled sinisterly. The corners of his eyes curved up. Now all I need is for Kim Sihun to get stronger. Sihun looked at his phone, still not understanding what was happening. Kongwu thought to himself, I don't want to give him any orders yet. He was looking confusedly at the bus stop in front of him. His inner monologue continued. I only made him my subordinate because I wanted insurance. No need to overdo it. A moment later, Sihun quickly boarded the bus. Kongwu stood on high, watching silently. After his ability is enhanced, Sihun's strength will be equivalent to Baphomet's. He smiled, imagining having to fight an army of demons. Sihun's existence is very important to me, because my demonic energy is still partially sealed, and I still have to fight the mysterious demon legion. Kongwu stood on high, out of sight. I'm not sure when they will appear at the gate again. As for Sihun, he gave a chilling smile. His eyes glinted coldly. Red as blood. I will help you as much as I can. So train hard and get stronger, okay? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. Huh? What's this? Choi Yihon? Kongwu sat down and answered the phone. A voice came from the other end. I'm calling to give you some information. He replied, yeah. So? About the Demon Legion. Huh? Choi Yihon hesitated. I'm not sure. It's true that I saw traces of demonic energy. The guy on the other end of the line was in a panic. But it doesn't seem like it was intentional. Kongwu focused on the key point. It wasn't created by a human. Choi Ji-hoon continued. Yeah, it seems to have been created by a monster. Not a human. He felt a sense of urgency. Where did you find it? A cold thought echoed in his mind. It's a demon. The other end replied. A B-rank gate near Wajongbu. He immediately stood up. All right, after the hellhound and the werewolf. Now, there's another one. He opened the system interface. Checking information. It's called a Fisher fragment. Hellhounds appear at rank C gates. Weaker werewolves appear at rank D gates. So for this rank B gate, he licked his lips like a pervert. Smirking, a monster even stronger than a hellhound might appear. This has helped me level up tremendously. Kongwu clicked on his personal information board. Perhaps, I'll undergo my 5th awakening sooner than I thought. The next morning at Wajongbu Station, the announcement speaker chimed steadily. The train will soon arrive at Wajongbu Station. The exit is on the right. The train stopped. People crowded out, dragging Kongwu into the flow of the crowd. He frowned, looking around in confusion. He looked at the surrounding crowd. Feeling suffocated, he quickly waved his hand. Oh boy, I really need to buy a car soon. After finishing this job, I should ask Yeonju to get me a car. As he walked down the stairs, he checked his phone while walking. Let's see. Monsters should appear at rank A gates. People were buzzing with noise. Hey, what's going on? Why did you come back? The other person shrugged. They said there's something strange inside, so they won't let me in. Kongwu looked toward them. Strange? Yeah. A mutant monster or something. Up ahead, soldiers had blocked the way, leaving the mages, knights, and other players who came for missions in a state of confusion. Everyone was gossiping. Complaints rang out. Hey, why can't we go in? Damn it. I came all the way from Yahello. Do you know how far I had to travel? The government won't compensate us if we die anyway. One person argued with a soldier. He was irritable. Why aren't you letting anyone in? Everyone is stuck here. The soldier remained firm. An unidentified monster has mutated, so the gate is temporarily closed. The person tried to protest. It's not even a boss monster. Right then, the loudspeaker blared. A monster inside the gate has mutated. We have not yet identified the monster, but 10 players have already lost their lives. The announcement continued. For the safety of the players, we will restrict access to the gate until further information is available. While the speaker continued, I repeat, a monster. The crowd started whispering. 10 people in a rank B gate? That many people died? 10 people is a lot. The casualty count shouldn't be that high, even if it were a rank A or B gate. Kongwu stood at the back, observing. A mutant monster. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. They call it that, but it's clearly something else. A demon must be wreaking havoc in the dungeon. Above the gate, a black hole swirling violently caught his attention. They're even banning players from entering. I wonder what it is this time. Reporters had swarmed in to record the scene. Can you explain more? This event attracted reporters broadcasting live. The citizens are very worried. The soldier replied, as we said, we don't know the details yet. The reporter asked further, but closing a dungeon, you must have confirmed something, right? Kongwu's eyes lit up immediately after hearing the soldier's answer. That's right. We only know that it resembles a lion. He realized it immediately. It's Boer. The person outside continued sharing details. We haven't faced it before, so we need time to analyze it. The monster everyone was talking about resurfaced in his memory. It doesn't hesitate to bathe any area it steps into in blood. Boer, one of the strongest predators. In the second hell, it looks like a lion with 5 legs, and it has a special ability different from other demonic beasts. Special ability, gluttony. When Boer has attacked enough for its meal, it lies down to sleep, regardless of the number of monsters surrounding it. No matter the size, as long as it eats 5 prey a day, it will be full and won't attack first. Memories of the first hell flooded back. Kongwu turned pale and covered his mouth. Those Boers coming down to the first hell looking for food were a nightmare. Thinking about those times makes me want to vomit. He calculated. Anyway, if there are already 10 victims, then the Boer must have appeared 2 days ago. But Kongwu was a cunning man. He smirked. His fingers tapped continuously on his phone. Oh, this time it's easy. I just need to throw it 5 monsters and kill it when it's full. He picked up the phone and called. Yenju. The other end rang. Is that Kongwu? So, Kongwu got straight to the point. I need to ask you a favor. Yenju was currently working out. She answered while panting heavily. What is it? He replied. I want to enter a gate, but the government is restricting it. Yenju probed for information. Are you in Wajongbu? Kongwu smiled faintly. You can do it, right? You're close with the higher-ups, aren't you? Just as he finished speaking, clanging sounds echoed in the background. She wanted to confirm again. You have to go into that gate. Kongwu replied without hesitation. He added, it's very important. Yenju frowned and exhaled sharply. She put down the 2 dumbbells. This is going to cost you a lot. Kongwu remained calm. Don't worry. I'll pay you in full. She continued to warn him. Yeah, of course. Just don't die at the hands of the mutant monster. He smirked happily. If I were that easy to kill, would you be sponsoring me this much? The voice on the other end spoke again. You have a smooth tongue. Put the guard on the phone. When he approached, the soldier next to him immediately stopped him. You heard it. Players are not authorized. Kongwu held the phone up to the guard's face with a smile. It's Cha Yunju from the Red Rose Guild. The soldier was stunned. What? Kongwu brought the screen closer to his face. Cha Yunju from the Red Rose Guild. She has something to say to you. His action caused a stir in the crowd. Who? Cha Zhongju. Did he say Cha Yunju? Does Red Rose have someone like that? They haven't recruited anyone recently. Meanwhile, the soldier took the phone. I understand. He hung up and sighed for some reason. Although reluctant, the soldier conceded. Mr. Okongwu, you are allowed inside. You are considered an investigator for the monster incident. The crowd gasped. He asked, if you defeat it, you must provide information. Do you agree? Kongwu acted cooperative, and took back his phone. Of course, I will start the investigation immediately and do my best to reassure the citizens. This event attracted the nearby reporters. They shouted, "Take pictures." Now, the crowd was more excited than ever. Breaking news. Who is that? Is he from Red Rose? From behind, a young man with blue hair shouted. Wait. Kong Wu turned his head in curiosity. It was the Mir Guild, consisting of 6 members. The leader was Kong Sung-soo. He confidently proposed. Since the Red Rose Guild is allowed to investigate, we should be allowed in too, right? People whispered again. It's Kong Sung-soo from the Mir Guild. That famous rookie lately? He became a player only 3 months ago and already entered a rank 8 gate. Kong Wu looked at him, assessing. He wondered, is this ponytail guy famous? Sung-soo continued with a probing tone. Are you the one Red Rose is sponsoring? Sung-soo's words surprised Kong Wu. Gargoyle armor. Just looking at that special equipment tells me enough. He was startled by the sarcastic words that followed. But don't you have teammates? Is that all Red Rose can sponsor? Kong Wu flashed a sparkling, industrial-grade smile. Haha, I prefer hunting monsters alone. Sung-soo's teammates looked at him with scornful smiles. I heard you were in a rank C gate recently. You must think this gate is just as easy. Huh? Sung-soo stipet gelo. His voice full of provocation. Guys like you usually die very quickly. He looked down on Kong Wu and bluntly insulted him. You probably want to skyrocket to fame by catching the mutant monster. But since when is a newbie who just awakened for the 4th time dare to stick his nose into other people's business? Sung-soo's gaze was sharp as a knife. He made a cutting motion across his neck at Kong Wu. Why aren't you saying anything? Got your tongue? Kong Wu silently looked ahead. His eyes were cold as ice, while the other guy continued to mock him. Or are you scared? Sung-soo proudly pointed to his teammates. How about this? Hey, rookie, you're an investigator, right? Why don't you enter the gate with my team? That way, you won't drop dead immediately upon entering. But my team is full, he said, then laughed loudly. Now that I look at you, you look like a thug, don't you? Why don't you act as a meat shield or something? At this, Kong Wu smirked. Sure. Sung-soo was surprised. He gently brushed the guy's hand away. Seeing you worry about me so much, I don't know how to react. I was actually afraid of going alone. His eyes narrowed. He accepted. Then, shall we go in together? Sung-soo's teammates from the Mir Guild kept spewing terrible insults. So weird. Does he have no shame? Disappointing. Kong Wu seemed indifferent. In his heart, he silently counted. 2, 4. Kong Wu's eyes gradually became twisted and grotesque. He glanced at Sung-soo with a wide grin. I need 5 people to fill Booer up. Looks like I have one extra. Then let's go. Curses rang out from the crowd as they saw the spatial gate opening before their eyes. That bastard Kong Wu, sponsored by Red Rose, is there, right? The guy Cha Yunju personally recruited. I heard he's at the rank B gate. Behind that building, Kong Sung-soo stood lurking on the side of the road, holding his phone to report the situation. Correct. He is here. Vice Guild Master Kim Young-hoon. The voice on the other end gave him orders while reminding him of the Mir Guild's status in society. You must seize this opportunity to humiliate that bastard in front of everyone. Even though they currently have the upper hand, you must not forget that the Mir Guild is higher in the rankings than the Red Rose Guild. After that, Kong Sung-soo approached Kong Wu. He thought to himself, things should always be like this. Then he feigned annoyance and asked, What? You want to go in together? Kong Wu just turned his head and smiled in response. Seeing the press surrounding them, he reproached himself internally. I should have humiliated him in front of the reporters, but since he's acting so politely, I'll look like the bad guy. Kong Sung-soo frowned outwardly, but reassured himself internally that he shouldn't do anything stupid. Continuing to provoke him would tarnish the guild's image. Wait until we're inside the gate. The sound of people whispering excitedly around them made the atmosphere even more lively. Kong Sung-soo walked ahead, then suddenly turned around with his hands on his hips. All right, let's go in. The blonde behind him was surprised for a moment, but quickly responded. Okay. The crowd was astonished, unable to believe their ears. Red Rose and Mir are cooperating? The press behind them, receiving the breaking news, continuously took photos of Kong Sung-soo and his team. That's a scoop. He glanced at the person in front and cursed silently. This cowardly bastard. The press then shouted loudly. All right, the headline will be, 2 rival teams decide to cooperate to defeat the mutant monster. Looking at the person in front, he felt displeased and mentally threw a few more insults. I don't understand why Red Rose would sponsor a guy like this. The press, standing outside, continued to press them. Keep it up. Just like this. Kong Sung-soo held his spear, walking ahead with a smirk. Whatever. I don't need to continue provoking this coward anymore. But little did he know, Kong Wu was smiling a grotesque smile. Everyone around kept cheering. Let's end this. It's just temporary. There won't be a next time. Scene changed to inside the dark dungeon. People walked in small groups. Kong Wu walked slowly behind and suggested, "Then, let's combine our forces to defeat the monster, shall we?" Suddenly, someone stopped and spat on the ground, interrupting him. "Hey, have you no shame?" Kong Wu looked at Kong Sung-soo and smiled wryly, asking, "What?" He looked at him and sighed deeply. Then he exclaimed with contempt, "Are you stupid or just pretending to be stupid?" A kid in a blue hood glanced at him and chimed in, "Just ignore him." He continued to insult him. The people in the team laughed loudly with delight after the sarcastic remarks. "I thought you were something special, since you were handpicked by Cha Yun-ju. But you're probably just a loser. Watch out, Cha Yun-ju might be the same." The guy with a scar on his mouth asked provocatively while glancing sideways. "That's right. Cha Yun-ju is washed up, isn't she? Has she done anything lately? What about our Mir Guild's Vice Master Kim Young-hoon?" The platinum-haired guy in armor sighed and boasted proudly. "He's the best. He comes from a wealthy background and is handsome and talented too." The girl with a tattoo on her face also smiled smugly. "Like father, like son. The guild master is a rank or two. Our Mir Guild was built by a father and son pair." Kong Sung-soo laughed loudly in mockery. "What about Red Rose? Just full of trash like him, huh?" Kong Wu walked silently behind, thinking. Miyagi-it. He crossed his arms, slowly pondering. Miyagi-it. Who? Miyagi-it. The guild master is also the chairman of Mir Electronics. Kim Dae-il awakened with his son 5 years ago in a gate accident. With funding from Mir Electronics, he quickly leveled up and established the Mir Guild. Kong Wu silently walked behind, watching the guys laughing loudly. Big guilds make a lot of profit, but since they already had a corporation before establishing the guild, these guys must be filthy rich, swimming in money. Since things have turned out this way, Kong Wu put his hand to his chin, calculating. Should I let these two guilds fight each other and sit back to reap the benefits? He lowered his hand, rubbing it on his coat, hesitating for a moment. No, I've already received enough. Cha Yun-ju is still useful. Kong Wu stopped, crossing his arms, carefully thinking about the golden eggs full of benefits. It's not time yet. Only idiots kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Kong Sung-soo walked ahead, laughing happily, unaware that Kong Wu was smiling a grotesque smile full of schemes. Also, the Red Rose Guild still has its uses. So, if I have to kill someone. Suddenly, a loud voice came from Kong Sung-soo. Where did that mutant monster disappear to? Kong Wu walked behind, chuckled softly, and spoke up. Who knows? Why don't we patrol around this area first? He turned around, looking annoyed, and questioned him, causing Kong Wu to laugh it off. You think I don't know? We've been walking all over the place and haven't seen anything. You really are stupid. Sounds of contempt and mockery continued to be uttered. Red Roses really collapsed. Oh my god, what about Cha Yun-ju? Ignoring the gossip, Kong Wu told himself. I should take it slow. The kid in the blue cloak chattered as he walked. I think Red Rose will disband soon. The one walking last chimed in. Of course, our side won't accept anyone from Red Rose. A soft, enchanting voice spoke up. Let's go find it. Kong Wu touched the wall from behind. Instantly, countless red lines ran out from it. Authority of insight. Kong Wu touched the wall and sensed life. He was surprised. Huh, it's right behind the wall. And since it's still moving, a mouth full of sharp teeth and dripping saliva made him think. So it's not full yet. Seeing this, Kong Wu smiled like a devil and summoned a white energy sphere in his hand. Lucky! Shall we begin? Authority of charm. A faint scent emanated from his hand, which Kong Sung-soo, standing nearby, smelled. What's that smell? The kid in a blue cloak also sniffed curiously. Yeah, it smells really good. The girl with the face tattoo raised her hand to smell it and asked suspiciously, Huh, why is there this smell in the middle of a maze? The leader saw the commotion behind and turned to order. Quiet down. Kong Wu's eyes gleamed with cunning. That's right. Boer will smell this from afar. Hearing a noise, they stirred and warned each other. Something is coming. That's not the sound of a normal monster's footsteps. The leader realized something was wrong and shouted orders. Prepare for battle. It must be the mutant monster. Kong Sung-soo picked up his weapon and shouted arrogantly. Kong-woo, hey, stand still in the corner. Don't go bragging that you caught it with us. He looked at him and asked softly, You're pretty good at predicting death, aren't you? Kong Sung-soo was provoked and glared at him. What did you say? He softly called his name as a gentle reminder. Sung-soo, do you remember what you said? Kong-woo laughed maniacally. Guys like you usually die early. In an instant, a force swept past his face, scaring the wits out of him. What the hell was that? He stood watching in fear, unable to speak. A ferocious monster had just pierced his teammate with its claws and lifted him up. It grinned, looking at the person on its claws. Kong-woo saw this and looked delighted. First one down. The leader shouted to reassure them. Focus. He signaled and ordered each member to use their powers to attack the aggressive monster. Get into position and attack. Hurry up. Next, another person was bitten in half by the Boer. Its elusive shadow dodged every attack. The monster quickly hid behind the wall, making all attacks from the group useless. Terrified, they blindly struck the wall, sending debris flying. Kong Sung-soo took over the lead, reassuring the team. Everyone, hold the formation. Just as he finished his sentence, half a body flew over his head, making him instantly shut up. One by one, they fell to the claws of the monster before his eyes. The Boer devoured the feast. Kong-woo thought to himself. Then, he sat on a large rock, silently counting the people. 2 down. Kong Sung-soo was terrified and shouted orders. Damn it. Prepare to fire. The spear in his hand created a swirling vortex of lightning around it. Then, gathering momentum from behind, Sung-soo rushed forward. Kong Sung-soo hit the monster with a lightning strike. Then he roared. Right now. The rest of the group immediately rushed up following his command. Attack. But a second later, they turned into headless corpses. Seeing his teammates torn apart before his eyes made Kong Sung-soo freeze. Impossible. He stood helplessly watching the monster use its claws to hang his teammates' bodies and feed them into its mouth full of sharp teeth. I hit it with all my strength, but it still doesn't have a scratch. The witch girl saw the blood and collapsed, trembling. Help me. The plea for help echoed in Kong-woo's ears. Please. He just smiled and silently counted each person. 3, 4. The cries for help mixed with reassurances below made Kong-woo feel amused. Help. Hey. What are you doing? Calm down and hold the formation. Someone's angry face appeared along with a foul mouth shouting. Since it's come to this, Kong Sung-soo bent down, creating a purple lightning bolt. This will be, he charged with the spear, dragging the purple lightning behind him as he rushed towards the monster. Kong Sung-soo quickly aimed at the Boer. Final strike. He poured all his strength and emotions into the attack. Thunder. But a second later, the monster slammed into him, sending him flying to the side. Kong Sung-soo lay unconscious in one spot. A moment later, he woke up, opening his eyes, full of fear. Tears streamed down his face. Kong-woo chuckled softly. The monster with glowing eyes clamped down tightly on the lower half of the witch girl in front of him. Kong Sung-soo, Kong-woo thought to himself. 5. It's over. The monster just ate a person. At its feet lay Kong Sung-soo, motionless. Fortunately, he wasn't dead yet. On the contrary, he could still emit pitiful groans. Then, we saw Kong-woo was still alive. Kong Sung-soo struggled to speak. With you, it will surely be full, right? But unexpectedly, the very next second, he appeared on top of the monster's head. Seeing this scene, he was terrified and speechless. What? Kong Sung-soo down. Meanwhile, Kong-woo calmly explained. Why? 5 times a day. He continued. If it is fed 5 prey, Boer will reach a state of satiety. And when that happens, it won't move unless attacked first. Kong Sung-soo still couldn't believe the truth. No, impossible. He no longer paid attention to him. Kong-woo smiled, calculating. The next step is simple. Power of darkness. Power of hellfire. I need to hit it with a really strong blow. Turns out he planned to finish this monster with one move. To kill it in one shot. While thinking, Kong-woo's hand executed the move. Kong Sung-soo below was still struggling, panting heavily, while he, high above, had begun to gather power to launch the attack. Before, I thought I needed more focus to use multiple powers at once. But now, it's no longer necessary. Just as the thought ended, Kangwoo landed a powerful blow on the monster's head. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted where he stood. Before the explosion cleared, Kangwoo prepared for the next move. He flew up high. His hand was gathering a massive amount of power. Trident. The very next second, a burning trident appeared in his hand. He gritted his teeth and grinned. Just then, a notification popped up. You have acquired the skill, Trident, rank A. Then he rushed forward quickly and threw the trident with all his might at the monster. System notifications rang incessantly. You will receive additional accuracy when using a memorized skill. The trident quickly pierced straight into the monster's head. Giant. It roared in pain. Loudly. It looked extremely painful. But before the monster could react, it exploded, because the destructive power of the trident was too great. After the explosion, he landed gently on the ground. The system chimed in with another notification. You have successfully defeated the monster Boer, rank A. You have leveled up by 6. The system sent him a series of messages. You have reached level 40. Your 5th awakening has been unlocked. Leveling up has caused your stats to reach the limit. Your magic power stat increased by 7. Your magic power stat has reached 60. A condition for demonic overlord has been met. Hearing this, Kangwoo reacted. He wondered, demonic overlord? Sounds like something from a martial arts novel. Why can't this explanation board be a bit friendlier? Then a report with detailed information about demonic overlord appeared. Demonic overlord information. Must pass the first step to become a demon lord. Condition 1. Reach 60 magic power. Condition 2. Unknown. Condition 3. Unknown. It says detailed, but it's actually quite vague. Seeing this, Kangwoo sighed in frustration. It doesn't give me any useful information about this demonic overlord. But even so, he still had a positive feeling about this information board. But I feel like it will give me a mysterious power. Demonic overlord. Demon lord. Kangwoo recalled. This is the first time I've heard of this power, even though I was in hell for 10,000 years. I think I was right about my hypothesis earlier. He stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. If I continue to increase my stats like a player, I can become stronger than when I was a demon king in the 9 hells. Thinking of this, Kangwoo smiled a cunning smile that was chilling. I might even far surpass that power to an unimaginable limit. I thought I'd gotten rid of my greed, but it seems I haven't shaken off the habits from when I was a demon king. Thinking this, Kangwoo quickly made a decision. I should absorb this Boer first. Gluttony. He devoured the monster's power. Satisfied, as an investigator of the mutant monster, I should preserve the corpse. But there's no way I'd throw away this massive amount of magic power right in front of me. Parallel to absorbing the power, a notification also appeared. Your magic power has increased by 4. The massive amount of magic power affected one side of his face. But Kangwoo didn't seem to care much as he was lost in thought. Dark monsters definitely give me more magic power stats. It increased by 4 after I reached 60. Suddenly a weak voice rang out. Person. It turned out to be Kong Sung-soo, dying and whispering. Just now. Person. Kangwoo turned to look at him and burst out, laughing, saying, There's one left, huh? He approached Sung-soo and spoke. Based on your arrogant behavior, I thought you'd be the first to die. But you're actually quite talented in your guild, aren't you? Kong Sung-soo saw this and was terrified. Don't come here. But he didn't care and just continued. Why did you treat your teammates like that? He lay flat on the ground, whispering questions. Are you going to kill me? But Kangwoo remained very leisurely. He grabbed his leg, which was hanging upside down, then smiled gently and replied, Hey, what are you mumbling about? I would never kill my teammate. Got it? You still have a role to play. So naturally, I can't let you die here. Kong Sung-soo was astonished. A role? Without explaining further, Kangwoo just smiled falsely and spoke. Then, don't tremble anymore. I need to ask you a few questions. The first question rang out. Which bastard told you to provoke me outside the gate? Kangwoo glared at him with bloodshot eyes. In his mind, he calculated. Even a pathetic loser wouldn't act so maliciously right from the start. Besides, how did they know who I was? Even though I thought no information had leaked, Kangwoo firmly concluded in his mind. Someone is definitely pulling the strings of these bastards. escaping his thoughts. He saw that he still refused to speak, so he spoke up. You're not going to talk? Just as he finished speaking, Kong Wu slammed Kong Sung-soo hard, then smashed him into the wall. He used so much force that he punched a hole in the wall. After striking, Kong Wu leaned in close to him and asked coldly, I'll ask you one more time. Who is it? Immediately, Kong Sung-soo opened his mouth. It's Kim Young-hoon. He repeated the name. Kim Young-hoon? Why? At the same time, Kong Wu thought to himself, is it the person mentioned last time? He recalled. The image of Cha Yun-ju holding a wine glass appeared. Meanwhile, Kong Sung-soo continued explaining. Mr. Young-hoon asked Cha Yun-ju out and was rejected outright. From there, a grudge against the Red Rose Guild was born. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kong Wu asked again. He tried to provoke me because of that ridiculous reason? He was still gasping for air, trying to continue the story. And furthermore, he said they needed to change the image of the Mere Guild, direct all attention to their guild. They wanted to execute the ideal of surpassing the Red Rose Guild. Before he could finish, Kong Wu interrupted. I was wondering how this bastard had a grudge against me, but he will face the consequences. Do you have a picture of him? Gang Sung Su Politili Ziplit. Here is the photo. Kong Wu held the phone in his hand and muttered. Just as you said, he is handsome. In the photo appeared Kim Si-hoon. Kong Wu thought to himself, Kim Si-hoon? They look a bit alike. Or is it because they are both handsome? Getting what he wanted, but he still continued asking. Anyway, you're telling me I got caught up in a revenge plot and was used by that guy? Is that right? Hearing this, he cried and replied, I'm sorry. I just followed orders and I couldn't disobey. However, Kong Wu just mocked him. But I saw you happily and comfortably following orders, didn't I? Hearing this, he confusedly replied, but he cut him off immediately. It's okay. That's in the past now. Then Kong Wu promised, and if you keep up your role well, then I have nothing to complain about. Hearing that, Kong Sung-soo was overjoyed. I will do everything you say. Then he just smiled a fake smile and gently replied, Don't worry, it's nothing difficult. Actually, it might be good for you. Scene changed to outside the gate. There were many reporters standing by around. When they saw someone coming out, they started whispering and gossiping. The gate is opening. Who is coming out? You guys. It's Kong Sung-soo and Kong Wu. They're still alive. The reporters started surrounding the two of them and asked a series of questions. What happened? Where are the other team members? Couldn't everyone make it through? Did they defeat the monster? In that dungeon? The reporters couldn't wait and became increasingly chaotic. What happened inside the gate? Immediately after, Kong Wu pretended to be panicked and shouted, Ambulance! Please, someone call an ambulance. Mr. Sung-soo. Mr. Sung-soo. At this moment, everyone noticed Kong Sung-soo gasping for air. Oh my God, why is his face all bruised? Then they turned their attention to him and asked urgently, why is he so badly injured? What happened to him? Kong Wu quickly laid Kong Sung-soo on the ground and spoke up to recount. He fought the monster in there. When he was attacked, Kong Sung-soo on the side could only whisper weakly, Save me. The reporters crowded in to ask, So what about the remaining members? Kong Wu pretended to be grieving and replied, Yes, Mr. Sung-soo and I are the only survivors. He used the most sorrowful tone to answer. The others didn't make it. Hearing this, everyone around expressed their condolences. This rookie survived the monster even when Red Rose and Mir cooperated and couldn't do anything. How could something like this happen? We should let the Warang squad know as soon as possible and have him send someone. Hearing this, Kong Wu replied, No need. He gently touched Kong Sung-soo's face and continued. Although there were many sacrifices, but the monsters in there have been destroyed. The crowd was extremely surprised to hear that. Did you destroy it, Mr. Kong Wu? But he denied it. It wasn't me. The hero who saved my life and destroyed the monsters in there is Mr. Kong Sung-soo. Then he looked down at Sung-soo, who was unconscious on the ground. Then a reporter squeezed in, pointed a microphone at him, and asked, Question, can you give more details about that situation? Kong Wu continued to feign sorrow and agreed. Yes, of course. Then he recounted. The moment we entered a place similar to a dungeon, we felt the intense aura of the monster. It felt like it was suffocating us. That means, he continued, that's right. That monster appeared right at the entrance. Kong Wu continued his story. We all knew the situation as soon as we saw it. It was a dangerous opponent that shouldn't have appeared in a rank B gate. The story became more intense. We planned to run away, but because Mr. Sung-soo said that the monster might harm civilians if it escaped, we decided to fight. The crowd agreed. Because of that incident, that monster was too strong. Everyone imagined the monster according to Kang Woo's description. It matched the government's description exactly. It had the head of a lion. Its power was terrifying because its attack method was extremely cruel. Mr. Sung-soo's team members were killed instantly. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Immediately, everyone around might have shed tears hearing this part. When the situation became increasingly tense, Mr. Sung-soo told me to run, and then he faced that monster alone. Then he continued, I could have run away, but I was rooted to the spot out of fear. He described, it was a fierce battle full of courage. And when that life-or-death battle ended, Mr. Sung-soo defeated the monster. The surrounding reporters continuously filmed him along with the story he just told. Kang Woo still acted grateful and continued speaking. Even after he defeated that monster, he continued muttering the names of the fallen members until he lost consciousness. Even now, Kang Sung-soo was still whispering. Hearing that, everyone asked worriedly, Mr. Sung-soo, are you awake? Seeing this, Kang Woo covered his mouth and spoke. Please don't say anything until the ambulance arrives. Please save your strength. Hearing this, everyone spoke up. But Mr. Sung-soo treated you a bit negatively, didn't he, Mr. Kang Woo? The reporter from earlier brought the microphone closer to him. Do you have anything to say? Kang Woo continued to look heartbroken and hesitated. That, he expressed. That's because he was very worried about me, knowing my level was still weak when exploring this rank B gate. He simply wanted me to keep my guard up. At this moment, the reporter understood. I understand what you're saying. Then Kang Woo closed his eyes. Squeezing out beautiful tears, he spoke. I didn't know he cared about me that much. He used the most sincere tone to exclaim. He is my benefactor, and a true hero of this era. After that, a series of articles were published. The cover content was all about the story between Kang Woo and Kang Sung-soo. Hero defeats monster. Terror in the dungeon appeared. An emotional battle. The reason he fought the monster to the end. Kang Sung-soo, rookie of the Mir Guild, has fallen into a coma. Received 30 million won in support from citizens. That hero did not wake up. Due to cerebral hemorrhage, he will live in a vegetative state. Everyone will always remember him as a hero. The phone screen displayed a hot article. Reporter's choice. The hero who destroyed the mutant monster. Cha Yunju looked at it and commented, no matter how you look at it, the wounds don't look like they were caused by a monster. Thinking of this, her expression showed a hint of panic, but rather by a human. What is that bastard Kang Woo up to? She looked up and muttered to herself. It's like I'm raising a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, she caught Jong Hyung-ju praising him. That rookie of yours looks cute. She repeated it once more. That rookie of yours looks cute. Then Jong Hyung-ju wondered, where did you find him? So you're the guild master of Sana. Jong Hyung-ju. What rookie? Then she continued with a bored tone. Why don't you leave? Old lady, how long are you planning to sit here? This remark made Jong Hyung-ju explode on the spot and shout, who are you calling an old lady? You're the old lady. Suddenly, Cha Yunju's attitude became serious. Also, that mutant monster. It was probably caused by the demon cult. Jong Hyung-ju stirred the cup in her hand and continued. It's only a matter of time before those outside the 5 guilds know about them. Those bastards have been very active lately. At this moment, the image shifted to a person with a distinct appearance, accompanied by Cha Yunju's opinion. If people find out there's a fake religious cult sacrificing humans, just when everyone thinks an era of peace has arrived after the establishment of the 5 great guilds, she continued, the world might fall into chaos again. Jong Hyung-ju paused for a moment. Then she lifted her teacup, sipping and replying. I wonder. Jong Hyung-ju's next words seemed to shock Cha Yunju. What does the Red Rose Guild think about this situation? Seeing this, she continued speaking. Suddenly, Kang Woo walked in from outside and called out, do we have a guest? He immediately received a warm welcome from Jong Hyung-ju. Hello. She waved her hand continuously and said, so you're the rookie Cha Yunju handpicked herself. Kang Woo also spoke politely. Yes. Nice to meet you. Miss, who are you? She replied, I'm just a friend of Cha Yunju. And she gently stood up and said, since there's a guest, I should probably get going. Seeing this, he quickly stopped her. Meng, please continue your conversation. I'll come back later. Zhang Haiyangju still wanted to leave and replied, No, it's okay. I'm done with my business. Besides, suddenly, her attitude changed drastically. Zhang Haiyangju brought her face close to Kong Wu's face. I told you I'm Chai Yunju's friend. Ma'am, isn't this a bit too much? He was a bit panicked and could only mumble a few sounds. Then Zhang Haiyangju quickly moved towards the door. She called back a sentence and left. Then I'm off, but she still turned her head back with a glance. Jiazi Ongju. After she left, Kong Wu sat down and asked, Who was that? Jiazi Ongju deeply, while sliding a card towards him. Just an acquaintance of mine. Take it. Kong Wu looked at the card with his picture and the text. Temporary gate pass. Then he slowly said, This is... She quickly continued. It's the S-rank gate pass. You requested. Kong Wu happily picked it up. Yeah, faster than I thought. Is this the power of Red Rose? Chai Yunju pulled her hat down a bit and replied. Don't flatter me. I'm saying this just in case, but don't go hunting there. Kong Wu heard this and just looked at her without replying. Then he slowly spoke up. To be honest, I heard a few things you two said earlier. She smiled faintly. I guess as much. Then she reached for the teacup and continued. Anyway, sooner or later, I would have had to tell you. On this side, Kong Wu was also holding a teacup, blowing on it, and spoke up. You mentioned the demon cult, right? The fake cult behind the appearance of the mutant monster. Chai Yunju agreed with him. That's right. They're lunatics who use living people for sacrifices in some ritual. Lately, they've suddenly become very active. The image of the creature, that strange creature, appeared again. We don't know how long they've existed. Below it were creatures in black cloaks being illuminated by a group of people, or how large their scale is. Surrounding that group of 4 were people wearing the same outfit. So our guild is cooperating with the government to hunt them down. At this moment, Kong Wu voiced his doubt. What about the other guilds? I heard other guilds among the 5 great guilds also know about them. Chai Yunju quickly replied. That's right, but we're the only ones cooperating with the government. Hearing this, he felt indignant and asked, Huh, why are you doing this alone? Is it to increase the guild's reputation? She gently answered, We don't do anything for free. Suddenly, the image zoomed into Chai Yunju's blue eyes, which were trembling slightly, along with her words. We will receive a large sum from the government to drive out the demon cult. But that's not the only reason. Chai Yunju continued. Many guild members who went to investigate that demon cult were sacrificed. Speaking of this, the spoon she was holding fell from her hand unnoticed. Chai Yunju's entire body emitted a massive murderous aura. Then she emphasized every single word. Now, I will never forgive them. Kong Wu, accustomed to this scene, silently thought. I'm not sure how many guild members were sacrificed, but it seems the casualties were quite significant. He remained in thought. So this is a rancor. Just looking at her, I can feel her killing intent. It's truly strong. Kong Wu's mouth curled into a slightly dangerous smile, to the point that I want to fight her right here. He thought to himself, but the most important thing right now is... Then Kong Wu spoke up. So what you're about to ask me is... Before he could finish his sentence, Chai Yunju interrupted and replied. That's right. Chai Yunju continued. I want to ask you to help us subdue them. When we track down the traces of the demon cult, she kept her head down and said, I'm still not sure about anything, but they're too strong for a fake cult. Chai Yunju quickly reinforced her opinion. We're severely lacking strong players. At this moment, she looked up slightly. Her sharp, cold eyes directed at Kong Wu said, If you don't want to, I won't force you. I want you to decide right now. Kong Wu crossed his arms, listening attentively. Do you accept this mission? His face didn't change a bit. Directly, Kong Wu held up the card from earlier and spoke. Don't worry. He pulled it back toward his chest. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he continued. I should at least be loyal to the person who has helped me this much. Chai Yunju stared at him in surprise. She revealed a bit of joy mixed with happiness on her face. Chai Yunju continued. Thank you. At this moment, Kong Wu flashed a wide, creepy smile and thought to himself. Bingo. Why wouldn't I join? Every time I interfere with their plots, I gain more magic power. Chai Yunju spoke, interrupting his train of thought. Then from now on, I hope you will cooperate with us in tracking them down. You might be called in case of emergency. Kong Wu replied, sure. I will repeat it once more. Don't go hunting in the S-rank gate. He grew a bit impatient. I know. The scene shifted to a certain road. A blue car was speeding along. Location: GPS Suwon Station. Kangwoo drove while speaking smugly. Having a car is really convenient. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Fifth awakening trait. Master of demonic beasts, rank S. Effect: you can summon demonic beasts from another dimension. The more magic power used during summoning, the stronger the beast. The summoned beast accepts the summoner as its master. You can only summon one demonic beast once every 3 months. After reading, he thought to himself, since it's limited to once every 3 months, I must summon the strongest beast possible right now. Kangwoo imagined a massive space containing a sphere shaped like Earth. Inside were monsters reaching out from the black holes, imprisoning them, along with his thoughts. If my hypothesis is correct, then the gates act as bridges between Earth and another dimension. The higher the gate rank, the stronger the monsters passing through. The demonic beasts in hell called it a dimensional rift that works like that. If so, this summoning skill also works that way. The power of the beast I summon will match the rank of the gate. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification. You have arrived at the designated location. Kangwoo stepped onto the ground. He was still deep in thought. Then it's clear I have to use this new skill. Kangwoo continued. At the S-rank gate, he was gradually approaching the giant spatial gate. It is the entrance to the S-rank gate. Estal, Warang National Player Team. Unit 1 Guard Post. Kangwoo looked at the staff member checking him. Then the staff member said, Card confirmed. Player O Kangwoo is authorized to enter the S-rank gate. It was extremely noisy around him. Unit 1 here. Return to your post. Return immediately. Kangwoo thought to himself. Security is tight. If it weren't for Red Rose, I wouldn't dare enter. Those people kept shouting. Open the gate. Open the gate. He thought, then, shall I go in? After that, Kangwoo quickly moved inside the gate. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered a beautiful space and praised it. This sea, it's really wide. If there were no S-rank monsters, this place would be great for a vacation. Kangwoo started moving around. Let's see, this spot is good. Then he chose a suitable place and sat down. Summoning a demonic beast, huh? If it's a Cerberus, that would be good. You know, just its body alone surpasses demons in the third hell. Kangwoo continued thinking. Whatever monster it is, I can order it to compensate for its stupidity. Then he closed his eyes. Shall we begin? The system displayed a notification. Activating 5th awakening trait. Master of demonic beasts, rank S. At the same time, Kangwoo's body emitted countless purple energies. His face showed pain while performing the technique. Magic. The entire sky was affected by Kangwoo's energy source. At this moment, the system popped up another notification, creating a summoning rift. A green crack appeared in the sky. Strange. His entire face bulged with countless blue and purple veins. His eyes were extremely fierce. Kangwoo flew up. His hands seemed to tear the sky apart. The system continued to report. You have successfully created a summoning rift. It provided information. A larger rift has been created due to magic power from 10,000 demonic stones. Rank S. Kangwoo spoke tiredly. Green? What does that mean? Then he thought to himself. The gates I've seen were all blue. The system continuously popped up 2 messages. Connection to the outside world cannot be blocked due to a Gaia system error. A spatial gate connecting to the Arnon continent has been opened. Hearing this, Kangwoo was astonished. Huh, where the hell is the Arnon continent? He raised his arm to shield his eyes from the bright light over there and continued thinking. I hope nothing goes wrong. I hope I don't go back to hell. The system appeared, summoning demonic beast. Then Kangwoo slowly lowered his hand and sighed in relief. Luckily, that didn't happen. The summoned demonic beast is... He looked up in surprise. It displayed a notification. You have successfully summoned a demonic beast. The system appeared again. Daughter of Malong Kargas. Dragon of origin Echidna, rank S, has become your summon monster. Kangwoo came face to face with a creature. Giant, he exclaimed. A dragon? A dragon? Kangwoo was a bit confused. But its current state doesn't seem very normal. Strange voices rang out. Then strange humans jumped out from inside the rift. They spoke a strange language that confused him a bit. What kind of language is this? What crazy thing are these people doing? Kangwoo looked at the blonde guy who seemed to be shouting something. He looked at them, thinking, I know that since the gates opened, Korea doesn't have these costumes. But those kids really look like they just crawled out of a fantasy world somewhere. I have to try to figure out what they're saying first. There seems to be a power that allows me to communicate with people who don't speak the same language as me. Kangwoo started using his power. Power of communication. Then, in his ears, a language he could understand began to ring out. The leader among them was panting, ordering his teammates. Everyone, fall back. The girl standing next to him observed the situation carefully and spoke up. Calm down, Zeno. They looked warily at the dragon in front of them. Look at that dragon. It's literally about to die. Another person also chimed in. Therefore, it no longer has the ability to harm others. Zeno also exhaled in relief at his teammates' words. Yeah, what a relief. Suddenly, he spoke up, catching their attention. Who are you people? Zeno turned around and smiled at Kangwoo. Are you okay? Then he started introducing himself. My name is Zeno von Arna, the third prince of the Arna Empire. Kangwoo asked back with a strange look. Arna Empire? He replied immediately. Correct. And you are? He looked at them, thinking to himself, I've never heard of the territory of Eiler or the Arna Empire. Now I have a clearer view. This is an elf, and that is a dwarf. He looked at a short uncle standing next to him. Are they really from another world? Kangwoo stood there looking at the dragon panting. Its body was full of large and small wounds. Poor thing. I don't know what's happening. But I can't let the demon I summoned die easily like this. Then he pressed his power onto the dragon's head. Power of regeneration. A stream of power like threads wove through each wound, starting to stitch them up. Zeno screamed in fear at this moment. Wait, what do you think you're doing? The dragon's voice suddenly rang out. So you're my master. Thank you for healing me. Kangwoo, while healing, replied. No problem. Zeno, standing outside, was stunned and speechless. The dragon spoke up. I apologize for appearing before you in this state. Kangwoo looked at it, thinking, it's talking directly to me through telepathy. It has definitely recognized me as its master. But the injuries it received, he started to comfort the dragon in front of him. It's okay. It's okay. Zeno stood behind, pointing his sword at his neck. You bastard. He was angry. Are you the master of this evil dragon? Kangwoo looked over with a calm gaze. He spoke up. Let me ask you a few questions first. Why are you guys trying to kill it? Zeno became even angrier. Are you seriously asking that because you don't know? It is a brutal, evil dragon. It caused a catastrophic drought and plague. Because of this evil dragon and its magic, countless citizens of the empire lost their lives. The dragon lay there, trying to explain. That, I didn't do it. I already told you that. Kangwoo stood there translating the dragon's words. She said she didn't do those things. Moreover, if she had the power to cause a drought, then her existence would be close to a god. If so, no one could defeat her. She wouldn't be injured and gasping for life like this. Zeno refused to listen and cleared his throat to argue back. No, that evil dragon definitely did it. There is no other explanation for that situation. He felt helpless with him at this point, thinking to himself, sigh, damn it, he won't listen at all. Zeno started to take a stance. To save the suffering citizens of the empire, that evil dragon must die. Kangwoo looked at him like he was an idiot and spoke up. Oh, is that so? Thinking to himself, I hate bastards like this. Those who only care about their own justice and stubbornly refuse to listen to anyone who opposes them. Zeno started to attack. Explosive power, then threw a large fireball towards him and the dragon. At this moment, Kangwoo's words were a bit mocking. What you say might be true. Perhaps this evil dragon was the start of the drought and plague that devastated the Arna Empire. But so what? I don't care what Echidna did. Now she is mine. He shouted angrily. His hand clenched tight. I have no intention of abandoning the familiar I summoned. Zeno's face no longer had the gentle look from the beginning. He shouted angrily. You evil devil. Kangwoo added fuel to the fire, his voice full of provocation. I really am a devil. Boy, Zeno revealed his true nature. He shouted loudly. I knew it. You really are a devil. You bastard. Zeno raised his sword high, voice full of determination. For the poor suffering citizens of the Arna Empire, for the children crying desperately, the people standing around looked at him with proud expressions. We will help you. Good job, Zeno. You took down a dragon. There's no reason you can't defeat a pure devil. The girl standing behind watched his back and exclaimed, eyes full of admiration. So cool. The dwarf next to her also chimed in. I'll help you. So later I'll have to receive lots of dark beer from you. Kiddo. Kangwoo stood there, feeling helpless watching the idiots cheering opposite him. They are truly ridiculous. Did that whole group eat something wrong today? Echidna behind him started to worry for him. Master, you have to be careful. Zeno started to charge. His voice rang out loud. Take this. A powerful slash cut straight at him, accompanied by an explosion. Kangwoo started to frown, taking a stance. That's not an attack, I could just block. Luckily, I have equipment. I'd better deal with him quickly. Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground. Then the other foot stomped down. Power of explosion. A move that cracked the ground and made it explode. He combined his moves. Explosive power. Adaptation skill. Heat wave surge. Flames like phoenix tails rushed towards the group on the other side. One member among them started holding a shield to block it. Iron wall. But those large fireballs seemed stronger. They started following his command and rushed behind that person's back, causing him to turn his head in surprise. An explosion rang out accompanied by a scream of pain, sending Zeno's people flying far away. He shouted loudly. Kangwoo rushed quickly from within that explosion toward Zeno, catching him off guard. He gritted his teeth. His face flashed with anger. The battle was still ongoing. Zeno was pressed so hard he had to continuously retreat, unable to resist. He dug his feet firmly into the ground, then took a stance and charged straight at him. Kangwoo saw this move and associated it with a gust of wind? What kind of move is this? Zeno started to advance. Arna swordsmanship, first form. Storm sweep. Then blades slashed wildly everywhere. Kangwoo used his power to wrap around his body. Authority of defense. He kicked the guy standing there far away. Kangwoo looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why does he have to shout his move name while fighting? Although I find it quite funny. The other side continued to shout loudly. Right now, Zeno. He continued to dash forward quickly, swinging the sword hard at him. Kangwoo took advantage of the momentum and jumped to the side. But Zeno didn't let up, chasing and slashing at him relentlessly. He slashed so hard that sword paths were visible all around. Kangwoo seemed to be at a disadvantage. He continuously retreated to dodge attacks from the opponent. Zeno slashed down hard, causing a massive explosion right on the ground. Kangwoo dodged while thinking, this kid is really strong. If I hadn't awakened for the 5th time, I would have been in danger. Zeno was panting, laughing while speaking. Do you see that? You devil. Kangwoo, after being provoked, felt a sense of pleasure rising in his heart. But the kid is too honest. He shouted slash, then rushed quickly towards Zeno, forcing him to take a stance with the sword in his hand. At this moment, Kangwoo suddenly changed direction and kicked straight at Zeno's leg, causing him so much pain that he turned pale. He trembled as if he couldn't stand steady. Stammering voice. What? What is this? You just said? I slash. Kangwoo looked at him, laughing secretly. You think just because I said slash means I can't kick you? He laughed mockingly. You fool. The girl on the other side panicked and shouted loudly. Zeno. He stood there panting, but still advised his teammates. Everyone, run away. We can't win. He is too strong. Kangwoo looked at Zeno and smirked. Running is indeed the best strategy. The battle ended the moment your leg was injured. The girl looked unwilling. No, we can't do that. How can we leave you behind and run away? Zeno pretended to be fine. He said, I'm fine, so at least save yourselves first. Everyone, the Arna Empire will rely on you to take care of it from now on. Kangwoo couldn't hold back anymore. He hurriedly kicked him once, mocking him. The Arna Empire will rely on you to take care of it from now on. Just run away. I'm sacrificing myself heroically. Zeno struggled on the ground, muttering, damn it. Kangwoo stood there, his voice threatening. Let's end this. To Kangwoo, fighting was always like this. He searched and killed, to live, without any empathy, mercy, or anger. In hell, emotion is a luxury. He swung his hand intending to slash down on Zeno when he was blocked by the girl. Wait. Kangwoo looked at her with a puzzled expression. The girl continuously begged. Please, I beg you, please kill me instead of Zeno. If anything happens to him, the Empire will surely collapse. Our brave hero. Zeno was a bit moved. Verna, tears flowed out. Verna continuously begged with glistening eyes. The hope of countless citizens of the Arna Empire, and the person I love the most. Zeno looked at her with complex eyes, mouth continuously calling her name. Verna. She ignored his attempts to stop her and turned to try begging Kongwu. I apologize for expressing my feelings to you in this state, Prince Zeno, but I think if I don't say it now, I won't have any other chance. Verna determinedly said, I will give you this life. I will do anything you ask. At this moment, the person next to her still called her name. Verna, ignoring the call. She continued, so please spare Zeno's life. He kept sitting on the ground shouting, no, Verna. Kongwu saw this touching scene and teased. No. Verna widened her eyes as if she couldn't believe it. Mouth uttering what? He continued, you've been babbling for a while now. If this guy dies first, something will collapse and hope will be lost. Kongwu looked at them with contempt. What does that have to do with me? I don't care about that. You guys are the ones who started this battle first. If the current situation were disadvantageous for me, would you leave me a way to live? Looking at their expressions, he laughed mockingly. No, right? If you raise your weapons to kill, you must be prepared to die on the battlefield at any time. Throw away all those ridiculous emotions from those dramas shown on TV. Brats. Kongwu's face looked at them with disgust. Verna stammered. Wait, that. Zeno still lay there, voice full of malice. Disgusting thing. Kongwu spoke up. Disgusting? He looked at them thinking, isn't a group of people rushing to beat up a lone person more disgusting? Kongwu clenched his fist. Fainting is a basic foundation in combat. He spoke up, let's finish this. I will kill you all in the least painful way with one blow. A notification board appeared. Entities other than the summoned monster have been detected. All external entities have been deleted by the Gaia system. The group of people suddenly faded, seeming about to disappear. Zeno exclaimed, what is this? Kongwu angrily rushed forward with his fist. Damn it, I won't let you go. That equipment looks valuable. It's my reward. They are from another world. So even if I kill them, nothing will happen. I can't let an opportunity like this slip away. The system board rang again. The Gaia system has successfully removed external entities. Kongwu punched empty air, missing the entity, muttering continuously, showing annoyance. Damn it, he was angry inside. The world has become quiet again. How can it be this meaningless? Wait, don't tell me. Kongwu startled and turned sharply back towards the dragon. He calmed down and sighed in relief. Luckily, the summoned dragon is still behind. He jumped down from the cliff, thinking constantly in his head. But what is the Gaia system? Is it something with a protective feature to prevent intrusion from the outside? When I first set foot on Earth, I also saw a few messages mentioning the Gaia system. The system rang in his head. Multidimensional protection mechanism. Gaia system has been activated. Completely removing the cause of the rift is deemed unfeasible. He thought, it seems the system cannot operate on its own. Is the recent appearance of hell monsters related to this? I noticed they started appearing 2 or 3 weeks ago. Wait, if it was during that time, then isn't it my fault? Kongwu broke into a cold sweat when thinking back on his previous actions. Thinking about it won't help. Damn it, I just wanted to escape hell to eat kimchi stew. What should I do? Is there any way to fix the mistake? Echidna behind him suddenly spoke up. Master, those people are gone. Kongwu startled and stammered a bit. Echidna hurriedly expressed gratitude. Thank you. He scratched his head and replied with relief. No problem. Kongwu thought. That's right, just thinking won't give me the answer. So worrying won't help at all. He comforted her. Just lie here a bit longer. Let me heal you first. Echidna hurriedly spoke up. Thank you. Master. Kongwu happily approached the dragon and used healing power on it. I am your master, after all. So naturally, I have to heal you. He thought, first of all, I need to sort out the new information. Kongwu suddenly spoke up. But you're too big. Can you control your body size? Echidna hurriedly replied. Yes, I can do that. Please wait a moment. He put his hand on the small dragon's nose. Thank you. I still have one thing to ask. What is the Arnan continent? Arnan continent? According to Echidna, it is a place in another world. The largest country is the Arna Empire. The people know how to use swords and magic. It is a world filled with elves, monsters, and dragons. Kongwu thought to himself. So all the non-demon monsters also come from the Arnan continent? That makes sense. Echidna turned to ask him with innocent eyes. Master, where are we going? Kongwu replied. Home. We are going to the residence. He thought to himself. Because it's not my house. Echidna asked again. What is a residence? Are we going to Master's nest? Kongwu smiled shyly. Well, you can call it a nest if you want. He thought, doesn't sound too bad. Echidna hurriedly expressed gratitude. Master, thank you. She was shy. For inviting me to Master's nest. It's been a long time since someone shared a nest with me. He drove while chatting. So you must have been lonely for a very long time, right? Echidna hurriedly replied. Then told the story of the past. I used to live with my father. But then one day, he left me behind and disappeared. Kongwu wondered. He disappeared? She continued. That's right. After that, I spent most of my time alone in the lair reading books. Alone? He suddenly spoke up. Voice full of empathy. Must have been very lonely. Echidna continued recounting. I was very lonely, but then someone suddenly walked in while I was there. Kongwu asked hurriedly. Was it Zeno? She replied sadly. I really didn't do anything. I didn't cause the drought or the plague. I kept saying that I didn't do those things. But no one believed me. Kongwu looked at her, face full of pity. This trembling. Her eyes. Echidna sobbed, looking into his eyes. Master, do you believe me? Kongwu thought with empathy. I'm extremely familiar with that look. Because I used to be like that too. As far as I can remember. I remember growing up in an orphanage. The desire to meet parents was something extremely luxurious. I just wanted to be loved. I wanted to be taken care of. And wanted someone to recognize my existence. I told them to throw away those ridiculous emotions appearing in TV dramas. But I'm no different. Kongwu suddenly spoke up. Even if everyone in this world blames you. He put his hand on the small dragon's head to comfort her. At least, I will still believe you. Kongwu wiped away the tears still lingering on Echidna's eyelids. He looked at her for a while, then looked up to drive. A bright smile bloomed on his face. Echidna chanted all the way. Kongwu, Kongwu, your name. I will remember it. At this moment, at Seola's house, she was holding the small dragon in her arms. Face full of joy. So cute. She hugged so tight that Echidna had to exclaim. Kongwu, save me. Seola hugged the baby dragon in her bosom. Her name is Echidna? Why is she so cute? Kongwu hurriedly avoided her pleading eyes. Munching, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly. She is a type of monster after all. Seola replied to him. How could I not accept such an extremely cute summon monster? She hugged the dragon tighter, voice full of affection. You're so cute. Cuteness is justice. Kongwu ate while looking at her thoughtfully. Does her power also decrease with her body size? Caught again. Echidna hurriedly escaped Seola's hands and ran to him for help. Kongwu, this human is too scary. He looked at her and started a conversation. How are the team members lately? Is leveling up going well? Seola smiled, gently answering his question. Fine. Our levels are increasing extremely fast. So I think we will complete the third awakening and enter the rank C gate soon. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Kongwu. He paused while eating, then looked up with a bit of confusion. Me? Seola continued. You helped create good members for me, and your teachings have also helped a lot, Mr. Kongwu. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to dream of a life like this from the start. She smiled gently. So thank you very much. Mr. Kongwu. In his heart, he was extremely moved by those words. So this is the feeling of being liked by someone. Kongwu spoke up. He smiled gently. I'm the one who needs to say thank you. Then secretly rejoiced in his heart. This feeling is really not bad at all. Seola suggested. Mr. Kongwu, can I put Echidna to sleep? He stammered a bit. Yeah, go ahead. Then thought to himself, I'm so jealous. The next morning, sunbeams shone straight into his eyes. Kongwu blinked in exhaustion. Why do I feel more tired today? Seola had just finished cooking breakfast. You're up? He scratched his head, still sleepy. Good morning. She was a bit worried. You woke up later than usual. Kongwu spoke up. Yeah, I feel terribly tired after the sleep. Seola hurriedly asked. Are you okay? He stretched his body in fatigue. It's okay. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Echidna sitting next to him, eating breakfast, hurriedly turned to ask him. Kongwu, did Master sleep well? He was a bit hesitant. Oh well, it was okay. His eyes widened, face full of boredom. At this moment, Echidna spoke up. Seola, this dish is so delicious. Seola smiled happily, putting a pot down. Oh my, you must like flour cereal. Do you want more? Kongwu, sitting next to them, hurriedly shouted when seeing their actions. Echidna. The little girl looked at her with expectant eyes and replied, yes. Kongwu looked at the little girl next to him in surprise. Echidna, what is this appearance? Seola was also a bit surprised. Can't she transform? He followed up and asked, Echidna, you could transform? The little girl explained. I'm not sure either. I first felt strange while sleeping. When I woke up, I had turned out like this. Kangwoo gradually accepted the truth. Is that so? He thought to himself. She felt something strange while sleeping. It must be related to why I felt extremely tired this morning. I hope she can turn back to her dragon form. I hope her power is sealed like mine. If she can't transform back, it will be very troublesome. Kangwoo suddenly spoke up. Echidna, can you turn back to your original form? The little girl then started to change shape. Two wings spread out, startling Kangwoo. Oh no, he shouted. Echidna, stop. The window of the house shattered after that transformation. After stopping that action, Kangwoo was a bit dazed. You mean whether in human or dragon form? Echidna sniffled and replied. Yes. He stared at the little girl. You can change? Echidna turned her face away, not daring to look straight. Yes. I'm sorry. Kangwoo. Seola. She sat next to her, smiling gently to comfort the little girl. It's okay. You didn't know. But next time don't transform in the house, okay? Echidna sniffled, bowed her head. Yes. Kangwoo sighed. You should get used to human life, Echidna. The little girl stopped crying. He thought, before accepting me as her master, she was influenced by me. Now that I see, she speaks human language quite fluently. In front, the little girl looked at Seola with pitiful eyes. I'll bring stones to fix the nest for you. She smiled shyly and hurriedly replied. No need. Kangwoo looked at the pouting little girl. In this form, I can take her to many places. That's good too. Seol suddenly suggested. I called someone to fix it. Let's go buy clothes. He looked up at her. Clothes? She looked at him happily. For Echidna, my childhood clothes are old and don't fit well. Kangwoo took the opportunity to ask. Where do you want to go? Seola spoke up. There's a big shopping mall nearby. I plan to go there. Her eyes lit up. Do you want to come along? Kangwoo. Echidna sitting next to him also had bright eyes. Oh, are we going out to play? Let's go, Kangwoo. Let's go together. He was confused seeing the eyes of them. It might be a bit difficult. Seola used a sad voice. Are you going hunting today too? You should take a day off. Echidna also asked along. Kangwoo, are you not going? He scratched his head in confusion and smiled awkwardly. I'm not going hunting. Kangwoo looked up. I have to go somewhere today. At a building. So, you opened a spatial gate to a continent called Arnon and summoned a dragon as a subordinate? Kangwoo played with his phone and replied immediately. Yeah. The person opposite asked further. And those bastards from that Arnon place got lost because of the Gaia system? He continued to prioritize. Yenju looked at him sternly. And your subordinate turned into a human. So you want us to issue an ID for her? Kangwoo stared intently at the phone. Voice full of admiration. Oh wow, you're surprisingly sharp. Yenju looked at him with annoyance. What do you mean? He started asking. Do you know anything about the Gaia system? Yenju took a sip of tea and replied. It's the first time I've heard of it. I can't believe you summoned a dragon as a subordinate. What exactly is your identity? Kangwoo looked at the photo on the phone and chuckled. He texted while answering her. Isn't it a bit late to ask now? Yenju was helpless. I really don't know who I've been helping all this time. Kangwoo's eyes lit up. So, you can do it, right? Yenju sighed and hurriedly agreed. All right, just send me the photo. Hearing that, he smiled happily. Thanks. I also want to request one more thing. Yenju looked visibly annoyed. What now? You really asked for a lot. Kangwoo hurriedly made his request. I need an S-rank gate pass. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Kumin, excuse me. He hurriedly looked over. This voice. Wayan. She walked in from outside. Commanding voice. Xiazi Ongju. I have something to discuss with you. Kangwoo looked at the girl thinking. Why is the Warang commander here? Wayan entered. Do you have a guest? Sorry for interrupting. Yenju hurriedly stood up. Polite voice. It's okay. We finished talking anyway. Wayan sighed in relief. That's lucky. Ah, is this the rookie you were sponsoring? He sat on the side thinking to himself. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Yenju looked at him with a look of disgust and introduced him. He doesn't belong to our guild, but we've been cooperating recently. Wayan reached out her hand. Face expressionless. Nice to meet you. I am Baek Wayan, commander of Unit 3 of the Warang Squad. He also introduced himself awkwardly. I am Okangwoo. Then thought, having Red Rose backing me is really troublesome. Wayan's face softened. Okangwoo, are you the person I met in front of the Rank C gate last time? Yenju also asked back in surprise. Have you two met? Oh, Kongwu, did you beat up soldiers there or something? Yan hurriedly turned to refute. What are you saying? He is an extremely polite and upright person. Yenju looked at him with a look of disgust. Polite? Upright? Kongwu laughed out loud. You flatter me. I can't accept such praise from the commander. Yenju covered her face with her hand, sighing helplessly. Truly nauseating. Anyway, what were you going to say? He proposed. Can I get an S-rank gate pass? Then smiled gently at their surprise. What? Yenju clutched her head and sat down heavily on the chair. Why? This time you want to go hunting in an S-rank gate? Kongwu hurriedly explained. Going alone is a bit dangerous. But if I bring my subordinate, it's easy. Yenju's eyes lit up. You know what appears at the Suwon S-rank gate, right? He made a face as if it were obvious. Of course. Wyverns. Giant ogre. Ogre giant. And, Yenju warned, even if you hunt there, do not go near the lake. Do you understand? Kongwu nodded. I know. Don't worry. Yan was confused at this moment. Wait, S-rank gate? What are you two talking about? She thought back and spoke up. A few weeks ago, he was hunting in a rank C gate. Yenju sighed. This guy is an exception. Just trust his ability. She was helpless before Kongwu's confidence. Yan looked at his appearance thinking, did he hide his identity at the rank C gate? Even so, even national rankers want to avoid S-rank gates. She spoke up. I don't know the details, but it seems you have an ace in your hand. Yenju looked gloomy. I don't know if I hold him in my hand or if he holds me in his. Kongwu suddenly spoke up. Then I'll be going. Everything I requested can be done, right? Yenju looked up and replied. Yeah, you can probably go hunting in the S-rank gate starting tomorrow. She warned, be careful. Even for you, it's still a very dangerous place. Kongwu smiled faintly. All right, I'll remember. Then he left. Yenju's eyes were full of vigilance. So why did you come here? Did you find clues about the demon cult? Yan closed her eyes. She replied, not that. Yenju pulled her hat. Then what? The person opposite hurriedly continued. But I'm looking forward to this. Yenju's eyes lit up. Looking forward? The other side replied. That's right. Yan continued. You heard about us having a member infiltrate the demon cult, right? Yenju hurriedly continued. Yeah, I'm surprised you guys managed that. Yan continued. That agent reported that he could hand me a video containing evidence of the contact point. Yenju asked, video? Can't he send it? Yan was a bit confused. The situation is quite tense. We haven't been able to communicate much these past few days. Yenju stared at her after hearing the situation. All right, where's that contact point? Yan hurriedly replied. Tomorrow, in Suwon. Suwon Station. Yenju muttered. Suwon. Suwon Station. She remembered something. Wait, if so, near the S-rank gate, where Kongwu wants to hunt. Da-da. Echidna jumped up excitedly. How does it look, Kongwu? Does it suit me? He praised the little girl while getting dressed. Yeah, looks great. Did you buy it at the convenience store with Seola yesterday? Echidna spun around happily. She smiled, brightly looking out. Thank you, Seola. Kongwu likes it very much. She looked at the little girl and smiled shyly. Echidna is naturally very cute, so anything she wears suits her. Kongwu put on his shoes. Then let's go hunting. Seola stood in the house reminding him. Okay, Kongwu, remember to be careful. She looked at the two of them, face a bit red, thinking, hunting with Kongwu, and he is chatting with Echidna, warning carefully, you must not transform, okay? Got it. The little girl also obediently replied. Yes. Seola felt sad in her heart. I wish I could too, but is my rank high enough to? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Seola, making her startle. Ah yes? Kongwu suddenly asked. You're going hunting today too, right? Seola replied confusedly. I'm getting ready to go. He happily suggested. I'll go with you someday. I want to try seeing the party with you. Echidna standing next to him was also extremely excited. Can Echidna come along? Kongwu hurriedly teased. Try it? I give up. Echidna hurriedly whined. Don't be like that, Kongwu. You're so stingy. Seola looked at them chatting with each other, then smiled happily. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Kongwu looked at her smile thinking. I'm pretty sure Seola has enough combat experience. I need her to develop further. He spoke up then. See you later. Echidna also greeted her with a cute voice. Bye-bye, Seola. At this moment, at Suwon, S-rank gate, you must remember these 3 things. Kongwu instructed. First, do not go near that lake. It's full of dangerous monsters. Clear? Echidna obediently replied. He continued instructing. Second, after I buy time, you must not rush out immediately, but must support me. The little girl shouted excitedly. Yes, master. He continued. And finally, no matter what happens, do not transform back into your original form. I don't need to attract any more attention. Understood? Once again, Echidna shouted. Yes, Kongwu. Instructions done. He put his hand on the ground. All right. Then, Kongwu started using a skill. Authority of Insight. Red probing rays wove everywhere. Let's see. They're just around here. Found them. Giant ogre. All right. Don't be too aggressive from the start. Just take it slow. Authority of Charm. He used another skill. Echidna, standing next to him, smelled the scent. What smells so good? Kongwu spoke up. Echidna, get ready. The little girl's face showed excitement. He raised his hand. A stream of power surged within him. Demon Baphomet. Authority of Gale. A gust of wind was released. Then Kongwu rushed forward quickly. He focused power into his fist and punched towards a monster. A collision sound rang out. Powerful waves poured out as the two fists touched. Kongwu looked at the monster in front of him thinking, I guess it must be rank S. Even though I used Authority of Gale, it's still unfazed. Naturally, I can handle this level. The monster punched down hard, cracking the ground. He continued to dodge and used his authority. Power of Black Spear. A long spear pierced straight into the giant monster's throat, making it scream in pain. The monster hurriedly shut its mouth. It grabbed him. Echidna, standing behind, hurriedly shouted. Dark Wind Blade. Blades of pain started slashing the monster repeatedly, causing it extreme pain. The tight grip on Kongwu also loosened gradually. He excitedly continued using his power, exclaiming with praise. Echidna, the monster, growled after being hit straight in the head by his power. The monster hurriedly screamed in pain as it was struck by lightning bolts. A notification appeared. You have defeated a giant ogre, rank S. Your EXP is increasing. You have leveled up by 1. After fighting a fierce battle with the monster, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Kongwu stepped on the monster's corpse. Thinking to himself, they said they only hunt with guilds or players above level 65. EXP increases corresponding to the difficulty. Since I leveled up after taking down just 1. Echidna ran over from afar, face full of excitement. Kongwu, was I good? Seeing the little girl run over, he praised her. You did very well. The ogre could only move moderately. It's all thanks to you. Echidna smiled foolishly. I was surprised too. I think because I was summoned by Master, I became stronger. Kongwu, he was a bit confused. Really? Then looked at the little girl thinking. She is this strong, even though not in her original form. Perhaps when she returns to her original form, we will have a bountiful hunt. Echidna stood there, sniffing. Something smells very good. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. He stood there looking up, face full of surprise. A flock of wyverns? Kongwu hurriedly hugged the little girl next to him tightly. I guess they were attracted by the battle just now. He instructed, hold on tight. Echidna, the little girl hurriedly shut her eyes tight. Roger. Kongwu assessed the surrounding situation. There are too many of them. Retreat for now. He used full power. Authority of Speed is a movement skill on ground, so it will be easy for them to intercept. Then, Kongwu hugged Echidna and jumped out of that place. Wings of the Sky. He used his power to create a pair of wings, then used them to fly up into the sky. The monsters behind hurriedly flew fast, intending to bite those wings. Kongwu hurriedly flew faster and turned his head to check. They're too fast. He flew while dodging the monsters' mouths. He thought to himself, but wanting to escape is not a problem. Before Echidna's eyes, it seemed like something was torn apart. She trembled, hugging him tight. My dress. Kongwu. The little girl continuously called his name. A power emanating from inside the little girl made him quite panicked. Hurriedly calling her name. Echidna? The little girl shouted loudly in anger. Kongwu praised me for wearing a beautiful dress. A large foot slashed across the monsters, making them scream in pain. Echidna used her dragon body to attack the monsters powerfully, tearing them apart. The terrified wyverns suddenly stopped and looked at each other. Then Echidna used her mouth to bite them. She brutally tore them apart to Kongwu's amazement. Echidna seemed to go crazy, attacking the monsters wildly. The notification rang out again. Your familiar has just defeated a wyvern. Rank S. Your familiar has just defeated a wyvern. Rank S. Kangwoo looked at this scene, expression a bit helpless. He smiled foolishly, thinking, this looks like Echidna who is desperate to live because of Zeno and his guild, doesn't it? The notification board kept ringing. Your familiar has just defeated a wyvern. Rank S. He looked at Echidna, helplessly thinking, that, stronger than I thought. Could it be that she... Notification rang again. Your familiar has defeated a wyvern. Rank S. Kangwoo looked at the dragon, screaming in madness. Is he even stronger than me? A while later, Echidna groggily woke up in Kangwoo's arms. He asked gently, are you awake? The little girl was confused being held by him and stammered. Kangwoo, where's this? He replied, we are still inside the gate. Are you okay? Echidna hugged his neck tightly, dizzy. Yes, but I don't have any strength left. Kangwoo replied gently. I understand, Echidna. It seems you used a bit too much power, so you fainted right after transforming back. The little girl pouted, looking down at her uniform, feeling sad inside. Is that so? My clothes. He comforted. It's okay, don't worry about it. We could just buy more. There are many clothes that suit you, Echidna. The little girl looked up with teary eyes. But these are the clothes you gave me. Directly, Kangwoo put on a scary face to scold her. Echidna, from now on, you are not allowed to transform without permission anymore. I don't like people who go crazy because they can't control their anger. Echidna saw this and looked away. Oh, I'm sorry I was wrong. I won't do that anymore. Don't leave me. He sympathetically raised his hand to pat her head. What are you saying? Leave you? This is the first time we fought together. Just don't do that again, okay? Echidna sobbed, clinging tightly to him and crying out. Kangwoo shyly blamed himself. Did I overdo it? While his actions were extremely gentle. Good girl. Now let's go back to buy clothes. Echidna obediently replied. He thought back to the incident earlier. But I still have to say it. Clearly going crazy right in the middle of a battle is still a very serious matter. Anyway, the result was very good. What satisfied him here was that his experience bar had jumped from level 41 straight to 49. I was right to think she would be stronger when transforming back to her original form, but I didn't expect she could take down so many wyverns alone. Kangwoo checked his body. Although my magic power is depleted just as I thought. Echidna can turn into a human and can also become stronger than the original. Because she accepted my magic power after becoming my summoned divine beast. Echidna can deploy greater power than before by using my magic power. If my magic power increases, the amount of magic power she can use will probably also increase. Kangwoo felt uneasy and continuously patted the little girl's head. It seems the burden on her body will also increase. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind him. This sound, it's a giant ogre. 2 of them? Fighting them without Echidna. I was planning to end it here. Kangwoo went to a tree canopy and put Echidna down. He excitedly revealed a combative look. But should I warm up a bit? Before he could do anything, 2 other young men dealt with the giant ogres before Kangwoo. One person had dark skin and a combative face. The other exuded a coldness, bloodthirsty to the point of being chilling. Kangwoo looked at them as if his face was frozen. The guy in the floral shirt sighed and spoke up. Hello, that was dangerous. Were these 2 your prey? Kangwoo raised his guard and went into a defensive stance. These 2, even though I don't know who they are. At this moment, the person next to him replied to the floral shirt guy. His prey? Can't you see how tired he is? Clearly we just helped him. Kangwoo silently analyzed their identities. Guild Master of Onyuri. Expert Swindler Chai Minwoo and Hanul Guild Master. Ranked first in Korea. Kang Hyunwoo. What kind of coincidence is this? I actually met 2 Guild Masters at the same time. I was just wanting to cause a little attention. Kang Hyunwoo cheerfully looked around. So it seems there's no one else around here, right? The person next to him replied. Clearly he is a newbie who entered here after the level limit was removed. Kang Hyunwoo approached and put his arm around Kangwoo. Then good. Since we met, meeting is fate. Let me take you to the gate. Making him startle in embarrassment. He looked towards Echidna and said, It seems you're very tired. Kangwoo continuously refused. I'm Yufine. The 2 of us can protect ourselves. You 2 must be very busy. Just go. But Kang Hyunwoo didn't want to let him go. What? Are you sure you'll be okay? At this moment, Minwoo turned his back to look for items in the ogre corpses. He muttered in annoyance. This guy is really annoying. Suddenly, his eyes were glued to a strange thing inside the monster. Over there, Kang Hyunwoo was still trying hard to persuade Kangwoo. This is an S-rank gate. You even brought a child with you. Listen to me, okay? I'm not a bad person. He could only smile wryly to pass the matter. You two have helped me once already. It's not convenient for me to bother you further. On Minwoo's side, he bent down to pick up a stone part stuck tightly in the ogre's blood vessels. Kangwoo scratched his head and smiled faintly. You really don't need to worry. After persuading for a while, Kang Hyunwoo finally gave up. If you say so, then fine. He replied happily. Thank you for understanding. After the strange incident on the monster's body, Minwoo became even more suspicious about the identity of the newcomer, Kangwoo. Scene change. Kangwoo continuously called Echidna's name to wake the little girl up. He held her in his arms and spoke gently. We're out. Wake up. I said we go buy clothes. Let's go, or we'll be late. The little girl was groggy, still sleepy, and replied, Okay. Kangwoo pulled out his phone from his pocket to check Google Maps. A lot of things happened today. Echidna and 2 rankers. Let's see. Shortest route. Is this the way to the shopping mall? Looks a bit strange. But Kangwoo had no choice but to follow the directions on the phone. It must be near the S-rank gate. So there aren't many people. Suddenly, Echidna woke up and called him. Kangwoo. Echidna pointed into the alley. I smell blood from in there. Human blood. The event from a few days ago regarding the stranger's reconnaissance mission. I disguised myself and infiltrated the demon cult based on what I saw inside. They are crazier and crueler than I imagined. I recorded shocking footage and avoided the enemy's eyes and ears because a jamming device was installed to block information leakage. I couldn't send that footage out. After I sent a message to headquarters requesting a meeting, the surveillance around me tightened significantly, as if they were always waiting for me to act, and then seize me. Back to the present. The young man, covered in blood, used all his strength to run for his life. Damn it. He clutched his stomach in pain. Reached the limit already? No, I can't die here. I still have to transfer this chip out at any cost. Must give it to Commander Beck. YN at all costs. Suddenly the pain in his ribs worsened, causing him to collapse in the middle of the road. The young man panted, struggling to stand up. Damn it. My body won't listen to me anymore. But I can't just stop like this. Just one more step. The young man was anxious. Even if it's just one step, I must get closer to the gate where the Warang squad is. At the same time, Echidna and he arrived just in time. The little girl pointed at the bloodied young man and shouted, Kangwoo, here. He looked at the two of them in a daze, then clung tightly to Kangwoo's hand, making him freeze in confusion. The young man was urgent. Please, take it. Kangwoo asked curiously, Is this a data chip? After giving the chip to him, the young man fainted, unclear if he was alive or dead. Kangwoo confusedly sat down and shook him. Hey, what is this? Hey you. Echidna hid behind, looking fearfully at the person in front. Kangwoo still didn't know what information this young man wanted to convey. What kind of chip is this? Kangwoo raised his hand. In front of him lay the motionless body of a man, covered in blood. He thought to himself, what the hell happened and what is this memory card? Kangwoo touched his head lightly. Let's see. He started using the authority of insight. A few vague pieces of information gradually appeared. He pondered. Sixth Awakening? This guy is quite experienced, because only players level 60 and above who have undergone the Sixth Awakening are allowed into the S-rank gate. So he definitely didn't come out of the gate. Finished with the work, Kangwoo stood up abruptly. He carefully inserted the memory card into his phone. The only evidence I have is this memory card. Let's take a look. On the screen appeared a file containing a video. A movie? Is that all? Kangwoo's eyes suddenly changed. He froze, clutching the phone tightly in his hand. His body trembled uncontrollably. This is. That strangeness made Echidna extremely confused. Kangwoo's face turned bright red. He thought shyly. Porn. He lost his composure, trying to control the reaction from his body. Mentally complaining. What the hell? Why did he give me this with such a determined look? He didn't look like that kind of person either. Kangwoo analyzed with full concentration. Or did I miss something? But a second later his face turned red again. He stared excitedly at the phone screen. This feels amazing. First time watching porn. In 10,000 years. Echidna asked innocently. Kangwoo, what are you watching? Kangwoo startled and hurriedly covered it. He explained calmly. I'm watching some important evidence. try to reassure himself inside. Calm down. A sudden movement rang out. A group of mysterious and strange people suddenly rushed towards Kong Wu's position. They landed one by one. Standing proudly opposite him, he retreated warily. Suspicious. Who are these bastards? A guy wearing a red demon mask spoke up. Bastard. So you watched it? The footage on the memory card. Kong Wu hadn't recovered from the shock yet. He was bewildered. What? He was skeptical inside. They know. The other side suddenly threatened bluntly. Because you watched that footage, we cannot let you live. Kong Wu really felt confused. Huh? What are you talking about? He thought to himself. Since when is watching porn a serious crime? They questioned him one by one. You dare pretend not to know anything after watching it? What a brazen bastard. Or do you not know the value of the footage? Kong Wu was sweating profusely. His nerves were stretched thin. What are these weirdos babbling about? He cautiously put the phone in his pocket. I don't know what this crazy situation is, but I can be sure they are planning to steal this footage. Kong Wu wound himself up, ready to fight. His eyes roll back white. How dare you steal the first porn movie I've watched in 10,000 years? He thought with determination. No matter what, I will protect this footage. Kong Wu spoke coldly, refusing the request. Sorry, but I can't give you this. They laughed coldly, pulling out weapons to attack, finally revealing your true colors. Then there's nothing left to say. Finished speaking, all the red demons unleashed moves straight at Kong Wu. Kill him. He didn't hold back either, leaping into battle to counterattack. Authority of defense. Kong Wu used his bare hands to shatter the red demon's weapons in a split second. He also used another move. Authority of speed to kick repeatedly, eliminating them one by one as easy as turning his hand. The leader of the demons witnessed this and panicked, ordering, everyone release your power. His accomplices were hesitant. But sir, if we do that... The leader lost his composure and screamed. At this rate, we'll all die. I don't know where this son of a bitch came from. However, facing the formidable Kong Wu, they dared not act rashly. But he is a monster. He immediately landed a transcendent punch on the leader, shattering his mask completely. In an instant, Kong Wu paused for a few beats, widening his eyes in surprise. Echidna, standing outside, shouted anxiously. Kong Wu, what is that? Kong Wu stopped attacking. He became involuntarily cautious. This aura, the red demons, shed their skin into a completely different appearance. They became more ferocious, bearing sharp teeth to threaten. He thought to himself, it's demonic energy. Just as I thought, these guys are from the demon cult. They're transforming themselves into demons. Kong Wu gritted his teeth. He sighed softly in contemplation. If this continues, torturing them will be meaningless. Echidna reminded gently. Kong Wu, they're very dangerous. The little girl suddenly offered to help. I'll help too. But before she could finish, Kong Wu blocked her, reassuring the little girl. No need to worry, Echidna. If we're talking about expertise in dealing with these bastards. He clenched his hand into a fist, demonstrating the power of immense strength. Then I am the best. Kong Wu was unfazed by the monsters. A burly red demon was rushing towards him, intending to tear him apart. He jumped up abruptly, raising his hand with a sharp blade weapon, preparing to attack. A demon growled fiercely, opening its mouth hungrily. Kong Wu, he directly unleashed infinite punches, planting a fatal blow into its stomach, confidently thinking to himself, they're just simple guys. The demon howled in pain, then lay absolutely motionless on the ground. Kong Wu calculated, but they still possess the regenerative ability of demons, so he was no different from a magic tornado, sweeping through without sparing any single one of them. I will at least cripple them with this force. The demons falling into Kong Wu's hands all met a miserable end. He took their lives without expending much effort. Kong Wu swung his hand, bluntly slashing the red demon's face, making it unable to react in time. Another one took the opportunity to attack him, but he quickly detected it, turning his body to dodge. Kong Wu didn't hesitate to stab him with a move he couldn't anticipate. The destructive power from Kong Wu exceeded imagination. He could easily destroy almost every attack of the red demons. The leader watched his accomplices die one by one in front of him. He was a bit restless and uneasy, sweating profusely. The growling red demons intended to scare Kong Wu a bit more. But unexpectedly, the terrifying aura he emitted made them run away in fear, cowardly enough not to dare turn their heads back again. Kong Wu smirked sinisterly. He pointed his finger forward. A purple drop dripped from his fingernail. Earth burst. It's a bit too late to run now. The fleeing red demons suddenly exploded into pieces. Overflowing with pain, the leader couldn't bear it. He was in so much pain that tears fell. Screaming miserably, but it was too late. Finished dealing with them. Kong Wu leisurely withdrew all his power. He casually put his hands in his pockets, walking past the trash scattered all over the ground. Kong Wu picked up the phone, confused and wondering. What the hell is this thing? He thought to himself. No matter how you look at it, it's just porn. Why did the demon cult target it? Kong Wu's face suddenly turned bright red. He thought, half shy and half amused. Is this thing worth it? A voice suddenly rang out. Is it this place? Baek Weiyun urgently replied to Cha Yun-ju, who stood frozen on the glass roof looking down. Yes, the signal is coming from here. Kong Wu panicked and hurriedly covered the phone screen. Jia Zhongju. Meanwhile, Cha Yun-ju stared wide-eyed as if dead silent, unconsciously calling his name. Kong Wu, Jia Zhongju Junpei, onto the wall and landed on the ground. She didn't forget to adjust her cap, grumpily questioning. What the hell? What are you doing here? Kong Wu sneakily put the phone away in his pocket. He asked timidly, You saw it? Jia Zhongju Pao said. Huh? Kong Wu smiled wryly. Nothing. Baek Weiyun stood looking down from above, face full of confusion. Mr. Kong Wu? Kong Wu suddenly spoke up, making Baek Weiyun frown. But what are you doing here, Cha Yun-ju? He held out his hand and asked sincerely, Why is everyone suddenly gathered here? Cha Yun-ju tried to act calm and replied, Work. Baek Weiyun also jumped down. She hurriedly inquired, Mr. Kong Wu, did you accidentally come across a memory card containing footage? Kong Wu said. He held up the memory card. You mean this? Jia Zhongju Bante, extremely relieved inside. That's right, that's it. She ordered seriously. Hey, give it to me. The footage in that memory card is extremely important to us. Kong Wu was in a difficult spot. He held the memory card tightly in his hand. This thing? Cha Yun-ju lost patience and glared at him. That's right, I need to use it right now. Kong Wu blushed. He froze and thought to himself. Use it right now? For what? Kong Wu turned red as a beetroot. He stammered asking, Right now? Jia Zhongju Sai Dai Li. How many times do I have to tell you? Hand it over. Kong Wu coughed lightly, finally agreeing to hand the memory card to her. Here. She was suspicious. What is it? Kong Wu couldn't help but have wild thoughts. I bet Cha Yun-ju isn't actually asking for porn, right? There must be a lot of interesting things in there. Cha Yun-ju carefully inserted the memory card into the USB drive. Since things turned out this way, she didn't hesitate to make a blunt proposal that made his face turn pale. Oh, Kong Wu, watch it with me. This is something you'll have to know sooner or later anyway. Kong Wu slowly turned his head away. He thought anxiously, whatever that secret is, it is still. Cha Yun-ju suddenly spoke up asking, Weiyun, how is that agent's condition? Baek Weiyun looked at the man's body on the floor, cautiously answering, He's dead. She carefully covered his face, speaking in a small voice. Kong Wu. Baek Weiyun slowly stood up. She greeted seriously. Can you tell me what happened here? Kong Wu pretended to scratch his head. He acted as if he didn't understand the issue well. I don't know either. Not sure what happened. Baek Weiyun continued to probe. So, as soon as you received the memory card, these guys rushed in to attack you? Kong Wu answered honestly. Apart from that, I don't know anything else to explain. She suddenly hesitated. I guess your presence was just a coincidence. Baek Weiyun looked calm. Anyway, Kong Wu, since you accidentally have to work with us, let's watch the video together, and Cha Yun-ju beside them had already flushed red on both cheeks. She hurriedly pulled her cap down to cover her face, furiously holding out the phone containing the sensitive video and screaming. What the hell is this? Oh, Kong Wu. Cha Yun-ju's hand trembled with agitation. She shouted angrily. You son of a bitch. You switched it, didn't you? Kong Wu covered his mouth with his hand and turned away. The other hand delicately covered Echidna's eyes. He explained gently, I am innocent. That's the original. Weiyun was indifferent, resting her chin on her hand, evaluating. This video is just a fake. Cha Yun-ju didn't quite believe it. Fake? Baek Weiyun nodded. Only after bringing it to headquarters and decoding it can we see its true content. Cha Yun-ju asked in embarrassment and dissatisfaction. No, but Why do they have to use porn to disguise it? Yan shrugged nonchalantly. It makes perfect sense. Even headquarters advised us to use adult movies as a cover. Hearing this, Kong-woo thought to himself, it really does make sense. So the original video must be related to the demon cult. They were supposed to transfer the video to each other here. But in the end, everything fell apart. Cha Yunju sighed in relief. Phew. So what else did they advise? Yun answered patiently. Also Animal World documentaries. But using AV is the best. Cha Yunju instantly exploded with rage. She pointed angrily and scolded Kong-woo. You watched it, didn't you? Why didn't you warn me? He coughed innocently. Well, because you said you needed to use it urgently, so... She snapped, cutting him off. Use what? You damn bastard. Echidna suddenly rushed out to block in front of Cha Yunju. Although the little girl was scared enough to close her eyes tight, she still showed her intention to protect Kong-woo. Don't be so rude to Kong-woo anymore. Cha Yunju looked at Echidna curiously. Now that I notice... Who is this kid? Kong-woo gently patted the little girl's head. Comfortably introducing. The familiar I told you about. Cha Yunju asked back skeptically. Huh? This baby is the familiar? She imagined Kong-woo cunningly riding a special spirit beast that was half goat, half skull, half alive. Couldn't help but pout. She just looks like a normal child, doesn't she? Didn't you say you prefer this type? The last 2 times you told it wrong. Kong-woo sighed helplessly. What kind of person do you think I am? Baek Hwa-yeon intervened. I just spoke with headquarters. She held out her phone, presenting urgently. Since that agent is dead, we must check the video content as soon as possible. Let's go straight to the headquarters at Suwon Station immediately. There we can decode the video. Scene change to the Hwarang Squad headquarters. At this moment, a powerful voice rang out. All units. Baek Hwa-yeon led the group. She arrogantly turned her head to ask her subordinate. Captain Park, Jun Seo. Are all night field delivery personnel okay? The person named Jun Seo bowed respectfully. Yes, Commander. Count is 30. Absent, 0. Casualties, 0. She replied leisurely. Understood. Baek Hwa-yeon began to declare loudly. Everyone's faces became more serious. So now I have a few things to announce. Agent Kong Dong-hoon sacrificed himself while on duty, so that our comrade's death does not become meaningless. We must put in even more effort to complete this mission. She lowered her voice. Captain Park, Jun Seo. I will contact the families of the fallen soldiers. Please ensure they are fully compensated for their loss. The families of those who serve the country cannot be disadvantaged. Hearing this, all subordinates answered in unison. Roger. Kong-woo silently watched her. He thought to himself, she was truly born to be a soldier. Baek Hwa-yeon turned to exchange words with Jun Seo. We retrieved the encrypted intel chip with a fake video. So start decoding the video immediately and be ready to report in the investigation room. He immediately obeyed. Yes, Commander. Baek Hwa-yeon suddenly asked, can I speak with General Jang Hyun-do right now? Yoon Seo replied politely. Currently, General Jang Hyun-do is on an overseas trip to Japan to investigate an S-rank gate, so he cannot be contacted right now. She pondered. I understand. Baek Hwa-yeon's superior and the person with the highest authority in the Hwarang Squad. Jang Hyun-do. He was so powerful that besides Baek Hwa-yeon, no one in the country dared to oppose him. Baek Hwa-yeon sighed in frustration, thinking, if the general were here, maybe we could have saved him. She spoke up, understood. Then we will go straight to the investigation room. Decode that video quickly. Today we won't do the night roll call. Dismissed. The subordinates shouted in unison again. Salute. At this moment, the projector was on, showing a mysterious movie. In the video, the scene was somewhat gloomy and scary. A figure stood silently at the highest position, most majestic among the lit candles. Following that, another person walked in, respectfully bowing. Cardinal, Cardinal. The leader revealed his face. Red demon skin, coldly giving a signal with his eyes. Speak. The subordinate immediately announced clearly. Preparations for the summoning are almost ready. The leader wearing the red demon mask turned around, looking down. How much longer? The subordinate knelt on the stairs, not daring to look up. For weeks. No. If we speed up the progress, it will be completed within 3 weeks. The leader absorbed the information. 3 weeks, huh? Faster than I thought. Have you received the sponsorship this time? The subordinate quickly gave an answer. Yes, because we're a large guild, Most of the items they offer us are rank A or higher. The subordinate suddenly looked up. He, smiling baring teeth, to reveal half a sinister face. Not much longer now. Our wish will come true. If things go smoothly this time, maybe the guild will grant us a bigger reward. The leader bluntly cut him off. Shut up. He scolded the subordinate straight to his face without hesitation. Already fantasizing about success? This is just the first step, yet you've already started immersing yourself in a sense of achievement. The subordinate heard this and knew he was wrong, profusely apologizing. This subordinate was foolish. The leader slowly walked to the subordinate's hand. He raised his voice to remind him. Remember, from now until we achieve our goal, we still have a long way to go. With that kind of mindset, you won't get anything done. The subordinate answered nervously. I will correct myself immediately. The leader stood right where the camera was pointed. He enunciated each word clearly. Until all preparation for the summoning are complete, you'd better keep your mouth shut. There is nothing worse than indulging in your own delusions. The subordinate replied decisively. The subordinate suddenly raised his gaze. He looked towards the camera that was recording him. He spoke calmly. And also, Why Yun? He stared menacingly. It seems we have a rat right here. Ms. Beck was presiding over the meeting. After showing the video clip, she explained, the video ends there. Kanye crossed his arms and thought deeply. That mask, that's the bastard who recruits people into the demon cult. A cardinal. Judging by the scale, there's probably more than one. They also mentioned a summoning ritual and a larger guild. His eyes suddenly darkened. From that, we can deduce three possibilities. Kanye laid out his first theory. First, if the one wearing the star-engraved mask is called a cardinal, then there must be someone else who holds even greater power than him. Next, he imagined a cosmic rift. Second, they're preparing to summon something to Earth. Finally, he considered the possibility of collaborating organizations. And third, there's a large guild supporting them from behind. Kanye spoke in a serious tone. Right now, I guess we have no choice but to investigate the major guilds. Baek Hwa-yeon asked, Why? He answered in a heartbeat. Because the spy has been caught. So they will do everything they can to hide their summoning plan. Kanye reminded them, We no longer have an intelligence source, so it will be extremely difficult to dig up any more information related to the main cult. He stated his opinion bluntly. The only thing we can interfere with now is to find out which guild is supporting them. Of course, that excludes the Red Rose Guild, which is working with the government to track down the demon cult. Baek Hwa-yeon looked at Kang Yu with admiration. She praised him effusively, making him puff up with pride. Oh, Kang Yu, are you a specialist in this field? What a coincidence. Such quick reasoning. Cha Yun-ju showed her disdain. She threw cold water on the idea. No, he's always like this. He's quick-witted and cunning as hell. She slumped over the table in frustration, complaining. But how are we supposed to find that guild now? Even the government struggles to investigate the guilds. Baek Hwa-yeon closed her laptop. She tried to find a solution with good intentions. Dealing with the major guilds is indeed a difficult problem. If we use force to issue an investigation order, it will create friction that we don't need. Kang Yu suddenly spoke up. There's a way. Cha Yun-ju asked curiously. What way? He puffed out his chest arrogantly. We just have to set a trap for them. Those demon cult bastards target high-quality sacrifices. Right? Cha Yun-ju still hadn't shaken off her boredom. She said listlessly, right? That's why we've lost so many promising rookies. Seeing Cha Yun-ju like that, Kang Yu felt a bit awkward. Oops, did I touch on a sensitive subject? She quickly waved her hands in denial. No, it's fine. Go on. Kang Yu smirked. He presented his idea with confidence. The main bait for this plan will be rookies. Let me say it again. Their targets are players who are low-level but have high rank in innate abilities. Baek Hwa-yeon frowned, resting her chin on her hand. Recently, there have been many staged incidents in low-level gates, and the number of missing persons has risen alarmingly. Kang Yu replied softly, so we can spread a rumor. He wore a grim expression. He looked at the two of them, his aura brimming with killing intent, that in a certain low-level gate, there's an extremely talented player. For what I've heard, that person is at least S rank. We can lie like that. In Kang Yu's mind right now, he was imagining a fish being hooked. He continued excitedly. Or, I heard the Red Rose Guild is targeting them. Must be really formidable. Just lie like that. Fearing losing a delicious bait to someone else, they will have to act immediately. Baek Hwa-yeon hesitated. Good idea, but they were already set up by intelligence once. Are you sure they will act so hastily and recklessly? That damn cardinal seems very cautious. Kong-woo lowered his head. Maintaining a scary attitude. They will definitely have to act. Cha Yun-ju was surprised. How do you know? Kong-woo smiled coldly. Because they are the demon cult. Wolves that cannot control their thirst for power. He clenched his trembling hand from excitement. Thinking to himself, the closer to the threshold, the more they will hunt for power. Once injected with demonic energy, how can they refuse this temptation? Kong-woo smiled happily and brightly at Baek Hwa-yeon. Besides, even if they are cautious, they won't be able to wipe away all traces completely. She was a bit hesitant. Even though we have patrol teams, there is no sign that the self-staged incidents will decrease. Meanwhile, Cha Yun-ju completely agreed with that opinion. All right, then let's try it. Who will we use as bait? A low-level player, but possessing high-level superpowers. Already famous or already a member of a large guild. She raised an eyebrow. Also, don't dream of using my guild members. Cha Yun-ju looked towards Kong-woo. Although it's selfish, but I don't intend to use my guild members unless I have to participate in combat directly. He comfortably reassured her. All right, I understand. You have to save combat power, right? Kong-woo grinned cunningly. He became unusually dark. As for the bait, I know someone perfect for this role. The scene shifted to Kim Si-hoon. He was walking leisurely with a jacket over his shoulder, staggering home. In that house, there was a woman lying motionless on the mattress, seeming to have no signs of life anymore. Kim Si-hoon sulumpit besideher. He held the woman's hand. In an instant, the eyes of Kim Si-hoon flashed with a coldness hard to hide. No one knew what dangerous thing he was planning. In a small warm room, sunlight shone in. Kim Si-hoon sat dazed in front of the woman with silver hair. His eyes became lifeless. He cherished the woman's hand. The entire space was completely immersed in deep sorrow. At this moment, Kong-woo was using binoculars to watch Kim Si-hoon from the roof opposite. He acted melodramatic. Oh my Si-hoon. That fool. Kong-woo's eyes glistened. He teared up thinking. He takes care of his sick mother every night. You should be the main character. After that, he looked down to check information on the phone screen. Anyway, the reaction is better than I thought. Kong-woo scrolled through the phone. Almost all of it was news about Kim Si-hoon. 1 week after the bait plan, the rumors spread faster than I thought. He thought with satisfaction. Not like a rocket, but it's still increasing, slowly. At the same time, down on the street, a few people passed by. They chatted happily with each other. Hey, have you heard about Kim Si-hoon? Who? He's a famous rookie. Is that so? But I bet he's no match for Baek. Kong-hyuk? Why am I discussing this with you? Kong-woo pondered. There's only one person on our side who can make information spread this widely. Scene changed to another side. A hand typed quickly on a computer keyboard, accompanied by a voice. Yes, I can create a little commotion. Just like this. Kong-woo prayed silently. If anyone in your group knows about Kim Si-hoon, please pretend not to know anything. He suddenly had a thought. It's definitely the name I saw before. That person is the head of the Human Resources Management team of Red Rose. Park Hyun-woo. Kong-woo calculated. Hwa-yeon is a straightforward person, so there's no way she would do that. And Cha Yun-ju probably just gives orders. Suddenly Kim Si-hoon opened the door and stepped out. Kong-woo quickly got in a hunting posture. He's moving. He thought conspiratorially. Then I should get going too. At the Maekdong Rank C gate, Kim Si-hoon walked up friendly to greet everyone. I'm here. Kong Tae-soo laughed happily, welcoming him. You're here, Brother Si-hoon. Jai unbi waiver et sitan li. Illo, Sion. Seola gently tilted her head and smiled. Hello. Amidst the noisy, bustling crowd, Kim Si-hoon asked worriedly. Seola, is something bothering you? Are you okay? Kong Tae-soo spoke up immediately. About that, he recounted dejectedly. Brother Kong-woo is usually very busy, but he hasn't been home for a week. At another place nearby, someone was hesitantly striking up a conversation with a person wearing an iron helmet. Well, do you want to form a party? The person wearing the iron helmet refused without hesitation. I already have other plans. Kim Si-hoon wondered. Can everyone contact him? Seola bowed her head sadly. She was gloomy. It's not that we can't contact him. We text and call every day, but he seems to be gone somewhere. Kim Si-hoon scratched his head awkwardly. It doesn't look like something happened inside the gate. Even when asked, He keeps avoiding it. Kang taiso grunteth. Bikini comfort so na. Don't be sad anymore. The little girl tried her best to coax her. Mr. Kangwoo probably has a reason for not coming home. He should come home sooner, right? Seola sigid. Maybe, she suddenly asked. Maybe he's tired of my cooking? What? Seola's eyes became even more depressed, filled with a pile of negativity. Is it because of that he doesn't want to come home, or does he like some girl? Choi Unbai immediately patted her shoulder to reassure her. There's no way he has another girl. When he has someone beautiful like you, Seola, maybe it's the opposite. She was surprised. Opposite. Choi Unbai revealed a drooling face. The sweet, dreamy girl. Mr. Kangwoo is still young. Maybe living under the same roof with someone beautiful like you is too stimulating? Kim Si-hoon coldly tapped Choi Unbai on the head with a stick, directly interrupting. Stop it. Miss Seola, don't listen to Unbai. He shared seriously. I'm sure Mr. Kangwoo has his own reasons. First of all, unlike us, he is a high-level player. Choi Unbai took off her hat, innocently asking Kang Taiso, is there a bump? He examined carefully and replied, no. Seola felt somewhat comforted. She smiled softly, acknowledging, you're right. Kim Seon calmly encouraged. I understand you're feeling upset. Miss Seola, but what we can do is continue to do our best to become strong. That way we can stand side by side with Mr. Kangwoo as soon as possible. After hearing those words from Kim Si-hoon, Seola was energized. She regained her spirits. She politely suggested, then let's go. Everyone answered in unison. Let's go. Kang Tae-soo excitedly raised both hands to the sky. Let's go hunting. Behind them, the person wearing the iron mask strangely had been watching them without leaving for a second. He suddenly muttered, Rank C gate already? Lifting the mask, that person was none other than Kangwoo. He thought with satisfaction. It's hard to imagine everyone reached level 20 and completed the third awakening. In my opinion, it's not enough, but it's still a respectable rate of progress. Beside him, a man suddenly spoke up. I smell dried chili peppers. Kangwoo took off the iron helmet. He sighed helplessly. But it's been a week. Thinking about the conversation with Seola earlier. But don't you think we are improving extremely fast? It's all thanks to Kangwoo. He became even more sad and depressed. It might be due to work, but seeing her suffer is really... Kangwoo shifted his thoughts. At this moment, Echidna was curled up on the bed. The little girl with teary eyes buried her face in the pillow, whining. Kangwoo, where is Kangwoo? Even though her mother beside her tried her best to coax sweetly. Let's eat some fruit. He pondered silently. And not just Seola. I am the only one Echidna can rely on. So she must be suffering even more. Kangwoo pulled his hair, scratching his head in frustration. I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly. He gritted his teeth. I want this to be over too. On Kim Si-hoon's side, everyone had started fighting the monsters. Kang Tae-soo strongly held the shield against attacks from a vicious monster. The monster punched hard once. Into the shield. He cried out, Kang Tae-soo furunet. He was extremely excited. You are stupidly strong, aren't you? He seized the right moment, suddenly lifting the shield to counterattack. How about this? Because it was too sudden, the monster couldn't stabilize in time. It staggered, unable to stand firm. Kang Tae-soo moved the shield aside, urgently shouting, Si-hoon right now. Kim Si-hoon raised his sword, executing the water dragon sword technique. Behind him, Seola quickly supported him. Buff. Second form. Kim Si-hoon flew straight to stab a fatal blow, flying dragon first form, directly taking the monster's life easily. It roared in pain, then its lower body gradually faded into dust. Monster spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then it grimaced, furious, wanting to seek revenge. The monster saw Kim Si-hoon standing there. It rushed forward, intending to attack him. But he used the instant lightning spear skill. In just a split second, the monster's entire body was electrocuted by the lightning. In the end, it turned into a charred corpse, emitting suffocating smoke. Kim Si-hoon saw it lying motionless on the ground. He sheathed his sword with relief. Kang Tae-soo rejoiced. Ha ha ha, we took it down. Choi Unbai stood from afar, raising her staff to remind him. Brother Tae-soo, don't say that. Kang Tae-long. Ha ha, it's definitely dead. We got the experience points. Choi Unbai stepped forward. The little girl seriously warned carefully. Even if it's just hunting one, We can't relax. Seola spoke up seriously. Just as predicted. Rank C monsters are quite strong. Kong Tae-soo was wary. We had no problem with 5 lizardmen. But I think just 3 like this are dangerous enough. To think that brother Kong-woo hunted alone in a place like this. Kim Si-hoon scratched his head. He smiled wryly. It hasn't even been a month. It's impressive that we increased our levels enough to hunt a troll. Kang Tae-soo praised it endlessly. It's all thanks to you, Si-hoon. Even before we formed the team, I felt it. But to think that you are this talented. Kim Si-hoon replied, epsilon. It's really embarrassing. Choi Eun-bai excitedly raised her voice to flatter. That's right. Just like that, you look like a male lead in a shounen manhwa. Kim Si-hoon said affectionately. Eun-bai's magic is also top-notch. We should gather the mana stones and start moving. Kong Tae-soo hurriedly returned to the original purpose. I didn't expect to forget that. Let's do it quickly and go. Kim Si-hoon examined the monster's body. I heard that the coagulated blood in a troll's heart can be sold as a pharmaceutical ingredient for a high price. Choi Eun-bi exclaimed in surprise. The little girl rejoiced. Seola, we can sell it. Kim Si-hoon couldn't help but laugh. Kong-woo continued his surveillance work. After witnessing everything, he rejoiced in his heart, touched to the point of sniffling. They're stronger than before, just as predicted. It's all thanks to my teaching. It was a smooth play with no wasted movements. Kong-woo thought to himself. Now each of them understand their role and moves accordingly. Kong Tae-soo is the tank and crowd control. Main damage dealer and buffer is Kim Si-hoon. Seola can also create buffs, so she is still useful when they don't need healing. And Choi Eun-bai is sub-damage dealer combined with protection. He was comfortably satisfied. Now I think I don't need to help them anymore. Kanutai so epili najd Kim Si-hoon. Brother Si-hoon, seems like you're very popular lately. Kim Si-hoon was bewildered. Really? Choi Eun-bai smiled excitedly with squinted eyes. Now we are rich. Kong-woo silently stood, looking down at them from the high rock. He mused. Besides this, it's time for them to make a move. Kong-woo thought about that mysterious red-masked demon. A week has passed. Are you all just going to stand by? He suddenly felt a slight unease. Maybe they're just being really cautious. Are they not going to do anything when such delicious rookies are right in front of them? Kong-woo glanced at Kim Si-hoon's party. He thought to himself, I've spent years in hell, so I know very well that there's no better food than this. Finally, he crouched down. He placed the binoculars on the ground. Sighing softly, he thought tensely, if the rumor has been spreading for a week, there's no way they haven't heard. I'll have to take a closer look. Kong-woo began to use his power of observation. A string of thoughts piled up in his mind. No matter how much I think about it, there's no way those guys would ignore this. If it's been a week, that's definitely long enough for them to check it out. They'll definitely come. They could arrive at any moment. But then he spotted 2 players. They were high intermediate level, strong enough to take down a troll in a single blow. And they're not even taking the mana stones. They're running towards Kim Si-hoon. Kong-woo paused. He clenched his fists. His face suddenly twisted into a terrifying expression. He grinned dangerously, baring his teeth. They've finally taken the bait. Chapter 49. The monster, after taking a critical hit, collapsed to the ground in pain, with a deep gash across its belly, blood pouring out. Kim Si-hoon sheathed his sword. He let out a sigh of relief, praising and encouraging his teammates. Phew, everyone did a great job. Kong Tae-soo looked at Kim Si-hoon with an excited, admiring gaze. My man Si-hoon, no matter how many times I see it, it's still hard to believe. You even took it down without Eun-bai's support. Kim Si-hoon scratched his head in embarrassment, laughing it off. I just got lucky this time. I was only able to do it because everyone supported me so well. Choi Eun-bai spoke up, hands on her hips. Si-hoon, at this rate, I'm going to be out of job. Go easy on them, will you? Kim Si-hoon blushed with embarrassment. Not knowing what else to do, he just laughed it off. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp. Kim Si-hoon quickly warned them. Seola, there's a troll behind you. Everyone. He immediately mobilized them. Get into formation. The ferocious monster raised its chainsaw, about to attack them. Kim Si-hoon gave an order. Eun-bai distracted so Seola can move behind it. Yes, Si-hoon. But before they could act, the monster was sliced in half with a single slash. A sudden voice rang out. I was wondering who it was. Kim Seola frowned. You are. The other person spoke leisurely. What a coincidence. That person was none other than Kim Young-hoon. Kim Si-hoon was completely stunned. Kim Young-hoon. He sneered arrogantly. Kim Seola, didn't expect to see you here. Kang Tae-soo asked in a low voice. Do you know him? Isn't that the vice guild master of the Mirror Guild? Turned to look at Kim Si-hoon. Seola. He was lost in thought. Kim Young-hoon, vice guild master of the Mirror Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in the country, and the son of Kim Jae-hoon, chairman of Mirror Electronics. Kim Si-hoon thought succinctly. He was born with the shiniest golden spoon in the Republic of Korea. As a player, Kim Young-hoon's talent is rather mediocre. Unlike his father, one of the top rankers in Korea. However, by using his father's power and wealth, he has surpassed others. Kim Si-hoon tried to stay calm and spoke. What are you doing here? Kim Young-hoon scoffed mockingly. What do you think? I'm here to hunt. Kang Tae-soo, Choi Eun-bai, and Seola all felt extremely awkward. They could only communicate with their eyes. Kim Si-hoon lost his patience and retorted. Then why don't you go your own way and get the hell out of here? Kim Young-hoon laughed loudly. He said sarcastically, aren't you being a little disrespectful to your older brother? Kim Si-hoon suddenly got angry and snapped. Who the hell are you to call yourself my brother? Kim Young-hoon calmly lifted his lips in a contemptuous smile. Well, we can't be considered normal brothers. After all, you have dirty blood running through your veins. Hearing such an insult, Kim Si-hoon furiously prepared to draw his sword and attack. What did you say, you son of a bitch? Kim Young-hoon stepped over the monster's corpse. He arrogantly issued a challenge. What? You gonna hit me? Then why don't you? Give it a try. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth in fury. Kim Young-hoon also intended to point his sword at Kim Si-hoon. That's right. There's a rumor about you these days. He looked stunned. He asked, half believing. A rumor. He drawled out the words. I heard you have a very special ability. At least S rank, I'd say. Seeing Kim Si-hoon's reaction, Kim Young-hoon became even more smug. Well, it's hard to believe you'd show up at a time like this. I never thought you'd awaken as such a high-rank player. Seola, Kim Si-hoon tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. What do you mean? Kim Young-hoon held out his hand. He stuck out his tongue sinisterly. I happen to need a sacrifice just like you. Kim Young-hoon pressed his advantage. He kept rambling. Now that I look, the other sacrifices look pretty good too. Wow, what a gold mine. Kim Si-hoon was on high alert. Sacrifices? Kang Tae-soo was equally furious. Damn it, is he a chaotic player? Choi Eun-bai anxiously called out to Seola. Seola, get behind me, quick. When Kang Tae-soo saw Kim Young-hoon intending to harm Seola, he stood in front to protect her. Kim Young-hoon spoke with a calculating tone. Of course, that girl won't be used as a sacrifice. He licked his lips. His face darkened with a deadly, perverted aura. Because I have many other uses in mind for her. Kim Si-hoon couldn't take it anymore. He raised his sword and charged straight at Kim Young-hoon. You piece of trash. But with just a wave of his hand, he sent him flying far away. Kang Tae-soo watched Kim Si-hoon with concern. My man Si-hoon. Choi Eun-bai jumped in shock. Seola. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth. He panted heavily, exhausted. He thought in disbelief. What was that just now? Even if we're at different levels, how could he counter me at such close range? Kim Young-hoon's giant bodyguard, Jo Myung-ho, was about to rush forward to counterattack for his master, but he immediately stopped him. Stay put. Kim Young-hoon raised his sword. He activated absolute defense. You bastard. He suddenly swung his sword and lunged at Kim Si-hoon. Aremine. Kim Young-hoon laughed arrogantly. You were so confident when you charged at me. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, giving Kim Si-hoon no chance to defend. Or are you tucking your tail between your legs now? The blows came one after another, forcing Kim Si-hoon to only defend. He threatened viciously. Try attacking me again. A moment later, Kim Si-hoon seized an opportunity to turn the tables. He swung his sword at high speed, striking down at Kim Young-hoon's position. But he was prepared with another method. He easily parried the blow. In an instant, Kim Si-hoon took a heavy hit from Kim Young-hoon. He gritted his teeth in pain. He wasn't done with him yet. He kicked him straight, sending him flying into a rocky mountain. Kang Tae-soo cried out in alarm. Seola. Seola. Kim Si-hoon collapsed against a wall of dirt and rock. His face was covered in dirt. He endured the pain from the wound in his stomach. He thought to himself, I see. Kim Si-hoon struggled to get back up. His eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Kim Young-hoon. That swordsmanship. It's not Kim Young-hoon's own. He leisurely walked towards him. He cursed. Fool. Kim Young-hoon brushed the dust off his clothes. His contempt was obvious. How dare you attack me with that dirty blood of yours? He didn't know that Kim Si-hoon was slowly figuring everything out. The sword he's holding is moving him. It's a special system formed with all the technology and resources of mere electronics. This system relies on sensors to detect the opponent's movements and moves the user's body to automatically protect them. Kim Young-hoon's face turned red with anger. He gripped his sword. You insolent son of a bitch. If you're an insect, then act like one. Once again, he lunged forward, relentlessly attacking the heavily injured Kim Si-hoon. And crawl on the ground. But this time, Kim Young-hoon's attack was completely blocked by Kang Tae-soo. He was unfazed. He applied more force to press down on him. This muscle-bound pig. Kang Tae-soo strained his entire body to resist the powerful force. He gritted his teeth and retorted. I don't know what your relationship is with my man Si-hoon. Despite his feet being ground into the dirt, he remained proud and defiant. He declared, but as long as I, Kang Tae-soo, am alive, you won't lay a finger on my man Si-hoon. Kang Tae-soo used a seismic force to push Kim Young-hoon back, away from Kim Si-hoon. Although he was tired, he still managed to close his eyes and push him away with his hands. Kang Tae-soo now realized something. He looked up. What was that? I didn't feel any reaction. Kim Young-hoon, with his solid protection, rested his sword on his shoulder and looked at him indifferently. What are you doing? It turned out Kim Young-hoon had activated absolute defense, armor form. He smirked smugly. Idiot. How dare you face me with that piece of trash equipment? Kim Young-hoon continued to use a skill that unleashed demonic power. Before Kang Tae-soo could understand the situation, he lightly flicked the shield, sending him flying far away. Kim Young-hoon glanced at the beautiful explosion behind him. He smiled with satisfaction. Even if you hadn't interfered, I was going to deal with you after taking care of my little brother. At this moment, he glanced over at Kim Si-hoon. A slight movement puzzled him. Kim Si-hoon seemed to have shed his old skin. He took on a new appearance. He professionally brandished his sword a few times. Seola wholeheartedly supported Kim Si-hoon, allowing him to perform his sword technique. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Kim Si-hoon moved like a blur, rushing forward. Fifth form, he swung his sword, summoning a fierce dragon, creating an incredibly spectacular technique. Rising Wind Dragon. Kim Si-hoon aimed straight for where Kim Young-hoon was standing. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. He gritted his teeth. He raised his sword to counter. Damn it, but this time, Kim Si-hoon had created an extremely beautiful and impressive attack. He summoned a Rising Dragon as a threat. Fifth form, Rising Wind Dragon. Kim Si-hoon was filled with determination and a desire for revenge. He roared in anger. As expected, Kim Young-hoon blocked the sword strike from him. But he didn't expect the power to be twice as strong this time, even more terrifying than before. What? Kim Si-hoon gathered all his strength. He sent Kim Young-hoon flying far away, creating a spectacular, massive explosion. He panted heavily, exhausted. He held his sword with difficulty. This technique had consumed a lot of his strength. A familiar voice rang out again, stunning Kim Si-hoon. Is that all? Kim Young-hoon had deployed his protective armor, so he was completely unharmed. He even spoke mockingly. When did you become like this? With his protective armor deployed. Kim Young-hoon contemptuously kicked Kang Tae-soo, who was lying on the ground. A lowborn. Kim Si-hoon cried out in alarm. Fell. He looked up defiantly. There's no way for you to lose gracefully. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. He suddenly recalled the past. Academics. Sports. Even his abilities as a player. Kim Young-hoon reactivated his sword. But he pointed it at Kim Si-hoon. He asked mockingly, so what? Kim Young-hoon tightened his grip and activated a skill. Capitalism complete. If all you need is money and power to control people. He roared. Your feeble ability. Kim Si-hoon's face went blank. That's, surprisingly, Kim Young-hoon used the same hidden dragon sword art, 5th form. Rising Wind Dragon, that Kim Si-hoon just used to counterattack. He laughed smugly. Let's see how long you can block this. Kim Young-hoon swung his sword fiercely. His face had transformed into that of a vicious demon. Die by your own move. The speed was so terrifyingly fast that Kim Si-hoon could only barely block it in the nick of time. He trembled violently. He strained his body to block the heavy blow. Kim Young-hoon had no intention of holding back. He waved his hand, sending Kim Si-hoon flying far away, completely submerged in a cloud of mud and dust. Kim Si-hoon's teammates panicked when they saw this. They cried out, Si-hoon, Si-hoon. In contrast, Kim Young-hoon felt quite accomplished. He laughed maniacally. So this is your limit. COR rushed to his side. Kim Si-hoon was now motionless, lifeless. She quickly cast a healing spell. I have to heal him quickly, Kim Young-hoon roared. This is the difference between you and me. Choi Eun-bai, with no other choice, took the lead. She channeled magical power from her staff and attacked Kim Young-hoon. Thunder. However, his armor was too strong. Nothing could break through it. He roared insults. Kim Si-hoon, Kim Si-hoon. No matter how hard you try, no matter how desperately you struggle, you'll never surpass me. Seoa was extremely worried about Kim Si-hoon. She tilted her head and shook him. Si-hoon, we can't prolong the treatment right now. I've only given you first aid. She urgently instructed him. I'm going to support Eun-bai. You have to wake up soon. Kim Si-hoon groggily opened his eyes. He thought to himself, I'm still breathing, but my body has no strength left. Seeing Kim Young-hoon completely unscathed, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Is this as far as I can go? I was determined to get revenge on those who abandoned my mother and me. Kim Si-hoon looked over at Seoa and Choi Eun-bai. They were fighting against all odds for his sake. I can't even get my revenge. He saw Kang Tae-soo also lying defeated on the ground. And I can't even protect the people I care about. Kim Si-hoon bit his lip in helpless pain. It's all because I'm weak. Because I have no power. Power. But then, his eyes suddenly flew open. He asked himself, do I really need power? While Kim Si-hoon's party was engaged in battle, Kang Woo had witnessed everything. He watched leisurely through his binoculars. He judged that guy. Is the one he mentioned the holy water or whatever? Kang Woo sat up. He grinned with satisfaction. So the guild involved with the demonic cult is the mere guild. Finally, there's a breakthrough in this mess. He took off his hat. He mused. Kim Si-hoon is the son of a chaebol. There's something quite similar about them. I thought it was just a coincidence. I didn't expect it to be him. Kang Woo started to stretch comfortably. He felt quite satisfied. I have all the connections I need for my plan now. Time to make my move. A loud voice suddenly rang out. That's right. I need power. Kang Woo didn't understand what just happened. He looked bewildered. Kim Si-hoon suddenly sprang to his feet. He radiated intense bolts of lightning. Power to defeat my enemies. Seoa turned her head in astonishment. Si-hoon. Choi Eun-bai's jaw dropped. Si-hoon. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth. And he raised his sword. Once again, the rising wind dragon technique appeared. I need power to protect the ones I love. The system automatically sent a new notification. Player Kim Si-hoon has received the power of the heavenly martial god. Kang Woo's lips twitched. He couldn't believe it. Could this be an awakening in a crisis? A real awakening? The system continuously sent 2 or 3 more notifications. The vessel is incomplete, so only a portion of the power has been received. Learn the highest level of the hidden dragon sword art. Learn the initial stage of bone transformation and body snatching. Kang Woo thought, that's right. The system sent 2 more notifications. Player Kim Si-hoon has learned a new technique. Learn Cloud Dragon Sword Art and Cloud Dragon Steps. He cheered silently in his heart. Just think of yourself as the main character. Kim Si-hoon seemed to have transformed into a different person. He furiously charged at Kim Young-hoon. He roared fiercely. Kim Young-hoon. His face was completely transformed. Kim Si-hoon was completely transformed. His eyes were now pure white. He unleashed a continuous barrage of deadly slashes. Kim Young-hoon was overwhelmed. The force sent them both flying high into the sky. He now realized the situation was not what he expected. What the hell is this? Kim Si-hoon successfully landed as Lesh. On Kim Young-hoon's shoulder, making him cry out. Faced with Kim Si-hoon's madness, he panicked and thought to himself, completely unstoppable, Kim Young-hoon tried to counterattack. Don't laugh. But all his efforts were in vain as Kim Si-hoon activated his next technique. Hidden Dragon Sword Art, 5th form. He directly unleashed a new move. Rising Wind Dragon, Cloud Dragon Sword Art, 3rd form. Kim Si-hoon gave Kim Young-hoon no chance to rest. Like a heavenly dragon, he flew forward and attacked him head-on. Chaotic Cloud Dragon Dance. Kim Young-hoon was unable to defend. His confusion mounted. Impossible. How can this be? Kim Young-hoon saw Kim Si-hoon's terrifying speed. He split into multiple images to attack him from all directions. He was stunned as he realized both his power and speed. Kim Si-hoon pressed his blade close to his face. Kim Young-hoon had now lost his composure and was unable to move. He couldn't counterattack. Are stronger than mine. Kim Young-hoon thought bitterly. How could I be pushed back by him? Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon approached again, severely wounding his other shoulder. Kim Young-hoon quickly retreated in fear to dodge the blow. First, I need to create some distance. With no other choice, he resorted to using his protective armor. Activating protective armor. But it was as if karma had come crashing down on him. Too late. Fortunately for Kim Young-hoon, Jo Myung-ho blocked the attack with his iron axe. Keeping him completely safe, he fiercely swung his axe at Kim Si-hoon, forcing him to dodge and jump out of the area. Kim Young-hoon's face was pale with fear. He demanded, Jo Myung-go, what took you so long to show up? Jo Myung-go replied politely, my apologies, Vice Guild Master. The system displayed a red warning message. You have been severely injured by an attack. If you do not circulate your energy quickly, your internal injuries will worsen. Kim Si-hoon panted for breath. He clutched the wound in his stomach. He thought just the wind from his sword swing was that powerful. He squinted his eyes. He was on high alert. I'm not sure about Kim Young-hoon. But this man, Jo Myung-ho, approached Kim Si-hoon with his axe, threatening him. Admit it, you can't fight the Vice Guild Master. He cleared his throat menacingly. If you come along quietly, you'll only lose an arm. At this point, Kim Si-hoon could only gasp for breath. He no longer had the strength to resist. Si-hoon glares up, his eyes filled with resentment. He used his sword to prop himself up, keeping his body from collapsing. His other hand clutched his chest in pain. The man standing before him was Myung-go. He held the axe firmly in his hand. He lectured him. Accept it. You can't defeat the Vice Guild Master. Come with us quietly. Do that, and I'll only take one arm. Despite the pain racking his body, and the mocking words, Si-hoon resolutely shouted, Don't talk nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Myung-ho moved at top speed. Myung-ho held the handle of the axe. He forcefully pressed it into Si-hoon's chest, pinning him to the ground. He said coldly, Take this. The surprise attack left Si-hoon with no time to react, so he could only scream in pain and despair. Si-hoon frowned. He bit his teeth to endure, but a curse escaped his lips. Damn it, he felt a bit of a desire to give up. This body can't take it anymore. Si-hoon tried to keep his eyes open, looking at the arm being stepped on by Myung-ho. He raised the axe high in his hand. He lectured him with a self-righteous air. The privilege of the weak is to suffer. The sudden pain made the veins on his face pop out. His mouth twisted slightly. He was extremely anxious but still cursed under his breath. Damn it, to this extent, to the point, I have to give up. Suddenly, a voice called out in his subconscious. Si-hoon, I am sorry. His mind drifted to a distant place. A place called the past. Looking up from below at a brightly lit room, where the voice called out continuously. Then the image of the room with the happy family transformed into a small alley. A woman hugged her son tightly and whispered, I'm sorry for bringing you into this world. Along with the boy's heartbreaking words. You don't have to be sorry, because I can bear it. I really want to thank you for giving birth to me. Si-hoon snapped out of the memory. He lay there, tears streaming down his face. Si-hoon's mood suddenly plummeted. In the end, I still failed. How ridiculous. He trembled as he spoke his last words. Everyone, I am sorry. You all got dragged into this because of me. His heart was in turmoil, even as the screams of his friends echoed around him. Si-hoon. Unbai sobbed and blamed herself. I couldn't protect everyone. Si-hoon felt no better and was filled with guilt because he couldn't protect them until the end. Seeing the axe descending decisively, he screamed silently in his heart, I am truly sorry. Everyone. Then, despite the tears still streaming down his face, Si-hoon closed his eyes, accepting his fate. A sigh and a familiar voice woke him from his daze. Well said. Si-hoon opened his eyes. He turned his head to see the familiar figure blocking the axe in front of him. His voice trembled slightly. Calm. Kong-woo. Meanwhile, he raised his hand, despite Myung-ho pressing down with all his might. He asked nonchalantly, The privilege of the weak is to suffer, you say? Kong-woo tilted the blade in his hand, creating a crack in the huge axe. He said coldly, That's right. I think so too. Then he swung his leg in an arc, kicking him backwards, to the astonishment of Si-hoon and the man hiding in the corner. Kong-woo narrowed his eyes. Half of his face darkened as he declared in a low voice, I will show you what that privilege is, while the other man struggled to get up. Si-hoon lay still in his original position. He was resentful. He asked hesitantly, Kong-woo, why are you here? He scratched his head and replied with some confusion. Ah, well. Kong-woo seemed unsure how to answer. His eyes darted around. He hesitated slightly. I've been waiting and watching to catch you with those demonic cult guys. I can't say that. Finally, he glossed it over with a sentence. I'll explain later. Then Kong-woo turned to call the group behind him. Eunbi, Surf. I'm bringing Si-hoon over. Please treat him. They quickly agreed with a yes. As the three of them quickly carried Si-hoon away, Myung-ho had also managed to stand up. He growled angrily. You're from the Warang squad? Kong-woo smirked sarcastically. If I were from the Warang squad, why would I be alone? Myung-ho immediately put on a grim expression and said, In that case, but he was immediately cut off by a nonchalant attitude. No need for introductions. Stop messing around and come at me. He successfully angered him. He activated an orange energy around the handle of his axe. Myung-ho clenched his teeth. He spat out each word. You arrogant bastard. Then he leaped up and charged at him. Then he suddenly stopped his attack. He knit his brows. His body trembled slightly because of the voice from hell that rang out again. You said it yourself. The privilege of the weak is to suffer. As he said these words, Kong-woo's red pupils widened. His mouth also opened wide, but Kong-woo's hand had already crushed his axe until it deformed. Myung-ho's whole body trembled with fear, but he couldn't move. He could only let out a few small groans. He closed in without any hesitation. He affirmed, I will ensure you get that privilege. With all my might. Through the dark glasses, Kong-woo looked like a psychopath. It sent a chill down Myung-ho's spine. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Young-hoon wondered anxiously, who is this guy? Seeing that his comrade seemed to be at a disadvantage, Young-hoon shouted a reminder from a distance. Myung-go, demonic energy. Use your demonic energy. Seeing him stand motionless, he yelled in frustration. What are you doing? Do you want to die? This is an order. Use your demonic energy now. For the sake of the Mir Guild, sacrifice your life. Myung-ho's hand, holding the axe, trembled slightly. A moment later, he lowered the axe. He placed one hand on his chest. He stood up straight, as serious as if he were standing before Young-hoon. He replied respectfully, As you command. Immediately after, from the spot where he placed his hand, a terrifying surge of power erupted from within Myung-ho's body. His entire body quickly transformed before Young-hoon's satisfied eyes, accompanied by his own excited screams. Myung-ho turned into a giant monster. Roaring loudly, he revealed his sharp teeth. He stood before Kong-yu and let out a massive roar to display that power. This made Young-hoon, hiding behind a rock crevice, ecstatic. He laughed heartily. His whole body was overcome with joy as he praised him lavishly. Et sao, cha mi-ung-ho. With this, we will be victorious. Young-hoon's eyes widened. His face also became distorted. He cheered relentlessly from his hiding spot. Kill him. Finish off that arrogant bastard. You son of a bitch. Let's see how good you really are. The final victor will be me. It will always be me. Amidst the chaos unfolding behind him, Myung-ho obediently began his attack. But Kong-yu was strangely calm. A moment later, Kong-yu finally made his move. A purple light enveloped him. Kong-yu smirked confidently and spoke in a mocking tone. What's this? You're the most demonic being I've ever met. With that, he raised his fist and summoned his skill. Authority of Steel, and right after that, Authority of Heavenly Strength. He launched a direct attack on the monster. It left him no time to react. He could only stare wide-eyed, amidst his pain screams. Saliva continuously sprayed from his mouth. Yang-hoon, witnessing this from his side, turned pale. He trembled uncontrollably, utterly bewildered. What? Impossible. Looking at the huge, motionless corpse over there, and the ferocious monster that was Kong Yu advancing towards him. Yang-hoon couldn't stop wondering, is he a ranker? Otherwise, how could he have defeated Cho Myung-ho so easily when he was using demonic energy? Across from him, Kong Yu let out a series of bizarre laughs. That, combined with his terrifying, smiling face, made Yang-hoon even more terrified. Turn around and run. I have to quickly contact father. Yang-hoon didn't dare to stop for a second, even as his breathing grew heavier from exhaustion. His hand pulled out a round, clear object. It's a communication orb, used to transmit messages inside a gate where there's no signal. But by some miracle, Kong Yu had appeared right behind him, maintaining that same terrifying face. He asked, "Where are you going?" This made Yang-hoon jump out of his skin. A moment later, he took a light blow that slammed his face into the ground. He lay curled up on the floor. Yang-hoon let out a soft groan of pain. His eyes darted fearfully behind him. Kong Yu approached and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Without letting him answer, Kong Yu delivered another kick, pressing Yang-hoon's head firmly against Mother Earth. He raised his voice mockingly. "Do I have to scare you before you'll talk? Is this what the demon cult teaches you?" Seeing the trembling hand still clutching the orb, Kong Yu sneered. "That thing you're holding, are you trying to contact Kim Jae-gun?" He stammered, trying to make an excuse. But Kong Yu cut him off with an expectant tone and expression. "It's fine. Go ahead and contact him." Through that orb, another orb on the other end was also glowing. The man leaning back in his chair was slightly startled. He lightly touched the orb and asked softly, "What is it?" Kong Yu's sharp voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this the guardian of Mr. Kim, Yang-hoon?" This confused Jae-gun, who quickly asked back, "Who are you?" Kong Yu let out a mocking "ah" and then announced, "Nothing much, just that I'm holding your son hostage." Yang-hoon quickly cursed back, "Dad, this son of a bitch." The next second, he was beaten to a pulp again. He screamed helplessly. Hearing the screams, the old man clenched, his fists suppressing his anger. Jae-hoon's face darkened. He was utterly furious at the sounds of flesh being hit and the sarcastic words that followed. "Is your son still in his rebellious phase? Why is he so disobedient? Wasn't he raised properly?" After a long moment, he shouted two words. "Stop!" On the other end, Kong Wu held the orb in one hand. His other hand held a chain created from the power of imprisonment. He had Yang-hoon tied up tightly, pinned under his foot. He smirked with amusement and spoke into the orb. "Looks like you're worried about your son," he said mockingly. "Your son's current condition isn't very good." This made the old man worry and shout, "What do you want?" Kong Wu didn't hesitate to state his condition. "If you want to save your son, enter the C-rank gate in Mokdong. Alone, of course." Then, during Jae-hoon's prolonged silence, he laughed wildly. He licked his lips incessantly and taunted the old man. "I tell you to come alone, and you'll just listen? I know people like you. Don't overthink it. Just prepare yourself thoroughly." He held the orb close to Yang-hoon's mouth so the old man could hear his groans clearly. He successfully drove the old man mad with rage. "Are you out of your mind?" Hearing this, Kong Wu's provocative tone grew louder. "Your worrying is starting to bore me. So, will you come alone?" He tried to keep his voice as calm as possible, hiding his unease as his 5 fingers crushed the table. Jae-hoon threatened, "What do you think the consequences will be for a government-affiliated army doing this?" "You're doing this to me, Kim Jae-hoon," he bluntly retorted. "I'm not with the government army." The old man asked in astonishment, "You're alone?" Kong Wu narrowed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "I'm still single." This time, it really made Jae-hoon lose his temper. Veins popped on his forehead as he cursed. "You bastard! Do you know who I am to dare do this to me?" He laughed loudly and retorted, "Do I have to?" This made Jae-hoon even more furious. But before the old man could explode, Kong Wu continued, "Do I need to know? I don't think so." He began to speak mockingly. "Do you know me? If you don't," then he grabbed Yang-hoon by the hair. he said provocatively. Then you get hit. Kong Wu grabbed his head and shoved it right into the communication orb, so that Jae-hoon on the other end could clearly hear his son's painful groans. He successfully made the old man roar. Enough. He lowered his head, brought the orb close to his mouth, and issued a threat. 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes. If he doesn't show up, the rest is up to your imagination. The old man didn't back down and challenged him loudly. I don't know who you are or what you want. If you're doing this for blackmail, don't regret it. His voice was extremely firm, but the hand with bulging veins that had crushed the table betrayed Jae-hoon. Fortunately, only his voice was transmitted, so he didn't appear weak. And Jae-hoon's stormy attitude had no effect on Kong Wu. The old man roared, not forgetting to threaten. I will definitely find you. When I find you, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. He didn't care and wasn't afraid, giving Jae-hoon a simple reply. Good luck. Then he kicked Young-hoon's head down, shattering the communication orb. Then Kong Wu stood up calmly. He said to the man, chained up like a dog. All right, that takes care of Kim Jae-hoon. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched him squirm and cry out. Help! Help me! Please! If you need money, I just have to ask my father, and I can get you any amount. Young-hoon looked truly pathetic. He lay still, not daring to move, only weakly pleading, while Young-hoon was still mumbling. Please! He kicked him over again. He said nonchalantly, money would be nice. But that's not what I need. He struggled to open his swollen eyes. Young-hoon managed to ask, then what is it you need? At this, Kong Wu smiled shyly and said, kimchi stew and world peace. Hearing this, he was stunned. Young-hoon screamed in despair. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want? I can get it for you. He rubbed his chin and replied indifferently. You don't believe me when I say it? It took all my courage to say that. He roared in frustration. What do you want? But before he could finish, he was slapped across the face. He had to comply. Okay, I'll shut up. Kong Wu seemed excited again. I have to get ready to meet your father. Young-hoon was startled and asked, meet my father? He grinned from ear to ear. He was overjoyed. All right. He didn't know what he was thinking, but as long as he could meet his father. Suddenly, Kong Wu's aura changed dramatically. An illusion of long hair appeared. He smiled wickedly and said, luckily, Kim Jae-hoon loves his son. Young-hoon's eyes widened at this terrifying sight. Kong Wu's form was now that of a three-eyed horse, laughing gleefully and taunting loudly. Using the person he loves? How simple. The night sky was so brilliant. A group of people left together through the virtual gate. Only he was still being dragged on the ground, looking completely lifeless. Tae-soo leaned on his shoulder as they walked, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you. I can walk now. Kong Wu glanced over, briefly assessed the situation, and agreed. All right. The group stopped. He said loudly, everyone, go back as I said. He hugged Si-hoon and called out cheerfully. Kong Wu, I'll take him. Seola looked at Tae-soo with concern. She reminded him gently, you haven't been recovering for long. If you overdo it. He quickly reassured her. I can handle this much. While they were chatting, two figures suddenly appeared. Yeonju stood with her hands on her hips. Her voice sounded annoyed. I tried to contact you, but where did you disappear to? I brought Wayun and the army here. He laughed awkwardly and made an excuse. That was pointless. I had something I needed to prepare for, that's all. Tae-soo's jaw dropped as he looked at the two people in front of him. He was utterly astonished. Is it that the guild master of Red Rose, Cha Yeonju, and the captain of the Warang team, Baek Win? Wayun? Seola had the same suspicion. Kong Wu, are you close with them? This gave him a chance to show off. He lifted his chin and said, let's just say we have a bit of a fateful connection. Seeing his smug attitude, Yeonju snorted and said, I should be the one saying that. Then she glanced to the side and asked, who is this? Isn't that Si-hoon? She introduced herself shyly. I am Han Seola. Yeonju looked up and down. Her expression was sullen and annoyed. She mumbled a few words. Then she crossed her arms, making her attitude clear. Seola had no idea what was happening. She just stared blankly, not knowing what to say. After a moment, she asked irritably, what's your relationship with Kong Wu? Seola retorted just as sharply. What's your relationship with Kong Wu? Cha Yeonju? Why are you talking so informally and familiarly with Kong Wu? I'm not even that close to him. Only he remained calm, waving his hand to make peace. Let's save the introductions for later. That's not important right now. First, Seola, take these 3 home. He assigned tasks in a gentle voice. Tae-soo, you haven't recovered yet, so don't overdo it. He replied seriously. I know. Seola also reluctantly and obediently agreed. Yes, Kong-woo. Won asked in a low voice. Where's the prey? Over here. Tae-soo held his head and said shyly. This is so embarrassing. The other 2 held on his Si-hoon. They looked at him with such concern that they scolded him loudly. I told you not to do anything strenuous when you're injured. Over here, she looked down and asked. The person you're dragging on the ground. Kong-woo lifted him up and showed him off. That's right. He's still alive. Hearing this, Yeonju also glanced over and said nonchalantly. I didn't recognize him at first, but now I see it's Kim Young-hoon. This Kim Young-hoon guy can be used as a hostage. The group behind them was equally surprised. That's Kim Young-hoon. This is crazy. Won rubbed her chin and added. Kim Jae-hoon definitely won't let this go. Kong-woo declared nonchalantly. I'm not letting him go either. Yeonju closed her eyes and sighed. She was a little worried. So it's finally come to an all-out war. With the Mir Guild involved with the demonic cult, something was bound to happen. I just didn't expect that day to be today. Won was just as bewildered. Kong-woo, I'm sorry, but we couldn't gather that much strength. If we start an all-out war, it could be difficult. She frowned with uncertainty. It might sound childish to ask now that we've started, but aren't we acting a bit too hastily? He, on the other hand, was surprisingly calm. You don't need to worry. There's no easier battle than facing an enemy who has lost his mind and is acting alone. Hearing this, he trembled with unease. Won asked in surprise. Are you saying Kim Jae-hoon has lost his mind and is acting alone? Kong-woo tapped his foot on Young-hoon's head. He teased nonchalantly. A father's love for his child is boundless. Yeonju looked worried and said, From what I know, Kim Young-hoon might be one thing, but Kim Jae-hoon is different. Even if his son is taken hostage, would he really lose his reason so easily? He pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, his face filled with amusement. We'll just have to wait and see. As soon as Kong-woo finished speaking, a line of cars rushed towards them in a grand fashion. The group behind them watched this scene in utter astonishment. When they stopped, a foot stepped out, accompanied by an angry roar. So, it was you guys after all. Jia Ongju, Baek Won. The old man's hand trembled as he cursed. How foolish. What do you mean you have no power? You took my son hostage. Who was it that just spoke to me? Jae-hoon's entire body was engulfed in a purple flame, showing just how angry he was. But despite his anger, a cocky voice still called out. Over here. It caught Jae-hoon's attention. He frowned and looked around. The people blocking the front quickly parted to either side, revealing Kong-woo waving hello. His other hand was dragging the old man's son, who was scraping along the ground. He even exclaimed with amusement. It's really him. This scene made Jae-hoon furious. He clenched his jaw. He growled out each word. You bastard. Then he put on a calm facade and took a step forward. His face was challenging. I'm glad you didn't run away. Kong-woo waved his hand and casually threw Young-hoon forward. He replied coldly. What's there to thank me for? Seeing his son's body flying towards him like a broken kite, the old man was stunned. He could only cry out, What? Then he stared wide-eyed. Fortunately, 2 sharp-eyed bodyguards rushed forward to catch him. They called out worriedly, Young master. Young master. Are you all right? The 2 behind them were furious at this scene. They shouted in panic. What are you trying to do? What do you think you're doing? Why would you hand over the hostage like that? Over here, the bodyguards finished their check and reported back. He's only injured, nothing else. Nothing's been attached to him. Hearing this, Jae-hoon's heart settled a little. Then he turned his full attention to dealing with him. What is your purpose? Kong-woo snorted. He said mockingly, just, seeing as you were so worried, I thought I'd say hello. This attitude successfully made the old man roar with rage. Hey, Kong-woo, he replied calmly. Why not say hello? Weren't you looking for your son? Jae-hoon held his small son tightly in his arms. The murderous intent deep in his eyes flared up again. But then he heard his son's small groans. The old man ignored Kong-woo's mocking attitude and turned to call out worriedly. Young-hoon, Young-hoon, wake up. Seeing that he seemed to be truly waking up, Jae-hoon asked in a low voice. Young-hoon, are you okay? Reflected deep in the old man's pupils was his son's miserable state. Jae-hoon felt a little uneasy and stammered. Say something. After a long, drawn-out groan, Young-hoon finally opened his mouth, but his words shocked the old man. Who are you? Who are you? Not believing what he had just heard, Jae-hoon's face darkened as he asked again in a low voice. What? In the end, he received the same answer. Who are you? It sent the old man into despair. His trembling hand gripped. Isue Shuldi. He whispered, It's me. I'm your father. That grip frightened Young-hoon. He screamed loudly. Then, as if he were having the nightmare of his life, he thrashed and roared continuously. Let go. Who are you? The bodyguards rushed in to intervene. They kept calling out to calm him down. Young master, please calm down. But it was no use. He just stared at his face and screamed in fear. Who are you? Where is this? Young master. The old man's pupils suddenly constricted. He was completely stunned. Confused. What is happening? Young-hoon, with his bruised face, was still crying and refusing. Let go. Help me. And behind them, he was smiling so wide his mouth reached his ears. Jae-hoon quickly realized what was happening. The old man's eyes widened. He looked at Kong-woo and roared each word with fury. You bastard. What did you do? Jae-hoon's entire body radiated a terrifying aura. It even pushed back the surrounding bodyguards. Yeonju stepped forward to block the formation. She shouted an order. Everyone fall back. Stay out of this. He's my prey. Over here, the old man truly exploded. His body seemed to lose control as he stomped his feet, sending dirt and rocks flying. Then he asked with a deafening roar, What did you do to my son? The bodyguard held Young-hoon tightly and retreated. He shouted to calm him down. Chairman, please calm down. But now, Jae-hoon was consumed by anger and couldn't hear anything. Only his screams echoed. What did you do? Despite the chaotic scene in front of him, Kong-woo stood calmly with one hand in his pocket, watching. In front of him, Yeonju began to make her move. She rushed forward with her arm wrapped in a protective layer. Then boom. Kong-woo, standing right next to her, was not much affected. He remained in the same position. Only his hair blew in the wind. The aura that Jae-hoon emitted was terrifying. It was a 9th-level awakening attribute. Strengthen Doha. The old man charged forward with great force. Yeonju, not to be outdone, summoned her weapon. Legendary weapon. Bloodthirsty chains. Both of them roared loudly to build up their momentum. The distance between them grew shorter. The two streams of power began to clash more and more. Everything around them gradually became blurry. Kim Jae-hoon and Cha Yeonju both drew their hands back, preparing to use their strength to crush the other. A terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Move! Jae-hoon's punch slammed forward, creating a slight tremor. Smoke billowed out. Yeonju's slender figure appeared. A determined glint flashed in her eyes. She swung her hand high. The chains followed their master's movements. They wrapped tightly around Jae-hoon's large body. He struggled uncomfortably. This damn thing. After being restrained for a moment, Jae-hoon finally broke free. Drops of sweat from fear and exhaustion fell onto the beautiful face of Yeonju. The other man shouted angrily. You stupid piece of shit. He threw a punch at Yeonju. This punch was called despair. Fortunately, she dodged the dangerous punch, but the man continued his attack. Move! Before Jae-hoon could strike again, Hwa-yeon appeared out of nowhere. She held her hands behind her back and shouted. Tornado! The winds appeared and wrapped around Jae-hoon. His entire body was pushed back. Due to the immense impact, the upper part of Jae-hoon's shirt was torn to shreds. You bastards! Kong-woo's smug face slowly emerged from the smoke. Seeing that damn look on his face, Jae-hoon's rage intensified. He raised his hand to the sky and shouted, I said move. With that, he slammed his fist into the ground, causing rock fragments to fly everywhere. He screamed like a madman. Get out of my way. All of you move. No matter how scared she was. Yeonju still bravely raised her fist. She cried out, huh? Although his whole body was being crushed by the chains, Jae-hoon could still move. He threw the chains upwards. Yeonju's entire body was also thrown high into the air. Her eyes were filled with vigilance. She thought, what the hell? I can't believe he could break through right in the middle like that. However, Jae-hoon's entire body was covered in a pile of chains. The reason for this was that Yeonju had acted right behind him. Even if he pulled the chains, She stubbornly held on, fixing her body in place. No matter how strong Kim Jae-hoon is, he's just a ranker like me. I'll keep piling on the damage. He won't be able to just ignore the damage I've been inflicting. He growled in frustration. Cheap tricks. Yeonju continued to think. If we can just land one critical hit. Hwa-yeon was too exhausted to continue and leaned on her sword for support. His whole body struggled. Suddenly, Yeonju's body was thrown backwards. The reason was that the chain had broken. Jae-hoon roared like a wild beast. He held a sharp piece of glass. Jae-hoon looked towards where Kong-woo was standing and cursed. "You bastard." His smile almost reached his ears. A demonic glint flashed in his eyes. Seeing that expression, Jae-hoon was furious. You, he shouted as he ran towards Kong-woo. "You worthless piece of shit." And he raised his fist. "You bastard." Suddenly, he coughed up a large amount of blood. Hwa-yeon was holding a sword, stabbing him in the back. She panted heavily. Exhausted, the bodyguards and Kim Young-hoon clamored. "Sir, what the hell is going on? Let me go. Young master, please calm down." The other man's screams still echoed. "Let me go. Damn it." Hwa-yeon pulled out her sword, causing Jae-hoon's body to stagger. But he still maintained his posture. He struggled to walk forward. The other two girls watched him tiredly. Jae-hoon coughed violently, but managed to speak. "You bastard." His fist lightly touched Kong-woo's chest before he collapsed to the ground. Kong-woo amusingly grabbed Jae-hoon's hair. "Really? What happened? Did you think you could kill me?" He chuckled mysteriously. "Do you know who I am?" At the headquarters of the Hwarang group, Yeonju asked, "Now, why don't you explain yourself?" Kong-woo looked at her, confused. She continued, "About Kim Young-hoon. What did you do to him?" Kong-woo answered casually, "That, I just altered his memories a bit." Yeonju looked at him warily. "His memories? You have that kind of power?" He proudly boasted about his strength. "I have many talents. You know, didn't you realize? I'm very useful." She still looked at him with suspicion. "Come on, this isn't about talent. Who are you really?" Kong-woo suddenly called her by her full name. "Jazi Omju." And he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He said kindly, "You don't need to know everything, and you don't need to understand everything. You just need to prove that you will support me wholeheartedly. And of course, I will help you in return. To uproot the bastards of the demonic cult, the ones who took everything precious from you. Isn't that more than enough? So, let's continue our partnership." Faced with his smug and somewhat frightening tone, Yeonju hesitated for a moment before sighing and thinking. "I really shouldn't have raised this tiger cub. I guess it's too late for regrets now." She smiled in response. "All right, let's continue our partnership." In the interrogation room, Jae-hoon was tightly bound by power ceiling restraints. Captain Hwa-yeon's voice rang out. "We have a few questions. When did you start dealing with the demonic cult? What exactly is the summoning? And who is the person in the crimson mask?" The man suddenly smiled. He said nothing. Hwa-yeon slammed her hand on the table. Her voice was sharp. "Kim Jae-hoon, answer me. You are no longer the CEO of Mir Electronics, or the guild master of the Mir Guild. Now you're just a criminal who collaborated with that insane cult." After a moment of silence, Jae-hoon finally spoke. "You think I'm going to tell you everything? No matter how much power the Hwarang group has, you're still just the government's dogs. All of you are loyal bitches, doing everything they say. Baek-hwa-yeon, do you know how many members of the council have dealt with me? I am the boss, the one who can crush you with one hand. How dare a bitch like you bare her teeth at her master?" Suddenly, a purple blood chain pierced his body. Cha Yeonju spoke up. "Then let me ask you." Hwa-yeon turned her head in surprise. "Yeonju." She ignored the captain. "Answer me." Jae-hoon, pinned against the wall, groaned in pain. Yeonju, without a shred of patience, kicked him in the chest, making him cough up blood. "Answer me now, you bastard." Hwa-yeon grabbed her. "Stop it, Yeonju. We can't let Kim Jae-hoon die." Suddenly, Jae-hoon chuckled. "In the end, you'll all lose. You can't even comprehend how powerful they are and what they're planning. You can't even imagine it." Faced with this nonchalant attitude, Yeonju gritted her teeth. Suddenly, Kong-woo spoke up after a period of silence. "You two have done well. You can step back now. Let's have a little chat." Jae-hoon frowned at him. Your presence here won't change anything. You think I'll tell you everything?" Kong-woo said with great confidence. "Yes, you will tell me everything. Jae-hoon couldn't stand his attitude. Nonsense, he cut off his words. I'll bring him back. Jae-hoon's whole body froze. What? Kang-woo revealed a dark expression, the true face of a demon king. Your son, Kim Young-hoon. I'll bring him back. Old, just as he was. So talk. Tell me everything. You know about the demonic cult. His whole body tensed up. Then he lowered his head. For some reason, he laughed again. The two girls also stared blankly at the two men laughing like madmen. Jae-hoon glared at him and cursed. You will go to hell. No matter what. Hearing this, Kang-woo chuckled silently in his head. Actually, I came back from hell. Jae-hoon began to tell his story. I met that man. About 8 months ago, Hwan asked, Are you talking about the man in the blood-red mask? He replied calmly. Yes. Yeonju also asked, And you don't know who he is? The other man nodded. Correct. Kang-woo thought to himself. So even Kim Jae-hoon knows nothing about the man in the mask. He demanded continue. Jae-hoon continued his story. He made me an offer. If I provided sacrifices for their ritual, he would turn me into a demon. Yeonju frowned and asked, Wait, and you agreed to that? How could you agree the first time you met him? Jae-hoon calmly sneered. You only say that because you know nothing about demons. She said irritably. What do you mean? He had to explain. Demons are immortal. As long as their necks are intact and their heads aren't blown off, they can live forever, without aging. Hwan frowned and asked, Eternal life? And you believe that? Yes. Why? Jae-hoon explained, because they have existed for thousands of years. The two girls exclaimed in unison. What? Kang-woo's expression also stiffened slightly. His words continued to echo. They have existed for thousands of years. Even longer than that. They're still expanding their influence, while hiding all over the world. Of course, they only became active again in recent years. He fell into deep thought. So the demonic cult has been around for thousands of years. I initially thought it was a guild formed on the day of the catastrophe, but it seems their roots run much deeper. It will be harder than I thought to uproot them. Yeonju asked again, So you kidnapped people to be sacrifices for eternal life? The other man mumbled a reply. Yes. She cursed irritably. You're a crazy old man. What do you want to live forever for? Are you trying to do something insane? Despite being cursed at, he laughed with delight. You really know nothing. A demon's physical body retains the mind and magnifies desires. Cha Yeonju asked, confused. So what? Jae-hoon continued to ramble on. You will never grow tired of life. You will be able to retain your youth and live forever. Isn't that the best? How is that possible? Yeonju didn't care about any of this. Cut the crap. He remained insistent. It really is possible. Would I bet everything on something uncertain? She thought irritably. Kim Jae-hoon is so certain. I can guess how the demonic cult is expanding its forces. Meanwhile, Kang-woo was silently refuting the other man's baseless words. Nonsense. Living with a burning passion, an unquenchable desire, is not good at all. It's excruciatingly painful. More than anything in the world. This bastard knows nothing about demons. Jae-hoon's voice continued. So, I provided everything they asked for, and several members of the guild have accepted demonic energy in their rituals. Hwan asked curiously, Demonic energy? Is it like mana? He calmly explained. It is the power of hell. Similar to mana, but also different. Yeonju suddenly asked, Do you have demonic energy? He remained calm. No, I haven't received it yet. Her expression soured. Why? Didn't you join the demonic cult's forces to get it? He explained again. According to the man in the blood-red mask, they need more preparations to turn me into a demon. If you choose to accept demonic energy, you might not be able to control your desires, and you could become a mindless monster. Someone asked, Then why did people in your guild accept it? Jae-hoon uttered some truly despicable words. It can grant them immediate power. Isn't that very useful for disposable pawns? Yeonju cursed angrily. You piece of trash. Hwan calmly asked again. About the summoning. What are they actually trying to summon? A demon. Hearing this, both girls showed confusion, and Kang-woo flinched slightly. A demon? They're planning to summon a demon. Hwan was extremely worried. How are they going to summon it? And where? The other man continued. I don't know, but according to them, the wall separating the dimensions, the thing that prevents them from summoning demons, is gradually weakening. The red-haired girl didn't understand a thing. What is this dimensional wall? What are you talking about now? Jae-hoon said slowly. About a month ago, I heard that they were able to summon a demon because the dimensional wall was weakening. Yeonju said with a start. A month ago, at this moment, on Kong Woo's face, beads of sweat were forming. He wondered anxiously in his head. This is all my fault. A thought suddenly occurred to him. So, at the same time, a notification appeared. A core fissure has been detected. The thought continued. The reason the demonic cult started acting like this, the system announced. The multidimensional protection mechanism, the Gaia system, is in operation. A mysterious figure stood before a pink energy orb. Is because of me? Because I broke the Gaia system? Kongwoo broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself. While I was returning to Earth, Cha Yeonju squinted at him, confused. A confusing thought appeared. Didn't it automatically recover? A voice asked Kim Jae-hoon, is that dimensional wall still in such a weakened state? He replied irritably. They said it's getting weaker every day. The frustrated thought cursed silently. Damn it. In his mind, Kongwoo was pulling his hair out in frustration. At this rate, aren't all the demons and monsters going to rush to Earth together? Does that include the people from Eleanor too? I'm about to lose my mind. Outwardly, he managed a restrained reply. I see. He thought helplessly to himself. Worrying about this problem won't solve anything. For now, I'll just focus on the demonic cult and figure it out later. Kongwoo looked at him and asked, where's the demonic cult's national headquarters? Can we find that masked bastard there? Kim Jae-hoon, tied up, replied. The location I know of has no basis whatsoever. They could be somewhere completely different by now. Kongwoo sat in front of him and pressed further. Somewhere else? Kim Yae-hoon obediently replied. By now, they've probably finished preparing for the summoning ritual. Cha Yeonju looked at him irritably. Finished? Wait a minute. Didn't you say you still needed more sacrifices? Isn't that why you wanted to capture Kim Si-hoon for the summoning ritual? Kim Jae-hoon closed his eyes and mumbled. I don't know anything about that. Cha Yeonju slammed her hand on the table and shouted. Hey, Kim Yae-hoon, what you've been saying makes no sense. Wasn't your guild the one offering the sacrifices? So why don't you know whether there are enough sacrifices or not? He looked at her and smiled. We're judged based on our abilities. Kongwoo, who had been listening, cursed, startling the two of them. Damn it. Hearing him curse, Cha Yeonju asked, what does that mean? Kongwoo scratched his nose and said with annoyance. It's not just one. His next words left Cha Yeonju and Beck. Hwa-yeon in utter shock. It's not just a mere guild. That has roots connected to the demonic cult. The room was dimly lit by the light from outside. A powerful figure sitting in a candlelit room spoke. Kim Jae-hoon has been captured. I thought he would be somewhat useful. The cardinal looked at Kim Jae-hoon's image through a crystal ball and sneered. But he was defeated so easily. A figure in black below nodded and spoke. But since we have obtained enough sacrifices from other guilds, I do not believe the plan will be delayed at all, Your Eminence. He squinted his eyes in annoyance and thought to himself. But I still can't understand why Kim Jae-hoon was directly involved in this. He was furious to see his pawn captured by a scoundrel. Is it because of that bastard? That scoundrel from below. Seeing the figure appear, he exclaimed. If I remember correctly, his name is Kongwoo. The cardinal looked at his subordinates below and whispered his plan. We need to confirm everything. He asked aloud. What is the situation with the support forces from a guild? One of the subordinates below suddenly replied. Yes, Your Eminence. The support has arrived. He sat with his legs crossed on the table and asked contentedly. And what about the item I received? The subordinate below reported in detail. It is a demon stone containing compressed demonic power. It has enough energy to amplify your power, Your Eminence. And with that, we will be able to complete the plan. After hearing this, the cardinal propped his hand up and asked, Good. And what about the instructions from a guild? The subordinate replied obediently. There are no specific instructions, sir. He pondered for a moment and asked again. None. He propped his hand up and thought for a while. I guess they want me to handle the rest myself. The cardinal mumbled. I must hurry. He gave a cold order. The plan will be executed as scheduled. Starting with El Cuero, the subordinates below replied in unison. Yes, Your Eminence. Kongwoo, in casual clothes, leaned on his hand and said sadly. COA, I'm sorry for making you worry. Back in the brightly lit room, We're back to square one. Now we have to investigate the other guilds from the beginning again. Baek Wayun walked behind her and encouraged her. Cheer up, Yunju. It's not like we didn't find any clues. After comforting Cha Yunju, she turned to call him intimately. Kongwu. Kongwu. The government will give you an additional reward. Cha Yunju stood to the side, sighing. I'm so tired. He was startled and pointed at himself, asking, why? Baek Wayun frowned and smiled. When she thought back on his many expressions, because we found the connection with the Mir Guild, and subdued Kim Jae-hoon so easily. It's all thanks to you. Kongwu proudly scratched his nose. I hope it's not something useless like a medal or a trophy. She closed her eyes and assured him. I'm not that kind of tacky person. I will contact you privately to discuss your reward. She continued. You can expect something big. His eyes lit up like car headlights when he heard her say that. If Wayun is hyping it up like that, I'm really looking forward to it. Under the bright lights of a tall building, a voice called out. Kongwu, Seola said shyly. Welcome home. Kongwu. Echidna ran after him, whining. Kongwu. The little girl pouted and said. Kongwu. Hey, where have you been all this time? Closing the door, he looked at the little girl and replied. I had some business to take care of. Echidna pouted and complained. Kongwu. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Remembering the people with white eyes and his demonic gaze, the little girl thought to herself. Tears streamed down her face. You're not going to leave me, are you? Right? I'll behave better if I did something wrong. So please don't leave me alone. Kongwu looked at the crying Echidna and comforted her gently. That's not at all. It's not your fault. Echidna. He hugged the little girl. And there's no way I would ever leave you. So don't worry. Kongwu patted Echidna's head and thought. I feel really bad. Even though this wasn't something within my control. Echidna said weakly. Kongwu. He continued to think. She's just a child who has just overcome loneliness. And yet I couldn't even take care of her myself for a whole week. Seola stepped forward and asked gently. Kongwu, have you finished taking care of everything? Kongwu replied. Seola. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a more reasonable explanation. She replied shyly. It's okay. It's fine. I know better than anyone that you really care about us, Kongwu. I'm sure you'll tell me everything later. Hearing her words, he was a little moved. Seola asked. It's late. Have you eaten yet? I'm sure you haven't eaten yet, so I made some kimchi stew. For you. Kongwu's eyes lit up brightly. Kimchi stew, he exclaimed. Kimchi stew? Okay, I'll have some kimchi stew. Looking at the steaming pot of kimchi stew on the table. It was hard to contain his excitement. He said softly, sniff, sniff. This is what I was thinking of. He was overjoyed. I knew it. Seola is truly an angel sent from heaven. At the hospital one morning. So, Sehun held his arm, which was getting in for drip. You heard the rumors about me, and were secretly watching me because you thought I was part of the demonic cult? Kongwu replied. As soon as I heard the rumor, I knew it was you. Sehun lowered his head. He was worried. Where did those baseless rumors come from? He sat beside him and reassured him. The player world isn't that big. Because our party has talented people, it's inevitable that word gets around. He replied, Humph. I see. Kongwu looked at him. Right. In his heart, he actually thought the rumor was partly true. Well, the rumor isn't entirely wrong. Even if I hadn't spread it, the news would have gotten out eventually anyway. Sehun was silent. But couldn't you have told us beforehand? Kongwu looked at her, startled. She frowned. I know you have a lot of secrets. Kongwu, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've kept secrets from us. And I know it's to protect us. She clenched her fists. But the more you do this, the more I feel our relationship is growing distant. I feel like I won't be able to reach out and touch you anymore. So, he scratched his head, feeling a bit regretful. I'm sorry for making you worry. She was a little surprised to hear that. She looked at him, flustered. It's okay. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. I'm sure you have your reasons. I just misspoke. He quickly replied. No, you have every right to say that. He explained, it's my fault for making a member of my family worry like that. Seola suddenly blushed and stammered. F family. Her hands grew hot. She trembled. Kongwu still tried to show his remorse. I can't guarantee that things like this won't happen again in the future, but I'll do my best not to make you worry anymore. She turned her face away. He looked at her. What? She looked at him seriously. Then please speak more informally with me. Kangwoo couldn't believe his ears. He asked again and again. Huh? Seoa's face was bright red. But she still tried to express herself. Why not? I thought you said you'd try harder as a family member. You're already speaking less formally with Chai Yunju. So please don't be so formal with me anymore. Kong was flustered. Is that what you've been thinking about all this time? The people sitting around them felt like they were being fed a bowl of delicious dog food. All right then. Tae-soo and Eunbai had, at some point, put on a pair of 3D movie glasses. Well, I think I've had enough rom-com for a whole year. The little girl sitting next to him added, This deserves an Oscar. Seoa. Their trembling hands touched. She replied, Yes, Kangwoo. The atmosphere started to become romantic and cheesy. She blushed and looked down. Then why? Why don't you speak more informally with me? Seoa replied shidi. I feel more comfortable speaking like this. Echidna suddenly stood between them. The little girl cried out. Kangwoo. The little girl jumped in and sat between them. She handed an orange to Kangwoo. Peel this for me. Kangwoo was startled. Huh, okay. He looked at it again. He pointed at the orange. It's already peeled. The little girl frowned. Then take off the white pith. Si-hoon spoke up. Come to think of it, Kangwoo. He felt a little guilty and said in a low voice. Sorry for ruining the happy atmosphere, but I have something I need to ask you. Kangwoo replied. It's fine. Go ahead and ask. He clenched his fists. What happened to Kim Young-hoon and Kim Jae-hoon? He smiled gently while peeling the orange. They'll be rotting in prison for the rest of their lives. He continued to explain what had happened to the Mir Guild and the fall of the tech empire. You don't have to worry about them being released. What they did is unforgivable, no matter how much money they bribe with. Their headquarters, Mir Electronics, is in chaos because of this. He turned the conversation to Si-hoon, startling him. Although this was just an accident, I've also heard about your situation. Kim Jae-hoon played a trick to make sure that you would be drowning in debt. But his next words moved him. You will be properly compensated for that. And since your mother seems to be ill, she will be transferred to a more advanced facility with our help. Si-hoon's tears fell onto his feet and the hand receiving the foredrip. Thank you. His emotions made it difficult for Si-hoon to speak clearly. The people sitting next to him were also moved. So much. Thank you so much. Si-hoon covered his tear-streaked face with his hands. His emotional state made him a little flustered. Kangwoo, you really are. Si-hoon looked at him affectionately. My savior. He sincerely expressed his personal feelings towards him. With everything that had happened since Kangwoo entered his life, Si-hoon's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. It was the luckiest moment of my life. When I met you, Kangwoo, just like Tae-soo, I will consider you my sworn brother and treat you as my real older brother. Kangwoo broke out in a cold sweat. Don't say things like that. You're making me feel guilty. Kim Si-hoon sat on the hospital bed, clenching his fists with teary eyes. I will consider you my sworn brother and treat you as my real older brother. Kangwoo sat there helplessly at a loss for words. He closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and said, Well, if you say so, I guess I'll speak more comfortably with you then. He looked at Kangwoo with tears streaming down his face. Thank you, brother. Kim Seol mumbled, making the three of them stare in shock. Finally, I can seriously tell you this. Kang Tae-soo broke out in a sweat at his words. There are some things I've been hiding from everyone. Kim Seol clenched his fists on the hospital bed and said thoughtfully, Just like the rumors, I'm a player who obtained a special ability during my first awakening. That special ability is called Descendant of the Martial God, and its rank, SS, although I still can't use its full power because I'm still at a low level. It says that I will soon be able to use the power of the Martial God for the team. Choi Eunbai stared at him and said, Wow, a special ability of rank, SS. No one has ever achieved such an ability in their first awakening. Kang Tae-soo said in alarm. I knew it. I knew you couldn't be an ordinary person. Seolan. Everyone was still looking at him with curiosity and asked, How were you able to awaken as the descendant of the martial god? Only Kangwoo sighed and looked on. Well, he was about to tell us. He began to tell everyone. I'm not sure about the details, but the message I received when I awakened as a player seemed different from everyone else's. His next words shocked him, and he couldn't believe his ears. Due to an incident with the Gaia system, I was chosen to become a guardian. That's what it said. Kang Tae-soo asked with curiosity. The Gaia system? What's that? Kim Si-hoon frowned and looked at him, replying. I'm not sure. Kang Woo was so surprised his eyes widened. Even a ranker like Cha Yun-ju knows nothing about the Gaia system. And yet Kim Si-hoon just mentioned it. Kang Woo thought to himself. Moreover, he was chosen to become a guardian to support the system. He immediately asked him a question. Si-hoon, on what day did you awaken as a player? Si-hoon turned to look at him and replied. It was, he said, May 22nd. Seowa said with a start. Huh, isn't that the day you and I first met? Kang Woo. He replied, yes. Kang Woo thought to himself. The day I returned. Kim Si-hoon awakened as a player. Then I'm sure of it. He awakened because I caused an incident with the Gaia system. If a guardian appeared to resolve this situation, Kang Woo looked at him and smiled. Then Kim Si-hoon is the key to restoring the Gaia system. Choi Eun-bai exclaimed with excitement. So you're like a hero of the world or something? Seol, Kang Tae-soo, standing beside him, also exclaimed in surprise. That's amazing. Kim Si-hoon sat on the bed and looked at them, replying. You guys are making me blush. Kang Woo propped his hand up and watched him intently. I used to think he was the main character, but now he's even more important than I thought. Laughter and chatter could be heard from the other side. So now we're members of the hero's party, right? Kang Woo smiled mysteriously. That's great. I've already made him my subordinate. Kang Tae-soo turned to look at Si-hoon and asked, all right, why don't you get some rest until you're fully recovered? Seeing Kang Woo stand up, he spoke. Are you leaving, my man? Kang Woo replied coldly with a single word. As he stood up to leave, a hand reached out and grabbed him tightly. His sleeve. I'm leaving now. Si-hoon tugged on his sleeve and asked, are you really leaving? Kang Woo frowned. Echidna looked at him with a pout and asked, are you leaving? Kang Woo. He turned his head and replied, yeah, I don't want to bother you since you need a rest. Kang Woo thought to himself, what the hell? Kang Woo broke out in a sweat, looking at Si-hoon's expression. Why are you looking at me like that? He looked at him shyly and said, I'm Fina, so please stay. Just a little longer. Suddenly, his expression changed. He turned his head to look at Echidna and Seowa. Could it be? Echidna looked up. Kang Woo, can I go with you? Seowa clutched her skirt. Kang Woo said he'll be busy for a while. He thought to himself, flustered. They say that subordinates and confidants are automatically drawn to their master. He glanced at Si-hoon's expression. But you too. He screamed in his heart. No, I need to get out of here quickly. Kang Woo jumped out of the hospital room and called back. I'll leave the group's matters to you. Contact me if you need anything. A voice called out from inside. Wait, brother. Below an office building, a horde of monsters charged forward ferociously. Echidna channeled power into her hands. The little girl shouted loudly. Dark wind strike. A stream of purple power shot straight at the monsters. A figure moved swiftly, wielding a scythe, slashing at each monster one by one. Power of the scythe. A pale white hand gripped something tightly. A young man holding a large scythe swung it up. Power of frost. Leviathan. The system notification rang out. You have obtained the skill Leviathan. Be a young man holding a large scythe swung it up. Power of frost. Leviathan. The system notification rang out. You have obtained the skill Leviathan. Rank S. The young man continued to slash at the monster. He slashed through a series of large monsters. Blood splattered everywhere along with the debris. Kang Woo and the little girl landed safely. He retracted his scythe. You have gained experience. The system notification rang out. Your level has increased by 1. It's not easy. Kang Woo realized that leveling up each time was not easy. You have reached level 50. The 6th awakening has been unlocked. A new special ability has been unlocked. But then Kang Woo's mood brightened again. He excitedly opened the system panel with a greedy look in his eyes, his heart full of excitement. Finally, I'm level 50. Let's see what the new special ability is. 6th Awakening Special Ability. Rank? When you reach the state of Extreme Demon, the special ability will be fully unlocked. Seeing the question marks appear on the system panel, Kang Woo's mood turned sad. Question marks again? I don't even know what the condition for Extreme Demon is, so how am I supposed to unlock it? A gloomy aura surrounded him. Seeing Kang Woo looking sad, Echidna ran over to check on him. Kang Woo, are you okay? Are you tired? This is so frustrating. He was still very frustrated inside, but on the outside, he still put on a happy face. Haha, it's fine. Kong Wu felt something glowing in his hand. He held the egg in his hand and greeted it. Hello. The small glowing egg emitted a voice. Kong Wu, it's Seola. Are you busy right now? It turned out to be Seola speaking to him through the egg. Kong Wu replied to Seola's question. It's fine. How are the moving preparations going? Looking at everything around, which seemed to be packed into boxes, Seola replied to him. We're almost done, so you just need to come home. Kong Wu. He asked about her mother. All right, what about your mother? Mom said there's still a few things to clean up, so I should go ahead. Okay, Fine. My mom will take a taxi later. At that moment, in Seola's mother's room, she looked at the pictures with a smile on her lips. All right, I'll be there soon. Can vous promise de Seola? At this moment, at the iPark apartment complex, Seola saw the spacious room, her face. A little panicked, she asked him, Kong Wu, are you sure we can live here? As for the little girl Echidna, she thought this place was beautiful. Her eyes shone brightly when she saw the house. Wow, this closet is huge. Kong Wu smiled gently and said to Seola, of course, after all, we're family, and I don't want to live alone in such a big place. Knowing this wasn't her home, Seola felt a little hesitant. But this is the place you bought. How can my mother and I live off you like this? He explained to her the reason for having the house. I didn't buy it with my own money. The Red Rose Guild bought it for me. Hearing him say that, Seola's face showed a hint of surprise. She asked him again, Red Rose? You mean Cha Yunju? While the two were talking, the little girl Echidna happily ran and jumped around. Yeah, that's right. Hearing him confirm it, Seola's expression remained unchanged, but inside she was very sad because she thought Kong Wu had bought the house for her. Cha Zi Ongju. She can afford to buy a luxury apartment in the middle of the city for Kong Wu so easily. Seola pensively looked out at the scenery from the apartment, but her mind couldn't stop thinking, while the little girl Echidna continued to run and jump happily. It's so frustrating, but I can't deny the difference in class. Hey, besides, her house is right next door. Seola realized she was far inferior to Yunju, and tears began to fall. The little girl Echidna chirped, calling for Kong Wu. Kong Wu, Kong Wu, what are we going to do tomorrow? Tomorrow? I don't have any plans yet. Hearing the conversation between Kong Wu and Echidna, Seola's eyes lit up. She had just thought of an idea. The little girl Echidna, with an adorable expression, said to Kong Wu, Really? If you're not busy, could you? Kong Wu seemed to guess what the little girl wanted and gently patted her head, saying, You wanted to go out and play together last time, right? So why don't we go tomorrow? Hearing Kong Wu agree to go out and play, the little girl was very happy, jumping up and down continuously, saying, Yay, I'd love that. I'd love that. Over here, Seola heard Kong Wu agree to go out and play with the little girl, and her face showed a hint of anger. Where should we go? Anywhere is fine, as long as I'm with you. Kong Wu. The two happily chatted about their outing tomorrow. How could both Cha Yunju and Echidna? Seola wanted to win Kong Wu from them, so she was determined to go with them. I want to go too. At a shopping mall. Kong Wu, look at this. It seemed Kong Wu had decided to go shopping together. Haha, you're right. The three of them had a lot of fun together. The little girl Echidna tried on a lion costume, looking very cute. Let's take a picture. Echidna. Okay. Seola happily took beautiful pictures of Echidna. Seeing this scene, Kong Wu couldn't help but laugh. They said they went shopping together last time. I'm glad they're so close. Kong Wu was very happy to see Echidna and Seola laughing and playing together. Do you want to try this one on too? Yes. Echidna tried on one outfit after another, and Seola praised everyone. I was worried because Echidna is quite shy around strangers. But seeing her so close to Seola, I'm happy, because she only depends on me. He was worried because she didn't want to interact with many strangers and just clung to him all day. But with Seola by her side, I'm sure she'll adapt soon. The little girl, Echidna, hugged Seola tightly. It seemed the two had become very close. But then, seeing the scene before him, Kong Wu's face was no longer as happy as before. He smirked. So today, these two are planning to. He became an unwilling coat rack for the two of them. His body was covered in shopping bags. In contrast to his face, the two of them continued to stroll happily. How many more clothes are you going to buy? Kong Wu, with bags hanging all over his neck, looked up in surprise and exclaimed, This place. He hunched over, full of excitement. I can eat everything. I can eat everything I want here. Seola, walking behind him, said flustered. That's right. Seeing his excited expression made her wonder. Has Kangwoo never been to a food court before? She spoke up. This isn't really a special place, but you can still eat a wide variety of foods. Looking at the attractively prepared dishes made Kangwoo's mouth water. So this is the food court I've heard about. Wow, I can't believe a place like this exists. He clenched his fists and silently blamed himself. That's right. I had completely forgotten the reason I returned to Earth. To be able to have fun to my heart's content. And eat all the delicious food. He ordered loudly. I want to order everything from number 1 to number 168 on the menu. And 10 more bowls of kimchi stew from every stall. The person walking next to him, flustered, tried to stop him. Kangwoo, we have to go to the counter to order. Please calm down. Kangwoo sat before a table full of dishes that made him drool. Here it is. Seola sat demurely to one side. Enjoy your meal. Kangwoo picked up his spoon and stared intently at the soup in front of him. Now, shall we begin? He scooped up a spoonful of the hot soup in front of him and exclaimed. Of course, I'll start with this. Kangwoo put the food in his mouth and chewed greedily. The taste of this is definitely not as good as Seola's kimchi stew. He picked up a piece of bread, but since it's a bit lacking in quality, he dipped the piece of bread into the soup. I think I should make up for it with quantity. Seola looked at him in surprise. Kangwoo, he slowly savored the piece of bread with a spoonful of soup. This tastes better than I thought. He wondered, should I try eating a bunch of things at once? He called out. Seola, Echidna asked, is that how we're supposed to eat? Seola covered her eyes with her hand. She gently reminded the little girl. No, don't learn things like that. Echidna. Kangwoo continued to eat intently without paying any attention. He heartily devoured the entire table of food. That's more like it. A voice caught his attention. Yes, that's it. His eyes widened at the mysterious person's words. You should mix everything together when you eat stew. Kangwoo looked up at the muscular man in front of him. This person. Choi Min-hyuk leaned over and greeted him. Hey there, my man. He lifted his sunglasses and said with a smile. Long time no see. He placed something mysterious down in front of him. He stammered. Oh well. Kangwoo, holding a spoonful of food, turned his head to look. What is the guild master of Hanul doing here? Choi Min-hyuk waved his hand. Don't be so formal with me. He said with a smile. I came to tell you some good news. My man, so you should speak more comfortably with me. Si-hoon and Kangwoo looked at him with suspicion. Good news? He lowered the glasses on his eyes and smiled brightly. From what I've heard, you're a rookie from the Red Rose Guild, huh? Kangwoo, with a spoon in his mouth, replied coldly. Well, I haven't completely joined them, but we are collaborating. Choi Min-hyuk placed his hand on his shoulder. Then it's easier to talk. He leaned in close to his ear and said softly, My man, join my guild. Choi Min-hyuk made an offer. 5 billion won, and we'll also give you a house and a car. I'll give you everything, more than what you have now. This shocked Seola and Echidna with the price he offered. Choi Min-hyuk opened a can of Coke and said with a smile, I'll also give you an executive position. Kangwoo held the can of Coke and said with a smile, I had high expectations, but they're still too small. Choi Min-hyuk glanced at him. He let out a small laugh. He clapped him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. You're funny. My man, they're not enough to satisfy you, are they? Choi Min-hyuk asked. Then what conditions would satisfy you? My man, Kangwoo put the half-drunk can of Coke down on the table and sighed. Who knows? Right now, I have no intention of working under anyone, regardless of the conditions. Choi Min-hyuk mumbled for a moment. How about this then? Choi Min-hyuk took off his sunglasses and said, If you join my guild, I can give you a legendary piece of equipment for free. The thing he mentioned was extremely rare. Legendary equipment. Extremely rare items that can't even be bought with money. Unlike the equipment of ordinary players, which is crafted from the remains of normal monsters and magic stones. Legendary equipment is crafted from materials collected from boss monsters in S-rank gates or higher. A special feature is that it becomes a part of its owner once the equipment is worn, and it cannot be used by anyone else once the bond is formed. There is also a high chance that the equipment will reject its owner because the conditions for bonding are not met, even if they went through great trouble to obtain it. The young man crossed his arms as if thinking about it. On top of that, legendary equipment is known to maximize all of one's stats. That's a really sweet offer. Choi Min-hyuk was quick to notice. You seem interested in it now, don't you? Kang-woo nodded. I don't deny it. He opened one, I'd look at him. But if it can't enhance my demonic power, then it's meaningless. But I still refuse. This time, the captain wasn't too surprised and just chuckled. I expected as much. All right. Before leaving, he politely offered a business card. Here's my contact information. If you change your mind, give me a call. In addition, he placed a few more things on the table. Choi Min-hyuk grabbed another bowl of food to mix into the pot. If you're going to mix it all together, you need to add this too. This is the real flavor. Echidna pointed at him. That person also said to mix them. Seola continued to advise the little girl. No, you shouldn't do that. The generous young man waved at them. See you next time. Kang-woo silently scooped up a spoonful of the messy food while the other two were talking. Seola, can I try it? The girl firmly refused. No way. Kang-woo, after a hearty meal, returned to the Red Rose Guild. You turned down such a good offer. Why? He rested his head on his hand and replied. I don't want to work under anyone right now. She made an assessment. You really are a weirdo. Kang-woo, on the other side, waited. He smirked. And even if I don't join the Hanul Guild, he laid out his plan. I can still get it fair and square from the contributions I make by protecting other players. Right? The girl beside him mumbled. I want to say something, but I think I should keep my mouth shut. They moved to the elevator, still deep in conversation. Anyway, have you noticed anything dirty about Beck? Why young? Cha Yunju thought for a moment and then recounted. I've met him a few times, since both he and I are guild masters of large guilds. The young man delved deeper. What kind of person is he? She smiled and gave her opinion. As you probably felt, he's really an unreadable person. Kang-woo was still quite curious. That's obvious. Aren't there any rumors about him? She pressed the elevator button. At the same time, she whispered back his words. Rumors? She hesitated before the button. Come to think of it, there was one time he was criticized. A very fierce battle scene took place. That was probably during the World Ranker evaluation. There was a lot of discussion about our country having a World Ranker for the first time. But he lost to another Ranker and was eliminated. It was truly tragic. He immediately asked, who was the other Ranker? Cha Yunju began to describe the person's appearance. That person is the master of a mythical weapon called the Eye of Susu. A Japanese person named Fujimoto Ryoma. Because he lost to a Japanese guy, public opinion was not on his side. Kang-woo was skeptical. Is that all the rumors? The girl walking ahead admitted. That's all I know. The young man also snorted, a little worried. I hope I don't face any backlash just because I rejected him. However, Cha Yunju reassured him. He's not that kind of person. No matter what the problem is, that fool will just laugh it off. He also thought about it and completely agreed. She's right. At this moment, another person was waiting in front of them. You're here. Yunju also cheerfully exclaimed. Why Yun? The girl, wearing a very formal royal attire, spoke to both of them. We were waiting for you. Kang-woo, please come in. She led them both into a place with a very large test tube. While we were investigating the Mir Guild, we happened to find an item that hasn't formed a bond yet. I recognized it as soon as I saw it. Cha Yunju teased her. You must have suffered a lot. Why Yun? The girl held one of her arms and laughed awkwardly. Don't bring that up again. The higher-ups were also completely unsuitable for it. While she was still asking, his eyes were completely drawn to it. How about it, Kang-woo? The item floated in midair. Equipment information. Item name, Black Pearl Coat. Legendary pre-bonding. Basic function. Physical defense plus 660. Magic defense plus 480. Base stats plus 5. Special function. You can use the Wrath of Krogan, which doubles your stats for 1 minute. Once the Wrath of Krogan is used, you can use it again after 2 hours. Information. This is a coat made from the coagulated blood of a dragon's heart. Cha Yunju had to exclaim. The effects aren't all that great. Wyan agreed. It seems so. The girl looked at him hesitantly. Its stat-boosting effect is excellent if you look at the inherent plus 5 stat and the special effects. However, almost no player has inherent stats. As she was speaking, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Kang-woo's face was now sporting a very wicked smile. Kang-woo, you don't. The young man was now extremely pleased. What an amazing piece of equipment. Standing in the system room, Cha Yunju pulled down her hood and said, "Are you the only player with inherent stats? I mean, considering your growth rate, it's probably not that strange." A young man approached the floating coat. "If you didn't have inherent stats, it would be a different story. Because this is the best of all legendary equipment." Kongwu looked at it with fascination and said, "I love it." Kongwu raised his hand in a salute to Beck. "Wayun, thanks for this amazing item. Wayun, I will continue to dedicate myself to eradicating the demonic cult." She looked at him and smiled. "I'm also glad this equipment has found a worthy owner. From now on, please take care of us." A hand reached for the floating coat. "Oomph." Grabbing the outfit, he asked, "I just need to put it on." Cha Yunju crossed her arms and replied with boredom. "Put it on like you would any armor. That's all." He put on the outfit and carefully adjusted the belt. The system's notification rang out. "You have just obtained a legendary piece of equipment." The marking ritual on the black pearl coat begins. A few black blood veins appeared on his body. The system's notification continued to ring. "The black pearl coat has confirmed Kong Wu as its owner." Looking at his hand being consumed by the veins and the continuous notifications, scanning the owner's stats to optimize the effects of the black pearl coat. Inherent stat. Demonic power confirmed. He clenched his fist in surprise. Demonic power stat +5. A raging fire erupted behind him along with the system notification. The ownership marking ritual is complete. Cha Yunju crossed her arms and asked, "How does the legendary equipment feel?" He replied with a tremor in his voice. "Can I?" Kong Wu puffed out his chest and laughed loudly. "Get 10 more of these?" Cha Yunju asked helplessly. "What are you thinking, you nut job?" Baek Wei-yun laughed loudly. "You can only equip 5 items, regardless of their rank." Seeing him excited about his new coat, she said, "If you take any more, their effects will be nullified. At times like these, you look just like a rookie." Kong Wu looked it over for a moment and asked, "Is that so?" He thought to himself, "So that means 5 items or less is still okay." Seeing Kong Wu's excited expression, Cha Yunju just stood there silently. Seeing his happy face, she asked, "You must really like it." He replied with his eyes squeezed shut in joy. "Of course, loving it is one thing." Then, want to test it out right now. See how strong it is. She clenched her fist and challenged him by name. "Kong Wu, let's fight." A swift hand grabbed Cha Yunju's hood. "Aren't you underestimating me a little?" In the training room, the 3 of them walked in slowly. "Wayun, is it okay to rough up the training room a bit?" "No problem. It was built for that purpose." When it was built, they anticipated all situations like this. So unless there's a special impact, it won't be a problem. Cha Yunju glanced over and replied, "Okay." She thought to herself, "Kong Wu, I wonder how much stronger he's gotten now." Remembering his destructive power, she could only think to herself, the problem isn't just his growth. If it were just that, how could he have defeated Moon Young-ho back then? After all, the difference in stats between them was too great. Cha Yunju clenched her fist and glanced over. There's something very special about Kong Wu, more than just his level and stats. I have to take this opportunity to find out what that special thing is. Kong Wu also glanced over. Jia Zi Ongju. Well, whatever. Kong Wu stretched to warm up. I just want to test the power of this new outfit I got, and she's an ideal opponent. I also want to see how much this team can invest in me. Baek Wei-yun rested her sword on the floor and pointed, shouting, "Now!" The 2 of them got into a fighting stance before she finished her call. "Match begin." As soon as she finished, Kong Wu immediately rushed towards Cha Yunju. He threw a punch straight at her. Cha Yunju, not to be outdone, glanced back in response. He leaned back to dodge the blow. Kong Wu pressed down hard with both hands. Yunju's fist also quickly flew toward his face. Cha Yunju unleashed a powerful blow at him. Kong Wu blocked it with his hand and silently assessed. The amount of damage isn't excessive. Perhaps she wants to start with close combat. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. This is getting a little annoying. An explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Kong Wu knocked Cha Yunju's hand away. His fist grazed her face. A hand suddenly grabbed the brim of her hood. "Aren't you underestimating me a little?" Then he raised his fist. A friendly reminder. "Wearing a hood will only obstruct your vision. In response, she threw a punch aimed at taking him down immediately. Seeing this, Kong Wu smiled wickedly and thought, Yunju is getting serious. Out loud, he taunted, Are you trying to kill me or something? She looked at him provocatively, her hand charged with power. She jabbed, Because you're not an ordinary player. In this situation, Kong Wu remained incredibly calm. He gracefully dodged each chain Yunju aimed at him. Then came a skill with terrifying damage from Yunju's position. She stood, ready to meet Kong Wu head-on. She unleashed a powerful technique with all her might. Instantly, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Unable to accept defeat, Kong Wu clenched his fist. Then he activated his special ability, Wrath of Krogan, Demonic Power Stat +5. Seeing this, Yunju couldn't help but worry and covered her face with her hands. In that moment, Kong Wu flew right through her. Seeing this, Huaiyun immediately shouted for Yunju to stop. But before she could finish, Yunju's red chains shot towards Kong Wu at lightning speed. Instantly, he used his cloning ability. Then he activated Sky Wings. He soared towards Yunju. She tried to use her red chains to fight him off, but to no avail. Kong Wu gracefully dodged. His eyes now only reflected a murderous intent, affirming the status of someone who had faced demons for thousands of years. Without fear or respect for anyone, he continued to activate his skills. Explosive power, increasing the damage dealt to Yunju. When this immense surge of power appeared, it touched Yunju and exploded, causing her to writhe and block with her hands. Her red chains began to shatter after his attack. Then, Kong Wu somersaulted, switching to a different attack stance. He clapped his hands together and began to cast his next skill, Power of the Super Scream. A screech echoed throughout the space, causing both Huaiyun and Yunju to cover their ears in discomfort. Pain. At this moment, marks containing demonic power appeared on his face. Seizing the opportunity, he thought to himself, now is the time. Before Yunju's astonished eyes, he activated another hack with the skill, Power of the Sky, and threw a punch straight at her face. Seeing his fist rushing towards her, she thought anxiously, I can't dodge in time. Then she immediately switched to a defensive stance. She braced herself firmly against his attack. But with just one punch, all her efforts were shattered, along with a loud shout, Sky Breaker! Yunju's protective barrier was completely destroyed. Huaiyun watched in astonishment. After this move, a bit of energy still radiated from Kong Wu's hand. As for Yunju, she sat slumped on the ground. She panted and looked at him with a smile. Behind her was a wall that had been completely destroyed by his last attack. Yunju couldn't help but curse. Kong Wu, you damn monster. The room suddenly became a battlefield. Cha Yunju sat on the ground. She exclaimed, You monster. At the same time, the system announced, The duration for the Wrath of Krogan has ended. The system announced, You will be able to use this skill again in 2 hours. He slowly retracted his hand and thought to himself, This thing is amazing. Kong Wu silently looked at Cha Yunju's figure on the ground and thought to himself, Now I understand why everyone is so obsessed with owning legendary items. I can't believe I could defeat Cha Yunju in just a moment like this. Cha Yunju propped herself up on the ground and laughed loudly. This is unbelievable. She looked at him, panting, and praised him. You really are a monster. He held out his hand and said, It's all thanks to the legendary equipment. Cha Yunju took his hand and said, Hey, I have legendary equipment too. Looking at his demonic face, she stammered, Are you really human? He helped her up and joked, Of course. Besides, aren't you glad I'm not your enemy? Cha Yunju stood up, hunched over, and replied with a forced smile. Even so, I still can't fully trust you. Baek Huaiyun stood to the side, trembling. You too. The two of them looked at her, bewildered. Baek Huaiyun angrily shouted, Do you two know how expensive this training room is? Millions of dollars of taxpayers' money were spent to build this thing. Kong Wu scratched his head and muttered a few incomprehensible words. Cha Yunju glanced around, looking at the destroyed room, only made her more frustrated. I can't believe you two destroyed it like this. Both of them stammered sheepishly in unison. I am sorry. Hearing this only made Baek Huaiyun angrier. Can't you two control yourselves? Tone it down a bit. When a player levels up, everyone will face two very large obstacles. Baek Hwa-yeon covered her face with her hands and said sorrowfully, "Use of the training room will be prohibited for the time being." Cha Yun-ju turned to blame him. "Why did you use an area of effect skill?" Kong-woo dodged the question and replied, "Because I thought you were strong. This is partly your fault too, you know." A voice from the phone rang out. Yes, I understand." Baek Hwa-yeon gave a forced smile. "How much will this much repair cost?" Kong-woo propped his hand up and wondered, How am I going to pay for the training room repairs now? Why do we even fight in here? Even if it was a hassle, we should have gone to a dungeon gate. Kong-woo thought deeply. If I have to pay for the repairs, I could sell the magic stones from the giant ogre. But that would take time, wouldn't it? He stood beside her and said, "Come to think of it, you said that defeating high-level monsters drops materials for legendary equipment or other rare items. Right?" Cha Yun-ju glanced at him. He exclaimed, making the two women turn to look. "So, do you want to go home right now?" "El quiero." Baek Hwa-yeon looked at him and said, "El quiero? Are you talking about the boss of the S-rank dungeon gate?" "That one." Kong-woo propped his hand up and replied smugly. "That's right." Cha Yun-ju crossed her arms and frowned. She asked with a concerned tone, "You know what kind of monster that is, right?" "El quiero." "A boss that lives in the lake at the S-rank gate of Suwon. No player has ever caught this monster. The biggest problem is El Cuero's river location. Because it lives in the water, close-range attacks are almost impossible to land. It also has very high magic resistance and usually lives underwater, so even long-range attacks are extremely difficult. That's why people think it's impossible to defeat this monster." Kong-woo let go of his hand and smiled. "I know. Hunting it is a bit tough. It's not just a bit tough. Not only that, we also can't assume that defeating it will drop a legendary item." Kong-woo glanced at her and said, "If we're lucky, it might drop a legendary item. Besides, this isn't just about money." Yun-ju asked for the start. "Then why?" He smiled and looked at her, saying, "My 6th awakening stage. Hunting it could be the key to solving my level restriction. When a player levels up, everyone will face two very large obstacles. The wall of effort at level 59 and the wall of talent at level 89. The most common way for a player to overcome these limits is to defeat powerful bosses that push them beyond their own limits." Cha Yun-ju frowned and bit her lip. "Well, I've been stuck at the wall of talent for a while now. Instead of just killing giant ogres day after day, maybe trying this will be more effective." Seeing Echidna clinging to him, a voice asked. Cha Yun-ju glanced over and assessed him. "Wait a minute. So a level 89 player lost to a level 58 guy. What the hell?" Cha Yun-ju held her head and said, "All right, I'll help you." Kong-woo gave a thumbs up, his eyes shining like stars. "That's great." Cha Yun-ju sighed and asked, "What's your plan?" She put her hands in her pockets and glanced over. "I'll say it again. Even for you, it will be impossible for just the two of us to hunt it." Kong-woo rubbed his chin and looked slyly at Baek Hwa-yeon, saying, "Well, I have a plan." He continued, "We'll need a very talented melee player for this plan." Hwa-yeon closed her eyes and replied, "If that's the case, I'll join too." She called out in surprise, "Hwa-yeon." Baek Hwa-yeon looked at the training room and said seriously, "I was the one who trusted you two to use this training room. So this is partly my fault too." Cha Yun-ju's eyes sparkled as she looked at her. Hwa-yeon continued, "As expected, you're completely different from a certain piece of trash who wrecks the place and then blames others." Kong-woo fumed and asked, "Who are you referring to?" Baek Hwa-yeon sarcastically retorted, "But I have to ask, what kind of plan requires a melee class to hunt El Cuero?" Kong-woo crossed his arms confidently and said, "Well, you'll find out soon enough." Cha Yun-ju glanced over and asked, "So our party has 3 people?" Kong-woo winked and replied, "No, 4. Echidna will come too." Baek Hwa-yeon thought for a moment. "That kid," he thought deeply for a moment. "And, if possible, I'd like to have one more melee class in our team." Kong-woo silently assessed. Sehun's level is still too low for this trip. Baek Hwa-yeon called his name. "Kong-woo," he replied with a start. Baek Hwa-yeon made a suggestion. "If you need to find someone with combat experience, I know someone." On the green plains, a monster cried out pitifully before a small figure and a young man. "You have successfully defeated a normal grade monster. Giant ogre. You have leveled up. You have reached level 59. Your level progression has been restricted. All experience gained from now on will be stored. Once the restriction is lifted, all earned experience will be applied at once. So I really have to overcome this level restriction. I heard that talented players don't have this level restriction. So I was hoping. Yenju asked loudly. Kongwu, are you tired already? We haven't even hunted the boss yet. Kongwu replied softly. Ah, you're all here already? It's just that I haven't reached the level restriction yet. Right after that, he walked over step by step. I haven't used much strength yet, so you don't need to worry. She exclaimed in surprise. Really? This person is... Wayun immediately introduced him. This is the skilled combat player I mentioned earlier. The man with blonde hair spoke up to greet them. Hey there, I'm the captain of the Warang Squad too. Guhyun Montak. Kongwu thought to himself. The captain of the Warang Squad. Then he also introduced himself. I am Kongwu. Nice to meet you. As soon as he finished, he thought. So, I think he's at least as strong as Beck. Wayun. Yes, nice to meet you. His fighting style seems to be dual-wielding swords. If he's strong enough, then things shouldn't be too bad. Kinamo looked down at Echidna and asked, Kongwu is the rookie who planned today's hunt, right? Right? I can't believe you've already hunted a giant ogre. He continued to ask with curiosity. But why is there a child in such a dangerous place like this? Ah, this child is my summon monster. Hyun Montak exclaimed in surprise. A child is a summon monster? Wayun, standing beside him, crossed her arms and replied. I'll tell you more about Kongwu later. Kongwu scratched his nose and called out. For now, you just need to know that he's as strong as Cha Yunju. Hyunmo seemed unable to believe his eyes. As strong as Cha Yunju? He thought in astonishment. How can someone who just became a player 2 months ago be compared to Cha Yunju? She's one of the highest level players. In all of Korea? The captain never mentioned him. Wayun cheerfully asked Kongwu. Anything else, Kongwu? He smiled and replied. Ah, it's fine. Kongwu praised him. The captain of the Warang Squad too. If it weren't for you, recruiting someone so talented would have been incredibly difficult. She laughed loudly and quickly added. I'm glad you're happy, Kongwu. Hyun Montak approached Kongwu hostilely. Kongwu, I have a few things I want to ask you. He replied, confused. He whispered in Kongwu's ear. Could you tell me what your relationship is with Captain Beck? Wayun, he replied without thinking. We don't have any special relationship. Wayun suddenly spoke up, startling Hyunmo. Captain Gu Hyunmo, I understand you have many questions about Kongwu, but we don't have much time. Kongwu thought helplessly. So he has feelings for her. Ah yes, I understand. Yunju turned to tell him. All right, let's put this funny love triangle aside and get into position. El Cuero will appear soon. Kongwu smiled and said, we don't need to move anywhere. We're already where we need to be. She exclaimed in surprise. What? Aren't we in the stone golem's territory? Kongwu explained. They're not an aggressive type of monster. There's no way you can use them to attract El Cuero's attention. He said confidently. They are the core of my entire plan. All right, I'll be brief. On the ground were iron chains. Hyunmo crossed his arms and walked over. I prepare the chains. Kongwu lifted one leg. Tendrils of energy radiated from around his leg. All right, understood. So, should we start now? Kongwu's eyes suddenly turned bright red. The world's first hunt for El Cuero. A wave formed right beneath his feet. Power of the waves. Kongwu stood motionless on the ground. The water's surface rippled slightly. He looked ahead with a serious expression. It's coming. A monster was emerging from the water. A dark shadow swam quickly underwater. Kongwu, observing from the shore, gave a signal. It's here. The dark shadow gradually emerged from the water. Baek-Wayun held the chain tightly, and Hyunmo watched with high alert. Echidna also closed her eyes. Sensing carefully, after the shout, the little girl braced herself. Everyone get ready. A huge spout of water suddenly appeared in front of him. The monster shot up from below, right in front of him. It leaped out of the water and carefully observed its surroundings. The monster flapped its wings, flying out of the water and charging towards Kongwu's group. Its wings suddenly spun at a terrifying speed. It fired a barrage of attacks from its belly, forcing him to turn and shout a warning. It's a poison dart type of attack. Echidna, the little girl, standing behind, unleashed her power. Here, Echidna created a green barrier to block the attack. Magic shield. Seeing that the little girl's strength wasn't enough, he shouted encouragement. Echidna, hold on just a little longer. Next, he called out the names of the other two. Guhyun Montak. Wayan. The two of them replied in unison. He grabbed both of them and shouted. Sky wings. He frowned and shouted. Let's go. Hold on tight. With that, Kong Wu soared into the sky with the two of them. He flew at top speed, causing their faces to distort from the wind pressure. Very quickly, the chain was wrapped tightly around one member's arm. After all the preparations, Wayan and Hyunamo fell freely towards the monster. Hyunamo, leading the way, screamed at the top of his lungs. Wayan and Kong Wu followed behind. The three of them landed and clung tightly to the monster. Wayan held out her hand and said, Kong Wu. He, standing behind, leaned forward. Here's the extra chain I brought. Hyunamo made a cut on the monster's body and complained. It's ridiculously slippery. Kong Wu held the anchor in his hand and shouted, Hyun Montak, you go to the right, and Wayan, you go to the left. We need to get this done before it dives back underwater. With that, he slammed the anchor hard into the monster. The monster swooped down to the water's surface, letting out a few low groans. It skimmed quickly across the water, making it difficult for the three of them to complete their task. Hyunamo struggled to plant each anchor into the monster. Next, the three of them simultaneously planted anchors into it. The monster thrashed in pain in a pool of water. Wayan held her sword and shouted, asking, What the hell is this? Kong Wu silently assessed the situation. It's thinking of escaping. Kong Wu shouted an order. Everyone, hold on tight. The monster emitted a few bolts of lightning around it to escape underwater. After struggling for a while, the monster flew into the air. Hyunamo and the others clung tightly to the monster. Kong Wu grabbed the chains on it and said loudly, This bastard is planning to return to the water. Sky wings. I'll try to block it. Kong Wu shouted for the other two to hear clearly. So, remember to tie the rest of the chain here. Wayan gripped her sword tightly. The monster growled. It shot up into the air and emitted a few bolts of lightning around it. Power of destruction. Power of the sky. Skybreaker. Kong Wu sent his powerful fist towards the monster. An immense force erupted, sending the seawater flying up into a vortex. Hyunamo and Wayan were both affected by the pressure of the last blow. My attack was weakened because I used it underwater. Kong Wu frowned and said, I can't believe I could only launch it into the sky with that blow. I needed to be more seriously injured for it to work. Suddenly, he saw something on the monster's body. That's it. His sky wings appeared. Kong Wu shot up at the speed of light. The monster trembled. It was stunned. Kong Wu had flown straight into the monster's body. He glanced somewhere. He frowned. Hyunamo looked on with curiosity. Static electricity? Guajion replayed. No, it's El Cuero's attack. Fireworks. The monster was surrounded by flashes of orange light. Echidna, below, seemed to be in pain. Master Kong Wu. Wayan turned back and asked, Are all the chains in place? Hyunamo checked with his hand and replied, Yes. Then let's get out of here. Hyun Montak hesitated. What about Kong Wu? Wayan said loudly. He's stronger than us. We need to go, or we'll just get in his way. Jump, she shouted loudly. As soon as the two of them jumped down, the entire body of the monster in the sky was hit by the attack. It lit up the entire sky. Wayan looked back and thought to herself, Did he go into its mouth? She thought of him with worry. Kong Wu, inside the monster at that moment. He was protected by a sturdy green bubble. Kong Wu smiled and said, I guess this is from Echidna. She must have known her master was in danger. He thought with admiration. I can't believe she could maintain the magic shield for so long. Kong Wu clenched his fist. Thanks to it, outside, on the monster's body, the anchors were still firmly embedded. Suddenly, a part of its flesh caved in. Kong Wu punched his way out with his bare hands. He thought to himself, I feel like I've been given more strength. The monster thrashed in pain. The water below splashed everywhere. Kong Wu took a deep breath. He untangled the chains around him. Kong Wu shouted, Yunju, everything's ready. Yunju, everything's ready. Pull. The monster, after the last blow, lay completely still. Suddenly, a red weapon was whipped out. It struck the sleeping rocks. Yunju shouted, What the hell are you doing? You failure. Her face was full of excitement as she shouted, Hurry up and get out of the way. You bastards. A soft, demonic laugh echoed. The surrounding rocks collided, shaking the ground. Yeonju excitedly flew up and continuously whipped her lash. She held the whip in her hand and lashed furiously at the stone monster. Come on, hurry up. A loud noise echoed across the sea. Kong Wu frowned and strained to hold on to the monster. I use both the power of the sky and the power of steel, and I'm still under this much pressure. No matter what, I can't let the chain slip. He glanced towards the mainland. Just a little more. The monster was tightly bound by the iron chains. It thrashed wildly on the sea's surface. On land, the stone monster was knocked over by the powerful force of the monster's thrashing. Kong Wu held the iron chain tightly. Against the monster, it's not weakening at all. The monster was tightly bound by the iron chains. It struggled violently. Two bright spots appeared on the monster's belly. It fired a barrage of bullets at the land from its belly, but they were blocked by Echidna's shield. At the same time, behind the little girl, the monster was slowly getting up. Kong Wu watched the barrage of bullets being fired at the land with worry. Did I underestimate it? It's stronger than I thought. At this rate, the stone golem will break first. Seeing Echidna struggling to resist made him think. I need to find a way to weaken it. Kong Wu gritted his teeth. A loud shout reached Yeonju. Yeonju, use your chains. She stood on the stone monster's head and shouted. Are you crazy? You'll get hurt. Kong Wu shouted without hesitation. Hurry up. Yeonju gritted her teeth and cast her spell. The ruby on her hand glowed. Special ability, blood chains. A few tentacles appeared on the ground. Energy drain. At the same time, Kong Wu was wrapped in a pink chain, causing him pain. Special ability, gargoyle armor. Ruthless. Kong Wu groaned in pain. As expected, it's hard to wield legendary equipment. A pile of iron chains shot straight down at the monster on the sea. But that's not a problem. If I can weaken the monster. The pile of iron chains slammed down on it, causing it to writhe and cry out loudly. The monster struggled for a while and then finally lay still. Success. The chains bound the stone monster on land and at the same time bound the monster in the sea. Yeonju spoke provocatively. Come on, a little more effort. This rock, she said to herself. The stone golem's unique passive is its thick skin. Seeing that the chains couldn't do anything to it, she thought to herself. It's almost invulnerable thanks to this passive. So I never bothered hunting at this gate. Seeing that the monster in the water hadn't been defeated yet made her even more worried. But I didn't think it would be useful in this situation. The monster in the water suddenly opened its eyes. It surged up violently. A loud noise erupted. The monster that was pulled ashore lay motionless. Kong Wu sat sluggishly on it, observing intently. It worked. Kong Wu, are you okay? Echidna ran over, worried. Seeing the little girl, Kong Wu was startled. He shouted, Echidna, it's dangerous. Suddenly, the monster swung its body and attacked the little girl. Fortunately, Wai-yun ran over. She severed the monster's attacking arm with one slash. It cried out in pain. Hyunamo flew over and carried the little girl away. He said, I thought I was going to die. You damn fish. Kong Wu jumped down and looked at the monster, saying, Let's finish this. Echidna looked at him, her eyes sparkling. She said with relief, Kong Wu, you're still safe. Hyunamo looked at the little girl in his arms and said softly, You were the one in danger. Kong Wu gave an order. Echidna, now use your magic to deal with the stone golem. They're tired, so they can't fight back. The little girl was obedient. Yes. Yeonju was still holding her red chains, continuously whipping the stone monster. Move! Move! Kong Wu shouted when he saw she was still there. Yeonju, stop playing with it. Come here. She was drenched in sweat from the exertion. Her face flushed. I was just distracting it like you told me to. Kong Wu pointed at the monster and shouted. You two have to finish it while it's on the water's surface. All right, I'll go first. It's different from being underwater. Hurry up. Wai-yun and Hyunimo rushed forward, swords at the ready. A streak of light flashed from the monster's body. It roared in pain. The ground around them shook. The impact from the immense pressure was huge. The two of them raised their weapons. Into position. In a flash, many large streaks of light appeared on the monster's body. Yeonju jumped up. Many chains appeared from her wrists. She delivered a powerful punch. The monster's blood spurted out. Ah, it screamed. Its whole body thrashed with all its might. Kong Wu's group retreated far back. Huan Montauk complained. Its scream is so annoying. Kong Wu's face turned cold. His gaze sharpened, even on land. The battle isn't any easier. It's a boss, after all. In that case, 10,000 demon core. A black aura enveloped him. Occasionally, a red streak would flash. His eyes narrowed. He looked on coldly. Mysterious wooden gates appeared. They were surrounded by burning embers. Now, he turned his back. With this skill, I think just this much. He tore off his shirt. Is enough. Streaks of light enveloped Kong Wu's body. Power of hellfire. Power of H. Spear. Trident. His eyes changed. The black pupils completely took over with a hint of red. A little more. I need a little more power. A notification panel appeared. Wrath of Krogan has been used. Magic stat has increased by 5. He smiled with excitement. He gripped something tightly. Power of the core. Kong Wu gave a demonic smile. He raised his hand and spun something. He landed on his feet. The ground sank slightly from the pressure. Kong Wu was completely transformed. He held a sharp, dangerous weapon in his hand. Skill obtained. Yenju sensed danger and glanced around. Suddenly, a loud call made Hyunamo and Hwayun lose their focus. Everyone, get back. An immense surge of power erupted from Kong Wu's hand. The technique shot straight from his hand towards them. The purple lightning spear from Kong Wu's hand flew forward, creating a vortex. He shone brightly, as if blowing the entire group away. The spear flew towards the enemy, causing it to scream in pain. It echoed loudly. Yeonju's group used their hands to shield their faces from the wind. At the same time, they watched his attack. Suddenly, a flame engulfed the one he had just defeated. Is this really something a 6th-stage awakened being can do? The monster, engulfed in flames, exploded on the spot. Beside them, the system announced a notification. You have successfully used 3 powers at the same time. You have satisfied the second condition to reach the state of extreme demon. Kong Wu looked at the notification, panting, and looked at his trembling hand. So this is the second condition for extreme demon. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, when I ruled hell, this was nothing. But now it's this difficult. Kong Wu's eyes suddenly became terrifying. I still have a long way to go. Furthermore, he gritted his teeth and said to himself, I need more power. Suddenly, a voice called out. Kong Wu. The voice grew louder. What was that attack just now? I've heard you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Hwayun walked over with her sword and said, Did he really do this? Yenju also lifted her shirt and asked, If you could use that move, why didn't you do it from the beginning? Kong Wu turned his head and replied, This was my first time trying to use it. He held up his injured hand and continued stiffly. Besides, see how my hand is trembling? This isn't an easy technique to use. Hearing this, Yeonju teased. If we fought right now, I'd definitely win, wouldn't I? He asked her provocatively. Is fighting spirit just in your blood or something? A voice rang out from behind. Kong Wu, I defeated the stone giants. Echidna threw herself into his arms and asked, So, are we done hunting? Kong Wu looked down at the little girl and replied, Yeah, good job. Suddenly, his expression changed. Wait, come to think of it. Something flashed through Kong Wu's mind. I haven't seen it yet. The message confirming that we killed El Cuero. He shouted out, Everyone, get ready for battle. It's not over yet. Baek Hwayun froze and asked wide-eyed. What? YMO stammered as he pulled the knife from his back. You mean? Yeonju looked up. What? The battle isn't over? Echidna tugged at his shirt. Kong Wu. He hugged the girl close. That's right. He explained to everyone. The confirmation message that we successfully hunted El Cuero hasn't appeared yet. Hearing that, the two immediately opened their notifications to check. Now that you mention it, Kong Wu carefully scanned the surroundings. Impossible. When I first created the fissure in hell, I easily slaughtered demons from the 7th hell. He looked at the beast lying on the ground and wondered, how can a monster from a gate, one that doesn't even belong to the demon race? Suddenly, a roar rang out. Everyone in the party stared in surprise. What the hell is this? Kong Wu observed. The beast was regenerating itself, and he guessed inwardly. Demonic energy? The pieces of the beast's flesh are fusing back together. The monster let out a loud roar. Its tail whipped around, sending dust and sand flying. YMO gripped his knife tightly and shouted, What is this? I thought we were going for round 2. but it's just running away. Suddenly, Cha Yunju rushed past him. She unleashed a skill. The chains wrapped around the monster, immobilizing it. Thinking she had it, she spoke up. I got it. Before she could finish, she was dragged away. The people behind saw this and called out to her. Yunju, Jiazi Ongju. Suddenly, someone shouted, grab Yunju's chains. She threw her remaining chains toward the people behind so they could anchor her. Everyone pulled with all their might, but facing such a monster was proving difficult. Kongwu gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I've already used 3 authorities and the Kraken's rage effect has ended. I don't have much demonic energy left. Are we going to lose like this? What kind of attack should I unleash? Let me handle it. Master Kongwu. Suddenly, another monster appeared from nowhere and charged forward. Everyone was surprised to see it. Yunju froze and asked, is that a monster? No, that's Echidna. Echidna, in her beast form, suddenly opened her mouth, creating a massive surge of power. They thought she would use magic, but surprisingly, Echidna delivered a powerful punch, leaving it dazed. Suddenly, a thick mist appeared, blowing both of them back. Echidna's voice rang out from behind. Stay there. She continued to thrash the monster. In less than 10 seconds, she had taken it down. The onlookers could only stare in stupefaction. The monster was thrown to the ground by Echidna without mercy. Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Behind the mist, Echidna, standing atop the monster, looked incredibly cool. But the coolness didn't last long before she returned to fawning over him. Master Kongwu, did I do well? Good job. The system sound rang out again. You have successfully defeated the boss monster. Contribution. You have the highest contribution. Highest. Additionally, you have received a bonus reward for dealing the finishing blow. Your experience points are increasing significantly. Due to the level cap, all experience received will be stored. Kongwu watched the girl running toward him and thought, now it's definitely dead. Although my level cap still hasn't been unlocked. Cha Yunju frowned slightly. That kid, I think I know why she became Kongwu's familiar. Well done, Echidna. She looked at the monster lying on the ground and asked, what were those tentacles that appeared at the end? Is that a unique trait of the El Cuero species? I'm not sure. In every monster hunt, I always share and gather information fairly. But this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Kongwu kicked the corpse. I don't think it's a trait. He stepped onto the monster's body and continued. I've encountered something similar before. Something similar? But why are you climbing on top of it? Kongwu recalled previous battles. Just when we thought it was dead, this bastard started thrashing. Thrashing about. That behavior is similar to demons when they turn into monsters. Realizing the implication of his words. So you mean this was caused by demonic energy? If we check, we'll know. Kongwu thought to himself. Let's see. It should be somewhere around here. Disgusting. He sliced a line across its body with his hand. Tentacles started sprouting from that spot. Kongwu reached inside the monster's body. Affirmative. There must be something in here. His hand touched something. Everyone gathered around to look. Found it. Is there something inside? The object in Kongwu's hand was a red gem. Isn't that a jewel? Cha Yunju crossed her arms, looking at the red stone in Kongwu's hand. Is that a jewel? YMO observed the stone closely. What is this? It doesn't look like a mana stone. Baek Waiyun focused on examining the object in Kongwu's hand. Is this the cause of El Cuero's strange behavior? Kongwu simply said. Who knows? I'm not sure either. He thought inwardly. I'm certain this thing is the cause. This jewel contains a very high concentration of demonic energy. The stone in his hand radiated a magical aura, making him even more certain. It seems this is a different version of demonic energy in the form of a mana stone. But it's unlike a mana stone, which forms naturally. The surface of this thing looks like a high-grade artifact. A silhouette suddenly appeared in his thoughts. I'm sure someone created this intentionally. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up. I understand now. Cha Yunju turned around, startled. What do you understand? Kongwu replied. Although I'm not entirely sure. He continued. But there's a high probability this is the work of the demon cult. Yunju shouted in shock. The demon cult? He voiced his feelings upon touching the jewel. Look at this jewel. It looks more like an artificial object than a mana stone. The location of this thing was within my reach, not deep inside the monster's body. Kongwu stated his deduction regarding the monster's appearance, meaning someone placed this inside El Cuero. And thanks to the demonic energy inside this jewel, it lost control. The organization capable of creating this. The most likely candidate is the demon cult. Baek Hwa-yeon cautiously agreed with that opinion. It's very possible. In this case, I think they're the most likely masterminds. Kang-woo scratched his nose proudly. That's just my hypothesis. Echidna stood below, cheering in praise. Kang-woo, you're so smart. Baek Hwa-yeon suggested to Commander YMO, can I ask you to start investigating the demon cult in Pohang? The other side responded quickly. Yes, of course. Meanwhile, he stared intently at the stone in his hand, exclaiming inwardly. Fascinating. Kang-woo licked his lips wickedly. I didn't expect those demon cult bastards to be able to craft a crystal with such pure demonic energy. He thought greedily, if an item like this has fallen into my hands. Yeonju pulled something from her sleeve with a panicked look. Hey, let me take a picture of that jewel. I'll have our guild investigate it too. Kang-woo hid his hand behind his back and secretly emitted sparks. Authority of lightning. Greed surged within him. I can't let this slip away. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. The ground shook, causing everyone to scream in fear, except for him. Cha Yeonju, standing next to him, shouted, What is happening? Is this thing not dead yet? Baek Hwa-yeon carefully observed the surroundings. I think it's just post-mortem spasms, and the muscles of the corpse stiffening. Yeonju looked down and said, Probably. The status window says it's dead too. YMO sighed in relief. I was scared I'd pee my pants. She turned to call him, but the jewel had vanished in a thin air. Hey, Kang-woo, give me the jewel. Jia Zeongju shouted. Hey, where did the jewel go? Kang-woo turned pale, his hands trembling. I don't know. It suddenly vanished. Just like smoke. Out loud, he stammered. What the hell just happened? Baek Hwa-yeon began to deduce. Do you think the demonic energy disappears once touched by a human hand? Inside, Kang-woo was secretly rejoicing. I'll check how much I absorbed. Yeonju sighed. What a headache. The system brought up a notification. You have absorbed the demonic crystal using the authority of gluttony. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 3 points. Kang-woo covered his face to hide his delight. 3. It didn't increase at all even after I killed over 100 ogres in the past 3 days. Echidna turned her head and asked, Kang-woo, are we leaving yet? Hearing the girl speak made him wonder to himself. Did it just say demonic crystal? The girl didn't see him answer, so she turned and called again. Kang-woo, his emotions surged again. I hope. He covered his face, which was grinning pervertedly. There are plenty more where that came from. Switching to a different scene. The sunset shone through the glass windows of the White Tiger Guild headquarters. Echidna lay, sleeping soundly, ignoring the conversation around her. Here, this is the remaining money after repairs. Sitting in the office, Baek Hwa-yeon placed a green check on the table. Even after selling the corpse and mana stones, there's only about 10 billion won left. This is the first time El Cuero has been caught, so they paid quite generously. Yeonju hesitated, looked at it, and said, So you plan to give us 5 billion each? Thanks. Baek Hwa-yeon recounted the debriefing. As for the jewel issue, we will investigate if there are similar situations in other gates. The second division from Pohang will handle that. What if the jewel disappears again when we find it? She reminded them vigilantly. We'll need to capture the monster alive, or ensure that we don't let anyone touch the jewel. Yeonju listened intently to her every word. Kang-woo nodded along. Seems like they have to work harder because of me. Suddenly, she announced. And here's some good news. The two startled and asked in unison. Good news? Baek Hwa-yeon excitedly revealed the detail. We realized that a part of El Cuero's body can be used as material to craft legendary equipment. They say they can craft a sword by refining the tailbone. The two immediately exclaimed. Oh, they put on tense expressions as they waited for the important part. And they provided me with the estimated stats. She continued, it will be an item that boosts strength or agility. Kang-woo's face fell upon hearing that. Main stat. Demonic energy? Yeonju could only sigh. Main stat. Mana? Yeonju spoke up. Wouldn't it be better if you used it then? Hwa-yeon smiled slightly and replied. Unfortunately, the awakening conditions are quite complex. Baek Hwa-yeon described it briefly. It seems only players who possess chi can use it. Yeonju was surprised and curious about that. Chi, like in martial arts novels? Baek Hwa-yeon continued. That's right. It's a rare stat among warrior class players. mostly found in China, and practically no cases have been found in Korea. Cha Yunju frowned in annoyance. So that means it's worthless to us. It would be better to sell it to China. Kongwu immediately interrupted. Then I'll take it. Hearing that, she turned and asked, You? Kongwu closed his eyes and replied, If it's a chi user. Then he looked forward thoughtfully. There's a player I know. Deep in a cave, voices echoed. There's a passage like this in a B-rank gate, even if it's a maze dungeon. I thought all the paths had been explored. A team member said enthusiastically, We're following your lead. Sion, but do you sense anything? He hesitated and said, I just have an uneasy feeling about something. As soon as he finished speaking, Sihun's sensitive senses warned him violently, making him jump. He instinctively grabbed his sword. Everyone, prepare for battle. The people behind were stunned in surprise. Strange sounds echoed from the dark passage ahead of them. That massive monster rushed out. A minotaur? Isn't that just a B-rank monster? However, behind it was an even more powerful monster. That thing pushed the minotaur to the ground. Sihun's entire team fell into shock at that moment. Everyone stared blankly. The frenzied minotaur roared, emitting a terrifying, "Oha!" The team's tank quickly stepped forward at the leader's call. Daiso. The monster threw the first punch, knocking them back. Damn it, Sion exclaimed hurriedly. Attacking like that is too dangerous. Taesu was still holding his ground in front. Thanks. What the hell is this strength? Its ferocious gaze made them wary. It's completely different from normal minotaurs. We have to get buffs first, then approach it carefully. Their leader continued to give orders. Daiso, after Seola buffs you, try to create an opening. He shouted back. Got it. The young man called another name. Eunbi, try to distract it so Taesu can get buffed. The girl cast her magic immediately. Yes. Okay. An electric orb was fired straight at the minotaur's body. Lightning orb. Its whole body convulsed. But accompanying that was a resounding roar that made them shudder. Sihun started moving to the side. Over here, the beast was drawn to that action. Its eyes followed him. Taesu and Seola combined forces to attack it from behind. He charged in with a shield. Come on. A loud crash echoed from the impact between the monster's flesh and the shield. The minotaur was furious. It turned to attack the tank. Seola used her staff to fire a beam of light. Daiso, her support, gave him extra vigor. Thanks, sister-in-law. The monster's sharp hand, raised high with a roar. It didn't notice Sihun approaching closely from behind. His hands gripped. The sword hilt. His eyes turned several degrees colder. A fatal sword strike pierced through the monster's body. Cloud dragon extinction. Its head fell to the ground, ending a well-coordinated battle. Taesu panted as he spoke. I knew you could do it. You've never let me down. Seola worriedly asked. Taesu, are you okay? Unbai couldn't stop praising the leader. Brother, just now, you look like a main character from Manhwa. You really are the protector of the world. He wiped away his sweat and replied humbly. It was nothing. It was thanks to everyone's help. He looked apprehensively at the severed head. Anyway, what was up with this minotaur? I think it was much more ferocious than others of its kind. The guide didn't mention anything about this. The mage girl agreed. Right? Its veins were bulging all over its body. It gave me goosebumps. I hate it. He suddenly widened his eyes. He detected something else. A red light was leaking from within the monster's flesh. What's that? Voices rang out from inside the White Tiger Guild headquarters. Welcome, Kongwu. In a dark room, Kongwu stood before a sword. The equipment is ready. Simultaneously, the system notification rang out. Equipment information. El quiero, legendary. Pre-awakening. Awakening conditions. Inherent stat. User, chi. Basic functions. Light attribute. Attack plus 700. Strength plus 2. Agility plus 2. Special functions. Allows the user to walk on water. Info. A sword crafted from the tailbone of El Cuero. Possesses extreme combat power. Can integrate the light attribute into attacks. Seeing him holding the sword, Yan asked, How is it? Do you like it? Kongwu unsheathed the sword to observe it, then replied, I like a lot. If I had the chance, I'd try using it myself right now. He held the sword and turned to ask her, But creating legendary equipment, is this fast? It's barely been 2 weeks since we killed El Cuero. Yan replied, The hardest part was getting the materials, which we already did. The rest is simple. especially since the materials were fresh and new. 2 weeks is actually a long time. Cha Yunju was surprised. Did you overwork yourself? It took that much time to forge it? Baek Hwa-yun winked. Who cares? Just the two of you protecting the citizens already outperforms the warring squad. She smiled faintly. If we hesitated to support you now, it would be shameful. Cha Yunju scratched her head, embarrassed. You flatter us. Kongwu sheathed the sword and smiled awkwardly at the two. I just wanted to absorb all the demonic energy. Suddenly, Baek Hwa-yun called out. There's one more thing I want to tell you, Kongwu. Kongwu turned around, startled. Go ahead. The girl crossed her arms and asked, Don't you think you should stop using honorifics with me now? He was taken aback by the sudden proposal. Excuse me? Baek Hwa-yun crossed her arms and walked over. You speak very casually with Yunju, so it's weird if you only use honorifics with me. Cha Yunju frowned at him. Now that you mention it, why didn't you use honorifics with me from the start? The other person continued. We are now equal teammates, standing on the same battlefront. Kongwu scratched his head and stammered. I guess so, he replied in a relaxed manner. Then from now on, I'll try to speak more comfortably. As for that hag Cha Yunju, it's because you spoke rudely to me first. Is that so? Baek Hwa-yun smiled softly. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, What about the research? On that gemstone from last time? Baek Hwa-yun shook her head. The whole team worked hard, but there's still no decent report. Yunju sighed. Our guild is the same. Hwa-yun continued. We doubled the hunting efforts, but still found nothing useful. Kongwu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? Strange. Did the demon cult really only plant a demonic crystal in El Cuero? Could my deduction be wrong? Meanwhile, on the cardinal's side, he wore an expression of displeasure. Why? He stood up and asked. El Cuero has been defeated? What the hell happened? The person below stammered. We're still trying to investigate, but when we arrived to check the corrosion level of the demonic crystal, all that was left were traces of a bloody battle. He stood above, trembling as he asked, What about the demonic crystal? The subordinate below tried to explain to him. We're trying to recover it, sir. But there is no evidence. A loud crash rang out. The person above angrily slammed his hand down. The cardinal's rage broke the table in two. What about the other demons? The subordinate below panicked. Most of them are still dormant. The subordinate reported carefully. I don't believe they have grasped our plan. Cardinal, I understand. The subordinate was cursing inwardly. Damn it. That monster hadn't been defeated once in 5 years. Yet they had to pick this exact moment? He wondered himself. What kind of bullshit situation is this? The other person asked the subordinate. How is the plan progressing? The subordinate hesitated. Due to that incident, it has been significantly delayed. The cardinal glared and asked, What if we try using a different method? The subordinates kneeling below immediately objected. Cardinal, if we stubbornly proceed with something like that, the consequences will... The risk is too great, sir. He sat above, remaining calm. I didn't say we have to proceed right now. I just want to check a few things. One of them stammered. If we use that method, we can accelerate the project immediately, but it is still too dangerous. The person sitting next to him added, That's right. A silhouette of a woman appeared in their words. If we really use that method, that global rancor definitely won't sit still. The cardinal exclaimed, So what if it's a global rancor? The subordinate stammered. Pardon? His face flushed red. As he spoke, just because you fear a global rancor, you hesitate? Killing intent radiated from him, filling the room. Do you think I will also be afraid and hide like a rat in a safety zone? The trembling subordinates could only lament inwardly. The killing intent is terrifying. Apologies, his clenched fist remained tight. Only after a long while did it relax. Are there any demonic crystal fragments left? The group hurriedly shouted. Yes, sir, the cardinal ordered. Plant them in the monsters, the remaining ones, as soon as possible. If the plan is delayed one more time, his words were a threat. Your heads won't remain on your necks. The subordinates bowed. He continued on the topic. By the way, who defeated El Cuero? Someone answered. Cha Yunju of the Red Rose Guild. He covered his face and sighed. Jia Zongju, who? She's meddling in our affairs again. Just like she did with Kim Chul back then. He made a decision, his eyes glowing red. If she has the guts to do it, she must have the guts to face the consequences. Prepare the Dark Knight. Two people spoke up in objection. Do you intend to eliminate Cha Yunju? But Cha Yunju is very strong. Using only the Dark Knight won't be enough to take her down. But their superior denied it. The target isn't Cha Yunju. They were stunned. Pardon? The cardinal continued. There's a rookie she favors greatly. His cruel smile appeared. His name is O Kongwu. We will take him hostage. The person he was targeting was currently driving leisurely. That bastard. At ISU Gate AB. The exploration team had just returned, bustling with activity. Today was a bountiful harvest too. It's all thanks to you. Seon smiled brightly. It was thanks to everyone's efforts. Unbai was excited. We're rich. Taesu was speaking but stopped in front of an arm. When should we go again? He exclaimed in surprise. Kongwu. The man had been waiting for them with a welcome. Long time no see. Their group hurriedly approached. How long has it been since we saw each other, Brother Kongwu? Sihun's eyes were filled with affection. Brother Kongwu. Unbai also politely shouted. Hello, Brother Kongwu. He said. Yeah, the hunting is going well, I assume. We've all leveled up. Seon wondered. Why did you come here without notice? He immediately pulled the sword from his back. Because I have a surprise gift for everyone. He smiled faintly. For everyone, or for Seola. Taesu laughed heartily, still very relaxed. That's great. But this time, Kongwu mentioned someone else. Here, take this, Sihun. He was surprised. Me? Unbai beside him was also surprised. Oh my. The other person focused on introducing the weapon. This is a sword named El Cuero. Kongwu added casually. It's a legendary item that only someone with the inherent stat, Chi, can use. They froze in shock. Legendary. Taesu couldn't help but lament. I'm so jealous, Sihun. The young man accepted it in confusion. Brother. Sihun sadly expressed his feelings. I'm still not good enough to help you with anything. So I can't accept such a precious gift from you. But his words were cut short. Whether you can or not is for me to decide. His eyes looked up at Kongwu. In the future, you will surpass thousands of other players. Soon enough, you'll be able to fight against rankers. Kongwu made a promise. When that time comes, you can prove yourself to me. Tears welled up in Sihun's eyes from emotion. He happily gripped the sword tight. Thank you very much. Just like a scene from a martial arts movie. The mage girl in the team was also happy for him. That's amazing. However, he still had reservations. I'm so embarrassed. You treat me too well. Brother Kongwu. Sihun lowered his head sadly. But I used to feel quite uncomfortable when I first met you. He quickly swallowed the words he wanted to say. Because I'm the protector of the world, and you're the bastard who destroyed the Gaia system. The young man quickly regained his excitement. But those feelings have all disappeared. It sounds strange, but it feels like our souls are connected. Hearing this, Kongwu felt even more awkward. Because I turned you into my subordinate, that's why. So saying we're connected isn't wrong. Both of Sihun's hands reached out. At the same time, he called the man's name. Brother. His eyes sparkled like stars. Kim Seon. From now on, I will only listen to you. And meet all your expectations. Seola behind him looked like a ticking time bomb, making Unbai awkward. Seola. He was also sweating profusely. Seon. He prayed silently. Don't look at me like that. This crazy guy, really? Can you let go of my hands now? Sihun kept holding them as he searched for something. All right, I have something for you. He took out a red stone. The monster we defeated earlier was strange. So I tried checking its corpse. And found a few things like this. That innocent face was completely unaware of the danger of the red stone. Maybe this can't be considered a gift. But perhaps you might know something about it? Kongwu's hand immediately clenched tight. He looked at the boy like the god of his life. Sihun, give me your hand. Friends forever, okay? Kongwu held the jewel and cheered happily. Where did you get this? Sihun crossed his arms, looking at the jewel in Kongwu's hand, and said, specifically, we were hunting in a gate, as usual. But that time, I had a very strange feeling. Hearing him say that, Kongwu asked, a very strange feeling? He hesitated and continued, making Kongwu visibly surprised. At that moment, I suddenly felt cold all over. Do you remember when I told you I felt an unexplained resistance when I first met you? The feeling back then was kind of like that. Like when you first met me. Sihun recounted the battle with the ferocious bull demon. Yes, when I followed that strange feeling, I found a gigantic minotaur. Its skin was pitch black, and it looked stronger and more ferocious than all other minotaurs. Kongwu hesitated and asked, and when you defeated it, that feeling disappeared? Seon replied politely, yes. Kongwu thought to himself, It must have been created by demonic energy. But does that mean this kid can sense demonic energy? Kong-woo held the stone in his hand and asked further. Seon, when you saw Echidna in the hospital, Sehun recalled the past when he interacted with him. Did you feel that strange sensation? He hesitated and asked. That time? I didn't feel anything at all. Kong-woo held the ruby in his hand and examined it for a while. Is that so? He was certain inwardly. So he can't sense demonic energy. Then what does that bull monster have in common with me? If it was consumed by demonic energy, it would become a demonic beast. Suddenly, he realized something. Looking at Sehun, he thought, it's the Fisher. This kid reacts to me. A person who specializes in breaking cores. And the monsters that became fragments after the Fisher, which are creations of demonic energy. Fisher creatures. A diagram appeared in his mind, describing the relationship between the boy and the recent monsters. Mutant monsters. Creatures from hell. Demonic beasts. The reason is this kid is the protector of the world. So he will protect the system from being broken. He walked over to him and feels resistance to everything that has the nature of Fisher, instinctively. If so, he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and called out. Seon. The boy replied politely. Kong-woo smiled eerily. This kid can find them. He smiled and asked, why don't we team up? The demonic crystals that the demon cult has hidden away. Tae-soo's group was sleeping soundly on the train. The train system announced. The next station is... Sehun sat by the window, staring intently outside. Outside, a girl walking with Kong-woo asked, does that mean from tomorrow you will enter gates with Sehun? He replied softly, yeah, I'm sorry, but starting tomorrow, you'll have to hunt with just yourself, Tae-soo, and Eunbai. Don't overdo it. Kong-woo walked ahead, speaking, since your level has gone up quite a bit, just the three of you should be fine. The girl walking with him suddenly stopped without saying another word. Kong-woo kept talking without noticing. Even so, remember to be careful. The girl stood still, deep in thought. She suddenly called his name, making him turn around in surprise. Kong-woo, tomorrow, when you enter the gate, Seola looked up at him and asked, can I and the other teammates come along? Hearing her speak, he listened thoughtfully. With you around, Kong-woo, it will be much easier for us to level up. And maybe we could be of help to you too? Kong-woo turned his head away and hesitated. Starting tomorrow, Kong-woo continued walking. We'll go to gates, where the monsters are much stronger than the Minotaur you met today. He asked, are you confident you won't be useless in front of such monsters? Seola hesitated. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. He immediately interrupted her. I also plan to investigate the demon cult. Hearing him say that made her even sadder. So we could become their targets at any time. Going in a large group only makes protecting each other more difficult. Suddenly, a hand shot out in front of her. Kong-woo glared and said, like right now. In the parking lot, people from the demon cult suddenly appeared. Kong-woo stepped forward and greeted them. You must be from the demon cult, right? The cultist stepped forward arrogantly. We're not ordered to answer you. Just obey us, and you will receive a painless death. He laughed dryly. Kong-woo glared coldly and asked, why don't you cut the crap and get the hell off my car right now? The cultists raised their sides, charged, and shouted. You truly are as arrogant as he said. You think just because you have Chai Yunju as your boss, you can do whatever you want? You are just a drop of sewage in a vast ocean. They rushed aggressively toward him and Seola. We will teach you a proper lesson. He cursed at them. Foul-mouthed bastards. Immediately after, Kong-woo picked up Seola and ran to another spot, leaving the cultist stunned. Setting her down on the ground, he advised her, run as far away from here as possible. Seola replied shitty. Yes. Kong-woo reassured her. I'll take care of these idiots and come back later. Seola, still in his arms, looked dizzy and suggested, I want to help too. Blessing of Light. The system announced. You have received the Blessing of Light. Strength +3, accuracy +3, inherent stat, demonic energy +2. Kong-woo looked at his hand and thought, wow, she buffed. Even my inherent stat. That's impressive. Seola stammered a warning. Don't get hurt. She got down. Kong-woo glanced back and smiled. I can't get hurt. Seola, don't worry. The cultists rushed at him, shouting challenges. You think escaping is that easy? We will grind you into feed for pigs. Kong-woo rushed forward and grabbed their scythes. He looked at them and laughed. Who said I intended to escape? Each scythe missed him. Kong-woo tracked the movement of that guy's scythe with his eyes. Kong-woo shrank back to dodge the attack. Suddenly, his eyes caught something. The whole group threw their scythes at him at once. Kongwu nimbly dodged each scythe attack. So many chains, yet they didn't get tangled. They kept throwing them back and forth without pausing for a second. Watching how they moved and acted raised suspicion in his heart. These guys aren't amateurs. They shouted loudly. It's over. Kongwu laughed and unleashed power in his hand. But still nothing compared to Cha Yunju. Two hands clapped together, creating a shockwave. Whoa! After his clap, all their scythes were knocked aside. Seeing their scythes knocked away, the cultists looked at each other in bewilderment. How is this possible? The information the cardinal gave was wrong. The cardinal underestimated this guy. They looked at each other and said, "We must report to the cardinal immediately." Kongwu froze them and asked, "You think you can leave just like that?" Kongwu emitted a black flame and dashed past them. 1,000-year ice. You think I'll let you run? Frozen, they let out a few groans. Seola heard voices and peeked out to see. Don't turn into a monster this time. Kongwu stood behind them and asked, "So then, why don't we have a little heart-to-heart?" He walked over and removed the mask of one of them. "First, let's get some fresh air." Trembling and sweating profusely, the cultist's eyes revealed fear at his command. "Speak." Suddenly, two giant eyes engulfed the entire space nearby. "Who ordered you to do this?" Authority of terror. It was that damn cardinal. The cultist was too scared to speak properly. A trembling smile appeared. Kongwu frowned, watching him smile, and wondered, is he resisting? Suddenly, he groaned, startling Kongwu. He turned to look at Kongwu, stuck out a tongue with a seal on it, and said, "Long live the demon cult." His tongue immediately caught fire, followed by an explosion that forced Seola to hide behind a nearby wall. She frowned in panic, observing the surroundings. The smoke cleared to reveal a barrier. She immediately called out loudly, "Kongwu!" Seola screamed in panic from afar. "Kongwu, are you okay?" Kongwu waved away the smoke. Perhaps he intends to keep hiding like a rat. He wondered to himself, without showing his face. His eyes suddenly revealed a murderous intent. Then, I'll have to lure the bug out of its hole. In the temple, a stammering voice spoke. They failed. A subordinate knelt. Reporting from below. We have confirmed that everyone sent to kill him is dead. The cardinal, resting his chin on his hand, asked, "Was it Cha Yunju?" The subordinate kneeling below reported, "Although not certain, but to kill that many of our men, it's highly likely only Cha Yunju could do it." He held his mask and wondered, is Cha Yunju really that strong? I didn't think we'd lose that miserably. After pondering for a while, he said, "We lost an elite squad." The cardinal asked the subordinate below, "So, how many Fisher fragments have you collected?" "About 30%, sir." The other answered honestly. 30%, huh? The cardinal fingered his mask and hesitated. "Not too bad." "All right, dismissed." Hearing the order, the other replied. Seeing the subordinate leave, he reassured himself. "Right? No need to rush." Putting the mask down on the chair, he sighed. "Those bastards won't sniff out the demonic crystal that quickly." "Jaminu, smai. The god of time is on my side." He looked at the temple and smiled. Delightedly, everything is still going smoothly according to plan. In the parking lot, a voice called out, "Kongwu." He ignored the call, walking through the wind and dust. "So you intend to hide in there and refuse to show your face, huh?" Kongwu bit his lip in fury. "Then, I'll force you to crawl out." Seola shouted in panic. "Kongwu, are you okay?" The explosion. Kongwu pulled out his phone and calmed her down. "Seola, wait a moment." Seeing the call connected, he spoke cheerfully. "That's right, Si-hun." But inwardly he thought, "I feel guilty too. But I have to be sure." Kongwu continued talking casually on the phone in front of Seola. "Do you remember the collection of demonic crystals I mentioned before? We have to try a little harder." 6 p.m. at the gate. Seola, seeing herself ignored, gripped the staff in her hand. Now he hung up. "See you later." He turned around and asked, "Did you see that?" "Seola?" Kongwu stammered an explanation. "We don't know what the demon cult will do next time. I have no choice but to keep my distance from you when we're outside." Seola looked at him affectionately and praised him. "So thoughtful, just like earlier. You cared about my feelings." Her words of praise drifted on the wind to his ears. "I want to become someone like you. Someone who can repay everything you've done for me. Of course, if I want to do that, I have to get stronger first." Seola gripped the staff in her hand and smiled radiantly. "Just you wait and see. Next time we meet, You'll be surprised by my new strength. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed pink. Seola really is an angel. He shyly turned and walked away. I understand. Then let's go home. Seeing him go the wrong way, she kindly reminded him. Kongwoo, the car is over here. A strange gate opened 10 days later. 3 jewels in his hand sparkled. Everything is going very smoothly. Sehun saw Kongwoo's cheerful mood and asked, Brother, are we done for today? He put his arm around the boy's shoulder and smiled. That's right. Good job. He clenched his fist and looked at him with puppy eyes. I was helpful to Brother Kongwoo. He wondered, puzzled. This kid's eyes. Since he's obedient, I'll let it slide. He gestured toward his car and offered. Do you want to ride? You're going home now, right? Seon politely declined. No need. I plan to go to the hospital to visit my mother. Hearing that, he replied. All right. Sitting in his car, the passenger seat piled with stuff, he drove while humming. Seeing Kongwoo return, Echidna rushed over to be spoiled. Kongwoo. He held up a bag and said to the girl, I bought ice cream. The girl asked curiously, What is that? Lying on the comfortable chair, he thought to himself. I've collected quite a few demonic crystals, yet it's too quiet. If the demon cult was acting, I would have received a call from Beck, Yun, or Chai Yunju immediately. Since the last incident, nothing has happened. Kongwoo interlaced his fingers, thinking deeply. Are they doing something secret elsewhere? While he was deep in thought, the phone rang. Things get complicated when the call is from Yun. Kongwoo picked up the phone, but kept thinking. I knew it. Yun. On the other end, she spoke. Kongwoo, it's me. We investigated some suspicious activities at an S-rank gate. In Pohang, Kongwoo asked from the other end. Is it the demon cult? Yun frowned and replied. That's right. According to the intel, they're preparing for a summoning. Yunju followed orders and infiltrated the group to gather information. Yunju and the Red Rose Guild have already set off. At the same time, a helicopter is following. I will also fly there by military helicopter soon. On the other end, Yun continued. I'll give you the address. So, come to the helicopter. Looking at Echidna eating ice cream, he considered. Thanks to the demonic crystals, I have a lot of demonic energy. I'll take the convenient route. Suddenly, Kongwoo replied. No need. I'll go there myself. Yun asked, startled. What? This is an emergency. Kongwoo patted the girl's head and replied. I already have a private helicopter. Suddenly, his eyes became mischievous. Why borrow someone else's? Walking to a wide open space, Kongwoo looked up at the sky and thought. This should be enough. Echidna skipped over happily. Thinking happily, just Kongwoo and me. He called the girl's name. Echidna. She responded excitedly. He clenched his fist and suggested. Let's fly to the port. A blinding light shone along with a loud yes. Yes. Kongwoo. Echidna transformed into a dragon and called his name. Kongwoo. While flying, she turned her head back and suggested. By the way, when we're done, can I eat more of that ice cream? He asked, slightly startled. Huh? Ice cream? I'll buy you a whole box. Don't worry. Echidna squealed in delight. I'll do my best. Kongwoo, all right. Kongwoo saw she was too excited and calmed her down. Calm down. Sitting on her back, he thought. So then, before anyone sees us, he touched his hands to her back and cast a spell. Authority of reflection. She asked curiously. Kongwoo, what did you do? Kongwoo quickly replied. It's a skill to make us invisible. Nothing to worry about. She didn't care either, so she just replied. Okay. Echidna went with the flow and flew past villages. Sitting on her back made him contemplative. The fact that I can't grasp the scale of the demon cult is worrying. Kongwoo frowned and wondered. How far have they spread? Looking at everyone he knew made him suspicious. Which guild has been infiltrated by them? Sitting on her back, seeing they had arrived, he said, This place is suitable for landing. She obeyed. Yes. Pohang. Landing on the ground, he stood silently observing. Yun said she would contact the unit responsible for this area. I landed a bit far from the gate. Kongwoo ordered. Echidna, transform back into human form. Spinning around, she asked, Yes. Where are we going? An explosion rang out. Kongwoo immediately turned to look vigilantly. Someone's there? Seeing someone made him wonder inwardly. I didn't see anyone, so I landed here. Did they use a stealth skill to hide themselves? The strange man spoke up. Wait, don't attack. Cha Min-wook looked up and asked, Is that a real dragon? That is. Seeing the glowing object in the boy's bag, he guessed. Demonic crystals? Kongwu looked at him warily, scaring the boy. Seeing a familiar figure, he thought. That's the player who went with Beck. Kongwu, seeing the acquaintance, he vaguely recognized his identity. Guild Master of Anyuri. Jiamingnu. He spoke up to clarify. I detected a strange shadow, so I followed it. He slowly stood up and said, But you are the person Cha Yunju. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Enough. Kongwu displayed murderous eyes. Intent. Asking, Did I give you permission to speak? He pointed at himself, trying to explain. I'm just trying to explain the situation. I know I look very suspicious right now. But, a blade pointed out along with a warning. He smiled savagely and said, I told you to shut your mouth. Min Wook lowered his hands. Seeing that, he smiled triumphantly. I'm certain there are people holding demonic crystals who don't belong to the demon cult. Seeing his attitude change, he thought, but a guild master being here is very strange. Should I listen to him? Min Wook asked in annoyance. So you refuse to listen to me? He drew 2 daggers and slowly approached him. I have no choice but to use force to make you submit. The atmosphere between the two reeked of gunpowder. A strike was unleashed, followed by the leap of the authority of divine speed. Kongwu rushed forward, thrusting the scythe blade at his face. Min Wook, authority of the blade. He gritted his teeth to block the attack. Min Wook immediately jumped back, seeing the power, made him turn pale with fear. Too strong. Who is this guy? Kongwu retracted the blade and evaluated silently. He's not that strong. If he were involved with the demon cult, he should be stronger than this. Kongwu stood still, wondering. If his guild has no dealings with the demon cult, does that mean what he said is true? He thought, should I test him? Then he announced, Yunju and the Warang squad are almost here. Seeing him not move, he asked further, if what you say is true, I'll listen. Why did you come to Pohang? Min Wook gritted his teeth, looking at him. Are you suspecting me? You're the suspicious one. You got strong so fast recently. Anyone would be suspicious. The sound of a dagger hitting the ground. He focused all his strength into the dagger and rushed at him again. Another attack was unleashed. Sonic shockwave. He rushed forward with a fierce expression. Full momentum. Kongwu just stood there, smiling inwardly. He brushed past him and said, A word. I was curious, so I asked you. Kongwu grabbed his head and asked, Even a thief picks fights? Thief, guildmaster. You bastard. Kongwu stood aside, tapping on his phone. He scrolled through the chat on his phone and muttered to himself. So Yunju and Wayun haven't arrived yet. I have some time. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Kongwu pressed the vending machine button. Coffee. He handed the coffee to him and said, I already paid for it. He had been stripped of everything, from money to demonic crystals. Kongwu held the coffee and said, I'm not a patient person, so if you don't want to be misunderstood, you'd better start talking. Walking over with the coffee, he asked, Why did you come to Pohang? Min Wook stammered. No, the Anyuri Guild. He bowed his head in remorse. Trace the demon cult on our own. He recounted the past. You've heard the saying about thieves, that they should shut up and treat their own wounds, right? He recounted bitterly. Thieves should shut up and treat their own wounds. It refers to someone who can't help their teammates at all. Thieves are often treated like that. He recalled the past. But we catch rumors and seek justice very quickly. That's how we found out about the demon cult. Min Wook remembered every face of his teammates. Standing in the corner, he silently ordered. Min Wook and his teammates turned their backs to achieve their goal. We were determined. We decided to track the demon cult without relying on the Red Rose or the government. We wanted to prove that thieves aren't useless. Kongwu held his coffee, standing in a corner, listening to his words. So after noticing your unusual behavior, I followed you. You probably don't believe me. He spoke up, startling him. No, it makes sense. Min Wook exclaimed in disbelief. You believe me? Kongwu downed his coffee and thought. What he said sounds reasonable. That's why I believe him. Yet he went and made a huge fuss. He threw the coffee cup in the trash and turned to leave. Isn't the Hong Gildong legend similar? I don't know if this is enough to prove your worth. But good luck. It's all good now. Let's go. Echidna, holding a coffee cup, followed him. Min Wook stared blankly. He called out. Wait. Kongwu turned back. What now? He walked over to talk to him. Your strength is equal to the guild masters of the 5 biggest guilds in Korea. No, you're even stronger. Kongwu ignored his question. Why are you helping the government hunt the demon cult? There must be a reason. He replied. Isn't it obvious? My reason is the same as yours. Minwook asked in surprise. Same as me? Kong Wu put on a handsome look and said, does a man need a reason to protect? Kimchi stew. No. World peace. Saying that, he turned and walked away. I'm leaving. Suddenly, the boy felt embarrassed inside. Oh, Kong Wu, he looks like a bad guy. But indeed, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Turning away, Kong Wu expressed disgust. Plus, those demon cult guys are perfect for absorbing demonic energy. Why do you have to stop and ask? Annoying. He put his hands in his pockets and thought. Anyway, it seems that Thief Guild has no dealings with the demon cult. He's too weak to be a cultist. Suddenly, his eyes hardened. If Minwook is tracking information on the demon cult, then the most suspicious person among the remaining guild masters is... He connected the details from the past. The name that Cha Minwook and the guild master of Sanha are keeping an eye on. The name Beck, Kong Hyunvanol, made him somewhat concerned. The man picked up the devil mask. The cultist cast a spell on the crystal ball. Voices echoed in the cave. Priest, a mysterious voice rang out. Is everything ready? The subordinates standing before the magic circle spoke up. Of course, sir. Cardinal. On the other side of the ball, the cardinal was secretly observing. This summoning spell is the first step in our grand plan. I will not accept any failure. His eyes were sharp and cold. It must succeed at all costs, even if you have to use more sacrifices. The subordinate on the other side replied politely. Yes, Cardinal. A mysterious laugh echoed. The priest walked over to the scrying orb and began to chant. Please bring honor to the demon cult. He asked loudly, Hey, have you spread the blood of the sacrifices yet? The subordinate replied, Yes, sir. The priest stared grimly without a word. He walked around the magic circle, inspecting it. This ritual is especially important. We cannot fail. His hand swiped a line across the ground. The priest raised his hand and clicked his tongue. Just as I thought. This still isn't enough. He called out, Hey, you over there. Come here. The subordinate replied. Yes, sir. The person slowly approached. Priest? What is it? Suddenly, he stabbed the subordinate straight through the chest. The other subordinates saw this and stood up in shock. They all stood up, pale-faced, and questioned him. Priest, what are you doing? He brandished the knife crazily and shouted. There still isn't enough blood. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not gathering enough sacrifices. Piercing screams echoed as bodies lay strewn around the magic circle. He stood in the magic circle and shouted, Please bring glory to the demon cult. The priest held the knife and laughed savagely. This should be enough. He placed both hands on the magic circle. He muttered an incantation. Olhat, Jo, Havik, Gala. Suddenly, a voice called out to Yunju. Jazi Ongju, Wayan. Kong Yu approached, raising his hand to get their attention. We can enter the S-rank gate. Now, right? The two turned their heads and said. He arrived just in time. He asked, What's the situation inside? Wayan turned her head and replied. It doesn't look good. In some area, she continued. It seems the demon cult is hiding in a cave. But the problem is there are too many caves inside. So catching them is almost impossible. A pit emanated several streams of ominous energy. I also heard that the entire area gives off an unsettling feeling. The sound of footsteps approached. So everyone's here. YMO walked over with a bright smile to greet them. Wayan, how have you been lately? Mr. Kong Yu, Miss Cha Yunju. Long time no see. Wayan asked, How far has the investigation progressed? He walked over to report to her, Not well. But we just heard an explosion from inside the gate. A hand tugged at his sleeve, calling softly. Kong Yu, Echidna said worriedly. That gate. Her words caught Kong Yu's attention. It reeks of blood. A brilliant surge of power and a savage laugh echoed. Success. It's a success. A crack appeared in front of the priest. He laughed gleefully and shouted, I've been waiting for you for so long. Please show us your magnificent power. The prayer rang out as the demon appeared. O being who walks the eternal path. The demon looked down and spoke. Who dares to call me? Horus, demon of the seventh hell. The priest prostrated himself. He replied with reverence. O great Horus, this lowly human is honored to witness the being who walks the eternal path. The demon asked, You summon me? He looked up excitedly and replied, Yes, master. The demon glared and asked, Why? He knelt and said, I wish for you to make the lowly humans bleed. A figure hid behind the demon, eavesdropping on the priest's conversation. Please, lead your disciples on the eternal path. If we can escape the bonds of life and death, we can offer all our loyalty to you. The young man hiding behind them gasped into his walkie-talkie. The demon laughed loudly. I like your greed, human. The walkie-talkie crackled on YMO's hip. Captain, I think you should hurry. The walkie-talkie crackled again. I think I found the cave. But the situation is strange. YMO picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted back. YMO here. What's going on? Hey, answer me. Kong-Wu spoke urgently. Instead of wasting time, I think we should hurry. Looking at the opening gate, he continued. They aren't even bothering to hide the smell of blood anymore. Everyone present looked up. All the guard teams looked up in panic. Pohong. Inside the S-rank gate. A demon flew out from the rocky cave under the blood moon, to everyone's astonishment. What is that? The demon turned to look. It landed heavily on the ground before everyone's eyes. The demon exhaled hot steam. Using you as sacrifices isn't bad either. The guard team reassured each other. Don't be afraid. We have to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Saying that, the group attacked the monster with all their might. It emitted a thick killing intent and spoke provocatively. The frenzy of battle, truly stimulating. It swung lightly, knocking the people down like dominoes. YMO was astonished by the scene before him. The priest trembled, laughing excitedly. Just the first summoning, and we got an existence with such incredible power. The dimensional wall is getting weaker. So next time, we can summon an even stronger demon. This country, no, the whole world will eventually be under the control of the demon cult. A dull sickle, dripping with blood. Not enough yet. The monster licked its sickle and laughed loudly. Useless insects. The guard teams holding shields and staffs turned pale. Suddenly, a voice called out to the guard. Wait. YMO rushed forward with his weapon at everyone's call. Captain. The demon swung its sickle and shouted. Truly pathetic. The sound of metal clashing rang out piercingly. The weight of the pressure forced YMO back a few steps. He was not far back. He's too strong. Damn it. Behind him, someone raised a staff and spoke. You wanted to act cool, but one hit sent you flying. Behind him, a girl used magic to pull him back. As expected of our captain, the team behind spoke up. We were waiting for you. YMO turned back and smiled. Everyone, YMO announced. Is that really a demon? Don't be afraid. Show him our power. Hearing the group obey instantly made Kong-Wu freeze in place. Yes, Yenju took out her weapon, ready for battle. If we had come here with my guild, things would have been easy. Baekweon also drew her sword to fight alongside her. We couldn't do anything. We should be glad we got in before the demon escaped the gate. Kong-Wu was overshadowed by YMO's heroism. We will stop him right here. Between El Cuero and a demon. I wonder who is stronger. The priest crept behind the demon. Oh, existence walking the path of eternity. Show those humans your power. The demon replied. I was planning to do just that. It turned to look. YMO glared back just as fiercely. The demon looked at YMO's group and shouted. You aren't even worthy of facing me. Is there no one stronger? It winked and asked. Is there no one among you qualified? Its eyes turned toward Kong-Wu. He looked away, trying to avoid its gaze. The demon tilted its head to process. Aureus, demon of the seventh hell. Kong-Wu turned his face away, sweating like a fountain. Damn it. Why did a real demon have to be summoned? Oh, Kong-Wu bit his lip. Sweat poured down. He scratched his head, thinking, among the 9 hells, the deepest layer is the 9th hell. That is the dwelling of the existence who became the ruler of that hell. The Demon King's castle. The master of the Demon King's castle. The one who defeated the 7 archdukes. The rulers of all demons. The great predator, lord of eternity. The Demon King. Kong-Wu scratched his head, still avoiding its gaze. The demon had now recognized him. Its jaw dropped in shock. The demon widened its eyes and shouted. What? Why? Why is he here? It panicked and stammered. Hey, hey! Kong-Wu covered his face, annoyed, and glanced sideways. There are so many demons. Why did the one that appeared have to be one that knows my face? Seeing the demon trembling, the priest spoke up. Excuse me. Hearing someone call its name, it turned to look. Great Aureus. It slammed its axe into the ground and shouted. Hey, human, send me back immediately. The priest panicked. What? A gust of wind blew. The monster grabbed the priest and shook him violently, demanding to return. I don't want to fight that monster. I'm going back to hell. Cancel the summoning and send me back to where I was. Quickly. The priest was shaken until his soul nearly left his body. What is going on? He spoke up. You cannot return. But please do not worry. Great Aureus. Looking at the people below, he sneered. Those people are just weak mortals. The demon trembled and asked. Weak mortals? Looking at Kangwoo below, it asked again. Weak. The demon screamed. You idiot. You know nothing. You have absolutely no idea who you are facing. Instead of fighting, everyone watched it arguing with the priest. What's going on? That demon is arguing with a cultist. Should we take this opportunity to attack? Footsteps approached, and a voice spoke. No. A hand reached out to stop Beck. Beck Wayun, leave it to me. Kangwoo spoke up. It seems that demon mistook me for someone else. Wayun asked, wide-eyed. Mistook? He replied slowly. Yeah, it mistook me. An attack flashed in front of him. Kangwoo stepped forward and asked, Your name is Aureus? He glared at it and silently ordered. I order you. Only use your thoughts to speak to me. That way, the others won't hear. The demon turned pale, trembling with fear. It slumped down and said, Yes, I am Aureus, demon of the seventh hell. Demon King, why are you in a place like this? He looked up and smiled. Most of my power has been sealed, but if this guy is this scared, it'll be easy to handle. He glared. You had disturbed my plan. The demon panicked, speechless. It obediently sat cross-legged. What? Plan? Your plan? Kangwoo gritted his teeth. Don't question me. Truly annoying. He confessed inwardly. I don't have any plan. It's all nonsense. Intimidated, it closed its eyes in fear. I apologize. He put his hands in his pockets and silently threatened it. Your sudden appearance has messed everything up. But I will give you a chance to correct your mistake. It closed its eyes, weeping. I will obey your every command. Demon King. Kangwoo smiled wickedly. That's right. If you follow my orders, I will accept you as a retainer. Hearing the word retainer, the demon's eyes burned. With enthusiasm. Retainer? The demon imagined a wealth of things. To become a retainer of the Demon King who defeated the 7 archdukes. That is the highest honor. If I become one of his retainers, I can receive a portion of the Demon King's power. The demon dropped its axe and prostrated itself. Please give me your orders. He crossed his arms and commanded dominantly. Fine. Defeat those people without using your weapon. Kangwoo pointed at Yunju and challenged. I want to see if you're strong enough. It kicked the axe away and rushed forward excitedly. As you command. Inside, he criticized it. You should learn to use your own brain to think. Yunju watched the monster's behavior and said worriedly, Why is that demon acting so strangely all of a sudden? Did Kangwoo do something? Beck Wayun drew her sword and stammered. I'm not sure either. But, she frowned, drawing her sword. This is the perfect opportunity for us. She immediately unleashed an attack. Southern Wind. Beck Wayun launched the attack and observed carefully. She walked forward, holding her sword against the monster. Just as it swung its fist, she drew her sword and rushed in. Beck Wayun used her strength, roared, and slashed down hard. One slash cut straight through, making blood spur from its arm. The demon boiled with rage and said, Human. It frantically stomped its foot on the ground. You trashy insects. Yunju drew her weapon. Who are you calling an insect? The chains completely enveloped him, forming the blood chain skill. Yunju frantically unleashed attacks on the demon. It detected her move. The demon exerted strength and roared. It gritted its teeth and glared, thinking to itself, Damn it, this person is quite strong. Even if I used a weapon, I'm not sure I could defeat her. But this is the trial the great Demon King has given me. It used its strength to break all of Yunju's blood chains. Beck Wayun also seized the opportunity to rush in. Beside her, Wymo also charged with his knife. The demon screamed in pain from the continuous attacks. It was beaten down, whispering curses inwardly. So annoying. Is it because I'm used to using a scythe? To the point that without a weapon, I can't fight properly? Did the Demon King see through my weakness? Glancing at Kangwoo behind, it called out silently. Demon King. The demon reassured itself. That's right. There's no way he would stand by and watch ordinary humans defeat a demon. He will infuse power into the scythe and give it back to me. I will use that power to wipe out these humans. Suddenly, a slash struck its chest. It coughed up blood, wondering why, followed by a bisecting strike and a whispered apology from Kongwu. Don't hate me. He smiled contemptuously at it. Anyone who believes in a scam has only themselves to blame. The system announced, you have successfully defeated Aureus, demon of the seventh hell. You rank first on the contribution board. You received a bonus reward for dealing the finishing blow. Your current level has reached the maximum. Based on the level cap, bonus experience will be accumulated. The cardinal looked at the crystal ball and called his name. Oh, Kongwu, the system announced. Based on the level cap, bonus experience will be accumulated. Kongwu sighed and thought, hunting a demon from the seventh hell, so I set my expectations a bit high. But it seems it's still not enough to reach level 60. Yenju ran over and asked in panic, Kongwu, what happened? The demon. He turned his back to answer, simultaneously casting magic behind him. It's dead. In the end, everything turned out well, right? Kongwu thought to himself, but leaving the corpse would be a waste. So, a purple aura poured from his hand, authority of predation. It immediately enveloped the demon's corpse. He thought inwardly. Before they notice, Yenju ran to him, seeing the purple aura, and panicked. Simultaneously, the system notification rang out. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 3. Kongwu turned his head, licked his lips, and looked back. Only 3 points? Why so stingy? Oh well, the higher the stat value, the harder it is to gain points. So this much should be fine. He glared. Besides, the sound of dripping blood rang out after the 6th awakening. The seal on the 10,000 demon core has weakened. The stats didn't increase much, but the demonic energy radiating from it has completely changed in quality and quantity. Everyone walked up to him and asked, what was that? Does a demon's corpse disappear after death? YMO dragged the priest over and asked, hey, Wayun, is this the red mask guy we need to find? The priest growled beside him. Baek Wayun shook her head. No, he's just a subordinate. V Montak site. So that guy still refuses to show his face? He slapped him across the cheek. I prefer to eliminate guys like this immediately. But YMO shook him, provoking him. You trash. Just you wait. Our place doesn't have strict controls like Seoul, so we have plenty of ways to make you talk. The priest was furious enough to vomit blood. You bastard. Suddenly a cold voice asked. Bastard, huh? YMO glared, threatening him with every word. Hey, watch your mouth. Just thinking about what you did to my subordinates makes me want to crush you. Wayun adjusted her glasses and called out. Captain YMO, I understand how you feel, but there's something I must tell him to ensure he confesses. V Montak replied, Startet. All right, Wayun, are we ready to move him out of here? He lifted the priest and reported. Of course, we have both cars and helicopters. The priest cursed silently. Damn it, damn it. He was so angry he was shaking. I didn't expect to be caught by a bunch of ordinary people like this. If that stupid demon hadn't acted so strangely. No, if I had that demon's power. Suddenly, the enemy's mouth bulged. Kongwu stood watching with crossed arms and seemed to detect something. He immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Get back. Looks like we can interrogate him. YMO was startled and couldn't react in time. He immediately dropped him. Kongwu explained. He has been exposed to too much demonic energy. His body immediately transformed, and he explained simultaneously. And he is gradually turning into a monster. Yenju rushed forward with her weapon to block in front of Kongwu. I'll handle him. She gripped the weapon in her hand. She released it and shouted. Blood chain. Confinement. Her weapon wrapped tightly around him. Yenju let out a loud roar and used force to throw him elsewhere. From the air, Yenju's chains pulled with force, tearing the ground apart. The priest's body vanished into dust. Yenju tightened the blood chain in her hand and cursed softly. Damn it. She pulled the hood over her head and asked, when will we be able to catch their leader? She pulled her hood down, blaming herself. I should have controlled myself and kept him alive for interrogation. But I got angry and then a gentle voice rang in her ear. Who cares? Kongwu spoke softly. You're doing great. No need to worry. There will be more chances to catch them, she said shyly. Truly shameless. Kongwu opened the system and thought, I should check my status window first. Suddenly, he pressed a button on the system. Suddenly, Kongwu's eyes widened in surprise. This is... The system notification rang out. Extreme demonic energy body. The first step to becoming a demon god. The final condition has been revealed. Condition 3. Create a demonic crystal larger than a certain size. Incomplete. A subordinate below reported to the Cardinal. The summoning ritual was successful. Congratulations, Cardinal. The subordinates continued reporting. Thanks to that, our demon cult has received additional assistance. The Cardinal nodded, sitting on his chair listening to every word of the subordinates' report. Now we can proceed with the plan. He shook his head, thinking to himself, I don't feel happy at all. His eyes glanced sideways. I didn't expect the summoned demon to be defeated so easily. Suddenly, he asked, how do they plan to assist us? The subordinate bowed politely and reported, of course, with demonic crystals, sir. The subordinate raised his hand and said, the amount of crystals we received is not only enough to execute the plan, but can also make you stronger, sir. The Cardinal sat resting his chin on his hand, thinking, we succeeded in the summoning, so they are more generous. But the method of assistance is basically the same as before. How was that demon defeated so easily? Under the mask, a pair of eyes appeared with a question. Is it because of that bastard who dealt the final blow? A voice calling him rang out. O Kangwoo. The Cardinal gripped the armrest of his chair. The strongest in Pohang should have been Red Rose Cha Yunju. But as soon as that demon saw O Kangwoo had started behaving, strangely, in my eyes, that guy just looks like a kid who knows nothing about the real world. Below, a subordinate stammered a report. Cardinal, I have one more piece of news to report to you. He ordered, keep it brief. Hearing the subordinate's report made the Cardinal furious. It seems the world rankers, more specifically, Fujimoto, Ryoma, will start acting with the help of the Japanese government. He slowly stood up in front of the astonished subordinates. Cardinal. A loud crash rang out, obliterating the subordinate in an instant. Under the mask, Cha Min-wook raged loudly. How dare you say such a thing so casually? He shouted furiously throughout the temple. It seems you think the demonic crystals being stolen, the demon we summoned being crushed like an insect, and having to face Fujimoto Ryoma are matters unrelated to you. The remaining subordinates stammered. We wouldn't dare. He emitted a threatening, killing intent. We will cancel all current plans and switch to a different method. The subordinate hurriedly knelt and stammered. Cardinal, the different method you speak of is... Footsteps descended along with the subordinate's report. That would make the whole world our enemy. He reached out and grabbed the subordinate by the neck. Glaring threateningly, he asked, do you think I don't know that? The trembling subordinates dared not answer. Don't make me repeat myself. Go take care of what we need. Prepare to use that thing at ISU station. A few days later, at ISU subway station, a young man was suddenly attracted by something. His eyes widened in panic as he stammered. What is that? A fissure appeared in front of everyone. A gate? Kangwoo lay with his hands behind his head, looking at the ceiling, pouting and thinking. So peaceful. He lifted echidna with his feet and thought boredly. Too peaceful. Sitting in the car with Si-hoon, he muttered to himself. The demon cult has been completely quiet after the incident in Pohang. I was able to collect mana stones after defeating that demon. But going with this guy is a bit annoying. The phone rang with a call from Cha Yunju. He spoke up. It's Cha Yunju. Suddenly, Si-hoon's eyes flashed with surprise. He suddenly exclaimed, Brother. Kangwoo was startled and asked, What? The system's red notification rang out, scaring Si-hoon. A system window appeared. His car immediately sped up unexpectedly. What is it talking about? That. Yunju shouted angrily from the phone. Oh, Kangwoo, why aren't you answering the phone? She announced in panic. A gate has appeared. In the middle of ISU station, a horde of monsters poured out, destroying the city. Humans were being chased. Buildings were set on fire. Familiar footsteps rang out. A mother leading her small child was running away in panic. Suddenly, the small foot tripped. Over a stone, the daughter fell. The mother turned back in fear and called out. Yunwoo. The monsters rushed forward aggressively. The mother was terrified out of her wits. The daughter, hugged by her mother, cried loudly. Mommy, I am scared. Si-hoon jumped down and unleashed a move. He held his sword, fighting the monsters, and shouted to the mother and daughter. Hide behind me. He bit his lip tight, sweating profusely in front of the ugly monsters. A gate opened at ISU station. This is bad. People have turned into monsters due to the demonic energy leaking from the fissure. Si-hoon swung his sword, slashing each monster. Seeing they were saved, people gathered to watch, laughing and talking. That's a player. We're saved. That's Kim Si-hoon. He stood blocking the monsters. He panted from exhaustion. These monsters were just normal humans moments ago. Suddenly, his face changed color. Kang-woo spoke from behind. Kim Si-hoon, listen, everyone will die if they inhale the demonic energy. These dead people will turn into monsters. He recalled every word of advice from him earlier. Once humans turn into monsters, they can never become human again. Understood? So just treat them like zombies. Undead. Skeleton soldiers. If you want to save the living, don't hesitate. Si-hoon gripped his sword and gritted his teeth in response. He kicked off and swung his sword at the monsters. Suddenly, he paused for a beat. The system continuously rang out notifications. Starting Guardian's special quest. Kill monsters and destroy the fragments of the fissure. 1/2789. Reward. Increased experience points. When performed with other party members, experience points will also be distributed to party members. Guardian. Prevent a large-scale disaster from happening. He swung his sword vigorously, slashing furiously at the monsters. There are 2,789 of them. Si-hoon scanned around. That means nearly 3,000 people have turned into monsters. Each sword strike slashed straight down on each monster. No, I don't have time to think. The monsters hesitated, seeing their kind slash down. Si-hoon, with a cold face, slashed down one by one. Luckily, they aren't very strong. Probably D rank at most. Kim Si-hoon pursed his lips and frowned. Then, under the bustling street, full of people and monsters, he lightly executed the Cloud Dragon Step. With just one sword path, he effortlessly annihilated the remaining monsters, ending the move with a face. That showed no change in expression. Behind him, monsters fell one by one. Si-hoon's eyes flashed with a sharp, "Oha!" Si-hoon silently pushed himself to slaughter the monsters. Faster, faster. Under the cheering of the crowd, he pushed himself even harder, even faster. The system brought up continuous notifications. You have entered the selfless state. You have obtained the attribute. Special attribute, Man-Sword Unity. Conditions for complete transformation have been met. Si-hoon opened the system, panting from exhaustion. Art. Suddenly, a spatial rift cracked open. There are too many monsters. They keep increasing endlessly. He thought, I can't handle them all alone. Behind him, a voice called his name. Si-hoon. He turned his head wearily to look. Seeing everyone arriving to support, he cheered happily. Taiso, Eunbi, and Seola too. Kim Si-hoon turned around completely to see clearly. Everyone, you got here so fast. Everyone looked at the little girl and said gratefully, Echidna helped us. Yeonju walked over and shouted. In his face, hey! She shouted loudly at Si-hoon. Where is Oh Kang-woo? He bowed his head and stammered. Brother Kang-woo. The sentence just finished, and the scene shifted to another fissure. He's at the fissure. Min-wook turned around, startled. He put his hands in his pockets and asked, Isn't that Kang-woo? Did you come here right after hearing the news? Looking at the corpses below, he continued. As you can see, there are too many dead people. Kang-woo glared, not saying a word. Min-wook spoke softly. Anyway, it's good to see you here. He continued speaking. First, let's destroy the monsters. Then handle the corpses later. Suddenly, Kang-woo drew his scythe and slashed furiously. At him. Cha Min-wook raised his hand to block and asked softly. Since when did you realize? Oh Kang-woo. Kang-woo shouted loudly. I have other things to do. Si-hoon, you go do what you need to do. Si-hoon turned back and replied. I understand. Saying that, he ran off as fast as he could. Kang-woo stood silently watching. He lightly jumped onto a nearby electric pole. Kang-woo observed intently. That demon cult bastard behind this must still be nearby. He closed his eyes and thought. There are too many dead people. He would never waste this much demonic energy. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. I have to find them. Authority of observation. Kang-woo closed his eyes to scan deeper. Not here. He's not here either. He's not here. Suddenly, he realized something. Recognizing a familiar person. He muttered, that is Cha Min-wook of Onyuri. Looking at his suspicious face, he thought. We didn't reveal anything to him. Yet he arrived quite fast. Kang-woo crossed his arms and sighed. His information network is impressive. He put on a serious face, thinking hesitantly. Anyway, watching his nimble movements, he gradually confirmed. It seems he knows where he needs to go. Does he have information on the culprit? Or should I follow him? He guessed, if the tracking device I planted on him points in the right direction. Seeing the image of Min Wook frantically looking at his phone while running, then seeing him hide behind a car, he guessed further. Then he is near that strange gate. He saw his fearful face. A scream rang out along with a familiar back being satisfied by the screams. The man from earlier finished screaming and lay flat on the ground. An image of an angry Min Wook appeared. He uses demonic energy to kill people. Just as predicted, Kong Hyun, the silhouette of Min Wook emitted a mass of ominous aura. I've been waiting for you. You were tailing me while pretending to be a friend. Min Wook turned his head back and asked, but it seems you suspected me from the start. Is that right? Cha Min Wook was startled and panicked. He was quickly grabbed by the neck and lifted up by him. Min Wook trembled and asked, how? Min Wook smirked. How did I know? The path of evil brings power far beyond what you can imagine. He glared at him. How stupid. You like pretending to be a hero too much. You should have known your place and been more vigilant. His entire body trembled. Don't you also like pretending? Min Wook asked. What? He smirked provocatively. You still feel angry about losing to Fujimoto, Ryoma. Hearing him say that made him furious enough to vomit blood. You couldn't become a world ranker, so you got angry and acted like this. Very quickly, drops of blood splattered across the street. His body lay slumped on the ground with a click of the tongue. Min Wook's face bulged with veins and anger. I should have put demonic energy into him and made him suffer longer. Behind him, a figure landed. Kong Woo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He didn't say a word and rushed in to fight Min Wook. Attacked unexpectedly, he asked, since when did you realize? Oh, Kong Woo. He stepped back a few paces with his axe and asked, how long have I known? Your true face? He held up a friendly finger and replied, I can't waste time talking to trash like you. Come at me. He laughed angrily. Min Wook was furious and unleashed his power. I'll finish you quickly. Kong Woo simultaneously unleashed his power. Authority of iron. Both their eyes burned with murderous intent. The two immediately clashed. Authority of ice. Min Wook was knocked back, gritting his teeth in anger. Kong Woo used his axe to strike hard at his arm. Min Wook was beaten and gritted his teeth furiously. This guy, he's stronger than I thought. Kong Woo continued to land more blows. Authority of the blade. Min Wook raised his hand to block the attack. People saw a loud noise in the distance and stared in surprise. Min Wook gritted his teeth. He lifted an entire car and shouted, then threw the large truck straight at Kong Woo. He just stood observing. Suddenly, his expression changed. He lightly dodged the car. Min Wook saw the opportunity and jumped up to attack. Kong Woo gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Violent bastard. An explosion rang out along with a shout. Authority of divine power. Min Wook rushed forward with power in his hand. Authority of aerial destruction. He rushed forward shouting, charging at him. Heaven breaking. A sky-shaking explosion rang out, setting the whole sky ablaze. Min Wook was knocked back several meters. He panted in exhaustion. Finally, I understand. He watched Kong Woo's footsteps emerging from the smoke. The one who has been hindering us all this time. He laughed and said, it wasn't Cha Yunju. Min Wook glared. It was you. Looking at the murderous aura of Kong Woo, he asked, oh Kong Woo, who exactly are you? The city was heavily devastated. Buildings were destroyed by fire. Footsteps gradually approached. Kong Woo glared and asked, what do you mean? Min Wook squatted on the ground, then replied, the one who hindered our plans was not Cha Yunju, but you. Do you understand? He laughed and said, Cha Yunju is very strong. She is one of the strongest in Korea. But that's all. Min Wook gritted his teeth and laughed. I felt it was strange that she alone could interfere with so many things. I will ask you again. Watching Kong Woo's murderous figure approaching, he asked, oh Kong Woo, who are you? Kong Woo smirked. His face revealed a look full of, didn't I already answer you? He slammed the axe onto the ground and shouted, I don't want to waste time chatting with you. Min Wook clenched his fist and retorted stubbornly, fine. I figured you wouldn't confess easily. He rushed forward. I will make you shut your mouth. In a corner of the city, a loud crash and explosion rang out. The two rushed in, slashing furiously. A nearby car was knocked aside. Kong Woo raised his axe and slashed repeatedly. Cha Min Wook was slashed on one shoulder and cried out loudly. His eyes widened as he saw a faint silhouette of a long-haired person. In the darkness, there was a scream. Min Wook looked at his hand and chuckled. Again? No, this is good. You will be a perfect test subject. Kong Wu just glanced at him without speaking. Raising a vein of hand, he challenged. Come here. Cha Minwook raised his hand and shouted. I have enough fragments from the fissure. The ruby shattered into small pieces. He raised his hands and laughed in satisfaction. Kong Wu glanced at him. The shape of the fissure changed. Black smoke poured out. Demons drooled with saliva. Minwook laughed loudly in satisfaction. Kong Wu was startled and panicked. All the demonic energy is rushing towards Kong Hyun. This bastard. Could it be? Engulfed in black shadows, he laughed. Kulme, come to me. Wings and a tail gradually revealed themselves. Kong Wu held his axe, pale-faced, looking at the figure before him. Demon horns gradually sprouted. Minwook's face also transformed into a face. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Looking at the form in front of him, he evaluated. Summoning a demon into his own body, the wings broke free and rushed toward him. Is this just a demon's soul? Or is it? A stone wall behind Kong Wu was shattered, making him wary. The demon growled, threatening him. He clicked his claws and said, So, this is what it feels like. I'm very satisfied. The demon stood up and laughed. Very good. Then, the demon shouted threateningly. Let's fight again. Kong Wu gritted his teeth in anger. How could such a crazy plan succeed? The demon swung its hand straight at him. It threw a punch and shouted. Its sharp claws stabbed straight at him. Kong Wu leaned back, observing carefully. It punched the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Kong Wu dodged using authority of the sky. Flying in midair, he said, I will finish you in 1 minute. He cast a spell, firing straight at the demon. Kraken's Rage. He landed a direct hit on the demon. Authority of divine power. Beaten, it stretched its neck in anger. Kong Wu asked angrily. No effect? A loud crash rang out in a corner of the city. Kong Wu retracted his scythe, preparing to land another blow. He landed a direct hit on the demon. The demon bared its teeth and smiled wickedly. It laughed excitedly. Kong Wu raised his scythe. The blade in his hand disappeared. Startled, he thought to himself, What? My demonic energy is dissipating. He blurted out, What is happening? The demon grabbed him, threw him aside, and laughed. You fell for it. I knew this would happen. You were too hasty. It roared. Perhaps you don't know, but this is the power of a demon. His hand was suddenly grabbed by it. Witness my authority of sealing. Kong Wu was shocked to hear the name of the attack. Authority of sealing, he stammered. So that means it lifted him into the air. That's right. Your player powers have been sealed. Kong Wu looked at the demon's hand gripping his arm and felt angry inside. I can't feel a bit of demonic energy in my body anymore. The demon stomped its foot on the ground. It lifted him up and laughed. You can't escape my claws. The demon stomped its foot on the ground. It wound up and threw him violently. Kong Wu sat by the road, trembling in pain. This is bad. It looked satisfied. Provocatively asking, Useless, isn't it? Well, do you look good now? Kong Wu. It walked towards him, smiling provocatively. I know arrogant guys like you very well. It looked at him with contempt. You are all idiots who think this world belongs to you. Seeing the faint shadow behind him made it want to insult him more. Just a bunch of unruly, evil, and always self-righteous people. The demon's eyes flashed. It used its large hands to grab his head and lift him up. It's time for you to pay the price. He used his weak hands to hold its arm and shout. Hurried footsteps approached. Echidna rushed in, using her small fists, calling his name. Kong Wu. He glanced at her, startled. Echidna. The girl held out her small hands and ordered. You, get away from Kong Wu. Suddenly, the girl's magic disappeared, leaving Echidna shocked. Kong Wu communicated with the girl through his eyes. My demonic energy has been sealed, so you probably can't use your power either. Your power comes from my demonic energy. The demon turned to look and laughed. You're the kid I saw the other day. It bared its teeth and laughed. Seemed you're close to Kong Wu. Huh? He broke free from its hands, only to hear more mockery. I wonder what face he'll make. It grabbed Echidna and lifted her up. If I crush you right in front of him, the girl screamed. Let me go. Kong Wu slowly picked up a dagger. Echidna turned her face, hearing the urging. Hurry up. He picked up the knife, walked over, and said contemptuously. Look at you now. Even I feel embarrassed for you. The demon chuckled. Your power has been sealed, so what do you think you can do? Kong Wu decisively raised his hand despite the panic. No way. The demon stared in shock. Echidna also turned pale watching. His arm dropped loosely, the sound of blood dripping on the ground. You want to know who I am, right? He smiled dangerously, scaring the demon out of its wits. Fine, let me tell you. Watching him cut off his own arm, the demon thought. This bastard. He cut off his own arm to escape the seal. Kongwu put on a serious face and forcefully emitted a surge of power. I can feel demonic energy flowing through my body again. But I've used too many authorities and don't have enough demonic energy left. Kraken's rage has ended. And I lost an arm, so I'm still at a disadvantage. The demon threw Echidna to the ground and sneered at him. You persistent bastard. You're already like that. What do you think you can do? He frowned. I didn't want to use it. But I have no other choice. Kongwu smirked, smiled. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I knew there would come a day when I'd have to use it. A slimy mass surrounded him, under the blood moon and the ripples of the Black Sea. The authority that suits me best. Several doors appear behind him. Authority of predation. He glanced slightly, observing. Kongwu grabbed a random door handle. He stood thoughtfully before opening it. The door opened slightly. 10,000 demon core. Open the first door. Black fluid poured down. His body was enveloped by a black aura. The demon stared blankly. It looked curiously at the aura enveloping Kongwu's body. What the hell is that? It snapped its fingers triumphantly. I don't know what happened, but my claws have regenerated. It rushed toward him aggressively. This ends here. A hole appeared. It knocked a part away and laughed triumphantly. I thought you had some scheme. Did you turn into a slime? Echidna called his name painfully from the ground. Kongwu. Suddenly, the demon stared in shock. His body recovered to its original state. It looked at the slime in its hand. Suddenly, the slime surrounded it, terrifying it. What is this? A mouth? It was terrified to the extreme. No, countless mouths. Echidna covered her face in horror. Suddenly, a pathetic scream rang out along with the sound of shattering earth and rocks. Minwook struggled in the mire, screaming, Great demon, please help me. A jet-black spear hovered in the air and made a noise. What is this? Minwook, struggling in the sea of water. Get me out of here. I can't lose like this. Mocking laughter came from behind the door. Someone who can drive the person who summoned me into this situation is interesting indeed. I will personally see which bastard it is. Let me enter your consciousness. Minwook closed his eyes. Resigned, he thought. If something goes wrong, I might lose my body, but there's no other way. He gritted his teeth and replied, Fine. An image of a demon appeared with terrifying eyes, laughing delightedly. Good. Then let me see your situation. Simultaneously, one of his eyes flashed with a strange light along with a panicked expression. A figure squatted in front of him. Kongwu's face glared at him, making him frown in panic. That eye widened and spoke. Why? Why are you fighting that monster? You should be fighting the 7 archdukes. With Baal or Satan, Minwook stammered in panic. Monster? You mean Kongwu's power is comparable to the 7 archdukes? The demon, I tortured him painfully. You stupid bastard. Kongwu just stood watching Minwook being tortured by the demon eye. One of the 7 archdukes? The 7 archdukes no longer exist. His cold face just stood watching, listening to the monster inside Minwook speak. They were all defeated by that demon king. He asked himself in a daze. Kongwu, is the demon king? Looking at Kongwu's cold murderous eyes made him wonder. That's impossible. He is the strongest demon, the ruler of the 9th hell. Someone like him cannot be on earth. Seeing the black-purple aura radiating powerfully from behind him made Minwook panic. Impossible. Kongwu's face broke into a savage smile, scaring him out of his wits. Kongwu's cold face spoke no words. His body gradually sank into the water. What did I just do? His consciousness gradually sank with the current. I can't remember anything. Not even who I am. A strange object brushed past his face, forcing him to open his eyes. Seeing a mysterious arm behind him grabbing Minwook tightly. He choked on water, unable to close his mouth. Kongwu used his hands to swim up. I need to get out of here. Kongwu gritted his teeth and thought. But a door loomed on the surface. What for? The mysterious arm from below grabbed his leg. Kongwu turned back to look furiously. He tried to swim to the surface. I don't remember who I am anymore. Darkness almost swallowed his body. So why do I have to struggle? Kongwu glared. Wouldn't it be easier if I gave up? A voice calling his name rang in his subconscious. His body was grabbed tightly by hands rushing towards him. The voice calling his name woke Kong Wu's body up. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Kong Wu gritted his teeth and rushed up. He reached out, trying to grab the door with strong will. Everyone looked at him, crying loudly, calling his name. Kong Wu! Kong Wu! Are you okay? Kong Wu sat up groggily. He mumbled tiredly. I'm Fine. Just now, I had to risk my life to look cool. Echidna stood up and shouted. Stop joking. She trembled and scolded him. I am your summoned beast, so I know. You almost disappeared. Echidna cried and scolded him. You said you wouldn't leave me alone again. Kong Wu patted her head to comfort her. Okay. I'm sorry. He looked around, sighed, and thought. Trying to open a door in this situation was a bit too much. Opening the door. A way to draw power from Marius's demonic arch. Even when I was in hell, I didn't use it much. Just one small mistake, and I would be swallowed. Kong Wu hugged Echidna and Seola and thought. But usually, opening the first door in hell wouldn't be a problem. It seems I can't use it carelessly in the future. He smiled with satisfaction. I can't die just yet. In my arms are the things I need to protect. The system notification rang out. You have defeated the demon of the 8th hell. Amdusius. There's a level cap, so bonus experience will be accumulated. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 5 points. You have obtained the authority of sealing. Kong Wu lifted his head to check the system and chuckled. 5 points of demonic energy. He slowly stood up. Now my demonic energy stat has reached 103. Finally, I've passed 100. I heard reaching 100 is the minimum standard for world rankers. The authority of sealing is quite useful too. A hand gently touched him. Seola held her staff, frowning as she cast magic. Healing light. Kong Wu looked at his hand and smiled in praise. Look at this. It's really effective. Seola replied softly. I've reached the 5th awakening. He asked, startled. That fast. She reached out and told him. Sihun received a special quest. After completing it, we all leveled up. Kong Wu smiled wryly at Sihun and asked. Special quest. Did you do protagonist stuff again? He looked at him and replied. Wait until we handle everything here. I'll explain it to you. Seola looked at him worriedly and asked. But Kong Wu, you're still having trouble moving, right? Kong Wu rubbed his chin and mumbled. A little. She stepped forward lightly. Seola boldly picked him up, shocking even him. I'll carry you home. He thought awkwardly. But this is a bit. Kong Wu stammered. Thank you. But her full chest pressed right into his eyes. Kong Wu's jaw dropped, unable to close his mouth. Seola looked at him and asked, Can you walk? Kong Wu was delighted, his face red with steam. He laughed heartily, drooling. I think it'll be hard for me to walk. My body won't move, so I guess there's no choice. A man's voice rang out. No need to worry. Tae-Soo lifted him up, pulled him into a hug, and laughed loudly. You still have me, Tae-Soo, here? I'll take responsibility for carrying you home. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Oh my God, the smell of sweat is overwhelming. Kong Wu trembled and reminded him. Brother Tae-Soo, we go in different directions. He carried Kong Wu and walked away happily. You can't refuse. The incident at ISU Station shook the world. Demon Cult. This was the first event to reveal their existence to the world, while they had been hiding in the shadows for so long. Therefore, the incident at ISU Station became a turning point for the Demon Cult to stop hiding their identity. Blue sky, clear clouds, and birds chirping in the city full of buildings. Kong Wu lay on the bed, frowning and yawning repeatedly. 3 days after the ISU Station incident. Sitting up on the small bed, he rotated his arms to warm up. I slept for 4 days straight. Thanks to that, my body has recovered. Echidna turned her head and cheered happily. Kong Wu. Seeing him drag himself out with messy hair, Seola cheered. Kong Wu, you're awake. Brother Kong Wu, are you okay? He looked at her and replied. Sleeping that much was enough to recover. By the way, what is Cha Yenju doing here? She looked at him happily and said, Yenju comes to visit every day. She was very worried about you. Kong Wu rested his chin on his hand and laughed. Is that so? He turned to ask Yenju. Really? She stammered a reply. I just came to rest at the apartment I bought. Seola looked at him worriedly and asked, stammering. Kong Wu, are you really okay? Maybe you should rest a little longer. He looked at her and replied. I'm Yufine. It's nice to have people worry about me. Drinking a glass of water, Yenju blushed and said awkwardly. While you were sleeping, The Hanul Guild was officially disbanded. Kongwu asked, "What about the demon cult people?" Yunju mumbled a reply. "We caught them, but before we could interrogate them, they turned into monsters." Since that day, the demon cult hasn't made any moves. He pointed at the map and said, "It seems we've mostly cleared out the demon cult in the country. We also received a few reports from abroad, but they haven't revealed themselves to the public like in Korea." Yunju continued, "We're still cleaning up the mess they caused in Korea." "All right." Kongwu picked up his phone, tapped on it, and interrupted her. "Let me check the news." Kongwu sat down and read intently. Every comment online. Crazy cult on a global scale. The demon cult. Who are they? And what is their goal? Reporter Park Eun-hai. A hero has appeared. Dragon Sword, Kim Seon. Reporter Kim Chun-soo. Chinese Guild. 10,000 Swords Gate visits Korea. Do they want to recruit Kim Si-hoon? Reporter Lee Yun-hee. Survivors. Continue to give testimonies. A new star is born. Zipoto Choi Badu. Yunju rested her chin on her hand, looked at him, and asked hesitantly, "Anyway, now that the ISU station incident is over, you don't intend to ignore the demon cult matter, do you? Right?" He laughed loudly. "Of course not. I won't stop until I defeat all of them." Yunju smiled similarly. "That's how it should be." She looked at him provocatively and asked smugly, "Everyone online is talking about Si-hoon. Don't get jealous and bully the rookie." "Got it," Kongwu replied lazily. "I would never do that." She looked at him wide-eyed and said, "Also, a representative of one of the World Ranker Guilds has arrived in Korea." He looked at her in surprise and asked, "World Ranker?" Yunju continued, "That's right. It's someone from the 10,000 Swords Gate." "That the Chinese Guild?" He thought deeply. "The news articles say they came here to recruit Si-hoon. I wonder if it's true or not." Kongwu rubbed his chin in thought. The Gaia system is gradually losing its power. I can't guess what the demon cult will do next. Anyway, I never thought about summoning a demon into a human body before. Can I only focus on making myself stronger? Kongwu leaned back, frowning in annoyance. The level limit from the extreme demonic energy body still hasn't been lifted. If my level can increase, I can only hone my skills. I wonder how to do that most effectively. Suddenly, he realized something. Looking at the phone on the table, an idea popped into his head. Kim Seon, should I profit a bit from our descendant of the war god? Red Rose Guild headquarters. Si-hoon lowered his mask and cheered happily. "Brother Kongwu, you're awake. Are you okay?" Kongwu leaned on his hand, walked over and smiled. "I'm Yufine. How about you? The news keeps mentioning you. Seon stammered. Please, don't mention it anymore." He took off the mask on his face in frustration. "Every time I go out, people gather around. It's even hard for me to go hunting." He thought to himself, "Understandable." Si-hoon said, "I also feel this isn't right." He asked, startled. "Not right?" He said sadly. "Yes, I wasn't the one who resolved that incident. It was you. I'm not the one they should be hailing as a hero." He immediately put on a disgusted face and said, "Don't say such terrible things. You just go ahead and be the hero." Si-hoon asked, startled, "Is it okay if people don't recognize your achievements like that?" Kongwu said, "Getting everyone's attention without any benefit is just annoying. You don't like it either, right? It makes hunting harder." He replied sadly, "That's true, but..." Kongwu shook his head in refusal. "Stop it. Anyway, I don't want to become famous." Si-hoon asked curiously, "But why did you call me here?" He crossed his arms, smiling at him. Kongwu boldly proposed, "I want you to teach me martial arts." Scene shift to the training room. He held out his hand and said, "We'll start right away." Kongwu lowered his hat and replied. Si-hoon turned around and asked, "First, Brother Kongwu, what is your main weapon?" He rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a while. "I don't know either. I just use whatever fits the situation. If you want to learn martial arts, it's best to choose a main weapon." Kongwu revealed a weapon from his hand. "Will this do? Right? I use it most often." Si-hoon just looked and didn't say anything more. He picked up a sword, walked over, and suggested to him, "Let's start with the sword. Anyway, most of my martial arts focus on the sword." Kongwu picked up the sword and looked at it hesitantly. "Sword, huh? Oh well, since I'm learning from the Cloud Dragon sword, the sword is the best choice." Si-hoon picked up a sword to demonstrate for him. "First, I will teach you the technique. Basic water dragon sword technique. I'm sure you can learn it in just one day. I'll demonstrate for you first. Follow along, okay?" His eyes immediately hardened. Then Si-hoon dashed off at top speed, making him stare wide-eyed. He swung the sword. Si-hoon swung the sword, revealing the move. Water Dragon Sword Technique. Third form. The unleashed move shattered the surrounding ground into fragments. He slowly walked out of the white smoke. Si-hoon called out. That was the 8th move. Kong-woo asked curiously, what about the first move? He replied innocently. I thought to interest you, I should at least show you a powerful move like that. You probably saw all my movements. Si-hoon smiled radiantly and asked. Easy, right? He wondered desperately. Where was that easy? Si-hoon stood by, diligently instructing each movement. Try to follow along. Just repeat what you saw me do. Kong-woo looked at him annoyed and asked, You just want me to mimic you? He clenched his fist and cheered. Yes, I'm sure you can do it. He thought helplessly. This kid. Seeing Kong-woo use too much force, he shouted. You're using too much force. He stood aside, instructing. If you attack like that, when you swing the sword up, it will take too much time to recover force. Kong-woo stood aside, swinging the sword like crazy. Sion stood as the shouting instructions. You need to use more strength. Don't move your arm like that. Do it like this. Kong-woo panted, speechless. Kim Sion. He turned angrily to scold him. You learned these things easily, didn't you? Si-hoon turned pale and asked. How did you know? Kong-woo was fuming but couldn't vent it. That's why they say don't learn from a genius. This is no different from telling someone to last hit a minion in League of Legends when its health is low. He threw the sword down and said angrily, I quit. No more martial arts. Si-hoon rushed over, hugged his arm tight, and panicked. Brother, why? I want to help you. He explained in confusion. Just as I thought. I can't help you because I'm still not strong enough. Kong-woo put his hands in his pockets and said, No, the problem here is completely the opposite. Let's just forget about this for now. There will probably be another chance. He held out his hands, creating a small gust of wind, and suggested, How about you learn a mental method? If it's this, I think I can teach you better. Kong-woo carefully observed with his demon eye. Using chi to circulate through the meridians via the dantian. Huh? Maybe I can do this. Kong-woo sat cross-legged on the floor. I'll give it a try. He thought to himself, since it's come to this, I should do everything I can. Red lightning immediately appeared around his body. The system brought up a notification. Activated. Ruler of Authority. Your ability to control authority has increased. You have learned a mental method. Heavenly Dragon Mental Method. A red stone appeared along with the system notification. You have successfully created a demonic crystal. The system brought up the next notification, making his eyes widen. You have obtained a hint about the final condition of the extreme demonic energy body. Hearing Si-hoon's call, he turned around, startled. Kong-woo. He looked at the boy and softly called his name. Si-hoon. In his heart, he suddenly felt spoiled. My little brother. Love you lots. The system brought up another notification. Extreme demonic energy body. First step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1. Reach 60 demonic energy. Condition 2. Combine 3 or more authorities perfectly. Condition 3. Create a demonic crystal larger than a certain size. Incomplete. Kong-woo looked at the stone in his hand, smiling incessantly. I didn't expect the final condition to be creating a demonic crystal inside my body. He looked at the stone and wondered, but is it the same as the demonic crystals the demon cult uses? Kong-woo closed his eyes and thought. Let's see. Although they're the same type, the power contained within is different. If the demonic crystal the demon cult uses is an Americano, then this is like an espresso, of the same size. Kong-woo pushed himself up slowly. Should I give it a try? Seeing that, Si-hoon asked worriedly. Brother Kong-woo, why did you stand up? Are you not learning the mental method anymore? He stared blankly as Kong-woo walked away. Suddenly, he raised his fist. One blow blew away all the sandbags in the room. Then he spun around, destroying the training equipment. Si-hoon stood watching worriedly from his side. He is using the mental method. Looking at each destroyed sandbag, Kong-woo stood still observing. One hit like that consumes about 1/3 of the demonic crystal. Si-hoon ran over cheering happily. Amazing. Brother Kong-woo, I didn't expect you to be able to do it after seeing it just once. Kong-woo laughed heartily. That move just now was easy to simulate. Plus, I stood still to show you. He asked him, so, is the mental method useful? Kong-woo waved his hand and replied. Very useful. Kong-woo thought with satisfaction. Although it's a pity the demonic crystal is still too small. but the more I practice, the more its size will increase. Also, it seems I don't need to sit down every time I practice. Sihun looked at his body flashing red and rushed over worriedly. Seol suddenly shouted, "No, if you don't sit down while using it." Kong Wu stood frozen, not understanding. Sihun was stunned by his expression. "Are you okay?" Kong Wu crossed his arms and replied, "Yes." Looking at Sihun, sweating profusely, he thought, "I heard that if you don't sit cross-legged while using a mental method, you'll suffer backlash." Kong Wu smiled. "It's actually quite easy, compared to controlling Marius's demonic arch." He rubbed his chin in satisfaction. Mental method, demonic crystal. This is a new possibility for development. For now, I want to focus on increasing the size of the demonic crystal. Kong Wu reached out and asked, "Is the mental method you just show me the best one?" He replied, startled. "When using the war god's power, you can learn other mental methods. But, currently, it is the best." He walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "Seon, that's enough martial arts training for today." Kong Wu smiled confidently and proposed, "Next time, let's go to an S-rank gate." The bustling noise of people in the waiting hall and an announcement rang out. "Members of the Chinese Guild, 10,000 Swords Gate have arrived in our country." Walking out to the car, Sihun politely bowed and said, "Brother Kong Wu, I can take the train home." He ignored the words and waved, offering, "What are you saying? Get in." The sound of the car rolling on the road. While driving and watching the road, he said, "Hey, Seon, I'm going to buy you a car soon. Remember to use it." Sihun jumped hearing that and stammered, "No way, Brother Kong Wu. I'm already grateful enough that you paid my mother's hospital bills. But a car too?" He closed his eyes and reassured him, "It's because I find it annoying. I'll buy you a decent car. So when I call you, you can come quickly." Sihun shyly called his name. "Kong Wu." He looked at the boy's expression and lamented inwardly. If not for me, I don't know what would have happened to him. Cruising on the road, he suddenly startled. At times like this, a car is nothing compared to the martial arts he taught me. Two muscular, fierce-looking men stood strictly guarding the gate. Kong Wu stepped out of the car angrily. He walked over slowly and asked, "Who are you?" The scarred man introduced himself. "Captain of the 3rd Division of the 10,000 Swords Gate, Namgong Jin." Hearing him challenge them surprised Sihun. "The Sword Emperor wants to meet. Korea's Cloud Dragon Sword. Follow me." Sihun stepped forward and asked, "Sword Emperor? You mean Sword Emperor Cheon Mujin?" He gritted his teeth angrily and said, "Do not speak his name so carelessly." Seeing his angry attitude made him hesitate. Hearing him speak made Kong Wu look angry. "Just keep quiet and follow me." He spoke softly. "The plane is ready." Sihun turned back fearfully to look at him and called softly, "Kong Wu." He gently placed his hand on his shoulder. He walked up to the man and cursed. "You bastard. You haven't even learned Korean properly yet." He asked angrily, "What?" He put his hands in his pockets and questioned, "Why do you speak to someone you've never met so casually?" Namgong Jin was provoked to anger, veins popping. "Who are you?" Kong Wu also switched to combat mode and replied, "I'm Sihun's brother." "You brat?" he asked skeptically. "Kim Sihun's brother? Kim Yongwon. I heard he's in prison." Kong Wu sighed and replied, "In this world, there are brotherhoods thicker than blood." His eyes sparkled looking at him. "Kong Wu." The man ignored him. "I have no interest in you. The person the Sword Emperor wants is the Cloud Dragon Sword. Step aside." He spoke mockingly, making the veins on his face bulge even more. "I also have no interest in knowing who the Sword Emperor is." He emitted power to threaten him. "Watch your mouth," he threatened, making him visibly angry. "Cloud Dragon Sword. If you don't want to see the small fry get hurt, shut up and follow me." He gripped his hand tightly and called out. Sihun walked over and shouted in his face, "Don't speak rudely to him like that." He challenged, "You want to fight?" Namgong Jin gripped his sword hilt firmly. Although the Sword Emperor told me to escort him as politely as possible, it's better if I teach these rookies a lesson. A hand blocked the move to draw his sword. Kong Wu gently walked to his ear and warned, "Don't draw your sword." Intimidated, he thought fearfully. Since when? Kong Wu warned again. "I'm warning you. If you draw it, you won't make it back alive." Namgong Jin was scared by his aura. I didn't expect to be overwhelmed by his aura. He cursed loudly. "Bastard." Provoked, he drew his sword. "Truly ridiculous. How dare you?" He pointed the sword tip forward and shouted, "You're just a player from a small country." A clash rang out. Kong Wu rushed forward and crushed His wrist. Because you're scared, you can only brag about the size of your country. Huh? He looked at him, trembling, and said, You, how can a bastard like you? Against Namgong Jin of the 10,000 Swords Gate. Kong Wu heard and muttered a name. 10,000 Swords Gate? He grabbed Namgong Jin's hand, dragged him to Si Hoon, and asked, Hey, Seolan, is there a kimchi stew shop nearby? He stammered. Kimchi stew? His eyes suddenly lit up while he was still gripping the man's hand tightly. Let's have a meal together and happily send them off. Voices rang out in a small shop. Mom, 10 servings of kimchi stew, please. Please wait a moment. Sitting at the same table, he patted his back and said excitedly, Hey, brat. It's mealtime. So let's eat together. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you guys go. Feel the greatness of Korea through your taste buds. Namgong Jin thought resentfully. Captain of the 3rd Division of the 10,000 Swords Gate. Namgong Jin me, not only defeated by a Korean player, but also dragged around like a subordinate. The owner excitedly brought out a steaming pot and said, Oh my, seems like you boys have big appetites. You waited a long time, didn't you? Placing the appetizing pot down, she continued. Kimchi stew is here. Namgong Jin looked curiously. He asked, causing Kong Wu's face to flare with murderous intent. What is this messy pile? Namgong Jin dragged his battered body back to report. And the person claiming to be the Cloud Dragon Sword's brother said this. If you want to meet him, come to Korea yourself. Mu Jin sat resting his chin and said. So, he glared and said, I told you to escort him politely. But you fought with the Cloud Dragon Sword's teammate. Mu Jin asked, and returned here after losing publicly? Namgong Jin bowed his head in fear. I apologize, sir. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, I didn't think things would turn out like this. Remembering being choked made him regret even more. Who knew he would go crazy over food? A woman's silhouette peeked from behind the chair, listening to the conversation. Mu Jin laughed loudly, shaking the large room. Mu Jin clapped his hands and said, Interesting. One blow sent Namgong Jin flying a distance away. He hit his back and screamed in pain. Mu Jin stood up and angrily declared expulsion. You are expelled from the guild. The 10,000 Swords Gate doesn't need a bastard lacking the dignity of a martial artist like you. A woman's voice spoke softly. Father, will you go to Korea? He turned gently to answer his beloved daughter. Yes, since they invited me like that. I have to go. There's no other way. 1 week after that shameful bastard from the 10,000 Swords Gate arrived. Gulping sounds came from a person. Kong Wu felt refreshed as he downed the glass of cool water. I put all my effort into the mental method to increase the size of the demonic crystal, while eating, sleeping, and even while using the toilet. Thanks to that, I've increased the demonic crystal to the size of a fist. Of course, training like this is effective. After all, I even used the mental method while in the toilet. Standing in the windy meadow, he thought, but I still haven't met the final condition of the extreme demonic energy body. Whatever, I'll probably achieve it someday. Suddenly, a call made him look back. Kong Wu, an announcement rang out. Break time is over. Kong Wu raised his hand gently and asked, All right, let's start again. Ready? Echidna rushed over, whining and calling him. Kong Wu, Seola said excitedly. Yes, we've rested enough. It won't be violent. I want to relax a little longer. Echidna rushed over, hugging him tight and calling him repeatedly. Kong Wu, Kong Wu. The girl looked up with puppy eyes and said, You mustn't overexert yourself. If you need my help, you must tell me. Kong Wu looked at the girl and smiled. He cheered everyone on. Okay, once we find a target, we'll start immediately. Everyone responded enthusiastically to his words. Yes, sir. Kong Wu observed the surroundings for a while. Let's see. One separated from the herd. Suddenly, he spotted an ugly monster turning its back to him. There, he pointed and called out. Echidna. The girl rushed forward aggressively. Yes, leave it to me. Kong Wu frowned and thought. Attracting the attention of too many monsters would be troublesome. Kong Wu ordered an attack using the authority of silence. Hearing the order, she stood under its feet and launched an attack. Her small body was enveloped in a purple light. The monster screamed miserably from a hit. Drops of blood fell profusely onto the green field. Nearby monsters smelled it and turned to investigate. A red light struck its body. Kong Wu stood below and ordered, Go! Everyone heard the order and rushed up. Echidna smiled and asked him, Master Kong Wu, did I do well? Seola also rushed up surrounded by golden light. Eunbi, I'm getting ready. Unbai muttered a string of commands in an ancient language. Done chanting, she raised her staff and shouted, Lightning spear. Sihun looked at the monsters surrounded by blue lightning. He raised his sword to eyebrow level. His eyes flashed, unleashing the water dragon sword technique. Fifth form, having defeated the giant monster, Seola bowed and said, Giant ogres are really strong. Eunbi achieved hippity, but we defeated it. It's an S-rank monster. Seola bowed and praised the girl. It's all thanks to you weakening it. Taesu stood behind the two and laughed loudly. But anyway, we did it. Kongwu stood silently smiling. The important thing isn't leveling up, but gaining experience and combat skills. He turned to look at Si-hoon's sparkling face. I don't know about the others, but Kim Si-hoon looks fine. He should join a special training class. Kongwu laughed loudly and proposed. Let's group up and attack another one. Seola excitedly turned to cheer. Brother Taesu, healing magic, he replied excitedly. Thanks. Suddenly, the sound of beasts rang out, putting him on alert. Seeing the monsters rushing madly, he said, Damn it, they must have smelled blood and came here. He assessed the situation. 3 at once. Kongwu frowned, raised his hand, and cast a spell. Troublesome. I have to act. Authority of Dark Spear. A slash cut horizontally across the monsters. Surprising him, each monster was slashed straight by a golden light. A mysterious figure emerged from the monster's corpse. Speaking, it took me quite a while to find you. The next sentence made him a bit annoyed. Are you the Cloud Dragon Sword brother? He said to himself. That person. Cheon Mujin laughed loudly and walked over. Nice to meet you. I am Cheon Mujin of the 10,000 Swords Gate. I want to apologize to you for last time. Everyone was shocked. When he spoke, he doesn't understand Chinese. Mujin turned to signal the interpreter. Tell him. The interpreter turned pale and said, Mujin wants to apologize to you for last time. Kongwu crossed his arms and said, You can just speak Chinese. Mujin said in surprise, You know Chinese? He replied, Also, I think anyone can apologize with just words. He laughed and said, That is true. Cheon Mujin clasped his hands and said, I apologize for what happened before. My subordinate was rude. He closed his eyes and continued, This is not the time to show off. He bowed sincerely before Kongwu and his friends. Si-hoon and the interpreter gaped in surprise. Everyone in his party was also bewildered by him. Kongwu listened intently to his words. I have expelled the one who was rude to you from the guild. This is my fault for not managing my subordinate strictly. Mujin bowed and said sincerely, I promise you something like this won't happen again. Kongwu rubbed his chin, smiled, and asked, You promise me? Mujin looked up with credibility and replied, Most of the fault lies with me for not teaching my subordinates properly. I promise you a similar incident won't happen again. Kongwu licked his lips dangerously. You promise me? He looked up confidently and replied, I promise. Kongwu smiled slyly. He sighed and replied, Fine then. Inside, he told himself, I won't push it. Kongwu put his hands in his pockets, thinking it would be his loss if he mistreated a potential ally. I'll listen to him. He asked, So what brings you here? Cheon Mujin stated his purpose directly. I came to witness the Cloud Dragon Sword. I saw the video of him fighting at ISU Station. He glanced at Si-hoon and asked, What does he have for you to see? He smiled and replied, There is something I must check. Si-hoon looked blank hearing him speak. I want to know how. The Cloud Dragon Sword learned the war god's martial arts. A small hand tugged at his shirt and called his name. Kongwu. Kongwu. Echidna pulled him and asked, What is a war god? Kongwu was surprised. You know Chinese? The girl shook her head and replied, But I understood by using magic. He spoke up, exclaiming inwardly. The girl could speak Korean. Naturally, as soon as she was summoned. He asked, Can you use that magic on others? The little girl's eyes lit up when she heard that. Of course, Kongwu offered. Then use it on Seoul and the others. With that, the little girl cast a spell on everyone. Seoul looked at her hand curiously. This is... Moonjin was surprised to hear him speak. So you can speak Chinese too? Seoul stammered. No, this is... Ekna said proudly, hands on her hips. It's all thanks to my magic. The little girl boasted proudly. With this spell, I can communicate with others even if I don't know their language. It's not that hard. Moonjin clapped the interpreter on the shoulder and let out a hearty laugh. Oh dear. So the interpreter we brought along is out of a job. he said with a serious expression. In any case, this makes things much more convenient. I'll repeat my question. Cloud Dragon Sword. Where did you learn? The martial arts of the war god? Si-hun flinched at the question. How did you? Kong-Wu asked curiously, patting Ekna's head. I'd like to know too. How did you know the martial arts he's using belong to the war god? He placed a hand on his chest and said, How could I not know? My family is, Moon-jin said proudly, descended from the war god. Kong-Wu looked on thoughtfully. Descendants? If that's true, the war god must have existed on Earth a long time ago. Soul spoke up. So you knew martial arts even before you awakened as a player? He nodded and replied with a smile. Although before awakening, I hadn't reached my current level. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. So his martial arts proficiency increased significantly. After awakening, it was already there before he awakened. The demon cult also existed before players appeared. Kong-Wu smirked and probed. Anyway, what do you plan to do now that you know the origin of his martial arts? His question made the man freeze in place. Are you going to eliminate him to keep the techniques exclusive to your family? Moon-jin bit his lip, trying not to laugh. He burst out laughing. He laughed heartily at his words. You've been reading too many martial arts novels. Kong-Wu thought helplessly. I don't want to hear that from someone who looks like he just stepped out of a martial arts novel. Moon-jin stepped forward. I want to make something clear. My family's martial arts manual has been lost for centuries. He clasped his hands behind his back and made an offer. However, the Cloud Dragon Sword technique I saw in a video was truly elegant. If you help me restore the sword technique, he asked seriously, I will teach you our martial arts. What do you think? Kong-Wu turned and asked Si-hun. Si-hun, what do you say? He turned to look at him, surprised. Si-hun hesitated, thinking, I want to become stronger, so that things like that never happen again. No, even if they do, I want to be able to save more people. Kong-Wu looked at him fondly. He gave him a gentle push forward with words of encouragement. Go on, talk to him. Kong-Wu said warmly. You do want to become stronger, right? You also said you wanted to live up to my expectations. Si-hun, with tears in his eyes, called his name. Kong-Wu, hearing his sentimental words, made Soul's face flush. A cold aura emanated from her. I will do my best. Are you okay? In the car, Moon-jin and his daughter stared out of separate windows, not saying a word. He finally spoke. I'm glad everything went smoothly. He recalled the valuable handshake. It's settled then. I look forward to working with you. Kong-Wu pointed and said, You remember the conditions, right? The restoration of the martial arts and the training will take place in Korea. Even with that condition, he asked, It seems we'll have to stay in Korea for a while. What do you think? Sien said with her eyes closed. I'm Fine. I've always wanted to visit this place someday. She toyed with her lips and said, And I've also taken an interest in a certain man. Hearing this, Moon-jin's face went pale as he asked in shock. What? A man? He was surprised by the interested look on his daughter's face. She always said she wasn't interested in anyone weaker than her. Who could it be? The Cloud Dragon Sword? He prayed silently in his heart. I hope she and the Cloud Dragon Sword end up together. He sighed and said, The Cloud Dragon Sword seems like a good person. Perhaps he carries the soul of the war god. But to be able to use the Cloud Dragon Sword technique so perfectly, and to have grasped its essence on his own, he must have been blessed with a heavenly martial body. A sacred body, Moon-jin said sweetly. Sien, what do you think? If you like him, I'll arrange for you two to be together. She replied. It's true, the Cloud Dragon Sword does interest me. But, Sien said, blushing, I'm more interested in Kong-Wu. He was stunned to hear that. Kong-Wu, she answered obediently. Yes. She recalled his cold demeanor. A verbal apology is something anyone can do. Her heart started pounding again, demanding an apology from the Sword King. It's been a long time since I've met someone so strong. Moon-jin was a little disappointed. Not the Cloud Dragon Sword? The plan has gone a bit off course. He frowned in annoyance. Kong-Wu is certainly strong, but in 10 years, the Cloud Dragon Sword will be able to catch up to him. Then Sien will start to like him. But by then, it'll be too late. Far too late. The more Moon-jin thought about it, the more his head ached. I feel bad for that young man. But the Cloud Dragon Sword is a better match for Sien. I want to see my daughter get married before I die. He turned to ask his daughter. Sien, I think the Cloud Dragon Sword. She answered bluntly. I don't like men who are weaker than me, Dad. Moon-jin forced a smile. I see. Amidst the sound of the car, a challenge was born. Let's see just how strong he is. The next day, at the Red Rose Guild building, Kong Wu crossed his arms and asked, annoyed. What? He asked. You want to fight me? Moon Jin held out his hand in acceptance. Standing in the training room, he asked, a duel? Why so suddenly? Moon Jin replied with a smile. I want to test your strength. Of course, I won't ask you to fight me for free. He continued, in the future, I promise to help you once in the name of the 10,000 Swords sect. Sol looked at him worriedly, signaling him. Kong Wu. He crossed his arms and thought, this is a good opportunity. I wanted to test the power of the demon crystal anyway. If my opponent is a world-class ranker, I can go all out. He smiled and replied, this isn't a bad offer. Kong Wu extended his hand, accepting the challenge with full confidence. Then let's begin. I hope you can satisfy me. A flash of an attack struck the floor. He immediately summoned a weapon in his hand. Authority of Steel. Authority of Ice. Kong Wu charged straight at Moon Jin. The two weapons scraped against each other, creating a piercing sound. Moon Jin grimaced as he blocked the blow. He used his strength to push back. Kong Wu was thrown back several meters, gripping the scythe tightly. Moon Jin immediately lunged forward. Kong Wu instinctively raised his scythe to block. He thrust his sword past his face. He immediately retracted the sword and swung it at his neck. Kong Wu suddenly gave a mysterious smile. A sharp object suddenly shot out, right next to his eye. Moon Jin instinctively dodged to the side. A loud explosion erupted. Moon Jin stepped back to avoid the flying dust and debris. Kong Wu held his weapon and smirked. That was close. He was thrilled inside. The demon crystal is amazing. He caressed his new weapon and grinned provocatively. The most noticeable thing is the speed. Authority of Hellfire. Authority of the Spear. Twin Lances. The speed at which I can use my authorities has increased. He gripped the weapon firmly. Second is adaptability. He shifted his feet to the side. Even without using any body-enhancing authorities, he took aim and threw his weapon straight at Moon Jin. My strength is comparable to when I do. He immediately pointed his sword up. As he raised it, a majestic, giant dragon appeared. His eyes showed a serious expression. Moon Jin struck with the blue dragon sword, first form, towards Kong Wu's weapon. A crack appeared on his weapon. The weapon shattered into pieces that flew past him. He snapped his fingers. Third, suddenly, the fragments lit up, shocking Moon Jin. Kong Wu pointed, creating a massive explosion. He smiled cruelly. Destructive power. When demonic energy is condensed, it can also become a weapon. Sol called out in alarm. Sword King, seeing called out, worried and panicked. Father. Suddenly, a shout was heard. Stop. Moon Jin's body was enveloped in a stream of blue power. His laughter rang out. It seems I've underestimated you. Seeing this, Kong Wu's smile vanished instantly. This killing intent is sending shivers down my spine. So this is... Seeing his frenzied look, Kong Wu realized the true power of a world-class ranker. Moon Jin pointed his sword, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Now I'll fight seriously. Kong Wu also unleashed his true power. I want to feel that power. You should have done that from start. Authority of the blade. Authority of hellfire. Authority of destruction. He crushed the burning flame in his hand. Holding the large blade, Kong Wu revealed his battle-hungry face. A voice of praise was heard. A bold young man. Moon Jin asked, Who are you? Kong Wu replied with a smile. Didn't you already investigate me? Whatever you found is probably all true. So bring it on. If that's what you want, then I'll gladly oblige. All right, then I will. Suddenly, he was cut off. Yunju's ringtone went off. Yunju, saw the... I have to take this call. Jiazi Omju. He replied. It's fine. Go ahead and take it. Kong Wu answered the phone. Hello, what's up? A question came from the other side. What's up? Yunju shouted irritably through the phone. I told you to wait at the guild gate. Why aren't you here yet? She stood in the parking lot, fuming. Captain Zhang Hyunjae just got back from Japan and called for us. That's why I told you to drive me to the Warang squad's base. He replied helplessly. I'm not your chauffeur. Besides, you have a car. She ordered him. If you don't like it, give me back my car. He sighed. I'll be right there. Kong Wu glanced over. Moon Jin understood and said with a smile. We'll handle things here. You go on ahead. Hearing that, he was delighted. Thanks. I'm counting on you. He lamented with a disappointed look. It's a shame we couldn't finish this fight, Sian said with an infatuated voice. Kong-woo, he's so strong. Si-hun's eyes sparkled as he said. Right. He stood there, speechless. Should I be happy to see them getting along like this? Although I'm not sure if you can even call this getting along. Moon-jin rubbed his chin deep in thought. But I was planning to intimidate him a little. But it seems I'll have to postpone that until I find out his true identity. I could be mistaken, but I felt a very cold energy from him. A memory flooded back to him. It reminds me of a treacherous ocean. I feel like it could devour everything. Could there be an existence that would make even someone like that feel fear? Hwarang Squad Headquarters. A voice rang out. A succubus? Cha Yunju asked, sitting in the meeting room. You mean the kind of demon that drains men of their life force? I heard the demon cult in Japan is trying to summon a succubus, someone replied. Someone asked a question, making Jang Hyunjae rub his temples. What's the demon's name? He said hesitantly. Its name is... Hearing the name made him break out in a cold sweat. Lilith. Oh, Demon King, the succubus queen. Lilith. A few minutes earlier, at the Hwarang Squad headquarters, the golden sun shimmered on the glass panes, reflecting the deep blue sky. Hyunjae crossed his arms and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm the captain of Hwarang Squad 3. Jang Hyunjae. Kong-woo stepped forward. He held out his hand briefly. I'm Kong-woo. Cha Yunju, on the other hand, beamed. Long time no see. He nodded slightly. It has been a while. Please have a seat. He sat down, listening to the man. It seems there's been quite a commotion in Korea. Kong-woo didn't forget to glance over. He kept an eye on his person. Jang Hyunjae clasped his hands together. His expression grew somber. I apologize for not being able to help. He didn't reply, only observing him intently, speculating in his mind. He's as strong as the Sword King. He looks like the type who wouldn't bleed a single drop, even if you stabbed him. Hearing him say that, Yunju also nodded. Her finger pointed towards him. We couldn't prevent all the civilian casualties. But thanks to him, everything was resolved. Jang Hyunjae spoke in a calm, gentle voice. I heard about it from Washington as well. Thank you. A moment later, Cha Yunju turned to him curiously. So what's going on? He spoke in a cold voice. There's something I need to discuss with everyone. She narrowed her eyes, unable to hide her suspicion. Why did you have to call us all the way here to talk? Before she could finish, Jang Hyunjae emphasized his words, startling her. This is related to the demon cult. His face suddenly tensed. His hands clasped tightly as he mentioned the mysterious group. Just like in Korea, the demon cult forces in Japan are preparing to summon a demon. Hearing this, she immediately thought of magic circles. Cultists chanting together. Summon a demon? Like when they summoned Oryx? Hearing this, Jang Hyunjae nodded in confirmation. Yes, but this time, the scale is much larger. Yunju rubbed her chin, pondering. I did hear that the demon cult's power in Japan is much greater than in Korea. At that moment, the other woman, listening to their conversation, asked, Did the Japanese government ask for our help? Jang Hyunjae looked over and affirmed. The media doesn't know yet, but the situation is quite serious. Just then, Yunju brought up an important, yet puzzling name. But Japan has the world-class ranker, Fujimoto Ryoma. Do you really need her help? Hyunjae calmly explained. In Japan, aside from Ryoma, there aren't many players who have proven their abilities. Another reason is that Korea has already dealt with the demon cult. Yunju sighed, rubbing her forehead wearily. The incident at ISU Station just happened, and now they're trying to summon another demon. She wondered, exasperated. I wonder what kind of demon they're summoning this time. While they were talking, no one noticed Kong-woo. He was sitting silently beside them. The corner of his mouth lifted into a strange smile. A demon, huh? Excellent. Kong-woo licked his lips with interest. The images of the two previous monsters flashed through his mind. My authority stat hasn't increased lately. But if I can devour a few demons like last time, it should go up a bit. I could provoke them into summoning the demon, then have a feast. Cha Yunju's eyes glinted with curiosity. Hyunjae, do you know what demon they're trying to summon? He spoke slowly, hesitating as if trying to piece together fragmented memories. That demon is... Jang Hyunjae's voice rang out. It cut through Kong-woo's joyful thoughts, startling him. The succubus queen. That's its name. Cha Yunju raised an eyebrow. Her voice was filled with weariness. A succubus? Is that The kind of demon that drains men of their life force. He nodded in firm confirmation. The demon the cult in Japan is trying to summon is a succubus. Kong Wu's head was spinning. A cold sweat broke out as their conversation echoed in his ears. Every word seemed to dig deeper into his consciousness. What's the demon's name? Its name. Just then, Jang Hyunjae spoke in a low voice. Is Lilith. At that exact moment, a chair crashed to the floor, followed by a piercing scream. It shattered the tense atmosphere. What the hell? Cha Yunju turned, frowning in annoyance as she yelled. You scared me. What is it? What's wrong? Kong Wu shot to his feet. His hand slammed down on the table, his lips moving as if muttering. At any cost. Cha Yunju tilted her head, confused. Her gaze fell to Kong Wu's hand, which was unconsciously clenched so tight it had turned white. What did you just say? At that moment, Kong Wu looked up. His blood-red eyes glinted with a cold, killing intent. I will stop this summoning ritual at any cost. Memories of his days in hell flooded back, as clear as if it were only yesterday. Lilith, during my time in hell, she was one of my closest subordinates, along with Balak. The two of them were the Demon King's right and left hands. If Balak represented power at the level of a Grand Duke, whenever he stood before Kong Wu, he would always rub his hands in excitement. My Lord Demon King, where shall we wreak havoc today? In contrast to the violent Balak, Lilith was the one who led the Demon King's army with her supreme intellect. And she would whine, oh, Demon King, she was my official wife. Lilith held up her tentacles, wiggling them in front of Kong Wu as she whispered, tonight, I shall visit you in your bed. Every time he saw her, Kong Wu felt like he had trypophobia. He would get goosebumps and run away. After being defeated by a Grand Duke and losing all my power, it was thanks to Lilith's help that I was able to overcome that crisis. And because of that, I swore to marry her. However, from that moment on, I was like prey being hunted. After we got married, Lilith broke into my bedroom almost every night. Her long tentacles would search for me. Oh, Demon King, where are you? And I had to risk my life dodging her tentacles to escape. Kong Wu was determined. I can go back to that life. His eyes sparkled with resolve. For the sake of the earth, we must stop this demon summoning at all costs. Cha Yunju frowned at his over-the-top expression. What's wrong with him? Witnessing this, Jang Hyunjae nodded in approval. It's just as I heard from Washington. His sense of justice is very strong. But she was still suspicious. Did you eat something bad? Kong Wu didn't answer, completely ignoring her. He turned to Jang Hyunjae curiously. First, can you tell us about the situation in Japan? Hearing the request, he chuckled and warned. You must not leak this information to the outside. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Jang Hyunjae lowered his head, enunciating each heavy word. Currently, Kurosaki Yuri has been kidnapped by the demon cult. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other woman shot up from her seat as if on a spring, her face stunned. Kurosaki Yuri. Cha Yunju also couldn't hide her shock, asking for confirmation. Is that true? The conversation continued in the tense atmosphere. Why would the demon cult kidnap her? We don't know the reason yet. However, in contrast to everyone's concern, Kong Wu just leaned over and whispered to Cha Yunju. Who's Kurosaki Yuri? She was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. You don't know who she is? Cha Xiongdu sai sopti. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if looking back at old memories. The day the incident happened, 5 years ago, she slowly described the strange red circle that appeared in the sky. It spun as if swallowing the surrounding light. A gate appeared at Sapporo Station. At that time, from inside, a giant hand with sharp claws reached out. They poured out, turning the streets into a sea of blood. At that moment, powerful monsters flooded out from the gate, killing countless Japanese citizens. And their entire country was nearly paralyzed. In that moment of despair, when everything seemed to have plunged into hell, that's when she appeared, the heavenly maiden, Kurosaki Yuri. She pulled the entire country back from the brink of destruction. The Japanese emperor's granddaughter greatly aided the Japanese players, saving Japan from collapse by pushing the monsters back to Hokkaido. At that time, Hokkaido was still a forbidden zone, but because of that incident, she became the pillar of Japan. Cha Yunju turned and emphasized not only that, her power is incredible. He asked curiously, What's her ability? A skill that not just anyone has. God Descent. It's an ability that allows others to possess the power of legendary Japanese gods. Ryoma Susanu's eyes were also created thanks to her ability. Hearing her detailed explanation, Kongwu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He began to piece everything together in his mind. The demon cult kidnapped someone with the God Descent ability. There must be a connection somewhere. Suddenly, he flinched. A thought flashed through his mind. Legends. A series of names appeared in Kongwu's mind. Come to think of it, the names of the 7 Grand Dukes, Lucifer, Satan, Belphegor, Leviathan, Beelzebub, Mammon, Asmodeus, are quite familiar, because they come from a story of the 7 deadly sins. Kongwu pondered his judgment. If the fact that those names were passed down as myths is due to the influence of another world, then perhaps Kuro Sakayuri's power isn't God Descent. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind, but rather the ability to summon the power of beings from other dimensions. He narrowed his eyes. The pieces were starting to fit. If that's the case, I understand why the demon cult wants to summon Lilith. So the reason they're targeting her is Lilith's abilities are illusion and domination. The demon cult's goal is that power. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kongwu turned to Jang Hyunjae. How many people can we mobilize? He clasped his hands together. His demeanor was completely calm. The Japanese government wants to hide the fact that the Heavenly Maiden has been kidnapped. We have to act in secret, so the maximum is 7 people. Hearing the number 7, he smiled faintly and counted on his fingers. So, the 4 of us here, plus Captain Ko Hyemo, makes 5. That leaves 2 spots. He looked up and asked, "How will we be traveling?" As if he had a plan ready, Jang Hyunjae announced, "A plane is waiting at the airport." But that didn't seem reasonable, so Kongwu spoke up casually. It startled Jang Hyunjae slightly. "The airport is too far. I'll ask Ekna." His words made the man frown. His thoughts were filled with doubt. Ekna? Just then, a dark shadow shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Ekna's speed was like a jet fighter. She carried a giant purple orb on her back. A large membrane was wrapped tightly around them like a protective cocoon. The wind whistled in their ears as she circled the sky. Cha Yunju was curious. She tapped lightly on the membrane. She smiled with amusement and asked, "When did you prepare this?" Kongwu crossed his arms and said calmly, "I've had a ride on Ekna's back before." Kongwu spoke casually. "So, I thought it would be nice if more people could ride with me." At that moment, Washington called out worriedly, "Captain Ko Hyemo." Jang Hyunjae also looked over and saw him trembling. His hand was clamped over his mouth, and he couldn't help but sigh. "There's no other way. Just try to endure it for a bit." Ekna glanced at the person struggling on her back and threatened, "If you dare throw up on me, I'll throw you to the ground." Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Kongwu. It was Koa. She placed a hand on her chest. Her eyes showed a hint of worry. "Is it okay for me to come along? Wouldn't it be better to have Sol or Taesu go?" Hearing those 2 names, he shook his head, his voice firm. "No, your help will be very useful this time, Koa." Then a memory of her skill flashed through his mind. "Because you have the buff, Grace of Light. My demonic power stat is already over 100. With that buff, the effect will be immense." After a while of soaring through the air, Ekna cried out excitedly as their destination came into view. "Kongwu, we're here." But when Koa looked down at the scene below, her eyes widened in shock. Sapporo Station. From above, Kongwu observed the once bustling streets, now just a pile of rubble. What a desolate sight. But after moving just a few meters, he stopped. A monster appeared. Then another one. They hid in the shadows with thick, thorny carapaces. So this is... Observing from Ekna's back, Kongwu realized the obvious truth. A city that has lost control of its monsters. The scene before him left Kongwu speechless. His pensive gaze fell upon the scene below. Before him, the gates swirled violently. Demonic energy is spreading throughout the station. Has the summoning ritual already begun? Without a moment's delay, Kongwu's sharp gaze returned as he turned to the group behind him. They were still struggling from the turbulent journey as he called out, "Captain Jang Hyunjae. They're planning to hold the demon summoning ritual at Sapporo Station." Meanwhile, I was still looking at Ko Hyemo with a worried voice. "Do you want a buff?" Jang Hyunjae, hearing his name, frowned and nodded in confirmation. The Japanese government believes so as well. Hearing this, his sharp eyes scanned the chaotic scene below. We don't have much time. He then glanced down at the people gathered below, considering the current situation. So let's join up with the Japanese team first. Japan, Sapporo Base. At that moment, a man looked up from below. The corner of his mouth lifted into a knowing smile. It seems our guests have arrived. Prime Minister Yamada was surprised to hear that. He squinted, scanning the area around him. Where? Just as the curious words left his mouth, a pair of legs radiating dense, magical energy slowly descended to the ground. At the same time, Kong Wu's group also landed one by one at the Sapporo base. As soon as they saw them, the guard immediately raised his gun on high alert. Who are you? But Yamada stepped forward, waving his hand to stop him. At the same time, he flashed a welcoming smile. Captain Jang Hyunjae. He quickly walked over. He shook his hand vigorously. I didn't think you'd get here so quickly. Thank you. Jang Hyunjae calmly squeezed his hand in return. It's nothing, Prime Minister Yamada. Our two countries are neighbors, so it's only natural that we help each other. Hearing these words made him laugh with delight. I'm always surprised to hear you speak Japanese so fluently. Seeing the two of them chatting so cheerfully, Kong Wu, who didn't understand a thing, tightened his grip on the little girl in his arms and ordered, Ekna, use your language magic. The little girl nodded slightly, and a wave of magical energy spread out. It created invisible ripples in the air. This successfully drew attention. Yamada pushed up his glasses. His sharp gaze glanced behind him, questioning. The people behind you are? Jang Hyunjae turned, his voice calm but filled with pride. They're the players who have agreed to help us with this mission to subdue the demon cult and rescue the hostage. I can assure you, they're very strong. Amidst the magic-filled air of Ekna, Cha Yunju suddenly widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, Why do I suddenly understand Japanese? The little girl smiled smugly and patted her chest. It's all thanks to my magic. Meanwhile, Sol was unconsciously looking around. Where did those two go? Ignoring their showboating. Yamada was silent for a moment, then slowly said, If you say so, then I'll trust you. A moment later, someone stepped forward and spoke in a calm voice. Mr. Prime Minister, may I greet them? Yamada suddenly realized he had forgotten to introduce an important figure. He paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. My apologies. Please, come over. The man, with a bright smile, stepped forward and extended his hand to start a conversation. It's an honor to meet you all. I am Fujimoto Ryoma. World-class ranker, Fujimoto Ryoma. He gave a friendly smile towards Jang Hyunjae. First of all, I want to thank you for agreeing to help us this time. Hearing this, Kongwu also observed the newcomer carefully. So that's Fujimoto Ryoma, one of the world-class rankers? At the same time, Ryoma's eyes flashed. His sharp gaze swept over each person as if assessing them. I didn't expect you to be so proactive in helping another country. Meanwhile, Kongwu was observing more closely and suddenly noticed something unusual. So those are the eyes of Susanoo. Soon, Ryoma walked slowly towards the group, his expression much more relaxed. I feel very relieved to see you all. Kongwu, holding Ekna, replied calmly. There's no need for such pleasantries. But his eyes couldn't hide his seriousness. He smiled faintly, quickly bringing the conversation back to the main issue. We don't know when the demon summoning ritual will take place. Shouldn't we know more details about the plan? Receiving the suggestion from him, Ryoma narrowed his eyes. The fan in his hand gently fanned, covering half his face as he made his assessment. You're right. Then, a strong gust of wind swirled up. It swept through the area, carrying dust and debris flying everywhere. Then, at that moment, Ryoma waved his hand. The wind around him gathered, swirled, and gradually formed a giant map that appeared behind him. I will now explain everything. A while later, Sapporo Station. The place was in chaos. Monsters flooded the streets, screaming in a frenzy. Ekna cupped her hands together. A violent torrent of purple magical energy swirled between her small palms. In an instant, she shot that power straight into the horde of hideous creatures. Just that was enough to make them scream. They clutched themselves, coughing violently as if being burned from the inside out, and raised their hands, writhing as if begging for help. In a corner, Kongwu and Ko just silently observed the situation. He stood still, his cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield. He watched his two teammates wreak havoc. A golf demon from the second circle of hell, and a ferocious red monster. Its snout was bound tightly by magic chains. It writhed, trying to break free. And a pose? From the third circle of hell. Kong Wu observed it all, his brows furrowed slightly. What method did the demon cult use? To summon and control them? Down below, Chai Yunju was using all her strength to hold the chain on the monster, gritting her teeth and yelling. Hey, Kong Wu, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping us? Chai Yunju's exasperated voice made him sigh to himself. Oh well, it's not that important anyway. He then gave an instruction. Koa, use the Grace of Light buff. Koa quickly followed the order. I know, Kong Wu. Grace of Light. Immediately, the system announced. You have received the Grace of Light. Your physical and magical resistance stats have increased by 300. Your unique stat, demonic power, has increased by 30. He watched with amusement as the blessing flowed into his body. Just as I thought, the effect of this buff is much higher. My current demonic power stat is 106. Kong Wu excitedly clenched his fist. He felt the power surging through his body. Then I should try it out right away. Authority of Hellfire. Authority of Fission. In an instant, a fierce magical flame was unleashed. It engulfed the monster in a storm of fire. The creature roared in agony. Its body twisted as it was burned away bit by bit. Even Chai Yunju had to grit her teeth. She focused her power to create a shield against the blast. She felt the intense heat on her skin. What terrifying power. But right after that, she suddenly froze. A thought flashed through her mind. Wait a minute. This isn't right. Her anger flared. Chai Yunju whipped around and yelled furiously. Oh, Kong Wu. Goa. Have you two lost your minds? Ko Hiemo, sitting there dumbfounded, could only force a smile. Chai Yunju continued to scream. There are people around here. Why would you use a move like that? Ignoring the fury before him, Kong Wu crossed his arms, a smug smirk on his face. See? You're very useful for this mission. Koa stood beside him. Her eyes shone, unable to hide her excitement. With such incredible power, we can definitely wipe out all the monsters around the station. But Kong Wu frowned slightly. But I've been feeling strangely uneasy this whole time. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head like a memory. This is their plan. The image of Ryoma standing before the map. The fan in his hand tapped lightly on the surface. Currently, Sapporo is filled with the demon cult's monsters. We plan to split into two teams. The Korean team and the Japanese team. The demon cult has no information about you, so your presence there will throw them into chaos. He scanned the map. He stopped at 2 red markers. We will take advantage of that chaos, and one person will infiltrate their base. Hearing this, Jang Hyunjae narrowed his eyes curiously. Alone, Ryoma nodded, slightly without hesitation. Of course, I don't intend to push such a dangerous responsibility onto you. He even placed a hand on his chest. His voice was loud and confident. I will be the one to take on this mission. Remembering the image of the arrogant Ryoma made Kong Wu extremely annoyed, and he crossed his arms with a slight frown. He couldn't hide his disgust. He says that, but he probably just wants to play the hero. When is that Fujimoto guy going to show up, anyway? Meanwhile, Chai Yunju, having been completely ignored by Kong Wu, was boiling with rage. How dare you ignore me? You two just stand there and wait. Sensing the situation was not good, Koa panicked. She tugged his arm lightly as a warning. Kong Wu, Yunju is coming over here. However, he paid no attention, still lost in his own thoughts. We need to find out where the ritual is taking place so he can stop it. Just as Chai Yunju was cracking her knuckles, ready to deal with them, a massive explosion rocked the area. It made her jump. Her heart nearly leaped out her chest. Her eyes widened in shock at the column of black smoke billowing high into the air. What was that? Kong Wu also looked up. He couldn't help but feel speechless. That Ryoma guy sure knows how to make an entrance. He then stepped into the red circle at his feet, deep in thought. I should get ready to follow him. The red patterns spread across the ground, radiating powerful magic. But at that moment, Koa's eyes widened in shock as she looked into the distance. Is that Ryoma? Chai Yunju also muttered in annoyance. He's late. Only Kong Wu said nothing. His eyes glowed red. The veins on his face bulged with tension. There's so much demonic energy around here, it's hard to see clearly. Instantly, he activated his scouting skill. Authority of the observer's eye. After a moment of scanning, Kongwu finally spotted Ryoma weaving through the horde of monsters. There he is. Is that where the ritual is taking place? But suddenly, Kongwu's eyes flashed brightly. An eerie blue light flared up. Sharp blades of air tore through the atmosphere. They sliced through the monsters, blocking the path. Just as I thought. This is strange. It pierced through each one, annihilating them instantly, even though we've caused so much chaos. Kongwu watched Ryoma move through the monster corpses like the wind, suspicious. Why is it that I still don't see a single member of the demon cult? A moment later, he grinned with amusement. So that's how it is. Behind him, was confused by Kongwu's strange behavior. What do you mean, Kongwu? Cha Yunju was no exception. She crossed her arms impatiently. What are you talking about? Tell us. Patience, patience. Kongwu slowly raised his hand, gesturing to the surrounding area. Considering the amount of demonic energy around here, this place must be where the demon cult is performing the summoning ritual. No sooner said than done. He clenched his fist, summoning his power, authority of heavenly might. Then he tightened his fist. His eyes blazed with killing intent, authority of skybreak. If it's not above, Kongwu poured all his strength into a powerful punch, slamming it into the ground. The shockwave spread, cracking the ground into pieces, making both women scream in alarm. Then it must be below. Cha Yunju, caught off guard by this action, stared wide-eyed and yelled furiously. You crazy bastard! What are you doing? Koa's jaw dropped. She called his name in alarm. Kongwu, after his self-destructive act. Cha Yunju rushed over. She anxiously observed the giant crater that had just been created. Her eyes showed a hint of concern. Hey, are you okay? Before Kongwu could answer, Ko jumped in, her voice gentle but more emphatic. Kongwu, are you all right? Down below, a masked figure stood frozen like a statue after Kongwu's earth-shattering blow. Two demon cult subordinates immediately drew their weapons, on maximum alert. Who are you? The other couldn't hide his shock. How did you find us? Seeing their confusion, Kongwu and his companions looked down, their sharp eyes glinting in the darkness. A ferocious smile slowly spread across his face. I guessed right. A red mask lay on the cold ground. Bloodstains were scattered around, remnants of the recent battle. Ko rushed over. Her voice was full of worry when she saw him standing between two corpses. Oh, Kongwu. Kongwu. Cha Yunju also approached eagerly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. So you found the demon cult's hideout. Let's go together. Ko quickly added. She couldn't hide her eagerness. Kongwu, I'm going to. But surprisingly, Kongwu's voice stopped them in their tracks. Neither of you are coming with me. He gestured upwards with his chin, referring to the unfinished battle. There's still a lot of monsters up there. Someone has to distract them. The two looked at each other. Though reluctant, they had to admit he had a point. Well, that's true. But just then, Ekna suddenly appeared, her voice full of worry. Kongwu. He turned to the little girl, slightly surprised. What is it? Ekna bit her lip. Remembering the moment he had lost control before, she warned him seriously. You can't be like last time. With that, she held up her pinky finger. Her eyes were full of expectation. Promise me. That reminder made Kongwu pause, unleashing the sea of demonic energy. He calculated in his head. I probably won't have to use it this time. He then smiled and nodded in agreement. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet slowly left the ground. Then, in the next second, Kongwu activated skill. Wings appeared on his back. Authority of the sky. In a flash, he shot off like an arrow. I'm off. The scene changes to the two demon cult guards. They were terrified when they saw the dark shadow rushing towards them. Who's there? The other one quickly shouted. Stop him. At that moment, from Kongwu's sleeve, a sharp blade flashed. He moved past them. The blade tore through the air. With each slash, an enemy fell. After clearing the entrance, Kongwu glanced back at the corpses scattered at his feet and judged silently. They seemed weaker than the demon cultists in Korea. The cultists trembled, reaching out as if to hold on. No, we can't let him get past here. This made him suspicious. Why are they so desperate? While Kongwu was lost in thought, a sound was heard. These guys are two-star loyal knights. Cries came from a chamber glowing with red light. Cloaks fluttered. A succubus logo shone brightly like an LED sign. The announcer continued to shout. Everyone, The day has finally come for us to worship our true God. Standing on a high platform, Akiyama Ichiro raised his hand. Dark energy swirled around Kurosaki Yuri. His voice echoed like a show host. We no longer need to yearn for what's on the other side of the screen. His call made the cultists below so excited they roared like a disturbed beehive. Our faith will transcend this dimension. Below, arms were raised high. Their spirits were soaring, full of passionate promises. Our goal is Lilith, the succubus queen. The group of followers was fired up as if they had just received a buff. Please do your best, Cardinal Akiyama. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. But amidst the fervent crowd, someone standing at the back suddenly flinched. His eyes darted around in surprise when he noticed a strange figure. Your Eminence, the Cardinal. There's an intruder. At that moment, Kong Wu, off to the side, was waving his hand as if shooing away flies. You guys just carry on. Seeing the group so enthusiastic to the point of being weird, he was speechless. Just give me a moment to think. He was still trying to figure things out. Are these guys members of the demon cult? Kong Wu glanced at one of them. The man had a thrilled smile on his face. Please leave it to us. He was confused. They're from the demon cult, so they should be filled with greed and madness. They kept chanting endlessly. Please continue the summoning ritual. Kong Wu glanced at the fanatical crowd. His gaze stopped on the items dangling from their swords. Ah, well, this isn't much different from greed and madness after all. Then, a pair of feet slowly approached. Each step was firm on the ground. No one could just stand by and do nothing. Hearing this voice, he looked up in surprise to listen. A love that blossoms amidst oppression and crisis. He clenched the red leather whip in his hand, speaking grandly. Doesn't such a love burn even more fiercely? Behind him, the followers cheered, as if they had just witnessed the truth. Truly worthy of being the cardinal. The one leading the flock is the cardinal of the Japanese branch of the demon cult, Akiyama Ichiro. Seeing the ridiculous appearance of the cultists, Kong Wu frowned with unconcealed hesitation. You guys, you want to summon the succubus queen because... Don't tell me. As he was speaking, the man interrupted Kong Wu with a question. Doesn't every man in this world crave lust? Akiyama Ichiro paused for a moment. Then he imagined a seductive succubus, blushing with excitement. No, it's more than that. This is something everyone wants. After hearing these grating words, Kong Wu bowed his head and muttered as if asking himself, crave. A second later, he spoke again, full of irritation. You guys crave lust? Akiyama Ichiro laughed at that. His expression was full of pride, as if he had just been praised for a noble ideal. That's right. Before he could finish, Kong Wu disappeared from his spot, activating his super speed and charging forward. Our faith. And in a flash, his knee connected squarely with the man's face. You people, Kong Wu watched with disgust as Akiyama Ichiro flew backward. He tumbled several times before landing face first on the ground. Only think with your lower halves. The followers were stunned. Their eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets as they stammered. See, Cardinal. He defeated the Cardinal in a single blow. He continued, don't take hell so lightly. Kong Wu then remembered the true form of a succubus, his eyes widening in horror. It's not what you imagine. But the cultists didn't think much, only seeing an opponent to be eliminated. They charged forward. Stop him. Protect the Cardinal. Kong Wu didn't bother to dodge, instead giving the leader a straight kick to the face. It sent him flying back like a broken kite. The others who rushed forward were met with a powerful uppercut. It made their bodies collapse like torn scarecrows. Blood splattered everywhere. Only the two most loyal followers remained, standing in front of Akiyama Ichiro. He stubbornly shouted, don't stop. Keep moving forward. Akiyama Ichiro struggled to his feet. His face was swollen, but he still had enough strength to yell. You are no match for him. He pointed, trying to maintain a dignified tone. All of you run. I will hold him off here. As soon as the words were out, his subordinates were shocked. Cardinal, we can't do that. Akiyama Ichiro took a deep breath. He reassured them with surprising passion. Don't worry, although my body may fall here. Our faith, our dream. His subordinates were moved to tears. One even sniffled as if he had just heard a heroic speech, but Kong Wu just felt sick. Will live on forever. He grimaced with disgust. He crossed his arms, looking at the fanatical crowd before him. What utter nonsense. You kidnap people to use as sacrifices. Faith? How ridiculous. Akiyama Ichiro, seeing his uncooperative attitude, grew angry out of embarrassment. He clenched his fists. Spit flew from his mouth. Don't you dare insult our faith. But just a second later, he froze as Kong Wu stepped forward with a cold gaze. If that faith is so important to you. Without hesitation, he simultaneously activated his powers. Authority of the blade. Authority of explosion. Authority of destruction. Then, he roared and unleashed a terrifying punch. He poured all his strength into the giant blade, charging straight ahead. Then you could die for it. Akiyama Ichiro realized the direction of the attack. His face turned pale, and he immediately rushed forward. No. He's aiming for the dimensional rift. Because he couldn't dodge in time, he was forced to block the path. But the blow was too strong. It pierced straight through his body. It made him cough up blood and collapse in pain, to the cries of his fanatical followers. Cardinal! The cultists screamed as they saw him fall to the ground. Cardinal! One of them gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Then this one shouted, I'll fight him. The rest of you, take the cardinal and... Before he could finish, Kong Wu smirked. His killing intent flared. A heavy pressure descended. Darkness spread behind him like a fierce beast ready to pounce. All of you, get lost. They immediately bowed their heads in unison. Yes, sir. The cultists scrambled to obey, hastily carrying Akiyama Ichiro away as they fled. They didn't dare look back even once. He didn't dare look back even once. Kong Yu muttered. His wings spread wide behind his back. I want to kill them all too. But he shot towards the wide-open dimensional gate, leaving the demon cult members behind. I can't waste time on those lunatics. Standing before the swirling rift, Kong Yu raised his hands, frowning in thought. This is a bit dangerous. He gathered all his strength. He gripped the edges of space, tried to close it. But if I combine the energy from the demon crystal and the authority of heavenly strength, straining, he pulled the two planes of space-time towards each other. The rift began to shrink. A smile more sinister than ever appeared on his lips. All right, Kong Yu grabbed both sides of the closing dimensional rift. If I just keep this up. But things were not that easy. Just then, a black tentacle shot out from the rift. It slithered forward, wrapping tightly around Kong Yu's arm. Then, a flood of other tentacles poured out, clinging to his arm. They squeezed tightly, as if they would never let go. His face changed, his body frozen stiff. This feeling, the writhing tentacles pulled harder, trying to wrench the rift open. A bewitching voice echoed from the dark void. I'll be there soon. My demon king. That disgusting voice sent a chill down Kong Yu's spine. Sweat poured down his face. No, don't you dare come here. Kong Yu gritted his teeth. He continuously dodged the tentacles lashing out from the rift. Damn it, even one tentacle is nauseating enough. And now a whole swarm of them is coming at once. He struggled to break free. Even the power of the demon crystal is hitting its limit. But he hesitated for a moment. I'll have to summon the Gate of Maria. At that moment, the memory of Echidna's warning flooded back. You shouldn't do it again, sir. It will be dangerous. Kong Yu frowned. She's right. He also recalled the horrific moment of being caressed by Lilith's tentacles. I really don't want to see Lilith again, but I'm also not willing to risk my life to stop her. A dark, demonic energy rose from his body. So for now. Then, Kong Yu roared, unleashing his power. Seal the gate shut with the authority of predation. I'll just do what I can. A series of demonic maws emerged from his magic. They bit down on the tentacles that were trying to hold on. The thing causing the rift right now is demonic energy. I just need to absorb that demonic energy with the authority of predation and transfer it to the demon crystal. The stone inside Kong Yu's body vibrated, growing stronger. System notification activated. The demon crystal has grown large enough to meet the conditions for obtaining Huangukgwi. Lines of data quickly appeared before his eyes. Huangukgwi, the first step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1. Demonic energy reaches level 60. Complete. Condition 2. Perfectly connect 3 authorities. Complete. Condition 3. Form a demon crystal of a certain size. Complete. Then, the stone inside Kong Yu's body shattered. All conditions to achieve Huangukgwi have been met. At that very moment, His body began to transform as the system chimed. Your body is undergoing a transformation. Kong Yu was annoyed. Why is this happening now of all times? He gritted his teeth. His eyes turned crimson, his pupils black. A corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk. No, if it's come to this, I should take advantage of it. He pulled with all his might, closing it tighter. If I focus all the demonic energy of the demon crystal into this rift now. Finally, Kong Yu managed to seal the rift shut in the palm of his hand. Let's do this. However, as soon as he finished, a tremendous force exploded from the rift. It threw him far away. Kong Yu crashed on the ground. He was panting, but secretly relieved. It's closed. Lilith almost made it here. He vaguely looked down at his hand as the system chimed. Transformation to Huanguk GWI is complete. All stats increased by 5 points. He thought to himself, realizing, so this is Huanguk GWI? Other than feeling the demonic energy of the demon crystal spreading throughout my body, I really don't feel that much of change. Just then, a new notification appeared, startling Kong Yu. Due to the achievement of Huanguk, the 6th transcendent trait has been fully awakened. Kong Wu immediately shot up, excited. Awesome. The 6th transcendent ability has always been a mystery. I finally unlocked it. The information was as follows. 6th transcendent ability, Demon Forging. Rank S. Effect. You can create an equipment with the characteristic of absorbing external power to forge itself. The more power used in the creation process, the stronger the resulting equipment. However, to create a legendary grade equipment or higher, you must add a material of that rank. You can only create one equipment with the Demon Forging characteristic. And if you create any additional equipment, the previous one will be destroyed. After scanning through it, he had a question. Legendary grade or higher? Kong Wu closed his eyes, recalling the high-level items he possessed. A material of the same grade means I need at least one legendary material to start. But right now, I only have unique grade equipment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Kong Wu turned his head to look at Kurosaki Yuri, still unconscious on the stone altar, and muttered, a legendary equipment. Then Kong Wu placed his hand on the altar and slowly stood up. He looked at her thoughtfully. The heavenly maiden. It mentioned I could create legendary equipment with a god descent ability, didn't it? Right after that, the memory of Ryoma's eyes flooded back. That must be it, because the equipment used by world-class hunters is all made by it. While Kong Wu was still muttering, a sudden explosion rang out. So I should get her out of here right away. Just then, a pair of levitating feet appeared along with a calm voice. So the summoning ritual area was down here, not up there. It was Fujimoto Ryoma. He smiled, floating in the air, and wondered, but what's going on here? He looked at Kong Wu and frowned curiously. This doesn't seem to be the Korean player's operation area. So what are you doing here? At that moment, Kong Wu had already picked up Yuri and casually shrugged. Just as you see. He tilted his head and smiled faintly. I came to rescue the kidnapped heavenly maiden. Fujimoto Ryoma landed, his eyes scrutinizing him with suspicion. You mean you left your designated area without reporting it? He asked for confirmation, confused. Wasn't our role to create a diversion? Coming down to the basement can't be considered leaving my area, can it? He narrowed his eyes. His voice was somewhat sharp. If so, you should have. Before he could finish, Kong Wu stepped forward and cut him off. There were no demons up there, so I came down here. Besides, I couldn't report to you with just a bit of suspicious information. He sighed and shook his head in exasperation. I'm just trying to claim my contribution, without wasting any more time. Kong Wu strode past Fujimoto Ryoma. I'll be going first. A triumphant smile flickered on his lips. There's no reason for me to pay any attention to him. As he left, he muttered with glee, I wonder if I can request some legendary equipment as payment. 1 or 2 pieces, or maybe 3. Suddenly, a sound made him jump. Emergency! Fujimoto Ryoma clenched. A white orb, his voice grave, requesting support from all team members. He shouted as if a great disaster was about to strike. A demon cultist has infiltrated the Korean player forces. Fujimoto Ryoma's casual accusation left Kong Wu frozen, still holding Kurosaki Yuri in his arms, bewildered. He has currently kidnapped the maiden. Current location is the basement corridor, requesting immediate backup. Instantly, under the night sky, behind a cold iron door beneath Tokyo. Kong Wu was now handcuffed, sitting on the floor of an exclusive campsite for players. A voice explained, "That's a mana-restricting device." It was Kurosaki Yuri. He placed his fan on his lips, his expression amused. "I'm using it to prevent you from escaping before the trial." Hearing this, he looked up, stunned. "Trial?" He narrowed his eyes smugly and confirmed. "The trial tomorrow." Fujimoto Ryoma imagined him as a demon controlling Yuri. "A trial for you, you demon cult rat. The one who kidnapped the maiden to steal her powers." Then he placed his hand on the door, sneering. "You can request a lawyer, but I doubt anyone here would want to defend you." Suddenly, Kong Wu spoke up. He muttered 5. This made Fujimoto Ryoma frown in confusion and turn back. "What?" Kong Wu gave a demonic smile. "The number of mistakes you've made." Kong Wu emphasized again. "You've already made 5 mistakes." Fujimoto Ryoma actually chuckled. He frowned contemptuously. 5 times. Imagine that. He looked at Kong Wu as if pitying someone about to fall into hell. "How pathetic of you to say such useless things. You seem quite relaxed, don't you?" Then he slammed the door shut, not forgetting to throw back a final remark. "I hope you can still be like this when the trial begins." Kong Wu's lips curled. "A trial, huh? I need to hurry." Back to the moment Kong Wu was arrested. Cha Yunju was stunned. "Oh, Kong Wu, what's happening?" Ko was also panicked. She cried out, "Kong Wu." After hearing the accusation from Fujimoto Ryoma, Cha Yunju couldn't contain her anger. "What are you talking about? Him, a spy for the demon cult? It can't be him." He laughed. "It's quite a surprise, isn't it?" Fujimoto Ryoma calmly led Prime Minister Yamada along. His voice was casual but full of insinuation. "I didn't believe it either, until he kidnapped the maiden. I never thought the demon cult's reach in Japan could extend to another country. But I saw it with my own eyes. And Mayor Yamada saw it too." Kong Wu, in contrast to the tension all around, just smiled brightly. But Cha Yunju couldn't hold back her anger. She raised her hand, activating her skill. "You bastard." She clenched her weapon. She stepped forward threateningly. "Keep spouting nonsense and see what happens." Seeing this, Kong Wu quickly tried to calm her down. "Yunju, calm down. I'll be back." But she was still fuming, yelling back. "How the hell are you going to come back? They just want to get rid of you right now." He continued to soothe her. "Calm down. Have I ever told you everything would be fine and broken my promise?" Hearing that, Cha Yunju froze and then sighed. "No." Meanwhile, Ko looked worriedly towards Kong Wu. "You really come back?" Kong Wu nodded. His gaze was firm. "Of course. So everyone, just wait here with Ekna." And that was the promise I made. Reality pulled him back. Kong Wu took a deep breath. "So I have to prepare everything starting now." Then his spirit quietly slipped out of his body, dissolving into the night with magical energy. The stream of energy seeped through the iron bars. It slipped out like a ghost. Fujimoto Ryoma's first mistake. Outside, the magical energy condensed, purple sparks swirling into a form. In the next second, Kong Wu's figure appeared. He crossed his arms, looking majestic. "The mana-restricting device doesn't work on me, because demonic energy and mana are fundamentally different." At this point, he took a deep breath and muttered, "I should get going. It's time to repay an old debt with a bigger one." In this scene, Kong Wu's figure blurred. Purple wings spread wide, and in a blink, he was soaring over the Tokyo sky. It's time to return killing intent with killing intent. The next day, at the Tokyo courthouse, the crowd had already gathered, ready for the trial. Fujimoto Ryoma was seated, but he seemed annoyed and clicked his tongue. "I can't believe the trial is starting so late. I hope it ends quickly," because in his mind, he was already excitedly imagining himself holding Kurosaki Yuri's hand, walking down the aisle. "When this is over, I'll become a hero who saved the damsel in distress. If I'm lucky, I might even get a chance to marry her." Thinking of that, he couldn't help but smile triumphantly. His gaze swept to the opposite side. "Let's see. Over there." At that moment, Kong Wu's group was radiating killing intent, looking like they wanted to eat someone alive, while he himself was as calm as ever. He was even so bored that he yawned. He looked as relaxed as if he were out for a stroll. They seemed pretty angry. One day isn't enough for them to do anything. Ignoring them, Fujimoto Ryoma turned to the judge's seat, full of confidence. "Of course, I prepared everything and bribed the judge. But something was wrong," which surprised Fujimoto Ryoma, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Judge Wakabayashi Hito. He's helped me a lot in the past. Right now, his face was pale. His hands were trembling uncontrollably. Well then, the trial will now begin. Fujimoto Ryoma saw this and was confused. Why is he trembling so much? He doesn't look very well. Is that why the trial started late? At that moment, Wakabayashi Hito tried to swallow dryly. His voice stammered as if something was stuck in his throat. First, the prosecutor will present the statement for the defendant, Oh Kong-woo. A man with glasses stood up and nodded seriously. Yes, the defendant is a Korean citizen who participated in the rescue mission. He pushed up his glasses and flipped through the documents in his hand as if reading a financial report. During the rescue, he went against the prearranged strategy and went underground where the demon summoning ceremony was taking place to assist. After Ryoma arrived and defeated the demon cult, Mr. O kidnapped Ms. Kurosaki and attempted to flee. As soon as the accusation was finished, an indignant shout rang out. You bastard! What is this nonsense? It was Cha Yunju. She was so angry that she slammed her hand on the table, her killing intent flaring. Oh Kong-woo, kidnap someone? Don't talk nonsense. Seeing this, the people around her quickly tried to hold her back. She couldn't stand the false accusation and continued to shout. Don't hold me back. Wakabayashi Hito ignored the chaos and continued. The defendant does not appear to have a defense lawyer. As soon as he said this, Ekna quickly raised her hand. I want to be the defense lawyer. But he paid no attention to the little girl. He looked straight at Kong-woo. Do you have anything to say? Behind them, I gestured for Ekna to be quiet. He just smiled and replied concisely. I'm not a member of the demon cult. This blunt answer made Wakabayashi Hito blink repeatedly in surprise. Is that all? Kong-woo didn't think much of it and replied. Yes. Witnessing this straightforwardness made Fujimoto Ryoma so amused he almost laughed. Is that all he's going to say? This guy is dumber than I thought. The judge continued the questioning. He cleared his throat, trying to maintain a serious expression. Then the witness. Please give your testimony. Hearing these words, his lips unconsciously lifted in triumph. I won this trial. Of course. How could I lose? A moment later, he recalled his plan. Every detail was perfect. The witnesses are here to support me. Because in his memory, Fujimoto Ryoma had held the communication orb, feigning urgency. I'm in the basement. I need backup. Anyone available for a mission? My first witness is the most influential person in Japan. Thinking of his flawless plan, he glanced at the man, trembling with fear, and was confused. Prime Minister Yamada? What? Why does he look so pale? Did the judge have a problem yesterday? Fujimoto Ryoma looked at him, shrugged, and smiled faintly. They're probably just old. On Prime Minister Yamada's side. He bowed his head, his hands clenched tightly. Today, his voice was full of worry and hesitation. I want to reveal a truth that has been hidden for a long time. Hearing these words, he looked up, his eyes narrowing, his heart skipping a beat. This isn't what we agreed on. At that moment, Yamada tried to clench, his arm as if to hold on to some composure. He forced out each word. For a long time, he didn't dare to look up, only keeping his head down. His voice emphasized each word in fear. Fujimoto Ryoma has been threatening me. The word struck like lightning. He was shocked, his eyes wide. What? This also caused an uproar in the courtroom. Whispers erupted like a disturbed beehive. He accused the defendant of being a cultist to hide his own motives. It didn't stop there. Yamada continued to speak each word clearly, as if to carve them into the air. Like me, player Oh Kong-woo is also a victim of Ryoma's wicked schemes. He was getting more and more angry. Blood rushed to his head. He slammed his fist on the table. What nonsense are you talking about? But in an instant, Fujimoto Ryoma shot to his feet. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Mr. Prime Minister, what are you saying? Hiding my motives? What do you mean? This extreme anger only strengthened Yamada's resolve to expose the truth. He suddenly shouted, his voice choked. Fujimoto Ryoma is actually, at that moment, the entire courtroom fell silent. Fujimoto Ryoma was stunned. His eyes widened as Yamada hesitated before revealing his true identity, a member of the demon cult. But it wasn't so easy to accept. Immediately, someone in the crowd staggered, grabbing onto a chair and hissing. Mr. Prime Minister. At that moment, the reporters rushed forward like a pack of wolves hunting for a story. Is that true? Is it true that Fujimoto saved the heavenly maiden? Before countless cameras, Yamada bowed his head, his hand still clenching his arm, and confirmed once more. Fujimoto was the one who planned the kidnapping. I hid the truth, because he said he would use my family as sacrifices if I disobeyed him. Furthermore, Yamada pointed towards him and explained loudly. O Kong-woo, the person sitting there, is the one who saved the heavenly maiden. Fujimoto Ryoma provided false information to conceal the true location of the demon summoning ceremony. At this point, he couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense!" Fujimoto Ryoma scanned the faces that were gradually changing color and tried to justify his identity. Everyone, Prime Minister Yamada, is trying to blame me. He's not in his right mind. How could someone like me, who works for the nation, be a member of the demon cult? He doesn't have any proof either. But unfortunately for him, Yamada cut him off. There is proof. Without hesitation, he held up a transparent bag. Inside was a dark red crystal. This stone has been infused with demonic energy. He addressed everyone in the courtroom. He gritted his teeth and emphasized each word. A demon crystal. Then Yamada continued, gesturing towards Fujimoto Ryoma. As you all know, demon crystals can only be created and used by members of the demon cult. This was found in Fujimoto's private residence. Hearing this, he was like a piece of bacon thrown into the freezer. His whole body froze. A demon crystal? That's very hard to get. His mind was spinning. If I had a stone like that, I would have used it to frame Okong-woo. Why would I keep it in my house? This can't go on any longer. Fujimoto Ryoma quickly refuted, putting aside the fact that you searched my house without permission. Where's your proof that stone was in my house? He waved his hand, trying to control the situation. This is just a one-sided accusation from suddenly. A pair of women's shoes stepped up to the witness stand. A sweet voice rang out. It's a pleasure to meet you. A girl in Chinese-style clothing gently brushed her hair back. Her expression was calm but sharp. I am the one in charge of investigating the allegation that Fujimoto Ryoma is a member of the demon cult. I am John Seon. At that moment, the courtroom atmosphere suddenly tensed with whispers. She's from the 10,000 Swords sect? Why is John Seon here? After her introduction, John Seon gestured to the person behind her. The Prime Minister asked the 10,000 Swords sect for help and said he wanted to reveal the truth about Ryoma. That's why. Early this morning, we investigated Fujimoto's residence. An iron box was opened. It emitted a dark aura. And the result is... John Seon crossed her arms. Her sharp gaze fell on him as she presented a series of items radiating a gloomy, demonic energy. She declared decisively, "We found evidence proving Fujimoto Ryoma is a member of the demon cult. You can see the demon crystal and the items enchanted with demonic energy that we found at his residence." With the evidence she had collected, she quickly affirmed, "In the name of the 10,000 Swords sect, I only speak the truth. Fujimoto Ryoma is a member of the demon cult." He, on the side, chuckled upon hearing John Seon's firm words. Then he seemed to go mad. He placed a hand on his forehead and shouted, "How ridiculous!" But deep inside, he felt like he was on fire. Damn it. If this continues, I'll be convicted as a cultist without any way to defend myself. A moment later, he tilted his head. His gaze was as sharp as a razor blade. So what if you're calm? Fujimoto Ryoma continued to argue. I've already said it. These are one-sided accusations. Isn't this part of the 10,000 Swords sect's plan to control Japan? His mind raced with calculations. I have to buy time. With his predetermined plan, he thought to himself, until I can safely get out of here. But a person in a hooded cloak spoke up, cutting through his bravado. Mr. Fujimoto. She slowly pulled down her hood, her brow furrowed in sadness. Give up. This was none other than the heavenly maiden, Kurosaki Yuri. As soon as they heard her voice, the reporters were startled and realized. Kurosaki, the girl next to her, was bewildered. I heard she was in the hospital. Why is she here? Kurosaki Yuri no longer wanted to remain silent. She stood up straight and turned. Her face was unwavering. As the main figure in this incident, I came here to say a few words. The moment she was saved by Kong-woo, Kurosaki Yuri had faintly heard his voice. Although I don't remember the details of what happened that day, I'm certain of one thing. Mr. Fujimoto was not the one who saved me. That Korean player was the one who saved me. After speaking, Kurosaki Yuri bowed respectfully. Her attitude was sincere, without a hint of falsehood. Being kidnapped was my fault. So, I want to apologize to the people for making everyone worry. They waved their hands in panic. It's not your fault. That's right. The ones to blame are the demon cultists like Ryoma. At that moment, John Seon crossed her arms and gestured towards Nabihito. Your Honor, it seems everything is quite clear now. Why don't you arrest Fujimoto? He was so engrossed in watching the drama that he had forgotten the situation. He jumped when his name was called. I understand. Wakabayashi Hito didn't hesitate and banged his gavel repeatedly. I order the arrest. An investigation of Fujimoto. He was speechless when he heard that. What is this? Not only did I fail to frame anyone, but now I'm the one being targeted. Prime Minister Yamada, Yuri, and even John Seon, are you all trying to frame me? But when he looked towards Kongwu, another thought flashed through his mind. This is definitely not a coincidence. There must be someone behind this. He imagined Kongwu with a demonic smile and silently guessed. So that means all of this was planned and executed in just one day. Realizing the truth, Fujimoto Ryoma immediately unleashed his power. The wind swirled violently. Don't make me laugh. The wind swirled around him. It lifted his body up, and with a shout, he shot straight into the air, breaking through the ceiling to escape. Don't make me laugh. This caused chaos in the crowd. Ryoma is escaping. Get him. Cha Yunju also couldn't hold back her anger and shouted. That bastard. She was furious. She clenched her fists. She turned and cried out. Oh, Kongwu, we should go after him. But as soon as she turned, Kongwu's figure had vanished, leaving only a broken handcuff behind. Where did he go? The scene changes to the peaceful Tokyo sky. The stars twinkled as if nothing had happened. The streetlights flickered amidst the bustling crowd. Just then a strong gust of wind carried a dark shadow gliding through the night. It turned out to be Fujimoto Ryoma, fleeing for his life. He gritted his teeth. His face was also contorted with anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Where did it all go wrong? He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice a streak of light rushing towards him. Even so, I could still leave Japan. Before he could escape his thoughts, the streak of light erupted. It engulfed him in flames. At the same time, Kongwu was already there. His hands were clasped behind his back. He calmly watched as the man's body tumbled a few times before crashing to the ground. Fujimoto Ryoma lay prone. His face was planted on the ground. His breathing was ragged. His whole body ached. Who dares? A slow voice rang out. It pulled Fujimoto Ryoma out of his rage. So you finally understand. Following the voice, he struggled to his feet. His body had not yet recovered from the heavy blow just now. You bastard. Opposite him, Kongwu stood. A ball of fire swirled in his palm as he muttered. You've made 5 mistakes. The flame in Kongwu's hand flared up. It was followed by a fierce stream of energy that swirled into the center of the orb. He locked his gaze on Fujimoto Ryoma. Do you realize it now? At that moment, Fujimoto Ryoma was still gritting his teeth. He snapped. Don't make me laugh. I may have rushed the plan and overlooked a few things. His sharp eyes scanned his opponent as he retorted. But there's no way it was 5 mistakes. Kongwu cut him off. The corner of his mouth lifted with amusement. First, in the palm of his hand, a ball of fire erupted. The bright red color reflected in his confident eyes. The magic suppression device has no effect on me. So, you couldn't restrain me. With that, he clenched his fist, and the flame vanished. It left only a few embers that flickered before disappearing. Second, in a flash, a redstone appeared. A dark light emanated from within like a ghostly lamp. The demon crystal that you thought only the demon cult could create. I can create it too. Fujimoto Ryoma was utterly shocked to witness this. His breath caught as he realized something. Don't tell me the thing found in my house was... Before he could finish, Kongwu calmly continued. Third, you chose ordinary people as the judge and witnesses. This reminder made Fujimoto Ryoma freeze. The image of Yamada and Wakabayashi Hito with their pale faces and trembling hands, unable to even stand steady, flashed through his mind. Of course, ordinary people don't have resistance skills, unable to believe the truth. He questioned loudly, what did you do to Prime Minister Yamada and Judge Wakabayashi? Faced with this anger, Kongwu paid no mind and simply stepped forward. His eyes scanned Fujimoto Ryoma with a casualness as if assessing a naive child. Relying on ordinary people was a foolish choice. He clicked his tongue and muttered as if blaming himself. I used the authority of intimidation instead of other skills. Without giving him a chance to react, Kongwu continued. Fourth, you assumed I was an unknown player without any support. At that moment, a memory flashed through his mind. Of the 10,000 Swords sect. John Mujin's calm voice echoed in his mind. In the future, I promise to help you at least once in the name of the 10,000 Swords sect. Thanks to that promise, I was able to ask John Cian to search his house. Speaking of which, Kongwu pressed hard on the wound on Fujimoto Ryoma's shoulder. Blood seeped out, soaking the fabric. Fifth, if you were thinking of using me. Immediately, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. His cold eyes were like daggers stabbing into Fujimoto Ryoma. Then you should have realized the difference between a dog and a demon. Each word was like a knife cutting deep into his pride. Those are your 5 mistakes. Unable to bear it for another second, he immediately jumped high into the air. Energy swirled and gathered in his palm. Blue sparks swirled. It emitted waves of terrifying pressure. I'll kill you, Fujimoto Ryoma roared. Then he gathered all his strength. He threw the stream of energy straight down at Kongwu like a wrathful judgment. I'll tear you to pieces. Faced with this outburst, Kongwu didn't move. He just stood there, listening to the hateful screams. And make your death more painful. Just like that, an explosion shook the heart of Tokyo. The shockwave spread. It swept away everything in its path. At that moment, Fujimoto Ryoma was laughing triumphantly. His breath was heavy in his chest. I should have done this from the start. But his joy didn't last long. A heavy sound echoed from amidst the dust and ashes. It sent a chill down his spine. The smoke gradually cleared. It revealed a figure still standing in the same spot. I had high expectations for you. Kongwu stood under the protective barrier of the authority of defense. Magical light flickered on the surface. A barrier. He smirked mockingly. But you've disappointed me. This sentence echoed through the desolate space, as cold as a knife cutting into Fujimoto Ryoma's pride. Disappointed? He didn't need to think and immediately nodded. The idea you chose wasn't bad. Fujimoto Ryoma clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. What did you say? Kongwu, on the other side, didn't rush to answer. He stretched and slowly rotated his wrist. His joint cracked as he stretched his muscles. On the outside, you look pretty good, but you secretly manipulate people. I usually quite like people like you. Then Kongwu put on a bored expression. You've disappointed me. Your mask was taken down too easily. Kongwu continued to provoke. Your ideas and schemes are pretty good, but you're a bit dumb. If you hadn't made so many mistakes, you probably would have won. At that moment, Fujimoto Ryoma raised both hands above his head. Energy swirled as he muttered. Disappointed? Being looked down on made him furious. The pent-up power erupted. I'll kill you, you bastard. He roared. He unleashed a giant tornado straight at Kongwu. How dare you judge me? His eyes burned. His breath came in ragged gasps as he waited for the moment his opponent would be crushed. A soft laugh echoed from behind him. Kongwu had already moved behind him, his tone full of mockery. And that habit of swearing every time you don't know what to say. Such predictable reactions are boring. Then Fujimoto Ryoma clenched his fist. A fierce aura swirled around his arm. Kongwu watched him charge. The corner of his mouth lifted with amusement. That's better. Without hesitation, they both charged at each other, but Kongwu didn't forget to tease. That pathetic effort of yours looks good. Fists collided. The aura tore through the surrounding space. They moved relentlessly. From the ground, they swirled and shot into the air. Each blow cut through the wind. The two were entangled like a furious storm. They spiraled straight to the top of the tower. When they reached the peak, they separated. They stood opposite each other in a moment of extreme tension. Kongwu crossed his arms, his tone casual. Do you know any good sushi restaurants? After this, I want to go eat sushi with my friends. Then he glanced at Fujimoto Ryoma, his expression completely relaxed. I'm in Japan, after all. I have to take advantage of the opportunity. He panted, so angry he was speechless. Above, tornadoes swirled. They roared like wild beasts ready to pounce. He shouted, Who the hell are you? Fujimoto Ryoma spread his arms wide, the raging winds behind him howling as he yelled. How long are you going to mock me? The shout echoed. At the same time, the swirling columns of wind shrieked and shot towards Kong Wu like deadly arrows. I'll kill you. Forget a slow and painful death. His voice dropped, filled with resentment. I'll give you the worst death imaginable. Kong Wu chuckled. Looks like you're really angry. Faced with his fierce attack, Kong Wu didn't flinch. With a light step, his figure moved like the wind, easily dodging everything. My bad. You're better than all the enemies I've ever faced. The smile never left his face. In the midst of the chaos, Kong Wu was like an outsider, relaxed and challenging. I'll take you out for sushi after this. In a flash, Kong Wu moved as fast as the wind, appearing behind Fujimoto Ryoma. He clasped his hands together, swinging them over his head, aiming straight for his opponent. Let's end this here. But at that very moment, Fujimoto Ryoma's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant blue light. Like a sacred flame, Kong Wu was startled. He felt the power surging. He quickly glanced behind him. A giant pillar of light tore through space. It struck down with great force. Kong Wu was slammed to the ground, dust and smoke billowing. He sat amidst the rubble, coughing a few times. He looked up with some apprehension. I never thought I'd live long enough. He muttered towards a majestic, giant figure, slowly materializing behind Fujimoto Ryoma. It was surrounded by a powerful aura. To see a god, Fujimoto Ryoma placed his hand on his eye. It glowed. He felt the power surging. He gritted his teeth, his mind calculating every second. I can only maintain Susanoo for 1 minute. I have to kill him within that time. The next second, Fujimoto Ryoma commanded. Susanoo, kill that bastard. An echo rang out from space. Over there, not rushing to fight, Susanoo observed Kong Wu, assessing him. His power is certainly... Understand? He nodded. So you are the being that was mentioned. Kong Wu stood up, dusting off his clothes, his face calm as he replied. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. He hesitated. Should I use the authority of translation? He raised his arm high. The power of the sea demon is granted to you. At Susanoo's words, the sky darkened. A sharp blade slowly formed from the void. The great power of the giant weapon appeared from space. Roar. Now I will test that power. Kong Wu showed no signs of worry. Dark spiritual energy quickly gathered in his palm. Authority of the spear. A spear. It seems the magic is still weak. A pitch-black spear appeared. A halo of magic emanated from the spear's tip. He calculated silently. Authority of fission. Twin lances isn't enough. It still won't be enough. Each step Kong Wu took on the ground created deep cracks. A little more. I need something stronger. A strange smile slowly appeared on his lips. His eyes were red like fire in the dark night, holding so much danger. If that's the case, Fujimoto Ryoma stood opposite. His laughter rang out, cold and triumphant. His eyes showed his smugness, as if he had already secured victory. That's the price you pay for being too arrogant. You will die today. The words rang out firmly, as if nothing could stop it. No one can save you. But Fujimoto Ryoma glanced towards the fierce whirlwind. His smugness gradually faded, replaced by a hint of confusion. It seems the wind is getting stronger. Why is it getting stronger and stronger? As it swirled higher, a sharp black spear, like a knife cutting through space, slowly appeared. Don't tell me that wind is... Kong Wu focused on releasing the latent power within his body. The power of the storms. Kong Wu continuously unleashed his power, constantly strengthening himself. Authority of the Black Spear. Authority of fission. Authority of earthquake. Authority of tempest. He smirked slightly, feeling the waves of power spreading. Adding this authority at the last minute isn't bad. Susanoo observed Kong Wu's swirling purple spear. His eyes were full of acknowledgement. So that is the power of demonic energy. Excellent. He gripped the blade in his hand, without a hint of hesitation, without a word of warning. He raised his weapon high. Gome. Kong Wu immediately leaped from his position, like a lightning bolt exploding from the darkness. I told you. He charged forward, swinging the spear with destructive power. He directly attacked Susanoo's blade. I don't understand what you're saying. The two weapons clashed violently. A wave of energy rolled up. When they collided, an explosion rang out. A brilliant light erupted. The intense light shone from the top of the tower. It was so strong that it lit up the surrounding space like the sun in the middle of the night. Cha Yanju looked up, stunned. That light. Beside her, Ekno was being held by Ko, her lips moving to call his name. Kong Wu. Meanwhile, Kong Wu was standing in the middle of the energy storm. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain. Damn it. Am I still not strong enough to face a god? I'm getting more and more injured. He glanced down at the wounds on his body. He was shocked to realize that his blood was not normal blood. Black blood. A moment later, Kong Wu imagined the scene of his transformation and deduced. Demonic energy mixed with my blood when I obtained the demon body. Unlike normal demonic energy, it's as condensed as the energy from the demon crystal. A strange, calculating smile appeared on Kong Wu's lips. If that's the case, with the demonic energy flowing in my blood, the black blood from all his wounds gathered, flying out like a whirlwind, like a shield adding more power. I'll make it explode. Susanoo watched this scene, surprised, and let out a sound. His body rose, but his voice remained cold and echoing. Just as I thought. The prophecy was not wrong. Kong Wu didn't waste any time. He swung the black spear through Susanoo's body. The fatal blow made the god disappear instantly, as if he had never existed. A ray of light fell from the sky onto the tower. A withered hand reached out weakly, whispering, "Help!" Fujimoto Ryoma, with his ravaged, rapidly aging body, was like a frayed rope about to snap. He panted, "Damn it. I can't believe Susanoo drained my life, force, and magic to death." He struggled to his feet, his heart filled with anxiety. I could fight him with the power of the eye, but now, if Yuri doesn't restore my strength, I'll die right now. Kong Wu floated in the air. His mocking gaze swept over Fujimoto Ryoma. It seems summoning a god comes at a steep price, huh? But as he screamed, a flame erupted and shot towards him. "You bastard." Kong Wu just looked at his charred hand and asked coldly, "Still don't realize what's happening?" With that, he landed on the ground. He looked at Fujimoto Ryoma, who was screaming in pain. "You shouldn't have killed innocent people. If it weren't for your interference, I would have gotten a mythic grade item, and you would have saved your country. Wouldn't that have been better?" Kong Wu leaned down, his voice devoid of pity. "Since things have turned out this way, I should at least take your mythic grade item." Fujimoto Ryoma panicked, watching Kong Wu's hand approach. "Wait, if you take it from me now, I'll die. You need a mythic grade item? I'll ask Yuri, and you'll get more than one." Tears streamed down his face as he begged in desperation. "You need this eye? When I see Yuri, I'll give it to you. You don't want to see me again? I promise I won't appear before you again, so please." Kong Wu held the eyeball in his hand. His eyes were full of amusement. "All right, I'll make good use of this." Hearing this, he smiled mockingly. "Sorry I can't go eat sushi with you." Fujimoto Ryoma's face slowly disintegrated as he cursed. "You bastard." Before his body completely turned to dust, he didn't forget to reproach. "You were going to make a joke out of me until the very end, huh?" At the same time, the system announcement rang out. "This item has been engraved. You cannot use it." Kong Wu observed it, disappointment clear on his face. "So I can't use it." Kong Wu closed his eyes. The image of the god Ryoma summoned appeared in his mind. Susanoo, if the system weakens, will gods like him appear? Perhaps he wasn't at his peak strength. But I can't believe he was still that strong, even in a weakened state. He crumpled it in his hand, frustrated, and muttered, "If gods appear in their true forms, how am I supposed to fight them?" Kong Wu was startled as the data appeared again. Demon Spirit, the second step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1. Condition 2. Demon Spirit. Demon God. He put the item he had just obtained into his pocket. According to the message, I have to become a god to fight other gods? How annoying. Kong Wu lazily glanced back and shrugged. Should I go back now? Without paying any more attention, he jumped onto the railing, looked back, and said, "Hey, you two." Then he left, not forgetting to instruct. "You two clean up." John Cian and John Mujin stepped out. He stroked his beard, deep in thought for a long time. So what he showed us that day wasn't his full strength. He looked at her, his eyes thoughtful. That immense power seems to come from effort and experience rather than talent. But he's also very good. If you want, I'll arrange the marriage for you. John Cian shook her head slightly. "No, I'm returning to China today." John Mujin was slightly surprised. "Why are you going back so soon?" She placed her hand on the railing, her voice calm. I want to train. Then John Seon slowly observed the distant figure, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. If he has no talent for martial arts, then I just need to fill in what he lacks, right? She narrowed her eyes, her expression a mix of interest and challenge. Besides, right now, seeing that figure fly towards his group of friends, she sighed softly. It seems it'll be a bit difficult to sneak in. As soon as Kong-woo landed, Cha Yun-ju rushed over, frustrated. Hey, Kong-woo, where have you been? He pouted and crossed his arms. I just want to take care of things. She blushed with anger. If you're going somewhere, at least tell us. Unable to contain her frustration, she continued to question him. And another thing, you knew that Ryoma guy was a cultist from the start, didn't you? Why didn't you tell us? Kong-woo turned his head to the side, avoiding her gaze. When I went underground, I found out. He told himself. Actually, he wasn't with him from the start. Then he clicked his tongue and continued. Anyway, everything still went according to plan, right? Hearing that, Cha Yun-ju's blood boiled. What? Her anger flared. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to pounce. That's not the point. Ko-ah quickly placed a hand on her shoulder, her voice gentle and reassuring. Yun-ju, calm down. It's just as Kong-woo said. Everything is back in order now. Ko-ah bowed her head, her eyes showing a hint of unease. It's just... She glanced at Kong-woo. She continued, making him pause slightly. We were worried things wouldn't go well. He looked at Ko-ah. Her lips were pressed tightly together, her eyelashes trembling with unshed tears. She looked sad. If I don't answer properly, this will be bad. Ko-ah, if that's the case. Then Kong-woo rushed forward and hugged her tightly. My love, he whispered affectionately in her arms. My love, I'm back. Ko-ah blushed, flustered, and before she could react, Kong-woo, Ekna, being squashed, waved her hands frantically, begging for help. Kong-woo, Ko-ah, I'm getting crushed. He remained calm. His voice was full of anticipation. I want to go home quickly and eat the kimchi stew you prepared. Ko-ah chuckled softly, her tone reproachful yet gentle. Kong-woo, you're really... Kong-woo continued to whine. My love, you'll put lots of meat and sausage in it, right? She happily agreed. I'll add noodles too. Let's go back quickly. Cha Yun-ju stood beside them, witnessing it all, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Oh, Kong-woo, that bastard. Is he trying to get away with it like that? Meanwhile, Ekna was still being mercilessly squashed, struggling like a trapped animal. Ko-ah, Kong-woo, I can't breathe. Suddenly, Kong-woo's expression changed. There are some things I don't understand. Ko-ah, blushing and flustered, gently pushed him away. Kong-woo, you can let go now. The image of Kurosaki Yuri testifying at the trial flashed through his mind. It made him silent, not hearing her words. Why did Kurosaki Yuri help me? I didn't use any authorities or threaten her. Then a memory suddenly returned. The moment he carried her while she was unconscious. She said she woke up when I saved her. But there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. A thought crossed his mind, making Kong-woo frown. Does she have some kind of grudge against Ryoma? Just then, Cha Yun-ju suddenly pinched his cheek, pulling him back to reality. Kimchi stew is good, but since we're in Japan, we have to eat sushi. She pinched his cheek harder and ordered. Follow me. I know a great place. How long are you two going to hug? Kong-woo cried out in pain. Let go of me. Ekna, who had been squashed between them, coughed violently, as if she had just been saved from drowning. Washington couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is the first time I've seen Cha Yun-ju like this. She blushed, her voice uncontrollably annoyed. Everyone shut up. Follow me. Meanwhile, the little girl on the side was sobbing and complaining. Ko-ah, you're so mean. From a distance, a sound was heard that they didn't notice. My lady, John Seon's subordinate, stood there. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed, inviting her. I will take you back. Kurosaki Yuri turned back her eyes. Gentle, and she gave a slight smile. Thank you. She narrowed her eyes. Her gaze still lingered on Kong-woo's group. Let's go. Now, a sense of regret welled up inside her. I can only watch you from afar. Kong-woo was currently having fun with his friends. Hey, let go of me. But Cha Yun-ju couldn't stop feeling annoyed and snapped. I don't want to. She turned without any more hesitation. Don't worry. I'll visit you soon. The reflection was no longer Yuri's, but Lilith's. The one who had secretly helped Kong-woo was Lilith. The one who held a deep longing for him. My Lord Demon King. 1 week later, at the apartment complex. Sparkling light shone down on the building. Kong-woo happily raised his hands. His face was as bright as the sun. It's good to be home. Ericard beside him couldn't help but cheer. Cha Yun-ju, on the other hand, was exhausted and staggered. Her voice sounded like it was about to fall out of her mouth. I'm going back to my apartment to rest. Ko-ah cheered enthusiastically while Yun-ju just swayed and waved like a machine. Yun-ju, get home safe. After that, Ko-ah glanced after her worriedly. She seems quite tired. Kong-woo didn't seem to care much and just clicked his tongue. It's understandable. He frowned as he watched her. She had a tough time in Japan. In Kong-woo's mind, the image of the press conference they held appeared again. The fact that John Mu-jin and I dealt with the cultist Ryoma was widely publicized. Whether he was a cultist or not, Japan had lost a hero. The reporter's questions were like sharp knives. It made her grit her teeth. It's not hard to see why so many people in Japan hate Korea. Her anger was uncontrollable. John Seon was furious. She fought back to the point that Mu-jin had to step in to stop her. Please calm down. I was going to be the one to step up since I was the focus of the incident. But thanks to Yun-ju, she took the criticism and hatred from me as the representative. Kong-woo stood to the side, smiling and praising her. In matters like this, she's quite thoughtful. Ko-ah, seeing him standing still, stepped forward and called out, Kong-woo, let's go back. He turned his head and gently instructed, you go on ahead. I have something to do. Ko-ah looked at him with a confused expression. You have something to do? Ekna, standing beside him, also tugged at his sleeve and asked, Kong-woo, where are you going? Can I come with you? He nodded, looking at the little girl. You can come. We'll go to a quiet place. Ericard tilted her head, her eyes shining with curiosity. A quiet place? Then the little girl asked in surprise. Why are we going there? He put his hand in his pocket and muttered, it's nothing important. Then Kong-woo took out Fujimoto Ryoma's eye and observed it for a moment. I just want to create a weapon. Bright light shone down. It covered a lush green meadow. As picturesque as something out of a dream. A pair of steady feet stepped onto this land. Kong-woo and Ekna landed quickly. They both raised their hands to shield their eyes from the dazzling light. Looking around, he smiled faintly. This place will do. He scratched his face, opened the system, and frowned. Time to check my skills. The content displayed. 6th Awakening characteristic. Creation of demonic arts, S rank. Effect. You can create a weapon using the power of an authority. The more authorities you use in the creation process, the stronger the item. To create a mythic grade weapon or higher, you must use a material of an equivalent grade. You can create one item using the creation of demonic arts. If you make more, your old item will be destroyed. Kong-woo rubbed his chin, looking at the information. The more authorities I use, the stronger the weapon. Huh? He remembered his fight with Susanoo. I already used Gungnir in the last fight. Right now, I can only use 4 authorities at once. The image of upgrading his weapon from 4 to 8, then 16 flashed through his mind. When using 2 authorities at once, the amount of demonic energy needed doesn't just double. It increases exponentially as I add more authorities. 2 authorities will need 4 times the demonic energy. 4 authorities will need 16 times. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. I'm not fighting right now. If I just focus on using the authorities, I might be able to use up to 5. A clear voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Kong-woo. Ekna looked up, her round eyes curious. Can I help with anything? He was startled, then smiled and instructed. Help me make sure no monsters or people come near. I want to concentrate. The little girl happily replied right away. Ekna hummed cheerfully. I'll put up a barrier. Kong-woo turned back and muttered. First, let's practice a bit. He held his hand out in front of him and considered. I should start with what I'm most familiar with. Immediately, a mysterious purple energy erupted around him. It swirled violently. Creation of demonic arts. The system announced. You have used creation of demonic arts. Magical currents rose from the ground. They gathered and swirled towards Kong-woo. They converged into a giant mass of energy. A purple orb gradually formed. Inside, a bright red core began to glow. The system instructed. A forge has been created. To create a high-level weapon, insert a material of the same quality. The system displayed. No material has been used. The created weapon can reach a maximum grade of unique. He continuously infused it with the necessary components. Authority of the Black Spear. Authority of Hellfire. Authority of Fission. Bulgaria. A weapon formed in Kong Wu's hand. Its bright red color burned like the fires of hell. The system also announced its congratulations. Successfully created the unique grade Gi Bulk. Kong Wu admired the brand new spear in his hand. His eyes were full of wonder. This isn't as strong as what I can create with my authorities, but it definitely contains the power of the authorities. He turned his head, his gaze stopping on the rock behind him. Well then, a deep red crack suddenly appeared on the rock surface. In an instant, Gi Bulk had pierced through it without any resistance. Looking back, he observed the scene before him. The shattered pieces of rock rained down. It left a gaping hole amidst the cloud of dust. He muttered, his voice full of consideration. It contains about 20% of the original authority's power. Holding the spear, Kong Wu pondered. The missing power can be supplemented with body-enhancing authorities, so it's not bad, but a clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting off his thoughts. Kong Wu. The gray smoke and dust made Echna cough violently, but she still tried to get closer. What kind of weapon are you trying to make? Kong Wu immediately shook his head. I'm not sure yet. He remembered Si Han and his weapon. He thought with some hesitation. Should I take this opportunity to create a main weapon like Si Han's? Doing so wouldn't allow me to switch weapons and change my fighting style. Suddenly, Echna exclaimed, Kong Wu. Then, the little girl excitedly suggested, startling him. How about creating a weapon that can change its shape? That idea echoed in his mind. It stuck with them all. Night long. A weapon that can change its shape. At this point, Ko had also been brought here. Ko, I'm starting. She nodded, gripping the staff in her hand with a determined gaze. The stone at the top of the staff immediately lit up at her call. Grace of light. Kong Wu took out the eye. Thanks to the giant octopus's rage, my current demonic power is at 116. This time, I'll use Susanu's eye. As he calculated, Kong Wu transferred a swirling mass of purple energy into it. It made the surrounding space vibrate. Creation of demonic arts. The system displayed. A material has been taken from a mythic-grade weapon. Without stopping, Kong Wu continued to pour in more spiritual energy. Air plus fire. I'll add the authority of Tempest that I used earlier. And also, Echna's words echoed in his mind. If it's a weapon that can change its shape, then you can change your moves depending on the situation. Kong Wu gritted his teeth. His eyes darkened. His pupils were red like burning coals. I'll add this authority. Authority of transformation. The system continuously signaled. You have used 5 authorities. A line of text appeared. You have met all the conditions. In 10 seconds, a mythic-grade weapon will be created. The veins on his forehead bulged. Demonic energy boiled in his veins. 10 seconds. I just need to hold on for 10 seconds. The system began to count down. 10. Kong Wu maintained the swirling stream of energy, absorbing every bit of demonic power. But the number on the screen gradually decreased. 9. 8. He bit his lip. Can I really only reach the mythic grade? The image of Susanu flashed through his mind as the numbers continued to tick down. 6. Mythic grade items have some limitations, but they can even summon gods. The system continued to count. 5. 4. For what Kong Wu knew, a weapon like that is very powerful, but if I collect enough pieces, can I create something like the dimensional rift I created when I used the Grand Duke's Hell weapon? He couldn't wait any longer. Time was running out. 2. He quickly raised his hands high. His red eyes shone with determination. If that's the case, Kong Wu's hands moved swiftly. He drew complex magical symbols. This still isn't enough. His face darkened. He drew his hands through the air, creating a new skill. From the darkness, sharp teeth faintly appeared. Not enough. Authority of the hunt. The system vibrated. Authority of the hunt has been added. Immediately, the stream of energy transformed. The destructive power exploded, many times stronger. The space trembled. The system announced. The conditions have changed. A transcendent grade weapon is being created. Koa gripped her staff tightly. Her eyes showed clear worry. Kong Wu. Echna quickly raised her hands to shield herself. But her call to him was also swallowed by the brilliant light. Kong Wu. Suddenly, a stream of light erupted violently. It shone brightly throughout the space. A while later, the light gradually faded, shrinking like waves after a storm. Kong Wu stood firm. His breathing was heavy, while Koa and Echna remained silent. Their eyes were fixed upwards without a word. He looked up, the corner of his mouth lifting into a slight smile. Before Kong Wu was a giant orb, with sparkling black patterns, as transparent as crystal. He swallowed and wondered, is this a transcendent grade item? The system announced, clear and firm. You have successfully created the key of the Sea Demon Force, transcendent grade. Kong Wu stepped closer to the orb. His eyes were filled with wonder as the data appeared before him. You have reached the pinnacle of the creation of demonic arts. Your demonic power stat has increased by 2. You can no longer use the creation of demonic arts. He paused, placing his hand on it, wondering. So the creation of demonic arts was given to me, so I could create this? When Kong Wu's hand touched the brilliant light of the orb, the system immediately announced, engraving complete. The content displayed on the screen made his eyes fixate. Information, item name, key of the Sea Demon Force. Grade, transcendent. Engraving complete. Classification, growth. It will become stronger each time a certain condition is met. Basic effects, unique stat plus 3. Indestructible. Transformation, locked. Special effects, locked. Kong Wu was stunned, unable to believe what he had just seen. Growth type? The orb seemed to understand him. It continued to display more information. Explanation, effect 1. Indestructible. Cannot be destroyed by any physical, magical, or spiritual attack. Explanation, effect 2. Transformation. It can transform into any weapon that has been registered as a skill. Can use 34% of the power of any weapon created with an authority. Kong Wu frowned slightly with amusement. Weapons registered as skills? Then he channeled his spiritual energy into the orb, commanding it. Transform. Immediately, the wind swirled violently, and the orb transformed into a long spear with a mysterious purple glow in his hand. Twin lances. Kong Wu held it high, observing it. Not bad. The power is quite similar to the Gi Bulg I created before. He swung the spear down hard and continued to command. Transform. Magic greatsword. Instantly, the spear transformed into a blade as red as a blazing flame. Seeing this, Kong Wu thoughtfully considered. Its transformation speed is comparable to the speed at which I use the demon crystal. His eyes lit up, and he smirked. Finally, transform. Gungmir. However, a moment later, the blade remained unchanged. The system immediately displayed a new notification. In its current state, it can only transform into weapons created with a maximum of 4 authorities. Kong Wu paused slightly, but he wasn't surprised. Just as I thought, Gungnir is a bit too much for now. This isn't its final form yet. While Kong Wu was lost in thought, it will grow even more. Something to look forward to. Koa's voice startled him. Kong Wu. She approached, curious. Did the weapon creation go well? Kong Wu waved his hand. Yes. Then he held up his hand. He showed off the sparkling jewelry on his finger. I can freely change its shape like this. Unconsciously, Koa's face darkened, and Ekna looked on in fear. A ring. Not noticing the change in atmosphere, he casually toyed with the item. This form is probably the easiest to carry. Kong Wu laughed heartily. His voice echoed in the night sky. Now let's go back. 1 week later, at an apartment building illuminated by bright lights. Kong Wu frowned, staring at the system. Now let's go back. 1 week later, in an apartment building bathed in bright light. Kong Wu frowned, staring at the system window. Your current level is restricted. He was frustrated. I can't get rid of it. Kong Wu sat on his bed, sighed, and unsummoned his weapon. I thought the key to removing the level restriction was the key of the sea of demonic energy. So I tried combining and transforming many different authorities, but just as I thought, I'm just wasting my time. He looked at the sparkling ring on his hand. His gaze was pensive. I have to level up and acquire another trait, like the creation of the demonic arts. Then I might be able to weaken the seal of the sea of demonic energy. Kong Wu closed his eyes. He brought a hand to his nose, deep in thought. I've struggled so much to remove this level restriction. If things continue like this, should I just give up on leveling up and find another way to grow stronger? A large world map appeared in his mind, showing Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, China. A particular area made him pause. Come to think of it, Yenju said traces of the demon cult were found in Russia. Should I ask them to summon a few demons for me to devour? Ah, forget it. In a country that vast, How could I possibly find the demon cult? Suddenly, his stomach rumbled loudly. I was so focused on the restriction that I haven't eaten anything. He licked his lips, stood up with a craving. Time to eat. As he was eagerly thinking about delicious food, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. A pot full of writhing tentacles. Seowa's kimchi stew, right? Kangyu jumped in alarm, shouting as if he'd been poked. Echidna appeared, asking with concern. Kangyu? What's wrong? He regained his composure, looked again, and saw it was just a normal pot of stew. He forced a smile. It's nothing. I just saw something wrong. It's just a coincidence that there's octopus in the kimchi stew. He bowed his head, hands clasped together. He imagined an angelic Seowa holding the pot of stew with a gentle smile. For a moment, I mistook the kimchi stew Seowa cooked for Lilith's terrifying tentacles. My apologies. Kangyu noticed a stack of suitcases neatly placed by the chair. He frowned, puzzled. Come to think of it, where's Seowa? And what's with the luggage? Echidna walked over and answered calmly. Seowa went to an A-rank gate, in Incheon with Taesu, Sihun, and Eunbai. The little girl quickly pointed at the pile of things. The luggage and the octopus were brought here by Cha Yunju last night. He was surprised. Yunju? The little girl nodded and recounted the situation. Last night, Seowa looked at her, struggling with a pile of suitcases, and asked curiously, Yunju, why did you bring all this luggage here? Cha Yunju quickly replied, Yuri sent some things and $30 million. So I brought them here. Seowa's eyes widened. $30 million. Then, Cha Yunju relayed Kurosaki Yuri's message. I want to apologize for all the trouble that happened. If you need any help, please contact me anytime. I will gladly help Kangyu with anything at all. That's what she told me to say. Cha Yunju continued, but then paused. She was so shocked, she almost bit her tongue. It seems she really likes Kangyu. That crazy bastard is lucky. I can't believe even a princess likes. Seowa's tone suddenly changed. It was as cold as a winter wind sweeping through. Lucky indeed. Yunju shivered and stammered. Seowa, your expression. Seowa blinked, her voice innocent. Huh? What's wrong with my expression? And Echidna, who was holding Seowa's hand, suddenly started trembling, her face drained of all color. After hearing the whole story, Kangyu turned to look at the pile of luggage. His eyes were wide with astonishment. $30 million. I mean, I did save her, but this is way too much money. It's like being given a whole house for saving someone from drowning. Kangyu frowned, staring at the pile of goods as if they could answer him. Why did she send me octopus? So weird. Suddenly, a sound cut through his thoughts. Breaking news. The news anchor announced excitedly. The first visit of the Sword of Justice. Alex Osborne. The Sword of Justice. World-class ranker Alex Osborne will be visiting Korea. He continued dramatically. Alex Osborne said he is coming here to visit Kim Si-hoon, who has become world famous. As he listened to the news, he immediately took out his phone, deep in thought. He's coming to see Si-hun. Should I find out who he is? Kang-woo quickly scrolled through his phone. The Sword of Justice. Alex Osborne, 29 years old, a British world-class ranker. Videos of him rescuing people flooded social media. He is a world-famous hero, known for always wielding his sword for the weak. According to online information, 2 months ago, after the ISU station incident, he revealed that he had also been fighting the demon cult for a long time. 1 month ago, after the demon cult's activities were discovered in Europe, he attacked their base and stopped their actions. Surprisingly, during that attack, not a single person was killed. Kang-woo clicked his tongue, judging the two. Simply put, he's nice to everyone and also weak for letting his enemies live. It seems like he's the type who would get along well with Si-hun. That's why he's coming to Korea, to see Si-hun. Kang-woo frowned as he imagined Si-hun leaning into Alex's arms. A vein throbbed on his forehead. Without hesitation, he put on his jacket and walked straight to the door. Ekna, you said Ko, I went to the A-rank gate. In Incheon, right? The little girl nodded and replied. Kang-woo, where are you going? His face darkened, his voice as deep as thunder. To hunt the golden retriever. The little girl excitedly asked to come along. That sounds fun. I want to go too. Sunlight streamed through the cafe window. It sparkled like golden fragments. Kang Tae-soo waved enthusiastically and called out. Kang-woo, over here. Kang-woo walked in and smiled faintly. You could have just continued hunting. He laughed heartily. You said you were coming, so how could we do that? We were thinking of taking a break anyway. Kongwu pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes scrutinizing. What's up? Because of Alex, O.S. Bonner. Kong Tae-soo hummed in agreement. You know about it too? We only heard about it because some players recognized Si-hun and mentioned him. Kongwu raised an eyebrow and glanced to the side, not very interested. By the way, he looked at Si-hun. His face was bright, and he was grinning like a cat that had just stolen cream. What's with that expression? It's creepy. He looked away and asked, Is there a problem? He scratched his face shyly. He couldn't hide his amusement. No, it's just that I can't believe it. I can't believe the Sword of Justice is coming to Korea just to see me. Kongwu glanced at him, his tone probing. You like him that much? Si-hun's eyes shone as if he had just found a treasure. Of course. He's the Sword of Justice. A sword wielded to protect the weak. How cool is that? He pouted and thought to himself. The Sword of Justice. What's so cool about that? Kongwu spoke with disgust. Anyway, is your leveling going well? He heard that and replied immediately. Ah yes, Ko announced. He's reached level 60. Kongwu froze, his eyes wide as if he had just heard shocking news. What? He asked for confirmation in disbelief. Then what about the level restriction? Holding Ekna, she turned to explain, with an amused expression. I heard that Si-hun isn't subject to those restrictions. Tae-soo and I have also removed the restriction. Eunbai, her face red with anger, shouted. This is a scam. A scam. The little girl shouted furiously while Si-hun just scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Moreover, because Si-hun cleared everything before I could even cast my magic, I'm the only one still stuck around level 50. He's the only one not subject to the level restriction. Kongwu crossed his arms, hearing this, and his face soured with annoyance. I'm struggling with that too, but he doesn't have any restrictions? He looked at him and cursed silently. This talented bastard. Si-hun quickly changed the subject to ease the tense atmosphere. By the way, what should I do now? Should I go to the airport to meet Alex? While Kongwu was about to reply, a figure appeared at the glass door, startling him. No need. The door opened. Light flooded in like a wave, illuminating the space. Si-hun immediately jumped up, the smile on his face as bright as the rising sun. Are you the Sword of Justice? A voice rang out, deep and confident, followed by a cheerful laugh. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you the Cloud Dragon Sword? Kim Si-hun? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, I'm Kim Si-hun. Kongwu glanced over. His cold eyes couldn't help but feel it clearly. A world-class ranker. His reputation is well-deserved. He carefully observed the blue energy enveloping Alex's entire body. A dignified aura, evident in every step, and a steadily maintained source of magic. Kongwu glanced down at the sword hanging at his side. Of course, I'm not sure if that's all he has or if he's hiding his strength. I'm not too sure. Alex approached Kongwu's group's table. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Then he looked up and introduced himself loudly. I'm Alex O.S. Bonner. Kongwu raised an eyebrow, assessing him internally. This guy is stronger than Fujimoto Ryoma. Was Bonner Shukshi in his hand. His smile was full of goodwill. It's an honor to meet a Korean hero like you. This made him pause for a moment. An honor? Right after that, he replied enthusiastically. I'm even more honored. Kongwu bit his lip, his eyes glistening as if he were about to cry. Kim Si-hun. His hand clenched. He was trembling with anger as he watched Si-hun wag his tail at O.S. Bonner, as if watching his own child run away from home. You've never said that to me. Unable to bear it, Kongwu's face darkened, and he snapped. So what's a world-class ranker doing all the way here? Was Bonner Tourne, surprised. And you are? Si-hun eagerly introduced him. But he had already pouted and turned away. His expression was full of sulkiness. This is O Kongwu. To me, he's like a brother. O.S. Bonner laughed, as if he had just understood a universal truth. Is this the brotherhood that everyone talks about in the news? O.S. Bonner turned to where Ko, and the others were sitting. His smile was radiant. It seems the beautiful ladies over there are also the Cloud Dragon Sword's comrades. He was about to continue, but he suddenly felt a chill. A gloomy wind from an unknown source blew, making his whole body freeze. If you don't mind, could you introduce? Kongwu cut him off, his killing, intent overflowing like a hungry tiger. I do mind. Now tell us why you came here to see Si-hun. He quickly sat down and forced a smile. A pity. I wanted to befriend your comrades. I understand why you're still wary. I haven't told you my purpose yet. Si-hun hesitated and called out softly. Kang-woo. He immediately turned his head. He refuted without a moment's hesitation. That bastard is deliberately flirting with Ko. O.S. Bonner frowned, his expression serious. Si-hun, I have something to ask you. He suddenly emphasized each word. The pressure he emitted was so strong that both Kang-woo and Si-hun jumped. How do you know about the existence of the Guardians? He paused for a moment. The story Si-hun had told him flashed through his mind. About choosing Guardians to increase the damage of the Gaia system. Guardians, people chosen by the system to save the world. He gasped, stunned, and confirmed. You're also was born at a firmament. Yes, I'm also a Guardian. Kang-woo silently understood. So there's more than one Guardian. He tilted his head, a slight smirk on his lips. His voice was full of sarcasm. Putting aside, how you know Si-hun is a Guardian? You came here because you want to save the world with other Guardians? He nodded seriously. Yes, something like that. O.S. Bonner spoke seriously, his words carrying weight. I want to recruit Si-hun into the group of Guardians. Kang-woo raised an eyebrow, his hand on his chin. The Guardians? He held up his hand. His expression was as proud as if he were promoting a global brand. We're not famous yet, but I guarantee the Guardians are humanity's hope. Next, he played his trump card. And if you join, the next sentence was like a dagger straight to Si-hun's heart. You'll never have to feel despair again. Was born continued. His sharp gaze was like someone who had seen through his opponent's soul. I saw your expression in the video at ISU station when you had to kill the monsters. You were scared, helpless, and sad. I understand. After all, those monsters were innocent people. He clenched his fist, his tone firm. But if you were stronger, you could save them all. Os bons represented a promising vision. If you were strong enough to capture them without hurting them, we could find a way to turn them back to normal. Si-hun narrowed his eyes. Curious. Strong enough to capture them without hurting them. Ow! O.S. Bonner recalled the moment he received the Sanus's blessing. We Guardians have a way to increase our strength. I also became much stronger through that method. He was full of confidence and continued enthusiastically. Thanks to that, I was able to fight the British demon cult all by myself. Kang-woo raised an eyebrow, the mocking laughter of Ryoma and Akiyama ringing in his ears. That makes sense. A world-class ranker can't stop an entire demon cult on his own. If that were the case, Ryoma wouldn't have asked for help from the Korean players. He turned to look at him. If Si-hun becomes stronger, it's good for me too. O.S. Bonner continued his efforts. He was as persuasive as an enthusiastic insurance salesman. Si-hun, we need you. We need a Guardian to protect everyone. He swallowed dryly, his face showing clear hesitation. Will you join us? After some deliberation, Si-hun took a deep breath and looked up, speaking clearly. Was Bonner Sigid. His heavy footsteps echoed in the empty alley. He looked as dejected as a dog that had just been denied a treat by its owner. I can't believe I was rejected. But right after that, his eyes flashed with determination. But I'll still convince him. Kang-woo silently followed behind. Half of his face was hidden in the shadows as he cursed softly. That stubborn bastard. He recalled the moment in the cafe. O.S. Bonner had looked straight at Si-hun, his tone sincere. Will you join us? Si-hun hesitated, his mouth open to reply. But just then, a purple aura crept around his leg. As he spoke with determination, will join the... But just as he was about to finish, his heart was suddenly seized by a demon. What's the point of joining the Guardians? Kang-woo, with a wicked smile, was like a demon gently stroking its puppet. Do you really think they can save everyone? Isn't Alex trying to trick you? Si-hun opened his mouth, but his eyes were now bloodshot. We'll join. The system displayed. Authority of the demon's apostle has been activated. You have successfully manipulated the actions of your demon's apostle. He bowed his head and refused. I am sorry. I can't decide yet. Kang Tae-soo blinked, confused, and exclaimed. Si-hun. Alex paused, his fingers clenching so tight they turned white and forced a smile. It's okay. I was planning to stay in Korea anyway. If you change your mind, give me a call. Kang-woo watched the scene, a smug smile on his lips. Good thing I prepared in advance. From his hiding spot, he continued to watch Alex. It's fine for Si-hun to respect Alex, but he can't have the same absurd ideals as him. He's a white knight who wants to save everyone. Kang-woo was determined. If he wants to survive, Si-hun's sword will be stained. I can't let those two meet. Alex suddenly whipped around, his eyes scanning the area. Who's there? Kong Wu jumped, his heart skipping a beat. Did he spot me? But just then, a dark figure leaped down from the wall. The cultist charged straight ahead, screaming like a fanatic. Alexo Espona. Long, sharp claws covered in demonic energy swung violently. Alex immediately drew his sword. The light from blade was as dazzling as a lightning flash in the dark night. He unleashed a powerful blow. Pay the price for interfering with our plans. Alex blocked the blow, the blade clashing with the claws, sending sparks flying as he probed. You followed me all the way from England? Before he could finish, his weapon had already swung out, countering with a sharp slash. Give up, he hissed angrily. This time, I'll put you back in your place. The two immediately clashed. Sword and claw fought. They created streaks of light and shadow that danced wildly in the night. Kong Wu crouched in a far corner, observing. This time, he observed the cultist. He quickly made a guess. It seems he's one of the members of the European demon cult, the one he attacked a month ago. His gaze shifted to Alex. It's clear this guy's been attacked by them several times. A splash of blood flew into the air. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. This will be over soon. Alex easily overpowered his opponent without much effort. The difference in power was too great. Is it because he's a guardian? This will all be over soon. Alex easily suppressed his opponent without much effort. The difference in power was too great. Is it because he's a guardian? He panted, gritting his teeth in hatred. Alex shook his head, looking weary. A sadder ending than I. But just as he thought it was over, Alex spoke up, no. Alex was serious, his sword still at the man's throat. All lives are precious. Your life is no different. After that, Kong Yu's face gradually turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This bastard, what was he talking about? He persuaded him passionately. Leave the demon cult. Wash away your sins and start a new life. The demon cult member was fed up. You're talking nonsense again. As for Kong Yu, his mind was filled with indignation. Is he insane? So all this time, he's just been letting them live like this? While he was still processing this, the demon cult member had secretly pulled a grenade from his coat. Not only that, that's the act of a failure. Just letting mass murderers go and spouting some nonsense warnings. He wasn't even listening. He just let out a contemptuous huff and threw the grenade to the ground. He mocked, telling him to pay for his sins and start a new life. A cloud of smoke rose, obscuring their vision. He coughed violently, caught off guard. I'll get my revenge for this humiliation later. He shouted when he spotted a civilian passing by. Stop. He didn't care, his face filled with utter contempt. You think I'll stop just because you say so? Alex shouted a warning to the girl in front of him. Watch out. But it was too late. The demon slammed into her with such force that she hit the wall. She clutched her aching shoulder, looking around. She hissed a bitter curse. Just my luck. Without waiting, he took off running, leaving behind a trembling Alex who walked towards the girl collapsed on the ground. Just you wait, Osborne. He knelt down. His trembling hands touched her blood-soaked face. Then he cradled the girl's body. He let out a tragic wail, like the protagonist of a melodrama. How could this be? Why did this happen? Suddenly, a voice cut through his sorrowful performance. What the hell are you doing? Alex looked up, startled. Kong Yu. He stood there, head tilted slightly in curiosity. Why didn't you kill him when you had him? He stepped closer. His gaze was sharp enough to pierce Alex's soul. If you had, this girl wouldn't be dead. This is your fault. Doing this is no different from killing her yourself. Kong Yu put a hand to his forehead. He closed his eyes and sighed as if he had just witnessed something unbearable. All lives are precious. Even if he's a member of the demon cult, his life is still a life. I couldn't bring myself to kill him. That stupid ideology of yours just got an innocent person killed, and you're still spouting that nonsense? Alex blinked. His face. Innocent? What are you talking about? An innocent person died? He slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. What? As soon as he said that, the girl's body in his arms slowly vanished. It's true I lost to a demon cult member, but there were no casualties. Alex smiled and shrugged. Now, all that was left in his hands was an ownerless set of clothes lying on the ground. Look, there's nothing here. In that moment, Kong Yu's lips curled into a wicked smirk. His expression shifted from disgusted helplessness to amusement. Kong Yu found it both hilarious and a little fascinating. I knew this guy was a little crazy, but I didn't think he was this far gone. He sighed with regret. I let a demon cult member get away. How shameful. Without hesitation, Kang Yu crossed his arms and spoke slowly. Hey, let me ask you something. He looked up and answered quickly. Yes. Kang Yu smirked, his crimson eyes glinting with a cold light. So you have no intention of giving up on Si-hoon, do you? Alex stood up and nodded without a second thought. Of course not. The number of guardians is not large, after all. Hearing this, Kang Yu almost burst out, laughing. But before he could speak, Alex continued with unbelievable seriousness. I understand that you see Si-hoon as a brother. But this is very important for international relations and for humanity. He clenched his fists with determination. Si-hoon needs to continue to grow. He is destined to save many lives. Alex turned and walked away. He waved his hand as if nothing important had just happened. All right, I'm off. As he walked away, he tossed back a carefree remark. Kangwoo, you should try to persuade Si-hoon too. He stood still, his eyes following Alex's retreating back, repeating the sentence he just heard in his head. Destined to save many lives, huh? He turned his head, looking at the pile of clothes still on the ground with disgust. What a load of nonsense. He just wants to turn Si-hoon into someone like him. In his mind, he imagined Si-hoon and Alex fighting side by side. Fighting together. The feeling was a bit of an eyesore. I used my power to force him to refuse. But as long as Si-hoon still respects Alex, then I can't force the two of them apart. No, this might be an opportunity. Kangwoo seemed to come up with a brilliant plan as a smirk appeared on his lips. He said Si-hoon needs to continue. Developing, right? He narrowed his eyes, calculating. That's right. Without hesitation, Kangwoo released a stream of energy to track Alex, filled with amusement. I should help him. With that thought, in the space of the apartment building, glistening with lights in the night, Alex sat silently on a chair, the soft light reflecting on his face, revealing his deep contemplation. He silently recalled Kangwoo's question from earlier. Those questioning words filled with doubt. Why didn't you kill that demon cultist when you caught him? If you had done that, this woman wouldn't have died. Alex closed his eyes. A click of the tongue rang out, defending himself in silence. This must be a bit hard for him to understand. He isn't a guardian. So how could he easily understand the faith that one must save everyone? His hands clenched tight, his eyes opening with determination, as if he had decided not to give up. But Kangwoo will understand soon enough. I will continue to persuade him. Suddenly a scream echoed in a quiet space, startling Alex. He shot up from his seat, looking out the window, trying to distinguish the sound. A woman's scream? Where? The voice was getting clearer. Someone, save me. Alex quickly judged the situation. There was no doubt. On the rooftop, high above the wall, under the starry night sky, a figure shot up from the ground, flying up as fast as lightning. Alex didn't hesitate. He jumped up and landed, shouting loudly. Stop right there. He looked around, worried. I hope nothing bad has happened. He looked up, his eyes meeting a person standing in front of him, arms spread wide as if welcoming him. You are. That voice rang out. Gentle, but full of arrogance. Truly the sword of justice. You arrived really fast. Kangwoo, with his skillful disguise, stood there in the guise of the demon cultist, looking excited. It's only been a few hours and we meet again. Aren't you happy? Don't frown like that. Alex rolled his eyes, searching. You probably aren't tired yet either. Where is that woman? Smiling, his hands slightly adjusting the mask. Her? And he tilted his head back, feigning a trembling female voice. Save me. Someone please save me. The sword of justice is trying to kill me. Alex frowned, enraged, his gaze sharp and cold. You bastard. Kangwoo laughed, filled with contempt. People always say that those who get fooled are the idiots. Suddenly, he stepped forward, curious. Right? I have something I want to ask you. He spoke uncomfortably, indifferently. What is it? Kangwoo looked at Alex with obvious mockery, making him flinch. I remember while escaping, I killed a woman. The image of Alex holding the girl's corpse tight, his face pale, suddenly rushed back into his mind. That moment could not be erased. Kangwoo didn't miss the chance, continuing. Provoking, making him angry, veins popping on his face. Even though I killed someone, you still don't intend to kill me, right? Alex quickly regained his composure, coldly denying it. I don't understand what you're saying. In that alley, there were only the two of us. Kangwoo burst out laughing, pointing at him. Look at this. A bastard calling himself the sword of justice, yet he ignores the dying. His tone was sharp, dripping with disdain. What kind of crazy person calls this bastard a hero? Alex, too ashamed to contain his anger, reached for his weapon. If what you say is true, Alex drew his sword. The light reflecting off the blade was as cold as his anger. Then from now until the end of your life, I will make you atone for your sins. Kangwoo maintained his arrogant expression, his hands coldly clenched in his sharp claws. So in the end, you still don't intend to kill me, huh? He paused for a moment. His gaze seemed to pierce through every thought of his opponent. Then he continued to ask in a manner, curious, is not killing me really that important? He gritted his teeth, gripping the weapon in his hand tight, emphasizing every word. Someone like you couldn't possibly understand. A faint symbol appeared behind Alex, symbolizing the worship he still tried to cling to. The faith in saving people. Just how noble is it? He shook his head as if finding it so funny he couldn't hold it in. Fate, my ass. Stop talking nonsense. Come on then. He clicked his tongue, stomping his foot hard on the ground. Then Alex gathered momentum and lunged forward like a predator rushing at its prey. No other choice now. His sword didn't hesitate, stabbing decisively towards Kangwoo, and coldly. But he wasn't afraid at all, just smiling gently, pointing a finger at his own neck in a provoking gesture. Alex immediately realized. His arm twisted quickly, changing the sword's direction in a split second, striking hard to the side. He gritted his teeth, anger flaring in his chest. Damn it, I deliberately changed the attack direction at the last second. He shouted in fury. What kind of stupid action is that? Just as Alex was distracted, Kangwoo had ducked down, a movement gentle yet fast as lightning. I knew he would do that. He clenched his fist and punched hard into his stomach. You're the one who's wide open. The powerful punch sent Alex flying. Thrown backward, his body flew back like a ball, unable to control his balance. That was a stupid move. He opened his eyes wide in horror, suddenly startled. Alex was stunned to see glowing red spheres rushing towards him from Kangwoo's hand. A massive explosion rang out, the earth and sky seeming to collapse in the thick dust. Alex quickly retreated, skillfully escaping the scorching smoke. His face was still bewildered, in disbelief, wondering inwardly. Since when did he have that ability? He watched Kangwoo leap up, swinging the sword over his head, half doubting. He's definitely the demon cult member I met during the day. Did he get this strong in just one day, while continuing to fight? He quickly calculated. I have to deflect his weapon to the side first. But right at that moment, a movement from Kangwoo shocked Alex. He quickly withdrew the weapon in his hand, leaving him unable to react in time. Alex gritted his teeth, trying to control the speed of his attack. I have to change direction. This revealed a clear opening, creating a chance for him to get close. What the hell are you doing? Kangwoo quickly took the advantage, striking back at him. Is this your idea of a joke? The powerful punch left him unable to defend, his whole body falling flat on the ground. He screamed in pain as if his very insides were being torn apart. He's too strong. He's like a completely different person. That strange feeling, a shock in his mind, made him pause to think. Wait, a completely different person? Suddenly, Alex turned to look at the mask. A vague suspicion flared up in his mind. There's only one way for someone to suddenly get this strong. The demon cult. Alex held his face, tried to calm himself down after that powerful punch. You bastard, he growled, his eyes burning with anger and suspicion. Is it a demon? Kangwoo just silently looked at him with cold red eyes, revealing no emotion. Light flashed violently from both their weapons. Beams of blinding light slashed across the night. Every time Alex's blade touched Kangwoo's razor-sharp strikes, sparks flew violently like fireworks in the dark sky. Alex dashed quickly in diagonal lines. The blade swung powerfully, pressing the opponent step by step. You devil, surrender now. Kangwoo sighed slightly, not retreating, just raising his arm horizontally to block the attack with a solid defensive stance. Even knowing I am a demon, he still won't kill me. He only thinks about capturing me. He looked up at him with a face full of disgust. As expected, this bastard has no right to be a guardian. Turning back the wheel of time, back to that late afternoon. The orange-red sunlight elongated the shadows on the old walls. The demon cultist, after escaping from Alex, slumped down behind a mottled wall, panting. His breath came in gasps. Running this far should be safe, right? But before he could breathe for long, the wall next to him suddenly exploded. He didn't rush to panic, just spoke calmly as if chatting. Don't attack anymore. Let me recover first. He stood up, his fingers extended, turning into long, sharp claws glowing with a dim red light. Alex, you're really persistent today. But when the smoke cleared, the person appearing in front of him was completely unfamiliar. Kong-woo stepped out, coughing, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Why hide in a place like this? He frowned, surprise flashing across his face. Who are you? Before the other could answer, he scoffed as if he had found the answer himself. You must be a member of the Guardians. Hands in his pockets, Kong-woo walked calmly, approaching with a calm gaze as if strolling in a park. You know the Guardians? I have something to ask. The demon cultist smirked, raising his hand defiantly. You think I'll talk? He smiled slightly, and at that very moment, the ring on his hand suddenly flashed, transforming. No, of course not. Dark red armor quickly covered his right arm, turning into a sharp gauntlet with long claws of the authority of predation. That's the reason. Kong-woo's eyes flashed. Killing intent burned the surroundings, accompanied by the skill of super speed. I'll have to make you want to talk. A powerful punch slammed straight into the cultist's stomach, knocking him back. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He grinned, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was still full of defiance. Then he raised his demonic hand, covered in black aura, as if showing off. His eyes filled with contempt. Fust, but you're just a fool. Once you step into range. Before he could finish the sentence, his face suddenly froze. I'll kill. My demonic energy. The cultist looked down at Kong-woo's hand, which had clawed deep into his chest. Streams of demonic energy were being drained mercilessly. What? He tilted his head, observing him, hissing softly as if chatting. Want to talk now? The cultist struggled, trying to keep the last bit of his pride. Stop making a joke of this. Before he could finish, a punch exploded right in his face. You think I'll open my mouth just because you hurt me? Kong-woo tilted his head, nodding in amusement, channeling thick black demonic energy straight into his body. Power of subjugation. No need to talk. However, the system announced, the target's soul is resisting the power of subjugation. He closed his eyes and sighed. I just wanted to make things simple. But I guess that won't work. The cultist struggled. His bloodshot eyes stared at the arms still embedded deep in his chest, suddenly feeling scorching hot. Kong-woo channeled the authority of hellfire directly into his body. The temperature skyrocketed as if burning his very soul, making him hiss a chilling sound. Then he pulled his hand out decisively, dragging out a few broken teeth and a stream of dark red blood. The cultist collapsed, his whole body trembling, screaming. Kong-woo gently waved his hand to clean, the blood remaining on his fingertips. Ready to talk yet? Seeing he didn't answer, Kong-woo added, Where should we go again? Terrified, tears flowing uncontrollably, he panicked. I'll talk. He nodded with satisfaction, squatting down to look him straight in the face. Tell me everything about the Guardians. He tried to keep calm, asking curiously. Why? Aren't you a guardian yourself? He smiled, his finger gently stroking the flame burning on his hand. What? Want to try again? Panicked, he hurriedly shook his head. I'll talk. The cultist recalled the number of people in that organization. From what I know, the Guardians are a group known as the Protectors. At most, there are 10 people. Among them is someone extremely powerful. Leading the Guardians is a woman, with the ability to find protectors. That's all I know. Kong-woo listened to what the cultist just said. He closed his eyes, the image of Alex flashing in his mind. So that ability must be how Alex found Kim Si-hoon. With that ability, he could have tracked Si-hoon many times. The conversation lasted until the sun gradually set, the light fading through the window. What about the abilities of the other Guardian members? He replied, Besides Alex, I don't know anything else. The cultist kept his head down, not daring to look straight at Kong-woo. That's all I know. Will you let me live? He crossed his arms, nodding. But Kong-woo smiled slyly, acting as if considering a deal. A trade is made when both sides have something to exchange. I can let you live. The cultist looked at him with a face full of fear, as if about to break. Seeing that, Kong-woo continued to probe. But what do you have for me? Unable to be patient anymore, he spoke up. Nothing? Then I guess I have to kill you. He gaped, teeth missing from the previous punch. Tears flowing ceaselessly, he hurriedly screamed in despair. Wait, I'll tell you everything I know. The cultist's eyes glistened as if he was about to be saved. He began to babble endlessly. Every word he uttered was like a plea, hoping for a chance to survive. Kong-woo sat there, silently closing his eyes, lips slightly curled as if enjoying a comedy show. After a long while, when the cultist had spilled everything he knew, he stood up. I don't know much more. But, this information isn't bad. Hoping there was still a way out, he asked desperately, "So you let me go?" Kong-woo looked surprised for a moment, then burst out laughing as if mocking him. "Why should I? You don't have any more information for me." He was stunned, his face changing in panic. "What?" Kong-woo ignored him and continued. "By the way, thanks." The cultist laughed in despair, feeling like he had been tricked from the start. "You planned this from the beginning, didn't you?" And as his pupils dilated, reflecting the image of Kong-woo raising his hand, a stream of hellfire burned fiercely. He screamed in anger. "You devil!" The fire flared up violently, burning down the entire house. Only the silhouette of a person in demon cult robes walked out. Kong-woo held the mask, telling himself, "I got what I wanted." He smiled slyly, as if enjoying the moment. "Shall we begin?" Back to reality. He still walked lazily, not rushing at all as Alex attacked. Knowing I could stick to the plan is thanks to that cultist. And I know what kind of person this guy is now. He raised both hands high, startling him. "All right, stop it." Kong-woo knocked Alex's sword away, complaining, "So boring. Facing you is annoying as hell." Immediately, he used his hand to grab his neck in the blink of an eye. Alex struggled, coughing, trying to pry Kong-woo's hand off his neck. "Let go," he grumbled. "You're ridiculous." Kong-woo's eyes turned cold. His mind suddenly linked to Mu-jin. Are the world rankings reserved for the world's biggest idiots? Besides Cheon Mu-jin, is there any normal world ranker? He looked at Alex, who was gripping his arm, gritting his teeth, trying to resist. "You must have a reason for not killing. Maybe a story that would make people cry if turned into a movie, huh?" The words he uttered were like cuts, sharp slashes. Every word made Alex even more furious. But so what? Will the world disappear if you close your eyes? Or will everything that happened vanish if you turn your head away? Alex could barely endure it, trying to make a sound, while he continued to mock. "Are you trying to use your ability to make it as if it didn't happen? Like the innocent corpse you discarded today?" He forced out every word. "Shut up." He smiled with satisfaction, his eyes flashing with mischief. Finally swearing, "You look more human now. Let's take it together." "Kid." Kong-woo gave Alex no peace. He continued with words full of sarcasm. "What you're doing is simply self-serving. You only do it for your own personal benefit." He was furious, but his body couldn't do anything. "You!" Alex screamed, using all his strength to resist. "What do you know?" He didn't care, tightening his grip on the wrist. Enough chatting. Time to yield the stage to the main character. While he was confused by his words, a massive explosion occurred nearby. Si-hoon appeared from the dust, holding a sword with a worried face. "Alex, are you okay?" He panted, explaining. "A rat interrupted me." "Who are you?" Kong-woo saw Si-hoon had arrived and turned his head. Voice changed time. He spoke up. "Who am I?" Then began a grand introduction without hesitation. "I am Death, and I am the Apocalypse, the father of the angry ones. And I am rage itself." He placed his hand on his chest, his eyes turning completely red. A proud smile clearly visible on his face. "I am Satan." Si-hoon couldn't believe what he just heard, but he couldn't help but speak up. "Satan? You're a demon too?" Kong-woo maintained his pose, one hand choking Alex's neck while the other shrugged slightly. "You could say that." He turned back, increasing the pressure on Alex's neck, challenging him. "But does that matter?" Si-hoon couldn't keep calm, shouting tensely. "Stop." He laughed out loud, teasing, looking at Si-hoon, as if enjoying this moment. "You look so awkward. Is this guy important to you?" He was tense, hands gripping the sword tight. "I don't have to tell you." Dragon silently called his name. "Kong-woo." While he was at home, he received an urgent call. From Kong-woo. "Seon, Alex is being attacked by the demon cult. I'm busy and can't go. You have to go immediately." He asked hurriedly, extremely worried. "Kong-woo, are you okay?" A slight cough came from the other side of the phone, trying to reassure Si-hoon, though his voice sounded tired. "I'm fine. Hurry up." Those words only made him more panicked, constantly calling. "Kong-woo, Kong-woo." Si-hoon stood there, eyes watching Alex, struggling in panic, calling out desperately. "Seon." His mind was in utter turmoil. Because he was also attacked by the demon cult, he couldn't help me. I have to defeat an opponent who can dominate Alex Osborne. I know this is impossible. I can't just stand here. He hurriedly jumped from his position. But, in that moment, the silhouette of a massive dragon faintly appeared behind Si-hoon. Blue Dragon Sword Style. Blue Dragon Roar. I have to stop that demon. However, Kong Wu just indifferently raised an arm, easily blocking his attack without budging. He mocked, his tone full of sarcasm. Is that all you've got? You're too weak. He gritted his teeth, feelings of anger and frustration rising in his heart. I'm weak. Si-hoon, furious, raised his weapon high above his head. The phantom dragon behind him roared in fury. I know that too. Blue Dragon Sword Style. With compressed power, he swung the sword again. Blue Dragon Slash. But with just a gentle movement, Kong Wu used a small amount of demonic energy to break the attack, easily pushing Si-hoon violently into the wall. He, with a stream of purple energy surrounding him, muttered, I don't understand. He muttered, his red eyes flashing with sarcasm. You must feel the difference between our strengths. He continued to advance, a whirlwind of battle churning in his heart. But Kong Wu mocked, why are you so stubborn? Repeatedly blocking Si-hoon's attacks, he continued to probe. Doesn't Alex Osborne not know you? He was so angry that the veins on his face popped out. Is saving a stranger so strange? He smiled mockingly. Calling it stupid would be more accurate. Inside, he was secretly rejoicing. That's right. Good job. Kong Wu watched the battle with interest. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he created a barrier with demonic energy. God, that's right. This is what fighting is. Exactly. Si-hoon is much better than Alex. He watched his sword strikes break through the protective layer without hesitation, evaluating every single movement. Sharp swordsmanship, nothing but killing intent. He watched the sword graze his mask, realizing, instead of using swordsmanship to defeat the opponent, Kong Wu stomped his foot hard on the ground, releasing a powerful wave of energy. Naturally, if he had to fight Alex right now, he would definitely lose. As predicted, his aura flared up, pushing Si-hoon far away. But that's just a difference in technique. Basic stuff. His demonic energy quickly turned into sharp spikes, rushing towards him. A player who reached level 60. Si-hoon managed to disappear in an instant, dodging all attacks. Can't hit a level 100 person like me. Someone with superior stats. He didn't give up, intending to ambush from behind, but couldn't avoid the agility of the demonic energy. Si-hoon will become stronger, Kong Wu told himself while fighting. Heaven gave him talent and strength, and more than that, he has a passion for martial arts. Si-hoon unleashed consecutive moves. His figure seemed to multiply, blades tearing through the wind towards Kong Wu. He has a great master, the Sword Emperor, Cheon Mujin. He looked up, not moving an inch. Everything seemed too slow. Only one thing left. He didn't flinch, but continued to rush forward, closing the distance quickly, which Si-hoon needed. But then, in a moment, he suddenly froze, startled, realizing something. Suddenly, Kong Wu raised his large hand towards him, unable to dodge. His hand grabbed tight. Si-hoon's face, and without a sound, with just powerful force, he threw Si-hoon like a puppet into the wall. Mercilessly. I will give him that. Si-hoon cried out in pain. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his limbs losing all strength. Kong Wu stood there, satisfied, observing him dropping teasing words. Good effort. But no matter how hard you try, that's all you can do. He continuously provoked. Are you angry? Seems like you've lost all your composure. Huh? Si-hoon gritted his teeth, holding his face, roaring through clenched teeth. Damn it. Shut up. He was frustrated, knowing he couldn't win. Stop blabbering and end it. But instead of ending it as Si-hoon wished, Kong Wu continued with surprise. I won't kill you. His hand tightened. Alex's neck suddenly turned red. Energy emitted powerfully as if wanting to crush everything. Why should I end something this interesting? Si-hoon screamed. What are you doing? Alex's whole body looked like it was about to burst. His neck was so red that blood seemed ready to spill from his mouth. But he didn't care. I like you. Your rage and that hatred make me tremble. It makes me excited and shiver. The veins on Alex's body became grotesque, like his life was slowly draining away. Trying to call the name. Si-hoon, while he kept rambling on. I'm impressed by your will and fighting spirit. Kong Wu didn't stop talking. Therefore, at the same time, Alex's head exploded right in front of Si-hoon as he finished the last sentence. The image of Alex, shattering right before his eyes, leaving him stunned, not knowing what to do. His body trembling, he stammered, "Hey!" And then, in uncontrollable anger, Si-hoon shot up, rushing towards Kang-woo. He screamed, unable to think clearly. Only one goal: revenge. "You bastard!" But just as he took another step, his body staggered and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Si-hoon looked up, eyes full of hatred. Damn it. Couldn't think because of the previous attack. He stood opposite, excited. That's right. That look full of hatred and loathing. That is the desire leading to life. He tried to open his eyes, but everything around him became blurry, and in that moment, Kang-woo started his speech again. That rage and hatred will become your motivation. Keep agonizing and brooding and remember me. He emphasized every word before he closed his eyes. I am death and the apocalypse. I am rage and hatred. I am Satan. Swallow your anger and become stronger. Human, use hatred as motivation and grow. Then, he closed his eyes, darkness covering everything. But he could still hear his ghastly laughter and the grand concluding words. Phew! Kang-woo looked at the unconscious Si-hoon, sighing in relief. Finally passed out. He took off the mask, talking to himself, but felt a wave of nausea rising. Why does that bastard Satan talk like this? Mimicking his way of speaking gives me goosebumps. He glanced at him, telling himself, anyway, I hope this will be a source of motivation for Si-hoon. What Kim Si-hoon lacks. He observed his face with hope for the future. Motivation. He recalled the moment Young-ho was beaten to a pulp, gasping on the ground, and Eunbai being sealed, limbs tied tight in the dungeon. After Kim Young-ho and Kim Eunbai were kidnapped, there was nothing motivating Si-hoon to improve. Kang-woo pondered about Alex's mysterious organization, doubts ceaseless in his head. Now, when we don't know if the Guardians are allies or enemies, Si-hoon needs to be pushed to become stronger. The remaining Guardians are like Alex. He looked at Alex's corpse, determination unwavering. He must kill the enemy with his own hands. Muttering to himself, the system appeared. I also have to quickly remove this damn level limit and become. Data poured out like a flood, finally released. You have defeated a Guardian. The system's energy source used to limit the level has weakened. Your level cap has increased to 69. Applying accumulated experience. You have increased by 10 levels. You have awakened for the 7th time. Not only that, the most important item announced. Your stats have increased. Strength plus 11. Agility plus 9. Vitality plus 8. Intelligence plus 4. This stunned him. What the? The condition to remove the restriction is killing a Guardian? No wonder it didn't reveal it. Kang-woo paused, his eyes flashing with surprise as he read the information carefully. Wait, the level limit is 69? I thought that, after removing the level 59 limit, there wouldn't be a restriction until level 89. His face suddenly changed color, darkening as he turned back. But I have a new level limit at level 69, and the condition to remove it is killing a Guardian? Sweat started beading on his forehead as he directed a calculating gaze towards Si-hoon. Does that mean? Kang-woo glared maliciously. A suspicion arose in his heart. Can I kill Guardians to remove the level limit? The smile on his lips lost its humanity, directed at Si-hoon unconscious on the ground. So, a cruel idea flashed in his mind. I just need to kill them? A silent and suffocating atmosphere enveloped both of them. Kang-woo immediately regained his senses and shook his head vigorously. Probably not. Then decisively threw the cloak to the ground. That would be a very stupid choice. The tough confrontation earlier made him think more cautiously. I don't know what kind of existence will invade Earth. So there's no need to reduce the number of Guardians. If Alex hadn't had a bad influence on Si-hoon, I would have spared him. Then Kang-woo intently studied the system panel. Anyway, let's see what the 7th awakening attribute I just received is. He gently touched the screen. Let's see. Soul Collector. This attribute rank is S. The displayed information included. Player Kang-woo, level 69, Awakener Stage 7. Attribute of Awakener Stage 1. Authority of Predation, rank S. Most of the attribute's power is sealed. Attribute of Awakener Stage 2. Insatiable Hunger, rank C. Attribute of Awakener Stage 3. Demon's Craving, rank A. Attribute of Awakener Stage 4. ruler of demonic energy, rank A. Attribute of Awakener stage 5, summoning. Demonic beasts, rank A. Cannot use. Attribute of Awakener stage 7, soul. Collector, rank SS. Strength, 54. Vitality, 45. Intelligence, 49. Demonic energy, unique stat 113. Wisdom, 37. Continuing to learn more details through the system panel. Attribute of Awakener stage 7, soul collector, rank SS. Attribute effect linked to authority of predation. You can completely absorb the souls of demons and increase the quality of your soul. The stronger the demon's soul, the higher the efficiency. Kongwu was slightly surprised by this information. It's an attribute linked to the authority of predation, then closed his eyes tight, trying to visualize it carefully in his head. Authority of predation absorbs vitality, demonic energy, and even the authority of the target. It also devours the soul, but it just chews and swallows it whole, so it's not very effective. Now it adds the ability to completely absorb souls. Kongwu's eyes immediately glanced in a direction as if remembering something. And also, at this moment, a new system panel appeared. Demonic soul, the second step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1. Condition 2. Making him deduce cautiously. Demonic soul. I don't know what these two conditions are, but it seems they are related to the stage 7 awakening attribute. Kongwu recalled the previous awakening process. Initially, I wondered what the stage 6 awakening attribute, creation of demonic arts, had to do with the extreme demonic energy body, but then linked it to when he saw the strange sphere, like the key to the ocean of demonic energy, something only a user of 6 authorities simultaneously could obtain. Soul Collector is probably also related to the demonic soul. Kongwu licked his lips with interest. Anyway, I just need to hunt a few demons and check for myself. Suddenly thinking of someone. Looks like I'll have to bother Chai Yunju for the time being. On this side, she was lying on the bed groaning. Did I overexert myself? Suddenly I feel so cold. Back to this side. Kongwu closed his eyes to focus, trying to channel energy into his hand. So far, the attribute is stable. A rippling red liquid gradually appeared. After the 7th awakening, the seal of the 10,000 demon core has weakened. The space around where Kongwu stood completely transformed. I can use the Heavenly Dragon Heart method to condense demonic energy. For now, this is enough. Kongwu frowned slightly. Sweat started pouring from his forehead and streams of demonic energy began moving to his face. Now that I've completed the extreme demonic energy body, I can absorb everything so fast, it's like I've become a Dantian myself. Below his feet, demonic energy soon surrounded him. Maybe because the deepest part is still sealed. But the quality of the demonic energy is still very bad. Kongwu looked at the source of the energy with some apprehension. If I keep absorbing the demonic energy of the 10,000 demon core like this, his whole body motionless, absorbing demonic energy while silently speculating, then my entire body will become the 10,000 demon core. I feel like I can summon demonic energy from the abyss. Kongwu remained steadfast in place while countless 10,000 demon cores were bearing jagged teeth, approaching. Just a little more. A little more. At that moment, sharp teeth were waiting right above his head while he still hadn't reacted. I just need to expand the 10,000 demon core a bit more. Then his eyes suddenly opened, trying to regain his sanity. No. Then Kongwu clenched his fist immediately, causing the illusion of the 10,000 demon core to shatter. Let's stop here. After a struggle, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling strange. I don't understand why I keep getting entangled in these temptations today. The system panel appeared at the same time. You have converted the demonic power from the 10,000 demon core into your demonic energy stat. Your unique stat, demonic energy, has increased by 8. Although a bit tired, Kongwu looked satisfied. Stat increased by 8, huh? Looks like I've unlocked quite a bit. While busy deducing, he suddenly realized. So the demonic energy stat. What is this? Then he looked at the system panel. Intelligence, 49. Demonic energy, unique stat 120. Wisdom, 37. All stats at that time were as follows. Strength, 54. Intelligence, 49. Vitality, 45. Demonic energy, unique stat 113. Wisdom, 37. Glancing over it, Kongwu silently compared it with before. When I checked the status window, the demonic energy stat was 113, but it increased by 8, so shouldn't it be 121? He crossed his arms, looking confused. Why is it 120? While he was hesitating, the row behind him suddenly emitted a fierce aura. Is it? Only now did Kongwu detect the abnormality and checked it himself. Krogan's rage. The system panel continued to display. Your stat has reached 120. The quality and efficiency of the stat have increased greatly. Stats added from legendary grade or lower equipment will not apply to stats above 120. Instinctively, he looked at the outfit he was wearing underneath, feeling a bit disappointed. So once stats increase to this point, they won't get bonuses from equipment anymore? Why is such important information only revealed now? If that's the case, this legendary equipment is now useless junk. The hand pulling the hem of the shirt suddenly stopped as Kongwu realized. Wait, information only revealed now? Eyes hidden behind his hair showed no emotion, but the corner of his mouth curled up confidently. So that's it. He looked at the body lying on the ground, while deducing, it's not that no one revealed it, but that they couldn't. Anyway, probably no one has increased their stats to 120 yet. World rankers are only this strong. It's understandable that no one has reached this level. Soon, a fierce fire flared up, mixed with a cold voice. Kongwu's. Should I go back yet? He leisurely adjusted his appearance after finding a way to erase the traces. I've been back on Earth for half a year, so it took me 6 months to reach this level. Kongwu's gaze slid upwards, feeling emotional in his heart. Half a year, looking at the vast space with countless twinkling stars, he silently exclaimed. It's been quite a while. Scene changed to a few days later. At the Red Rose Guild with the morning sun shining. In the training room, 2 streams of battle aura collided, creating crackling explosions. Sihun unleashed consecutive strikes with extreme speed, but was easily blocked by Cheon Mujin. Through his experienced eyes, he still felt the clear difference in Sihun, and the sword in his hand was knocked high into the air by a strike, then fell to the ground with a clatter. Cheon Mujin spoke coldly at that moment. Let's stop here for today. But Sihun replied firmly. I can still continue. Hearing that, he smiled slightly. You can still continue? Hesitating for a moment, then mocking. With that body, he was exhausted and panting ceaselessly but still stubborn. I then directed cold eyes towards Cheon Mujin and declared, we'll become stronger. This expression truly made him unable to underestimate him. That fierce look is enough to make any martial artist's blood boil. His martial arts are improving rapidly. But, along with the thoughts in his head, Cheon Mujin glanced in a direction. I'm a bit worried. Seeing Kongwu leisurely leaning against the wall, he also asked for his opinion. I plan to go hunting with the Cloud Dragon sword. Is that okay? He suddenly raised his voice, speculating. Hunting monsters? You plan to go to the gate of Suga? But that wasn't Cheon Mujin's intention. I want to go to Shanghai. This answer surprised Kongwu slightly. Shanghai. This made his mind vaguely recall the gate Kongwu had met. Isn't there an S-rank gate there? Like the one in Hokkaido? Is it too soon? He immediately explained. Just simple training isn't very effective anymore. I think it's better for him to fight monsters. Level up and gain real combat experience. Not stopping there. Cheon Mujin added. I'm also considering not bringing any communication devices. He understood the plan now, nodding in response. So you want to conduct closed training. At the same time, silently pondering. Hunting? Glancing at Sihun exhausted, resting his hands on his knees. Kongwu carefully considered. The training method Mujin proposed is probably the best way to help Sihun improve. He wants more power. Hunting will help much more than training. Then he slowly approached with a thought in mind. Maybe I should give him a little more motivation. At that moment, this action surprised Sihun. Hyung. At this moment, Kongwu suddenly hugged him tight and called out earnestly. Sion, then emotionally blamed himself. Because I was too weak, Alex Osborne had to die, making Sihun panic as well. That's not true. It's all because I was too weak. Seeing the other party completely off guard, Kongwu continued to plead. Sion, let's try our best to become stronger together. We must avenge his death. Then delivered the critical line. I think that's also Alex's wish. Hearing these tear-jerking words really moved him to the point of tears welling up. Hyung then affirmed firmly. I understand. I will definitely become stronger. Not finished. Sion promizid Gangwo, and avenge Alex myself. Hearing this sentence, he immediately flipped his face. Just as predicted. On this side, Cheon Mujin, witnessing this tearful scene, couldn't help but burst out, laughing. What heartwarming brotherhood. A clear morning a few days later. Kim Si-hoon went to Shanghai with Cheon Mujin. Kong-woo lay pale on the sofa. And I have nothing to do. Feeling disappointed inside. To use the soul collector attribute, there must be demons. But I still haven't found any demon cultists. The phone suddenly vibrated while he was deep in thought. Hope Yeonju found something. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hello, Yeonju. What's up? Did you find the demon cultists? The other end urged hurriedly. Kong-woo, turn on the TV quickly. Then, he did as told, bored, not forgetting to wonder. TV? For what? They're showing their faces on TV. Making Cha Yeonju a bit annoyed. Just turn it on. Kong-woo's eyes widened in surprise. Cha Yeonju's voice continued steadily in his ear. The demon cult, she revealed important information, has performed a large-scale summoning of demonic beasts. The image of the demons displayed on the screen left Kong-woo speechless. Besides, Cha Yeonju provided one more thing. But that's not all. It seems they also summoned a large number of demons. Seeing no movement from the other side, she suddenly raised her voice. Kong-woo, are you listening to me? On this side, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Feeling ecstatic inside. It's time. 2 eyes. Kong-woo stared at the TV, drooling with craving, screaming inwardly. A big feast. The other end was still Cha Yeonju's urgent voice. Hello. The next day, at the Red Rose Guild, Cha Yeonju was intently dealing with piles of work files. But suddenly a noise attracted her attention. Then actively greeted. When seeing Kong-woo. You're here? Si-hoon followed behind, bowing shyly. Hello, Ms. Yeonju. An echidna. Sniff something. He didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. I heard on the news. But what exactly happened? Then exclaimed, softly recalling the chaotic scene elsewhere. The offices around here are in chaos right now. Those urgent voices were still echoing in his head. Contact the Chinese side and confirm the demon cult's location immediately. Where's the response meeting taking place? On the plane. Gather at the plane first. Cha Yeonju heard that and lowered her voice to inform him. You know it too. A large-scale attack is taking place in Vladivostok. On this side, Echidna was happily approaching the bookshelf while Kong-woo continued to inquire. Are there a lot of them? She honestly shared. We still don't know the exact figures. However, thinking of the demons made Cha Yeonju sigh deeply. There are probably at least hundreds of demons attacking, along with an unbelievable number of monsters. This information truly shocked him to the point of covering his mouth with his hand and muttering, 1 million? But actually, he was overjoyed. Oh, demon cult, I'm so proud of you guys. How did you know that I needed demons and offered such a sumptuous meal yourselves? Trying to control his facial muscles, Kong-woo pretended to be worried. Is there much damage? Immediately answered by her. Fortunately, there aren't many casualties. But the problem is, seeing Cha Yeonju hesitate, he immediately speculated. Is it that the monsters will continue moving? Immediately confirmed. That's right. Then Cha Yeonju immediately presented the demon's direction with a worried look. The monsters are moving fast to the Manchurian plains. If they head toward China, it's fine. But if they change direction down to Korea, there will be a big battle. Hearing that, Kong-woo couldn't help but feel troubled. Since North Korea collapsed on the day of the disaster, they will definitely immediately enter South Korea. Then asked, what about China? Just as he wondered, Cha Yeonju had the answer. They propose an alliance with us first. They want to end everything in the Manchurian plains before the damage increases. But what Kong-woo cared about was, so have they made a decision yet? Here Cha Yeonju sighed heavily again. There is a strategy meeting in Harbin, so they want all guilds to participate. Now, we are gathering at the plane preparing to fly to Harbin. Most guilds have left already. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, glancing in a direction. So I also want to ask if you want to go. Hesitating for a moment. With Echidna? The little girl on this side was engrossed in books but froze when hearing her name. Cha Yeonju also took the opportunity to ask for an opinion. By the way, will those two be okay? What about the dragon sword and the others? Hearing that, Kong-woo calmly answered for them. Si-hoon is training, in seclusion, and I don't intend to call other people. He gently placed his hand on his chest and spoke slowly. Even if there are demons in danger. As someone in the top position. Speaking of this, suddenly a smile full of arrogance appeared on his lips. Kangwoo declared confidently. I alone am enough, right? This attitude immediately left Cha Yunju speechless. True, but in an annoying way. Yes, very soon after, they were present. At Harbin, China. Player Support Center. Kangwoo led the way, looking around and exclaiming. Inside is cleaner than I thought. Then softened his voice to chat with Han Seola walking in front. I didn't think you would be our guide. Also, thank you for helping Ryoma that time. Seeing Kangwoo speak up, she touched her finger to her lips gracefully. Well, anyway, it is my promise. By the way, he asked. I heard you were training Cheon Mujin privately. You must be very busy now, right? Mentioning this made Cheon Seola sigh and speak dejectedly. Very busy, especially when I have to teach the exercises my father assigned to him. Her eyes suddenly became unusually anxious. However, my uncle worries me more. Since father isn't here, uncle took his place in the meeting. Kangwoo raised his voice in surprise. Uncle? The majestic appearance of that person made her shudder. That's right. Have you heard of Demon Sword Cheon Muhayan? He isn't very famous because my father's shadow is too large. But he is also the vice sect leader of the Heaven and Earth sect and is among the top martial artists in China. However, he doesn't have much goodwill towards Korea. Kangwoo heard that and sarcastically remarked, Wow, everything is going quite smoothly, huh? This sentence directly ruined her mood. She retorted in a weary voice. I'd be glad if it were. Walking behind, Cha Yunju seemed to discover something and cried out. A commotion appeared in front of them. At that moment, one of the two people being blocked shouted in frustration. Hey, you call me here, so why won't you let me in? This voice made Cha Yunju realize. That person, when she was sure, she called out. Yunju? Being annoyed and called like that made her glare back and shout. What do I look like to you? This person belongs to the Sana Guild. Guild Master Young Hin Woo. And the young man next to him belongs to the Onyuri Guild, the new Guild Master Cha Minjong. Young Hin Woo's eyes were full of suspicion, but immediately softened when he saw clearly the person behind. His tone became much gentler. Is it Yunju? You arrived so early. Cha Minjong next to him shyly spoke up. Hello, Red Rose Guild Master. Seeing the two still here, Cha Yunju wondered. Why don't you go inside? Now Young Hin Woo had the chance to badmouth openly. Let me tell you, they've all lost their minds. We all came to this place. But they said we can't participate in the meeting and to wait at the designated place later. Just hearing it made Cha Yunju frustrated. What? Then she scolded the tall man, blocking the door without hesitation. Are you crazy? Step aside. He glared down with a dark face. Cheon Muhayan is in the middle of a meeting. You cannot enter. When the meeting has results, I will inform you later. And if you don't obey the order. Cheon Muhayan, pausing for a moment, he coldly warned. We'll reconsider the alliance between China and Korea. This sentence made Cha Yunju furious. Rolling up her sleeves, wanting to rush in and fight. Reconsider? You bastard. But immediately, Cheon Seola smiled brightly and intervened. Yunju, wait. In an instant, her eyes showed a fierce look as she questioned him. What is the meaning of this? They came to help stop the demon invasion. Step aside. Seola also threatened back. If father finds out about this. But he blatantly interrupted, his face extremely arrogant. When Cheon Mujin is not here, Cheon Muhayan's orders are the top priority. But the next second, a somewhat sarcastic voice spoke up from behind. Is that so? Making Cheon Seola surprised. Kangwoo, then apologetically, spoke up. Sorry, I will contact father immediately in case of emergency. But Kangwoo didn't care much about that now, just stepping in front of him. It's fine. The distance was so close he bumped into the opponent, but Kangwoo kept a polite attitude and inquired. So we really can't go in? But he insisted on not giving way. Cheon Muhayan told me not to let you in until the meeting ends. Seeing that the gentle way wouldn't work anymore, his face gradually darkened as he questioned. So what if we just go in? At this point, hearing that, he replied in a low voice. Then, immediately punching Kangwoo with fury. I'll send you straight to the hospital. At the same time, causing the meeting room door to explode instantly. Inside the room, in this chaotic situation, a red-haired guild master exclaimed in surprise. What is that? Did he fight Inyoha? Making another guild master extremely confused. What is going on? Behind the thick dust, a pair of feet slowly walked in along with a deep voice. Excuse me. Kong Wu, after defeating the guard, led the group boldly inside. Is this the meeting room? A person immediately flew out of his chair with a voice full of rage. Which insect? The bald guy rushed forward with lightning speed and shouted. Dares to interrupt this solemn meeting. But the domineering Kong Wu blocked it with just one hand. Bald old man. The next second, he slammed the bald guy straight into the ground. Stay there. Just this one move was enough to show the huge difference in strength, shocking everyone. A second ago, the bald guy was talking big, and the next second, he was lying trembling on the ground, and mocked by Kong Wu. I guess you have nothing left to lose since you're bald, huh? Then he casually stepped over the two flattened bodies piled on top of each other. Hey, what do you think you're doing? At that moment, the bald guy's sturdy body became a meat cushion for Kong Wu to sit on, even crossing his legs, acting friendly as if nothing had happened. Continue the meeting, everyone. Cheon Mu-hyen closed his eyes, listening to him blabber. The support team you requested has arrived, haven't they? Should continue the meeting, right? Then spoke coldly. Too many cooks spoil the broth. But was immediately mocked by Kong Wu without any respect. Stop spouting proverbs you picked up somewhere. And look at everyone's attitude. He finally couldn't hold back and opened his eyes to look. How insolent. He continued to use his reckless attitude to retort. Insolent? I'm getting a headache because of an old man like you. All right, since we're here, I'll say a few things about Cheon Mu-hyen. He immediately warned sternly. What are you saying? Kong Wu spoke while holding a pen for vivid illustration. A brother with outstanding talent, and a younger brother whose talent wasn't bad either. And then the younger brother spent his whole life jealous, obsessed with his brother's shadow, knowing he couldn't surpass his brother. Then broke a stick as an example, continuing the story full of hidden meaning. However, an opportunity came, while the brother wasn't there, and an army of monsters was approaching. The younger brother sought to make a great contribution, to prove he wasn't inferior to his brother. Speaking of this, the pen was immediately thrown straight into the map behind Cheon Mu-hyen's back. Kong Wu then slowly emphasized. Therefore, he looked at the pen pinned between the dots, then spoke with disdain. That younger brother would prepare support forces in the rear, thereby preventing the brother from completing the job. Good. Next, Kong Wu didn't spare words mocking. A loser trying to strive to escape his brother's shadow. Facing his ridicule, he hadn't shown any emotion until now, even though Kong Wu affirmed firmly. That is the true nature of Cheon Mu-hyen. But it seemed this key sentence exceeded his limit of endurance. Cheon Mu-hyen gritted his teeth, blood boiling with anger. You, then directly exploded in rage, shouting loudly. What do you know to spout such nonsense? But didn't shut Kong Wu up. All right, I knew you would say that. The next second, he beckoned with his hand. No opinion of your own, joy, or emotion. It's too obvious. Accompanied by the corner of his lips, lifting up extremely arrogantly, challenging. All right, don't sit there suppressing your anger. Come here. At this moment, he was finally provoked to the point. His whole body emitted killing. Aura after hearing this sentence from Kong Wu. What are you waiting for? Don't waste time like that. Under the blazing sun, 3 groups of people gathered neatly in the yard. Cha Yunju held a megaphone in one hand, frowning slightly, looking extremely nervous and worried. Behind, Kong Wu found it strange, so he asked curiously, Hey, why so tense? Doesn't look like you at all. Making Cha Yunju immediately shout angrily. Isn't it because of you? The more she thought about the past, the more annoyed she felt. If you hadn't said those things earlier, recalling the image of Kong Wu arrogantly challenging Cheon Mu-hyen that day. All right, now it's time for you to release your anger. Come here. Making Cheon Mu-hyen immediately jump out of his chair after hearing him continue to ramble. Come here. Watching through the screen is just a waste of time, along with the phantom beast image. He held a long sword aiming straight at Kong Wu. You arrogant brat. Yet he remained calm, watching Cheon Mu-hyen threaten loudly. I'll beat you until you can't open your mouth. He glared, growling, but suddenly stopped. I will kill. A pen slammed straight into his forehead, along with a cold voice speaking up. Too noisy. The power from that blow knocked him flat on the ground to everyone's panic. While Kong Wu still smiled friendly. Okay, just do it like that. Outwardly like that, but every word he spoke was full of killing intent. Then we can't be on the same boat anymore. So just fight. However, operating independently is fine. Looking at Cheon Mu-hyun, rolling his eyes back, teeth missing, lying unconscious on the ground, Kong Wu declared firmly with interest. So, let's go our separate ways. Back to reality. Cha Yun-ju rushed to grab his collar, trying to suppress her emotions. If you took command like that. The next second, Kong Wu could only smile wryly at her outburst of rage. Why didn't you give the orders yourself? Why hand it over to me? How can I? Cha Yun-ju pointed at the Onuri Guild and screamed. Order these guys around. Over there. Cha Min-jong was cheering on his teammates. Let's do this. But he brazenly found an excuse. Usually, the one who causes trouble has someone else clean it up. Immediately scolded mercilessly by her. You bastard. You caused the trouble. So you give the orders. Young Hin-woo of the Sana Guild was also fuming hearing the conversation between the two. So cute. So lively. Jia Zeong-ju spoke haupa. I can't. This time, it was his turn to retort. Why not? You give orders very well. Jang Hyun-hee of the Grand Corps also sighed wearily at this scene. On this side, Kong Wu tried to quickly excuse himself. I have things to do. But these words only made her madder. In war, besides fighting, what else is there to do? Kong Wu just smiled wryly, determined not to say. It's a secret. Thinking a bit timidly inside. I can't say I'm going to eat demons. While tense, an earth-shattering scream rang out. Here they are, from afar. Vague black figures, unclear what they were. When the distance closed, they were shocked to realize it was a horde of aggressive monsters running towards them. The sheer number made everyone's legs tremble. Why are there so many? It's like returning to 5 years ago. That day of disaster. Impossible. Even if we all rush in, we can't beat them. Just as they said that, someone shouted, let's attack together. Seeing the situation tense as a wire, Cha Yun-ju actively tried to encourage them through the megaphone. This time is different from the day of disaster. We have the power to fight monsters now. Then assign tasks in turn. Mages, prepare to cast spells. Tankers, block the attacks, and then retreat to the back. Her words gave the warriors some confidence. But the confidence only lasted a few seconds. Immediately after, they were annoyed by Cha Yun-ju's awkwardness. Next, we will form a V formation to lure the beasts in. Then, in the critical situation, Jang Hyun-hee spoke up to help. Yun-ju, if you say that, they won't understand anything. This remark made her blush with embarrassment, while Kong Wu clapped enthusiastically behind. An idea suddenly flashed. Cha Yun-ju stepped up slowly. I'm not suitable for giving orders. Then handed the megaphone to him. Hinvu, why don't you do it? This made her feel like a burden was lifted immediately. Smiling brightly. I'm not giving orders anymore. So I'll talk more freely. Pressure removed. She walked boldly among the group of warriors to boost morale. Don't overthink it. Just treat this like an EXP event. Then humorously spoke to soothe the atmosphere. This will be a chance for us to receive a large amount of EXP. The encouragement finally worked. The warriors could laugh and talk happily. An EXP event. She's right. Let's level up. Cha Yun-ju got carried away with excitement, calling out, come on everyone. Is there anyone here who isn't on our side? Jang Hyun-hee, after observing, exclaimed inwardly. God, and she said she couldn't do it. His eyes. He watched her intently with admiration. With just a few words, she made the players less worried and even boosted morale. Therefore, he could sigh in relief. I don't need to give orders. On the other side, barb chains were summoned by Cha Yun-ju while she clicked her tongue. Whatever. Just remember 3 rules when fighting. Then boldly declare the combat rules. First, don't let anyone get hurt. Second, no one is allowed to die. Cha Yun-ju suddenly accelerated forward, not forgetting to growl. Finally, third, all that EXP will be mine. Then monsters of all hideous shapes bearing jagged teeth rushed in together. Their bloodshot, fierce eyes bore a strange mark. It turns out they are being controlled by someone behind the scenes. He just thought silently. From the normal movement of the monsters, it shows, I don't need to observe anymore. This person is the Dark Messenger, Anton Sadovic. He was feeling somewhat reassured about the battle. Now it's all clear. The next second, he cautiously speculated, thinking about the network protecting Earth. The Gaia system, guardian of this planet, is what the demon cult has been striving to destroy for so long. And now it is weakening. This also means our power will increase. Thinking about it made Anton Sadovic gloat inside. The time for us to officially act is not far off. Just then, a large foot stepped closer with a booming voice. Human. Yet he didn't even bother to turn around to look at the two-horned demon, only reminding him, "It's not time for you to reveal yourself yet." Hell's fifth-floor demon, Yuta, asked eagerly, "How much longer do I have to hide from them?" Thinking of the monsters fighting out there made him restless. "Can I show up and kill just a few humans? My subordinates say their bodies are in great pain." Then clenched tight, declaring with determination, "Yuta here will prove that humans are just humans." He barely said that when Anton Sadovic threw a bucket of cold water on him. Save that for later. This made Yuta cry out in confusion. "What?" Ignoring that violent reaction, he replied calmly, "We have other things to do." In Anton Sadovic's hand was a piece of paper with Kong Wu's picture, and he spoke with interest. "There is someone we need to meet." Then he began to tell a story from the past. Before, Bishop Akiyama executed a demon with summoning abilities like me in Japan. After hearing they were attacked, I received the faith of a believer, a human bearing the mark of the eye, making him admit. And it was quite interesting. Kong Wu's arrogant gaze was etched in Anton Sadovic's mind. A look full of madness and death was what saved him age. The punisher of the demon cult. None of it mattered to him, and he had only one goal. When I looked at him with those eyes, I felt it. He is the same kind of person as me. He was busy rambling while looking up at the dark energy he created hovering overhead. What he wants, what he craves, I know it all. Then I had the idea to bring him into the demon cult. A hand made of darkness, at that moment, immediately swooped down to the ground in Anton Sadovic's excitement. And now I hear he is participating in this battle. Just wait a little longer. We will meet him soon. Yuta, after hearing his rambling, bared his sharp, jagged teeth. He tried to suppress his rage and warned, "You're crossing the line. I've heard you say that since you summoned me. I am a demon, human. Don't order me around." Hearing that, Anton Sadovic immediately humbled himself to soothe him. "Yuta, I apologize, but don't act so hastily." But that didn't calm his anger. Is eating humans also a hasty action? After all, you're just a human too. Yuta's warning made him hurriedly explain. "No, it's not like that." The next second, immediately showing sincere concern. "I just don't want you to do something foolish and end up betraying the demon cult." Hearing that, Yuta raised his voice even more. "What? Speaking of which." He raised his hand with sharp claws. A voice full of anger rang out afterwards. "You dare make Yuta a demon of the 5th floor? Obey you." While he was loudly cursing, his hand was stopped by a force. Truly a madman. Yuta stared blankly at the black aura of Anton Sadovic surrounding him. What is this? The next second, he was horrified to find sharp claws digging into his head. Before, he was high and mighty. Now he had to bow his head in resignation before Anton Sadovic. He calmly read a book, his voice steady. Yuta then questioned arrogantly, "Will you listen to me yet?" Pinned tightly to the ground, he glared at the human. He refused to submit, cursing instead. "You damn human." Hearing that, Anton Sadovic immediately closed the book, warning in a low voice. How unfortunate. As soon as the words were spoken, black blood immediately splashed up in the horror of the other monsters. They jumped when hearing his voice. I believe that. At this time, the face of Anton Sadovic automatically revealed cruelty, speaking coldly. "You'll always obey my orders." Then the horde of violent monsters just rushed in. But suddenly, flashes of light slashed into them. Cha Yunju had unleashed her power. Oomph. She charged forward. A monster suddenly swung its claws at her. Luckily, Beck, Wyan appeared just in time to deal with it. "Yunju, make sure you secure our escape route." Hearing the reminder, she blushed with embarrassment and replied, "I know, geez." This only made Beck Wyan laugh. "We came here to help, so don't get so angry." YMO, standing behind them, also chimed in with admiration. "Yunju, you run really fast." A second later, he frowned and glanced into the distance. However, over there, what met their eyes was a horde of monsters waiting for them up ahead. It's not over yet. Seeing this, Beck Wyan couldn't resist teasing her. "If Kanye were here, we'd be in a much better position, huh?" This made Yunju even more embarrassed, and she shouted, "Who needs that rotten bastard who's off doing shady things?" But unexpectedly, he was silently standing behind them, forcing a smile. "I'm still right here, you know." Kanye was like a lingering ghost. He silently assessed the situation. I think the players here are fine for now. He mentally evaluated the fighting team. Seola and the Sinai Guild are providing pretty good support. Looking over the battle, Kangyu noticed. Red Rose, Warang, and Anyuri are all eliminating monsters. Quite effectively. If this keeps up, we'll have a chance to win. But there was still an obstacle that made him press his lips together. But the problem is, remembering the past, Kangyu was suspicious. Were these hundreds of demons summoned by the demon cult? Why haven't they made a move yet? Why? Could it be that their goal isn't to start a war? He glanced around, wondering. Then what were they aiming for? Then, Kangyu called out. Echidna. The little girl replied immediately. Yes, sir. He gave an order. Go to the Sinai Guild and protect the lady. Echidna promised confidently. Understood. I guarantee no one will touch a single hair on Seoa's head. Red marks appearing on the ground made the little girl suspicious. But didn't you say we have to wait for the demons to appear? Hearing her question, Kangyu had to answer. The plan has changed. As he spoke, where Kangyu was standing, a dark hand suddenly emerged from the ground. It startled the little girl. What's that? The hand continuously drew a mysterious symbol, making Echidna anxious. Kangyu, what is that handwriting? Looking at it, he understood. I suddenly felt demonic energy, so I was wondering where it was coming from. At that moment, the opponent wrote clearly. I want to talk. Kangyu immediately understood. So this is an invitation to a party, huh? This made him even more excited, and he instantly smirked. A smile bloomed on his face. Meanwhile, with Anton Sidovich, he was stroking his beard thoughtfully. He looked puzzled. I wonder if he's received my message yet. The archdemon next to Anton Sidovich was no less curious. So what should we do now? Who needs to be killed, sir? He chuckled with amusement. Don't be so impatient. You'll get to meet him officially after this battle. That casual attitude clearly displeased it, and it showed its annoyance. We have to just stand here and wait? We are demons. Demons are supposed to live in blood and flesh. He immediately shot at a warning glance. I told you not to be impatient. Didn't you understand? The archdemon was startled by that cold, inhuman gaze. It didn't dare delay and immediately prostrated itself, begging for forgiveness. I am truly sorry. The human, Anton Sidovich, saw this and relented. All right, you lot over there. He glanced at the remaining demons, reminding them. Does anyone want to step out? They all trembled. No, human. We will obey your order and stay put. Their immediate obedience made him stroke his beard thoughtfully for a moment. Most of these demons are controlled by fear. I just need to call him out for a private conversation. So what would be a suitable way to separate him? Anton Sidovich thought about Seoa's appearance. He began to calculate in his head. The easiest way now is to take a hostage. I believe they mentioned a woman living with him. She seems suitable. No sooner said than done. He made an instant decision. So today, but before he could execute his plan, something felt wrong, causing Anton Sidovich to turn his head. The great demon couldn't help but be confused. Is something wrong? Human. He looked into the distance, telling himself, wait, he's coming here. At this moment, a ray of light flashed past, startling Anton. How'd he find my location? Doesn't matter. Very quickly, that thing swept past them, creating a massive shockwave. If he refuses my request, just kill him. In the thick smoke, Kang Wu's voice rang out. Cutting straight to the chase, he asked directly, so you want to talk? Hearing this familiar voice, Anton Sidovich was momentarily curious. You can speak Russian? Kang Wu just clicked his tongue, answering dismissively. Just consider it possible. Finished speaking, he glanced into the distance. First, looking this way, Kang Wu evaluated the gloomy monsters. These are all low-level demons. Hell's 5th floor or lower. Probably 6th floor. None of them know me. Ignoring those pathetic demons. Now Kang Wu wanted to discuss the main issue. What exactly do you intend to say? Seeing him blunt as a hammer, Anton Sidovich also confessed. I want to make a deal with you. You have awakened the demon's grace, right? He just finished speaking when Kang Wu asked back curiously. Grace? Immediately the opponent admitted. That's right. Exclusive grace that only the demon cult can grant. Just like that, Anton Sidovich began to preach. Humans will eventually die, no matter how much wealth you accumulate or how many lovers you have. No matter how strong, you cannot escape death. Not only that, he blindly praised demons. But demons are different, because they are not limited by lifespan. If anything, it's just desire or the need to eat. Kang Wu heard this and understood. So what's your point? Anton Sadovic, quick as a flash, replied decisively. The demon cult possesses the ability to turn humans into demons. His next sentence really made him burst out, laughing. I know you quite well. What you want is power. Supreme power and eternal life. At this point, Anton Sadovic still continuously tempted Kongwu. Think about it. Why should a powerful person like you sacrifice yourself among those mediocre humans? You can become a transcendent, true demon, stepping out of the bounds of life and death. I can grant your body power and eternal life. At this moment, he reached out his hand to offer. So do you want to join us? Responding to his plea, Kongwu didn't respect anyone, immediately mocking. You say you know me very well? Anton Sadovic affirmed without thinking much. That's right. Looking at you, you contain hunger and craving for power. We are very similar. Only I can understand. Hearing those affirmations solid as concrete, Kongwu finally laughed out loud. Just like that, he held his forehead, laughing terrifyingly. Not only that, Kongwu's words made the demons fearful. You are really funny. Even your mother wouldn't know who I am just by looking. He constantly mocked Anton Sadovic. And what? You understand me? You will grant me eternal power and immortality? You will turn me into a demon? As if high on something, Kongwu laughed even louder. Ridiculous. Then he flipped his face faster than flipping a pancake, as he questioned him with a cold voice. How dare you lie about knowing me? Killing intent flashed in Kongwu's eyes. You damn old man. You don't know jack shit about me. Anton Sadovic, stared at directly by those eyes, immediately froze stiff. Not finished. Kongwu unleashed his power without any restraint. The ground shattered. The ground is cracking. Dodge. Followed by the scream of the great demon, falling, echoing. Witnessing this explosive scene, the demons panicked, and Anton Sadovic was stunned. He didn't believe this. His mood suddenly became bewildered. Eyes wide open. On the ground. This side was continuously shaking. Cha Yunju also felt this instability, hurriedly shouting, What is this tremor? Coming from that direction. Young Hinwoo couldn't help but find it strange. But the next second, Cha Yunju's eyes widened in surprise. Extreme. When seeing the strange event happening ahead, shouting aloud. Was a weird thing. But in her mind, she quickly realized the situation. That stinking brat. Earlier, he said he had other things to do, making Cha Yunju even more worried. Kongwu, are you okay? On Anton Sadovic's side right now. He was also rolling his eyes back, doubting life. Impossible. The sight of the cracked ground and hot magma below happening before his eyes really made him sweat profusely. Is this the power of a lowly human? At this time, Anton Sadovic panicked, remembering. I heard that world-ranked players often change the surrounding terrain when fighting. He looked around. Far away. However, that's just a figure of speech. Looking at the scene before him, Sadovic couldn't help but worry. I've never seen anyone change flat terrain into a mountain, rocks falling into magma, or even a volcanic plateau like this. Looking at that scene, Sadovic came up with an idea. Besides monsters. On this side, Kongwu was looking down from above. Then before my eyes. Also from this moment, he started to worry. Is the ability he possesses? No, that's not important. In Sadovic's hand now was a book. I have the Book of Nightmares in my hand. He reassured himself. As long as I possess this power from the demonic avatar, even if he is a world-ranked player, I can still easily capture him. Thinking for a long time. Then Sadovic suddenly turned to glare at the demons. And what are you standing there for? Just like that, shouting orders. Didn't you want a bloody fight? Kill him. What are you waiting for? Just finish speaking. One jumped up. Others also jumped up following. They followed each other rushing up, laughing loudly. Finally, time to play. Human. Seeing the noisy bunch rushing in, Kongwu didn't bother to care. Just sighed. He narrowed his eyes, looking down on everything. God, this. Looking at the demons rushing in as if starved for lifetimes, exclaiming. I can guess his next move in this attack. Glancing, Kongwu observed Anton Sadovic intently muttering some gibberish, just changing the terrain. It's a meaningless performance. It won't affect this battle. He's probably thinking that. Seeing that, he laughed maliciously. No way that's true. Burn. After his words ended, the lava below began to boil. Immediately, a demon was unexpectedly destroyed in the lava. The next second, he gently snapped his fingers. Kongwu's voice rang out ordering. immediately cracking the rocks. Collapse. Countless pieces of rock fell, dragging the demons with them. Just like that, following the momentum, they were submerged in magma. Now the scene became chaotic with rocks and molten lava. Anton Sadovic's demons could only be submerged with painful feelings, begging, "Help me," but was pushed down by another demon. "Get lost, weakling." Another demon in the group rushed up, stating its name. "I am the demon of hell's 6th floor, Rikuma." He even smugly boasted, "Brief introduction about me. I have 4 arms used as 4 weapons." Not letting him ramble further, Kong-Wu simply slashed once, disposing of the demons. Not stopping there. Another demon tired of living spoke up. "I am the seated king of hell's 6th floor." Yet another demon who didn't cherish its pathetic life rushed up. "I come from hell's 5th floor." With the 2 remaining demons, he just gently waved his hand. In Kong-Wu's palm, power simultaneously activated. He directly used the authority of Shockwave to push the demons away, as light as a feather. Done with that trash bunch. Kong-Wu coldly looked into the distance. Looking at the crowd below really disgusted him. Still so many left. At that time, a demon big, but not smart, deliberately crawled up, seeking death. Seems he is sending demons that didn't appear in the battle. Now reducing their numbers is important. Everything is almost clear. Kong-Wu held the weapon in his hand, deciding. If so, he had a plan for himself. "I will use the authority of the blade as the base." Then the sword stabbed straight into the ground. Then Kong-Wu created a grand move and combined it with 4 other authorities. Very quickly, he released power over a wide range. On this side, the demon climbing up was still staring blankly. That is, before it could react, its body was smashed. What kind of power is that? Just like that, countless other demons were pierced through. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Chaotic screams rang out everywhere. "Run! Save me!" At this moment, that demon remembered. I've heard of it before. It pieced the events together. Extreme hunger rises. Darkness covers the earth. Thousands of blades surround. The battle between humanity and the 7 princes of hell on the 9th floor of hell. Now Kong-Wu created a black vortex with a calculation in mind. Thinking they would run, looking at Kong-Wu exploding with power, the demon suddenly realized. And the story of the Demon King wiping out Belphegor's army in just one breath. But that's not right. He laughed coldly on this side. "No way I'm losing my precious stats." Seeing the face, terrifying of his made it panic, realizing. Why is the Demon King, the embodiment of hell, appearing here? In a dim darkness. Dusk. Back to Sadovic. Also struggling. No less. Damn it. Who is that monster? He remembered before. I lost an arm, tried to finish the first spell. The next second, Anton Sadovic thought of the blade passing through, then being slashed at the waist while chanting the second spell. He looked up high, when I thought it was just a coincidence, and looked at him. Observing his expression, Anton Sadovic understood. I saw. He laughed while looking at me. He gripped the book in his hand tight. Inside, like the East Sea meeting big waves. I have never experienced fear this terrifying. Even the Avatar before didn't pressure me this much. Right? This is just a dream. No way such an entity exists. But while still delusional, Anton was physically impacted violently from behind. At the same time, a foot with sharp claws stepped up. After the vicious blow from behind, Anton Sadovic lay flat on the ground. Jaw dropped, still daring not believe the truth. This is just a nightmare. Still immersed in the illusion created by himself, Kong-Wu's voice rang out, frightening Anton Sadovic. I told you, don't act like you understand me. A guy who doesn't even know what kimchi tastes like dares to act like he knows everything? Do you even know what kimchi is? He tried to regain his spirit, sitting up, denying. This is not reality. Seeing Anton Sadovic acting delusional, he was curious. What are you saying? Ignoring Kong-Wu's questions, Anton Sadovic used magic on the book. Right? Once I kill you, I will escape from this nightmare. Saying that, he displayed dark power, screaming. After that blow, Anton Sadovic was still shocked, still doubting endlessly. Did I kill him? But the truth. Harsh. Kong-Wu's voice rang out again. What did you say? Did you kill him? As soon as his words ended, sharp claws opened up. Kong-Wu, without even a hair harmed, stood amidst the evil spirits, laughing coldly. Now is not the time for you to talk about death. Seeing him alive and well, feet touching the ground. He didn't dare make a sound, only hurriedly begging for mercy. Please spare my life. Kangwoo heard that and was satisfied. Right? That's it. You should have said that from the start. Then didn't hesitate to recount the past with Anton Sadovic. But surely you've heard countless words like that, right? To accumulate that much demonic energy in that old body, you must have killed countless lives, huh? He asked a question that darkened his face. So have you ever spared their lives? Speaking of this, Kangwoo immediately laughed loudly. God, I didn't expect to be so like you on this point. Oh right, earlier you said you and I are alike, right? I admit that statement is partly true. Sadovic struggled even more. Please. However, Kangwoo still smiled brightly as a flower, honest until the last second. To be honest, I have never spared anyone either. And just like that in the dark night, a shocking sound rang out. Rocks fell into the boiling magma below. Suddenly a black shadow appeared, flashing, over the mountain peak. At that time, Kangwoo was still enjoying the feeling of leveling up. Soul Collector ability activated. 237 demon souls absorbed. His foot stepped down along with the system notification sound. Soul Collector effect deployed. He smiled slightly. System sound continued to ring. Class can be upgraded through soul absorption. You have a hint about the first condition of the demonic consciousness. Now the system appeared reporting. Demonic energy has increased by 4. Seeing that, he exclaimed with a satisfied expression. What a wonderful meal. Back to the system. Kangwoo stared, calculating confidently in his mind. I had a great feast with it. So now what? What else is here? Demonic consciousness. The second condition to become a demon god. Condition 1. Class soul upgrade completed. On the system screen, the reminder was still clearly displayed. Demonic consciousness. The second condition to become a demon god. Condition 1. Class soul upgrade completed. Condition 2. At the same time, Kangwoo suddenly realized. I know it. This thing is related to the awakening. Stage 7. He narrowed his eyes, muttering. Not sure how many demon souls I have to collect, but collecting them isn't that difficult. The next second, he happily clicked on a position on the screen. Why don't I check the demonic energy points now? Let's see how much it increased. He directly monitored his stats. Right? I reached 120 points compared to the last time I checked. Suddenly, Kangwoo felt a bit nostalgic. From the time of 116 points without wearing the cloak, to now 120. It only increased by 4 points? This thing is truly trash in the legendary rank. Should I be happy about it? He touched his chest, reassuring himself. Ignoring the numbers, it also said that my soul rank has increased. Kangwoo felt the power of his whole body. Let's see if there's anything different. But the result surprised him a bit. No noticeable change. But if I have to say, there is. The next second, opening his eyes wide, looking forward, realizing. The seal on the Marriott gate is weakening. Just like that, Kangwoo walked step by step. I never weakened when awakening before, but now it's definitely weaker. Even just a little. Although the demonic energy deep below remains the same as before. The Soul Collector effect is better than I thought. Then reached out his hand to test. That's right. If it prevents leveling up, it must be better. Immediately after, a black shadow flashed by. And now, Kangwoo gathered power into his palm. Must turn demonic energy into points. Kangwoo's hand tried to clench tight. The system also announced. Demonic energy has increased by 1, making him extremely satisfied. This is it, firmly in the palm of his hand. Kangwoo rejoiced because increasing from 120 to 121 is only a single point difference. But I can feel a significant amount of demonic energy. I guess this thing, even if difficult to increase exponentially, its efficiency won't be any less. A moment later, a pair of wings appeared behind his back. This is truly an unexpected harvest. Kangwoo immediately flew up with the judgment. The battle with the demons will end soon. I should go back. When he opened his eyes again, he exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Below Kangwoo, rocks and molten lava had mixed together. I guess I have to fix this place up a bit. Countless monster corpses lay still on the ground. The battle against monsters in Manchuria ended with the players winning. Everyone among them rejoiced after the battle. Finally done. My 7th awakening. How long has it been since I got a new ability? At that time, the news was also broadcast on TV. And that was the first major battle after the day of disaster. This news attracted a lot of attention. Everyone in the city looked up at the screen. It was obvious that the whole world focused on it. Even Kang Soo and Chaeyoung watching at home were happy for them. With these events, South Korea's status began to improve. Fragments on the battlefield fell to the ground. Because of the first clash with the demon cult, the one who made the world tremble was overwhelmed and stopped. It's no wonder the whole world rejoiced because of that. Scene shifts to a collapsed bridge. Sometime later, at that moment, a strange gate appeared. Like in Hokkaido, another S-rank gate opened. At this time, Kangwoo and Echidna were also present in Vladivostok. Although he had set foot here, he couldn't help but feel bored. Just coming here was so difficult. Just seeing the familiar figure, Cha Yun-ju snapped like a spring, questioning him. Kangwoo, where did you go alone? Facing her grumpiness, he just lazily stretched, answering perfunctorily. I just want to take care of a few demons. Hearing that, Cha Yun-ju got angry again. Just you alone? That place at least had nearly 100 of them. Immediately after she